Chapter 1. At this moment, Wang Yan was in a panic. Because the unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar scene in front of him shocked him beyond measure. Opposite him, 10 meters away, stood a guy with a sunken center of gravity and a green body. The index and middle fingers of his right hand were pointed at the center of his eyebrows and at the fingertips. It was a gathering of terrifying energy. Shining. There is also an evil smile on the corner of the face, and with the two sharp fangs, it looks particularly scary. In Wang Yan's arms, he held a man with long black hair who was struggling crazily. Why can Wang Yan be sure that he is not holding a long-haired beauty without seeing her face? Damn, what's going on? Didn't I lie in my doghouse all night coding? Wang Yan frowned and thought in confusion. He is a part-time online novel author. In order to write the finale of Dragon Ball, The Strongest Son Gohan, he stayed up until 5:30 in the morning. He was very dizzy. He fell asleep in a daze, and then he appeared in this damn place. Time traveled? This is what Wang Yan came up with based on the current situation and countless novel routines after he came back to his senses. The first thought that came out. And just when Wang Yan wanted to continue to remember, the big man in his arms struggled violently again, accompanied by a frightened roar. Don't be stupid, cockroach, quickly, let go, otherwise, you will also be killed. The frightened voice reached his ears, and Wang Yan's body suddenly froze, shocked. What? Cockroach. After just a moment of shock, Wang Yan reacted quickly. Cockroach, isn't that the protagonist Sun Wukong in the anime Dragon Ball? Wang Yan is a typical Dragon Ball fan, and he is naturally very familiar with the name Cockroach. The protagonist in Dragon Ball, Son Gohan, is also called Cockroach. It's just that in the entire Dragon Ball, only a few people call Sun Wukong Cockroach. Vegeta, Broly, Raditz, Nappa and the other scions. Wang Yan took 2 deep breaths and tried his best to calm down. Then his eyes swept around and observed the surrounding environment again. Piccolo. That's right, that guy with a green grassland all over his body is Piccolo, who once wanted to rule the world and later became the Sun family's nanny. Not far from Wang Yan, there was a small figure lying with a big word rice written on his yellow and green clothes. It seems that he is Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan. This scene is so familiar. Isn't this the scene where Raditz first came to Water Blue Planet and was killed by Sun Wukong and Piccolo together? So, I was reborn as the protagonist in Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong? Isn't this guy in his arms the elder brother of Sun Wukong, the Scion warrior Raditz? Shock, excitement, disbelief, all kinds of complex emotions filled Wang Yan's mind. The most common time travel plot in novels actually happened to him, which made Wang Yan a little confused about how to face it. And at this moment, the sharp laughter from the opposite side once again pulled Wang Yan back from the shock. Ha ha ha! Sun Wukong, I will not be merciful. Being able to kill you 2 in one breath is something I can only dream of. The corners of Piccolo's mouth raised a slanted arc, and he smiled evilly. The energy at his fingertips became more and more terrifying at this moment. The combat value actually reached 1480. Looking at the terrifying value displayed on the combat power detector, Raditz once again shouted with deep fear in his tone, Cockroach, let me go quickly. I promise you, I will leave immediately. This planet will never come again. Please, let me go. With a combat value of more than 1400, he can definitely kill him, there is no doubt about it. I'll go, Piccolo, first, wait a minute. Wang Yan looked at Piccolo, who was getting ready to attack, and quickly spoke to stop him. If he was hit by Piccolo's demonic light-killing cannon, he would definitely die. Although Sun Wukong can be resurrected through the Dragon Balls, who knows if his foreign soul can being resurrected. To say the least, even if he was lucky enough to be resurrected by the Dragon Balls, the energy wave would make a hole in his chest, and he would have to bear the pain by himself. And when Wang Yan's voice fell, Bai K's magic piercing light killing cannon is ready. I've kept you waiting for so long, so go to hell. Aha! With a roar, the energy beam from Piccolo's fingertips came out, shooting towards Sun Wuhan and Raditz. I'll fuck your uncle. Looking at the roaring energy beam, Sun Wukong cursed, then quickly released his arms and kicked Raditz on the butt. Their bodies separated instantly. The terrifying energy beam flew directly past the two bodies. Photographed into a mountain not far away, the huge peak suddenly exploded. Sunday! Sun Wukong, what are you doing? When Piccolo looked at the situation in front of him, he suddenly became furious and roared like thunder. P.S. New books are uploaded, please collect them, please give me flowers, please vote for comments, and please reward me. Dear readers, Pippi Shrimp is here, all kinds of requests here. Chapter 2. This bastard, who had made a good point when discussing countermeasures with himself before, turned out to be greedy for life and afraid of death at the most critical moment. Thinking of this, Piccolo's face turned green with anger. Ha ha ha! After the disaster, Raditz gasped and laughed crazily. At that moment, he really thought that he was about to perish on this useless garbage planet. Unexpectedly, this guy Cockroach actually helped him at a critical moment. Cockroach, you are so good. It seems that the same blood is flowing in your body as mine. Raditz raised his horns high, with a smile on his face, but there was murderous intent in his eyes. Cockroach, this guy, almost killed himself with that green-faced monster just now. Absolutely, absolutely unforgivable. Damn! I escaped. Wang Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Piccolo didn't kill him at such a critical moment, it would be easier to deal with the remaining Raditz. Although Sun Wukong's combat power is far from that of Raditz, but the familiar it's not difficult for him to kill Raditz in the Dragon Ball plot. Wang Yan walked towards Raditz step by step, raising his horns slightly and showing an evil smile. Exactly the same as Raditz. Brother, I apologize to you for my stupid behavior just now. Wang Yan walked up to Raditz and addressed Raditz respectfully. With the current fighting power of his body, if he continues to fight with Raditz, it is tantamount to courting death. Cockroach, have you recovered your memory? Raditz looked at Sun Wukong in surprise. This guy had a tough attitude just now that he wanted to die with him and would not stop fighting. Why did he do a 180-degree turn in just a moment? Could it be that this guy has regained his memory? And judging from his vicious and bloodthirsty expression, his original murderous intention towards Cockroach has also weakened a little, and his main purpose of coming to Earth this time is take Cockroach back to work for Frisia with them. Yes, big brother, just at the moment of life and death, I recovered my memory and remembered my duty as a scion. From now on, I will definitely follow Prince Vegeta with you. Wang Yan pretended to be serious. He knew very well that Raditz was following Vegeta and reselling the planet for Frisia. So starting from this point, he could ensure Raditz's absolute trust in him. Very good Cockroach, although your combat power is rubbish, it is not without merit. If you follow Prince Vegeta, I won't treat you badly. Wang Yan's words just now made Raditz withdraw and eliminate the grudge in his heart. After all, if Cockroach had not recovered his memory, it would be impossible to know about Prince Vegeta. Trash in combat effectiveness. 2 days later, see if labor and management don't hit you. Wang Yan glanced at Raditz, his eyes flashing coldly. That's it, it's my honor to follow Prince Vegeta and Big Brother. Wang Yan still sounded respectful. But in his heart, he began to think about whether it would be better to break Raditz's legs. Or would it be better to just blow his head off? This is my good brother. Raditz put his hand on Wang Yan's shoulder, with a pleased smile on his face. He continued to say to Wang Yan, then follow me now to destroy everyone on this planet, and then go to meet Prince Vegeta. Sure enough, this guy will kill everyone even if he takes him away. Wang Yan frowned. He relaxed in an instant and said, "Brother, it is easy to eliminate the people on this planet, but that's it. At first, it would be a pity." "What? It's a pity, how can I say this?" When Raditz heard Wang Yan's words, he became a little interested. He wanted to hear what's the pity. "It's like this. Although the residents of this planet are not very good at fighting, the food they make is very delicious. I must have been fighting all year round and sleeping in the open, so I haven't had any contact with delicious food for a long time. Why not take this opportunity to taste the delicacies of the earth before wiping out the people on earth?" Wang Yan smiled slyly and said to Raditz. Raditz rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Indeed, as Cockroach said, the three of them have been away at war all year round and have heavy tasks. How can they have time to go there? Enjoy the food. This is a rare opportunity, so just enjoy it and stay for 2 days. Prince Vegeta will not find out. All right. Cockroach, then as you say, we will stay for 2 more days. After 2 days, we will wipe out everyone on this planet and then meet up with Prince Vegeta, Nappa and the others. After some thought, Raditz finally nodded and said. The fish took the bait. 2 days is enough. It seems that I have really traveled through time and come to this Dragon Ball world that is full of crises and where the powerful people from the universe are visiting one after another. But what is gratifying is that he was reborn as the protagonist Sun Wukong, a scion with extremely high fighting talent. Now that time travel has become a reality and it is no longer useful to hit the enemy with a hammer, then let's be more open. Then from now on, not only must we survive in this crisis-ridden world, but we must also live happily and prosper. Otherwise, how can we live up to the aura of this pig's feet? From now on, there will be no such person as Wang Yan. My name is Sun Wukong. P.S. I'm asking for collections of new books, flowers, evaluation votes, rewards, and all kinds of things. Finally, I would like to remind everyone that going to bed late is risky, so stay up late and be careful. Chapter 3. At this time, Piccolo looked at the two people who had a deep brotherhood with a confused expression. What the hell is going on? Sun Wukong, you damn guy, how dare you lie to me? Piccolo's fists clenched loudly, veins popped out on his forehead, and he glared at Sun Wukong angrily. This guy usually looks harmless and innocent, but he didn't expect that he would show such a despicable side in this life and death situation. It's a shame that he calls himself the Big Demon King Piccolo. Nonsense. Compared with others, it pales into insignificance. Raditz had no doubts about Sun Wukong at this time. Moreover, based on Sun Wukong's fighting power, even in 2 days, he wouldn't be able to pull off any tricks. You can also take this opportunity to have some fun. That guy's fighting ability is pretty good, why not let him join Prince Vegeta's team too? Sun Wukong pointed at Piccolo, whose face turned green with anger, and said to Raditz. Piccolo can't die now. After all, if he dies, the Dragon Balls will also disappear. Although you can use the Dragon Balls from planet Namek Resurrection, but it's still a bit difficult for him now. Raditz raised his eyebrows and hesitated slightly. Indeed, although this guy's combat power is not as good as theirs, it is similar to Cockroach, and his unique skill. But it is quite powerful. If you join their team, it would be good to be a cannon fodder. After all, mosquito legs are also meat. If he promises to be a dog for us scions from now on, I can consider saving his life. Raditz glanced coldly at Piccolo, who was staring at him and Cockroach, and said arrogantly. He seemed to think that it was a supreme honor for Piccolo to join their scion team. Generally. Okay, then I'll go talk to him. Sun Wukong smiled and walked towards Piccolo. Go away, if you want me to be with you guys, I would rather die. Piccolo glared at Sun Wukong with dark eyes, gritted his teeth, and scolded him sternly. I'm giving you face, right? It's your honor to have you join the team of our fighting nation, don't you know? Sun Wukong's voice was loud enough for Raditz on the side to hear clearly. Of course, this is also the effect he wanted to achieve. When Raditz heard Sun Wukong's words, he naturally raised his horns. His stupidity, brother, it seems that you have really enlightened yourself. The moment the voice fell, Sun Wukong straightened up, lowered his voice, and said in a voice that only he and Piccolo could hear, "Give me 2 days, and I will definitely solve it myself. Drop him. Believe me." Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Piccolo was startled. This guy, standing here and there, what on earth is he trying to do? Sun Wukong's sudden defection just now made him have a big grudge in his heart, but his expression at the moment clearly didn't look like he was joking with himself. Of course, there was no need for him to joke. If Sun Wukong wanted to kill himself now, or even kill everyone on Earth, it would be easy if he united with Raditz. His brows were knitted together tightly, and after taking a few breaths, he exhaled deeply. "Call. I believe you again. If you dare to deceive me again, I will definitely kill you," Piccolo said with a cold tone and extremely firmness. Humph. When Sun Wukong heard Piccolo agree, he raised his horns and snorted. It should be easy to reach 1005 combat power in 2 days. After taking care of Raditz and Piccolo, Bulma drove his own mini-helicopter carrying Krillin and Kame Sento. With this speed, no wonder they could only see Monkey King for the last time in the original work. Ah! What's the situation? After landing, Krillin and Bulma looked at the harmonious scene with confused expressions on their faces. Didn't they come here to fight? Why is there no fighting atmosphere except for a few bomb marks on the ground? Why does Wukong stand with those 2 guys? Klin's face darkened. As a close friend of Sun Wukong, he could vaguely feel that Sun Wukong had undergone a subtle change at this time. But that feeling was like a fishbone stuck in the throat. He felt it, but he couldn't tell. "Come out. Hey Sun Jun, why are you siding with that guy?" Bulma has a straightforward character. When she saw Sun Wukong and Raditz standing together, she immediately put her hands on her hips and asked with an angry look on her face. It was obvious that Kame Sen and Klin also wanted to know the reason. What happened in this short period of time? Snort. Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows and walked toward Bulma and the others step by step with an evil look on his face. He stopped and said, "He is my eldest brother. Is there anything strange about standing with him?" He can tell Piccolo his plan, because with Piccolo's calm character, he knows that there will be no trouble. But with the IQs of the 3 heroes in front of him, he can't guarantee whether he will make some orders after telling them. It's a jaw-dropping thing. "Bulma, Krillin, now take my eldest brother to taste the delicacies of the earth." Sun Wukong put on a straight face and said to the 2 of them. What? Your eldest brother? Wukong, what are you talking about? Sun Jun, did you take the wrong medicine? Krillin and Bulma were stunned again. They had never seen Sun Wukong so serious in front of them, and they were a little uncomfortable. Could it be that, as the guy named Raditz said, Sun Wukong is some kind of scion who likes to fight? People? P.S. Please upload new books, please collect them, ask for flowers, ask for comments, and ask for all kinds of requests. Collecting on the first day is very important for a new book. If you see it, you can collect it. Thank you. Chapter 4. Hey, you 3, didn't you understand what he said? Do you want me to kill you? At this time, Piccolo stepped forward and appeared in front of Krillin and Bulma. He showed 2 ferocious fangs, his eyes were fierce, and he roared. Piccolo's amazing assists frightened the 2 of them. Who is Piccolo? That's the great demon king Piccolo who always wanted to rule the world. Trying to kill the 3 of them is almost like killing an ant. They are even more afraid of Piccolo than Raditz. The 2 of them turned pale with fright and nodded dully. A glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of Kame Sen behind him under his sunglasses. Wukong seems to have really changed. However, he could see from Sun Wukong's eyes that he was completely different from the scion named Raditz. Cockroach, won't you follow me? Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Raditz narrowed his eyes, frowned, and asked. You are such a big brother. After staying on this planet for so long, some people need to be solved by me personally. Please give me 2 days. Sun Wukong said to Raditz with an evil curve in his mouth. He already had a plan in mind. At this time, Sun Wukong only needs to get rid of Raditz in these 2 days. 2 days later, it will be his death. Although he didn't want to kill anyone, in this world where strength means everything, if you don't have enough strength and like to be soft-hearted, the only thing waiting for you is death. Looking at the evil expression on Sun Wukong's face, Raditz gave up his mind again. This guy Cockroach has changed a lot from when he saw it before. He must have awakened his scion blood. Moreover, he can't figure it out in just 2 days. What a trick! If he dared to do anything behind his back, he would kill him mercilessly even if it was his own brother. All right. But Cockroach, I want to remind you not to use any crooked ideas. You know, we scions never think about boring things like family ties. Raditz smiled evilly at Sun Wukong and threatened him nakedly. That's natural. With my little fighting ability, how can I dare to do anything in front of my elder brother? Sun Wukong still had a look of awe on his face and said submissively. After listening to Sun Wukong's words, Raditz turned around with satisfaction and followed Bulma and Klin away. At this time, only Sun Wukong was left. Piccolo and 4-year-old son Gohan. Sun Wukong, you should know that defeating that monster in 2 days is simply a fantasy. Piccolo said with a gloomy face. Although Sun Wukong's potential is undeniable, there is no way he can surpass Raditz in 2 days. There is no point in Sun Wukong delaying these 2 days. He wants to know that Sun Wukong, what are you planning? Do not worry. Of course I have my plans. After Raditz and others left, Sun Wukong looked very serious. He picked up Sun Wuhan, who was unconscious on the ground, and said to Piccolo. I'm going to the Temple of Heaven now. Do you want to come with me? Damn, I won't go to that guy's place. After Piccolo snorted coldly, he turned around, turned into a white light, and flew directly into the distance. After Piccolo left, Sun Wukong slowly closed his eyes and said silently in his heart, Lord God, I need your help. In fact, he was not sure whether the gods could hear it. But in the Dragon Ball plot, after Sun Wukong was killed, the gods took away his body. So the gods should have been paying attention to their battle with Raditz. Sure enough, Sun Wukong felt like he was in a trance. When he opened his eyes again, he had seen the Temple of Heaven countless times, so the 2 people in front of him were extremely familiar. One is green and glowing, and the other is black as if soaked in ink. Lord God, Mr. Bobo! Sun Wukong said excitedly. The time he traveled through just now was a little too hasty, and the situation at that time didn't give him much time to think. At this moment, when he saw the gods and Mr. Bobo, it was hard to suppress his excitement. No, I thought that one day, I would be able to meet these 2-dimensional characters. Wukong, are you really sure you can deal with that guy in 2 days? The god looked solemnly and looked at Sun Wukong and asked. As the god of the earth, he didn't want to see the earth suffer such a disaster, but with his own strength, he couldn't stop the scion. So at this moment, all hopes are pinned on Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong nodded very firmly, and then said, but I want to borrow the spiritual time room. What? You mean you want to practice there? The god was shocked and asked in disbelief. Although the time flow rate in the spiritual time room is 365 times that of the outside world, 1 year inside is equivalent to 1 day on Earth. It is considered an excellent place for cultivation. But inside the harsh environment is simply not something that ordinary people can bear. Moreover, the 10 times gravity alone makes many practitioners flinch. You must know that a person weighing 100 pounds will instantly become 1,000 pounds in the spiritual time room. Jin. The load on the body is huge, and if you are not careful, your body will be crushed by the terrifying gravity. Looking at the incredible look in the eyes of the gods, Sun Wukong said firmly. There is no other way. P.S. I need everyone's support to upload new books. Please collect them, please give me flowers, please give me evaluation votes, and please give me rewards. Chapter 5. Because the gravity of planet Vegeta is 10 times that of the Earth, the bodies of scions are much stronger than those of ordinary Earthlings, coupled with Sun Wukong's years of training. I dare not say that the body is harder than steel, but it is definitely rock solid. Although 10 times the gravity is terrifying, it should still be within his tolerance. Seeing Sun Wukong's firm gaze, the god said nothing more. Indeed, at this moment, there is no way to deal with Radids. All right. Since you are persistent, I won't advise you. Just rest assured and practice there, and leave this child to me. I will take good care of him these 2 days. The god looked at Sun Wufan in Sun Wukong's arms and said. No, I plan to take him in with me. Although Sun Gohan is a mixed race, Scion blood also flows in his body, and the talents he will show in the future are still higher than those of pure Scions such as Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Since he has been reborn as Sun Wukong, then we can't let such a good talent like Sun Gohan go to waste. In the future, the God of God will be more terrifying than Super Saiyan 3. If he can train like Son Goku, Vegeta, and others, his future will be great. Estimate. But, he is only a 4-year-old child. The god looked at Sun Wukong in shock again. Sun Wukong himself might be able to withstand 10 times the gravity, but letting a 4-year-old child enter is simply crazy. Don't worry, Gohan is also a scion. With his physique, there will be no problem. Sun Wukong said to the gods. Even the 4-year-old Sun Wuhan's fighting power when angry has far exceeded that of him and Piccolo. As long as he does not accept high-intensity training, 10 times the gravity should be enough for him. There's no problem. Besides, you can't protect the earth by yourself in the future. Seeing Sun Wukong's persistence, the god didn't say anything more. After all, the sun was his own. I went to Kalin Tower and asked for some fairy beans from Kalin Sage. He knew very well that every time a scion was seriously injured or on the verge of death, his strength would be greatly improved after recovery. This thing should be of great use in the spiritual time room. After bidding farewell to the gods and Mr. Bobo, Sun Wukong walked into the spiritual time room with his right foot in his arms. The force directly caused Sun Wukong's body to sink. Sun Wuhan in his arms frowned subconsciously. 10 times the gravity is indeed a bit uncomfortable. Sun Wukong frowned, and a few drops of sweat oozed from his forehead. His whole body was as heavy as lead. He walked towards the small house not far away step by step. Sun Wuhan has not woken up yet. Let him take a good rest first. Hold the grass, I have to stay in a place like this for more than a year, I'm afraid I'll go crazy, right? After putting Sun Wukong on the bed, Sun Wukong looked at the white and boundless space and said in a heavy tone. Silence, deathly silence, so oppressive that it makes people crazy. If it were in the past, this kind of place would have been alone for a day. He couldn't stay any longer. No, he couldn't stay even for an hour. But now, there were only 2 ways before him, either to practice hard or to die. At this time, he seemed to understand why a poor loser traveled through time in the previous novels. After that, you will have an iron will. In fact, it is not a will, but a desire to live from the heart. Come on. Start practicing. Taking a deep breath, Sun Wukong cheered himself up, hoping that after starting to practice, the depressed feeling would be relieved. Turtle, send, chi, attack, wave. Haha. Sun Wukong stood with his hands on the right side, and formed a calyx shape with his palms. The blue energy condensed from the palms of his hands. Then, he pushed it forward. Boom, boom. Qigong waves hit on the ground, a violent explosion suddenly occurred, and thick smoke filled the air. Let me go, is it so powerful? Sun Wukong looked at his palms, and then at the place where the explosion occurred in front of him. His face was full of excitement. I had only seen the power of the turtle-style Qigong wave in animations before, and when I actually used it myself, it felt like it's completely different. And this set of movements is very skillful, as if I have done it countless times before. Of course, this may be the muscle memory of this body. When the smoke in front dissipates, there is no trace of it on the ground. There were traces of the explosion. The whole space returned to the silence just now, but Sun Wukong was not as depressed as before. The Qigong wave just now made him very excited. Radits, take advantage of these 2 days to enjoy the delicacies of the earth. There will be no chance in the future. Sun Wukong clenched his fist tightly, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. Vegeta, Frisia, Cell, Majin Buu, God of Destruction Beerus, and that little brat All-King. I will definitely surpass you one by one and stand at the highest point of this universe. A sentence he likes very much. Since God allowed me to survive in a desperate situation, I can't live in vain. At this moment, I completely say goodbye to my previous life. I, Sun Wukong, the only male protagonist of Dragon Ball. P.S. New book uploaded, asking for collections, asking for flowers, asking for evaluation votes, asking for rewards, asking for all kinds of things. Chapter 6. Half a day passed quickly, but in the fitness time room, there is no distinction between day and night, and only a big clock is used as timekeeper. At this moment, even Sun Wukong's body was invaded by a strong sense of sleepiness. After all, practicing under 10 times the pressure was quite exhausting. And at this time, I was already hungry, and there was a voice of resistance in my belly. It's better to take a rest first. Sun Wukong walked towards the small room. Anyway, he has more than a year, which is plenty. Only by combining work and rest can he get twice the result with half the effort through practice. And half a day has passed, and Sun Wukong should be almost awake. Dad. When he walked into the small house, Sun Wukong discovered that Sun Wuhan had woken up and was sitting on the couch, looking at the strange surroundings in confusion. When he saw Sun Wukong, he showed an excited expression. No matter how strange the environment in front of him is, as long as his father is by his side, he will not panic at all. Wake up! Gohan! Sun Wukong walked over and sat in front of the couch, rubbed Sun Wuhan's spiky head, smiled and said. There was a look of doting on his face. Even though the Sun Wukong is no longer the Sun Wukong of the past, the love between father and son, that blood is thicker than water, is hard to let go of. Dad, where are we? Where is that bad guy? Sun Wuhan looked around again, looking at everything unfamiliar, and asked in a sweet voice. That bad guy is still wreaking havoc all over the earth. Are you willing to practice with Dad and defeat that guy? Sun Wukong took his hand away from Sun Wuhan's head, looked straight, and said to Sun Wuhan. Since he is now Sun Wukong, he will never let Sun Wuhan disappear and be reduced to the future. No Bafin. That terrifying cultivation talent was wasted. After all, it is important to become a great scholar, but if the earth is destroyed and people die, then everything will be lost. Sun Wuhan's eyes were firm, he held his fleshy fists, and nodded heavily. But for a moment, he was like a deflated rubber ball, his face drooped, and he said, But that bad guy is too powerful, I won't fight him at all. But... Gohan, have you forgotten that you injured him before you fainted? Believe me, Dad, you have great potential. As long as you practice hard during this period, you will definitely be able to defeat him. Sun Wukong put his hand on Sun Wuhan's shoulder, and his tone was still very gentle. Seeing Sun Wukong slowly raising his head and looking at himself in confusion, Sun Wukong continued. Tell me, do you want to defeat that bad guy, protect Mom, protect me, and protect all people on earth? Hearing Sun Wukong's words, the doubts in Sun Wufan's eyes slowly disappeared, a look of determination appeared, and he said seriously, well, I want to protect my father and mother, and I will definitely defeat that bad guy. Good. You're so good, let's eat something first. After eating, start practicing hard. After not eating for half a day, both Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan made a gurgling sound of resistance in their stomachs. After all, scions eat an amazing amount, and because of their training, they consume it very quickly. Sun Wufan nodded happily. As long as his father is by his side, he feels that no matter what he does, he will be so happy. The food and water in the spiritual time house are enough to last even Sun Wukong and his son for 2 years. Although it is a bit hard to swallow. But in this case, it would be good to eat some. On Earth, Raditz is currently enjoying a life of luxury and luxury. That guy from Kakarot really didn't lie to me. The food on Earth is indeed not comparable to that of other planets. Raditz stuffed his mouth with large mouthfuls of seafood sushi and assorted tempura, and thought to himself. If it weren't for the mission, he would really be reluctant to kill these gourmets. Hey, little bald man, where is that Kakarot guy now? Although he was enjoying the best food, Raditz always had an uneasy feeling in his heart when he didn't see that Kakarot guy. He asked Clin, who was waiting on the side. Wukong said he wanted to say goodbye to Kikai properly, and said he would be back tomorrow afternoon. Clin said tremblingly. This is what Sun Wukong told him before he left. If Raditz asks him, just tell him this. Wukong. Do you really want to follow this guy and kill us? We are here, we have been together for so long, I don't believe you will have the heart to kill us. You must delay the time and find a way to defeat this guy, right? Clin finished speaking to Raditz and looked ahead, even if it was Sun Wukong. Having turned into a bloodthirsty scion, he didn't believe that Sun Wukong would really have the heart to kill their friends who had grown up together. He felt that Sun Wukong must be trying to save them and defeat Raditz. Kikai, who is that? Hearing Clin's words, Raditz stopped what he was doing and asked. Oh, that is Goku's wife. Clin's thoughts were pulled back by Raditz's voice, and he replied. Tisk. Kakarot, this guy, actually found a human from Earth to be his wife. He really disgraced the Scions, a fighting nation. Raditz snorted coldly. In their minds, the Scions, a powerful fighting nation, can only be matched by strong women in the universe. Unexpectedly, Kakarot actually found an Earthling as his wife. You know the Earth people are generally scumbags with a combat power of only 5. P.S. Please collect it, please give me flowers, and please give me comments. If you like Wukong, you can come and give it a try. Philo's 18th anniversary brand upgrade will give you 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 7. Forget it, let's say goodbye properly. Anyway, in 2 days, everyone on this planet will die. Raditz said with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. Then, after driving away the uneasiness in his heart, he continued to enjoy the food. After all, he won't be able to eat it even if he wants to in 2 days. After hearing Raditz's words, Clin, start praying in your heart. Wukong, come back quickly. Now no one can stop this guy except you. Time passes slowly, and it is already sunset. Gohan, stand up. In the spiritual time room, Sun Wukong was wearing tattered training uniforms, breathing heavily, and scolded Sun Wufan, who was lying 10 meters in front of him. Although he felt that in the past half a year, he had not been able to, Sun Gohan's training is too harsh. After all, Gohan is only a child over 4 years old now, and I can't bear it. But if not, there is no way to bring out the potential in his body. Dad, I really can't stand up anymore. Sun Wuhan, who was lying on the ground, was breathless, unable to raise his head, and his voice was very weak. Gohan, think about the time when your father was almost killed by that bad guy, think about the feeling at that time, that kind of anger. If you lay down like this, everyone on earth will be killed. Chi-Chi, Bulma, Krillin, and the others. Sun Wukong himself clenched his fists tightly and tried again. If Gohan still couldn't awaken the power and stand up, he would give up. No, I don't want Dad to be killed, I don't want him to kill anyone on earth. Sun Wuhan, who was lying on the ground, clenched his fists tightly, and his voice suddenly became extremely firm. His body suddenly stood up at this moment. Brushing, a terrifying white arrogance spread all over Sun Wuhan. Sweeping wildly. The black hair stood up high with arrogance, and there was no trace of timidity in his eyes, and he became extremely fierce. Dad, our practice just begins now. Sun Wuhan's eyes were as bright as fire, his cold voice fell, his body suddenly flashed, his toes touched the ground, and he attacked directly towards Sun Wukong. This kid is so fast. Sun Wukong was shocked. The speed displayed by Sun Wuhan at this moment was actually almost the same as his own. This guy, under the rage, his combat power increased so horribly. Then, he also stepped back with his right foot, lowered his center of gravity, and met him. Sun Wuhan's fists collided with each other, making a low sound. Both Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan squeezed their numb fists. This little guy is actually so powerful. Although he is not exerting all his strength at this time, Gohan is only over 4 years old now. If not restrained, Gohan's strength in the future will be absolutely limitless. After being knocked back, Sun Wuhan didn't pause at all and wanted to attack again. But at that moment, his body suddenly softened, and white arrogance surrounded him. Suddenly disappeared. His body fell limply to the ground. After all, Sun Wuhan was only 4 years old. Even though he had strong power in his body, his current body was too weak to support that power. When the body can bear the limit, he will faint. Sun Wukong hurried over and fed Sun Wuhan a fairy bean. After the battle just now, he was sore all over and just wanted to lie down on the couch and sleep beautifully. Sleep. Time in the spiritual time room is slow and wears down people's patience, but on earth, 2 days almost fly by. Damn ants, how dare they join forces to lie to me and tell me where that guy Kakarot is. In front of the turtle fairy house, Radith's face was full of anger, his forehead was full of violence, and he roared at the people in front of him. The little bald man told himself that Kakarot went to say goodbye to his wife. But when he looked over and didn't see Kakarot, he realized that he had been fooled by such a group of ant-like things. It was absolutely unforgivable for Klin and Bull in front of Raditz. Ma, Kikai, and Gaixianren were all trembling with fear. Especially Klin, that guy clearly told him this, now he is going to trick him to death. How could Wukong provoke such a monster? To be honest, Kikai is still in a state of confusion. Wukong obviously took Gohan to their party, and now the monster is asking for her. How does she know where Sun Wukong is now, and Gohan also disappeared? Thinking of this, Kikai couldn't help but shed tears. You don't even want to say yes. Don't worry, you will speak up. Raditz's cold voice fell, and his face became unusually cold. Then he raised his palm, and an energy ball condensed from his palm. Aimed at Kikai, Klin, and others. I'll give you one last chance, don't challenge my patience. The horns of his horns were raised evilly, and Raditz's tone became even colder. If these people continue to be so ignorant of current affairs, then he will kill them without hesitation. Then he will kill all the people on earth. I don't believe that Kok and that guy in carrot continue to be a coward. P.S. I beg you for collection, for flowers, for review votes, for all kinds of things. Let's discuss it, Do you want Bulma to accept it in the book review area? Feel free to express your opinions and suggestions. Chapter 8. We really don't know. Cold sweat broke out from their foreheads, and Klin and Kikai were trembling all over. They absolutely believed that the guy in front of them would kill them without hesitation. There would be no hesitation at all. Sun Wukong, this guy, can kill us. What a tragedy! Klin and others slandered in their hearts. It's okay, I believe that even if we are killed, as long as Wukong is alive, he will be able to revive us with the Dragon Balls. Bulma is much calmer than Krillin. She firmly believes that Sun Wukong has a reason for not appearing at this moment. As long as Sun Wukong does not die, then he will have a way to resurrect them again. Dragon Ball? Can you resurrect people? Raditz' eyes darkened, and then he returned to normal in an instant. I'm afraid these guys wanted to delay the time and deliberately told him. He has been to so many planets, and there are many planets that are more advanced than Aquamarine, but he didn't listen. A magical thing that can resurrect people, let alone such a remote garbage planet. Since you don't know the whereabouts of Kakarot, then go to hell. Don't worry, I will definitely ask Kakarot and that brat to accompany you soon. Senran's voice fell, and the energy ball in his hand was shot out. At such a close distance, the speed of the energy ball was extremely fast, even Krillin and Kame Sennin could not avoid it, not to mention that there was Kikas Bulma all around. I can only watch the energy ball getting bigger and bigger in my pupils. It's over, I'm dead now. The four of them were trembling, almost giving up completely at this moment. There was no way they could survive from that guy Raditz. However, at this moment, at the critical moment, the eyes of Klin and Kame Sento suddenly flashed. Bright, flashing with excitement, because they felt two very familiar breaths. Wukong, is Wukong's chi. The two of them shouted excitedly almost at the same time. Then their excited eyes instantly stared in the same direction. They saw a beam of light shooting directly towards them. Boom, two terrifying energy balls collided. Together, there was a violent explosion. Suddenly, gunpowder smoke filled the air, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. The four of them were thrown away by the terrifying shock wave of the explosion, and hit the ground heavily. What? Raditz was shocked. Just now, a very strong combat power appeared on his combat power detector. That combat power even surpassed his own. How is it possible that this low-level planet could have more than my own guy? Brother, please tell me now, how do you want to die? A familiar voice, with a joking tone, came out from the smoke. When the smoke slowly dissipated, two very familiar figures appeared in everyone's sight. Wukong. Gohan. Kakarot. Raditz looked at the guy in front of him in shock, his pupils shrinking subconsciously. Kakarot, this guy, has undergone tremendous changes in 2 days. 2 days ago, I was still chubby with baby fat, but now, I still don't have half of that chubby feeling. The clothes on his upper body are in tatters, and his amazing muscle lines give people a shocking sense of strength. In that look, there was perseverance hidden in the playfulness. Moreover, I didn't even notice when he appeared. Also, that kid? Raditz looked down at Sun Wukong and saw Sun Wuhan standing next to Sun Wukong. His furry tail was swinging flexibly behind him. At this time, Sun Wuhan was much taller than 2 days ago. The muscles all over his body are also extremely clear. His eyes are firm, and his eyes are exactly the same as those of Sun Wukong. What's even more terrifying is that the kid's combat power has reached over 1100, which is even higher than Kakarot. It's shocking. Shocked. What on earth is going on? Raditz is puzzled. It's only 2 days, but it seems like several years have passed for the father and son. Gohan. Gohan, is that my Gohan? Kikai was on the side and saw the two people who suddenly appeared. She bit her lower lip and tears filled her eyes. 3 seconds later, she started to cry loudly. I knew my Gohan couldn't leave me. It's only been 2 days and he has turned into a little beggar. Indeed, Sun Wuhan is dressed the same as Sun Wukong at this time, with tattered clothes and messy black hair hanging behind his back. He looks like a little beggar. Wukong. Wukong has changed so much. Bulma looked straight at Sun Wukong and murmured. A strange light flickered in her autumn-like eyes. When her eyes were locked on Sun Wukong's strong chest, her face turned red with embarrassment. Although Wukong deliberately suppressed his aura, I can feel that Wukong now is completely different from 2 days ago. Maybe we can be saved this time. Krillin nodded and echoed without looking at Bulma. As everyone knows, the changes in Bulma's mouth were completely different from what he said. Kakarot, I thought you would continue to be your coward regardless of their life or death. After a brief shock, Raditz raised his horns with a bloodthirsty arc and said mockingly. Even though both of them have changed, Kakarot only has more than 900 combat power now, and that kid with a fighting power of 1001, although it would be a little tricky if the two of them join forces, that's all. Coward? Just because of your words, I decided to beat you to death. Sun Wukong raised his horns and showed an evil smile. P.S. During the new book period, please collect it, please give me flowers, please give me evaluation votes, and ask for all kinds of help from my brothers. Chapter 9. Hey, Kakarot, it seems you have really damaged your brain and killed me? Just you? Raditz sneered. Could it be that this guy Kakarot has lost his mind and actually said such nonsense? He has a fighting strength of 1500, but he only has more than 900. Kill him. It's no different than killing a chicken. How could he dare to say such arrogant words if he hadn't lost his mind? I don't know if my brain is broken, but your brain will definitely be broken after a while. Use that thing on your ear to take a good look at my current fighting power, but I have to remind you to hold your chin up first. Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows, smiled evilly, and said contemptuously to Raditz. Then, his face straightened, he clenched his fists hard, and put his arms on his waist. Ha! He frowned and said in a low voice. The roar came from Sun Wukong's throat. Suddenly, a terrifying white flame swept up from Sun Wukong's feet, and with Sun Wukong as the center, a stream of sand spread out in all directions. Under the dazzling arrogance, Klin and others subconsciously stepped back, covering their faces with their hands. Expressions of shock and ecstasy alternated on their faces. There was a clear and rapid mechanical sound. The sound reached Raditz's ears, and the smile on Raditz's face suddenly solidified and disappeared, and finally turned into a deep panic. 1000. 1500. 2500. Kakarot's fighting power, impossible, absolutely impossible. Looking at the numbers displayed on the combat power detector, Raditz was completely confused and shook his head dully. He stared blankly at Sun Wukong, whose aura was still rising wildly, with shock and fear on his face. The machine must be broken, it must be like this. Raditz kept comforting himself in his heart. Kakarot disappeared from his sight for only 2 days. Even if he is a genius in cultivation, he cannot directly increase his combat power from more than 400 to more than 2500 in just 2 days. Moreover, he is just a scumbag with a birth combat power of only 2. Yes, it must be a machine failure. Self-deceiving rubbish, are you afraid of this? Take a good look. My fighting ability is more than that. The corner of his head hung in a cold arc, and Sun Wukong's solemn tone fell. Ha! Then there was another deep roar. The circle of air waves that swept up under his feet spread crazily to the surroundings again, which was twice as big as before. More than enough. And the next moment, bang! There was an explosion, and the combat power detector on Raditz's ear suddenly exploded. After all, his combat power detector is a relatively low-level one that can display. There is an upper limit to combat power. This feeling of full strength is so endearing. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, looked at his fists, raised his eyebrows, and said excitedly, with a look of intoxication on his face. A surge of strength like a tide surged out of his body. I feel like my light punch at this moment can break a mountain. Is this really Wukong? So strong. Qin's face was filled with disbelief, and he looked at Sun Wukong in horror. He said in an intermittent trembling voice. How did he become so powerful in 2 days? What kind of training did he and Sun Wukong go through in the past 2 days? Even I can't see through Wukong's current strength, but the only thing that's certain is that Raditz will definitely not be Wukong's opponent now. Compared to Qin, the turtle immortal on crutches was much calmer. Feeling Sun Wukong's unfathomable aura, he frowned slightly and said. Yet, I knew Wukong would definitely come back to save us. I was right. She has short, refined blue hair and admiration surged crazily in her sapphire-like eyes. Bulma said excitedly. At this moment, she looked even more excited than Kikai. Hey Bulma, do you like our Goku? Seeing the excitement on Bulma's face and the strange lights in her eyes, she half squinted her eyes, turned her head to look at Bulma and asked questioningly. How is that possible? How could I like Sun Jun? Bulma blushed and quickly turned away, not daring to look at Kikai. Come on, you pretentious guy, in just 2 days, I don't believe that your combat effectiveness will increase so much. Raditz gritted his teeth. Even though the facts were in front of him, he still didn't believe that Kakarot could increase his combat power to more than 2,500 in 2 days. Even Prince Vegeta couldn't. It is possible to have such a terrifying talent, let alone Kakarot, a low-level Scion warrior. But what he doesn't know is that Sun Wukong's combat power is no longer a mere 2,500 combat power. Raditz raised his right hand high and spread his palm. The terrifying energy ball came out of Raditz's palm. Ha ha ha! Kakarot, in the face of real strength, your crooked things will never come to the fore, go to hell for me. Crazy laughter burst out from Raditz's mouth. This was his powerful blow, which could definitely blow Kakarot and those unsightly guys behind him into dust. P.S. Please collect the new book and please give me flowers. Please vote for me, brothers. Pippi Xia kneels down and thanks. Chapter 10. Looking at the terrifying energy ball in Raditz's palm, the expressions of Qin and the others changed dramatically. His body trembled subconsciously. Raditz's attack this time was obviously stronger than the last one. Can Wukong take it on? If they can't take it on, several of them will die here. Sun Wukong's expression did not change at all, his horns were still raised in a high arc, his hands were clasped in front of his chest, and his face was calm and calm. His playful eyes stared at Raditz and the energy ball in his palm. Then he shook his head in disappointment. Too weak, really too weak. An opponent of this level has absolutely no desire to fight, and Sun Wuhan, who was next to Sun Wukong, had a serious look on his face and stared at Raditz with a sharp gaze, but there was no trace of fear in his eyes. What seemed like a monster-level move in front of him 2 days ago is now as insignificant in his eyes as an ant. Go to hell! Raditz roared sharply, and the energy ball in his palm instantly shot out, hitting Sun Wukong and others. Hey hey hey! Chi-Chi and Bulma both looked pale, hugging each other. Qin also had piercing eyes and took a defensive stance. And just when the energy ball was about to come into contact with everyone, Sun Wukong took action like lightning and slapped the terrifying energy ball. The energy ball deformed directly due to the huge force, and then was directly shot away. After taking a breath, huge waves arose on the sea. And the moment Sun Wukong slapped the energy ball away, his body disappeared directly from everyone's sight. What, Kakarot? An indescribable fear instantly spread in his heart, and Raditz was shocked. Kakarot just disappeared out of thin air. Even he didn't see clearly what was happening. How can this be? How could Cockroach's speed be so much faster than his own? Brother, your strength really disappoints me. A gloomy voice with a strong sense of joking sounded from behind Raditz. Sun Wukong's figure appeared behind Raditz at some point. No one could see clearly how Sun Wukong did it. No, maybe Sun Wuhan saw it clearly. Raditz felt that he was instantly enveloped by death, and before he could turn around, Sun Wukong turned a sword with one hand, and the heavy blow hit Raditz's neck and shoulders and flew away uncontrollably. Go out! There was a look of horror and disbelief on his face. Bang! With a muffled sound, Raditz's body hit Sun Wuhan's feet, creating a shallow pit on the ground and stirring up rolling sand. Dust! This! Clin and others looked at the situation that changed instantly before their eyes. Their mouths were open enough to stuff an egg in, and they were speechless for a moment. No! Impossible, Cockroach can't defeat me. Raditz put his hands on the ground, and felt waves of severe pain in his neck. He shook his head dully, and his eyes were dull. He didn't believe that Cockroach could surpass him in just 2 days, but there was a strong pain in his neck. The waves of pain that came caused him to believe that Cockroach's strength was far superior to his own. Get out of here! Looking at Raditz, who had just gotten up in front of him, Sun Wuhan narrowed his eyes and flashed a cold light. He looked completely different from a 4 or 5-year-old child. He was completely different from the timid Sun Wuhan 2 days ago. They were completely different. Click! There was a clear sound of bone cracking, and without hesitation, Sun Wuhan kicked Raditz hard on the chin, and Raditz's body was directly hit by the huge force. He flew out and landed heavily at Sun Wukong's feet again. Is he really my Gohan? Kikai's face was full of doubts and horror. She looked at Sun Wuhan and murmured. That cold gaze was like a bloodthirsty beast. He was not her little boy Gohan at all. Unexpectedly, even Gohan's strength has improved so much. Krillin clenched his fist and looked at Sun Wuhan. Sun Wuhan's casual kick just now showed that his strength has surpassed Raditz. What is going on between father and son? It's just that he is stronger than Raditz. In 2 days, this has changed a lot, right? The Scions, a majestic fighting nation, are so cowardly. Where has your previous majesty gone? Sun Wukong stepped on Raditz's head and said in a condescending tone, sarcastically. 2 days ago, for him, it was probably 2 years ago. If he hadn't been clever, he might have become a dead soul under Raditz's hands. So this guy must not stay. Raditz wanted to resist, but Sun Wukong's feet seemed to be carrying tens of thousands of pounds of force, making it difficult to move. Carrot, you'd better let me go now, otherwise, when Prince Vegeta comes, you will all die without a burial place. Half of Raditz's head was trampled in the sand, and it was extremely difficult to speak. Even so, he did not forget to threaten Sun Wukong at this moment. Vegeta? Do you think he cares about the life and death of a piece of trash like you? If he doesn't come, that's fine. Consider him lucky. If he doesn't know whether to live or die, the earth will be his grave. Sun Wukong raised the corner of his mouth. Vegeta might have been very troublesome to the previous Sun Wukong. But now, Vegeta a year later might not even be considered an ant. P.S. Please collect the new book, please give me flowers, ask for reviews and vote. Enjoy reading books on May 1st. Deposit 100 and get 500 VIP coupons now. Activity period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 11. At this moment, even though Raditz had a lot of things in his heart that he didn't want to admit, he also knew that Cockroach's strength was far superior to his own. If this continues, I am afraid that I will definitely die. And it seems that threatening Cockroach with Vegeta is of no use at all. So now there is only one way, and that is the emotional penetration method. No matter what, he is Cockroach's biological brother, and blood is thicker than water. Although Scions don't pay much attention to this kind of thing, Cockroach is different. Judging from his previous performance, he is now as emotional as this group of low-level creatures on Earth. There is no cruelty or bloodiness of the seance at all. Starting from this point, you may be able to save your own life. Don't be afraid of running out of firewood to keep the Green Hills alive. Once you escape this disaster, you must work with Prince Vegeta to destroy these hateful low-level creatures next time and wring Kakarot's neck with your own hands. Only then can we resolve this hatred. As soon as he thought of this, Raditz lowered his posture and said in a pleading tone, Kakarot, I am you brother, we are connected by blood, please let me go this time. I swear I will never come to Earth again. Raditz's tone was so sincere that he almost burst into tears. And Sun Wukong did release his foot that was holding Raditz and lifted Raditz up. His face was full of smiles. Wukong, don't trust that guy. Klin saw Sun Wukong's actions and quickly reminded him. Even a fool knows that dogs can't change from eating shit. These guys are born with violence and ferocity. Coupled with so many years of aggression and killing, their nature has already been ingrained. How is it possible? Just change it. Sun Jun, don't let him go, he has a first time and a second time. Bulma also quickly spoke to dissuade him. Sun Wukong has been soft-hearted and emotional since he was a child, and often he has only one muscle to do things. Naturally, they are afraid that one of Sun Wukong's muscles will suddenly go wrong and they will let this guy go. Let the tiger return to the mountain, but there will be endless troubles after the meeting. Sun Wukong ignored the reminders of Klin and the others. He put his left hand on Raditz's shoulders and asked Raditz with an innocent smile, brother, do I look like a 3-year-old child? Looking at Sun Wukong's harmless smile, Raditz subconsciously replied no. It doesn't look like it. Only after answering, Raditz felt as if his chest was being pushed by something, which was a bit hot. Looking down, he saw that the energy ball in the palm of Sun Wukong's right hand was touching his chest. Kakarot. You listen to me. Raditz was completely frightened, and his face instantly turned pale. If you are beaten like this, you will have no chance of survival. Since you think I don't look like a 3-year-old child, you still lie to me like a 3-year-old child. Are you stupid? The moment Sun Wukong finished speaking, the palm of his right hand suddenly pushed out. Raditz's body flew upside down like a kite with its string broken, leaving a big hole in his chest. Blood continued to flow out, and the pupils shrank little by little, with various expressions of fear, despair, and regret intertwined. How wonderful it would be if I didn't come to Earth. But it's too late, there is no regret medicine in this world. Bang! Raditz's body hit the ground heavily, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. He was completely lifeless. Phew! Looking at Raditz's body, Klin took a deep breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Just now, I was worried that Wukong would let Raditz go because of his hot-headedness, but fortunately. However, Wukong's cold eyes just now, as well as his decisive and killing momentum, seemed to be very different from before. It seems that what Wukong has changed this time is not just his strength. Gohan, my Gohan! At this time, Kikai ran over, hugged Sun Wukong, and burst into tears. Finally killed this guy, Wukong, you saved us again. Klin walked up to Sun Wukong, touched his bald head, and said awkwardly. Every time he couldn't fight on the front line, it was really embarrassing. And in a dark corner not far away, Piccolo was hiding over there, he also breathed out a sigh of relief. But how could Monkey King's strength increase so horribly in just 2 days? It's really weird. Raditz was finally dealt with easily, but the next opponents were each stronger than the last. Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu, Evil Dragon, Bruce, and even greater unknowns. The road you have to walk will become longer and more difficult. And on this difficult road, you cannot stop for a moment, because once you stop, you may be greeted by death. 3 days passed quickly. After practicing in the spiritual time room for 2 full years, Sun Wukong finally relaxed for a while. I have to say that my current body is indeed very strong. 7 times a night and 1 hour at a time is not a problem at all. But the main problem is that their food is so bad that it's hard to eat. What a lizard! Frog! Dinosaur! Insects! Anyway, only you can't think of it. Without them, you can't do it. There are all kinds of weird things. I have to say that Kikai also suffered when she followed Sun Wukong. So the most important task at the moment is to borrow some money from Bulma to improve his current material life. P.S. Please collect the new book, please give me flowers, and please give me evaluation votes. Chapter 12. As the saying goes, people have to compete with others to death, and goods have to be thrown away. This is really true. Compared with the place where he lives, Bulma's house is as big as heaven. This also gave Sun Wukong a bold idea in his mind. I am committed to this little rich woman with a lot of beauty and money. In fact, since watching the Dragon Ball anime, he has always felt that Sun Wukong and Bulma should be a pair. After all, the two of them have experienced life and death together, taken a bath, slept in bed, found Dragon Balls and fought wolves. Moreover, Bulma has shown her admiration and concern for Sun Wukong on many occasions, but Sun Wukong before did not realize it because his intelligence was not yet developed. But then Kikai suddenly appeared and became Sun Wukong's wife inexplicably. It was unexpected, but it was acceptable. After all, Kikai was also a beautiful woman. Some things cannot be changed, but some things can still be changed. When I watched the Dragon Ball anime in the past, I always felt that it was a pity that Sun Wukong and Bulma did not become a couple. But now that I have been reborn as Sun Wukong, let this regret no longer be a regret. Bulma was still wearing the dark blue tube top today, and the huge evil in the front 2 breasts was about to come out. Watching this made Sun Wukong feel a little excited, which made him sigh. Girls from rich families have good nutrition. Wukong. Wukong, what do you want from me today? Bulma looked at Sun Wukong, who had been staring at her chest. Her pretty face was shy and flushed. She was the first to speak to break the awkward situation. Oh Bulma. Well, there are 2 things I need your help with. After hearing Bulma's words, Sun Wukong moved his eyes upward, stared at Bulma and said, Bulma, can you lend me some money first? Sun Wukong said a little embarrassed. After all, as a man, it is still a little embarrassing to ask a woman to borrow money. What did I think it was? It turns out to be such a small thing. Tell me, how much do you want? Bulma said nonchalantly. It turned out that he thought it would be a big deal to make Sun Wukong look so embarrassed. It would be easy to borrow money. The most important thing she needs now is money. Just 10 million. Don't worry, I can return it to you soon. Sun Wukong also opened his mouth and borrowed 10 million in one breath. What's even more shameless is that he actually added another 1 at the end. However, it is not difficult to want money in this world. As long as you collect all the Dragon Balls, you can face. Shenlong shouted, give me 1 billion, that'll be fine. Tisk. Who cares if you return it? Bulma glared at Sun Wukong angrily, as if she was dissatisfied that Sun Wukong was so out of touch with her. Then she turned around, took out a password box, and placed it in front of Sun Wukong. It was as if it had been prepared in advance. Damn, 10 million. Sun Wukong took the suitcase and felt a little excited. After all, he had never seen so much money in his previous life until his death. The heavy feeling makes people particularly like it. TCH. Say it. What's the second thing? Bulma glanced at Sun Wukong with contempt. He is really a complete country bumpkin. 10 million makes him so happy. The second thing is to help me repair the next spaceship. Perhaps only Bulma and her father, Breves, can repair the spaceship. He can't stay on Earth forever, and his strength will not improve much in this way. It may be nothing to deal with Vegeta. problem. But once you encounter a guy like Frisia, your current strength is simply not enough to fight him. If you want to improve your strength now, you must either go to the Kyo planet, or find the old Kyo god and Namek planet. However, judging from the current situation, the first two can be abandoned for the time being. I am still a living person, and I am afraid that I will not be able to go directly through the snake path, and I have not learned to teleport. There is no way to reach it all at once. As for the old Kaishan, it is even further away and beyond the reach of me now. So the only way now is to go to the Namek planet and find their great elder to help me. Exploit the potential and find the Dragon Balls of Namek before Frisia arrives on Namek. Repairing a spaceship. Bulma's sapphire-like eyes shone with light, and she spoke excitedly. She was most interested in these alien technological products. She asked excitedly again. Where is that thing now? Looking at the excited Bulma, Sun Wuhan raised his eyebrows without leaving a trace, grabbed Bulma's soft and boneless hands, looked at Bulma's panic-stricken face, and said with a smile, "Let's go. I will take you to find it together." Bulma's body trembled slightly, with a look of astonishment on her face. She followed Sun Wukong numbly. At this moment, she seemed to be able to hear her own heartbeat very clearly. Plop! Plop! After a brief moment of astonishment, Bulma reacted and her face turned red with embarrassment. She was so pretty. She seemed to have lost count of the last time she and Sun Wukong were so intimate. 3 years? 5 years? Or maybe it will be longer. And the electric shock-like feeling now is completely different from that then. How is this going? He is Gaku, we are just good friends. Why do I have this wonderful feeling? Bulma looked at Sun Wukong's angular profile in a daze, and the blush on her face increased even more. After being in a daze for a while, the two of them walked into the yard without knowing it. Wukong! Wukong, let's go in my helicopter. Bulma's face was full of shyness, and she wanted to take her hand out of Sun Wukong's palm. She tried 2 or 3 times, but to no avail. Sun Wukong's hand was like an iron claw, tightly holding her hand, unable to break free. How slow that thing is! Sun Wukong's mouth had a slight evil arc, and the next movement made Bulma's whole body tremble, and her body softened instantly. P.S. Please collect the new book, please give me flowers, and please recommend votes. In fact, it is written I was quite confused about this chapter. I know very well that if you don't have both, some people will like it and some will hate it. But this chapter actually makes up for the regret of watching Dragon Ball as a child. I am very sorry. Chapter 13. Bulma, on the other hand, was like a frightened deer, completely forgetting to resist. Okay, hold me tight, let's go. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, a white vortex appeared all over his body. His toes touched the ground, and his body shot out instantly. Bulma subconsciously quickly wrapped her hands around Sun Wukong's neck. Their bodies were tightly pressed together, and she raised her head slightly. At this moment, the two of them were so close, they could hear each other's heartbeats and heavy breathing very clearly. Wukong! Wukong, let's slow down! Bulma trembled and said in shock. She didn't know whether it was because Sun Wukong was flying too fast, or because there were other things in her heart that were causing trouble. Good. Sun Wukong also agreed very simply. The desired effect seemed to have been achieved, and then he slowed down. After all, Bulma's body structure is different from those of cultivators. This height and speed can easily cause her to have shortcomings. The phenomenon of oxygen. The two flew closely together for about 10 minutes. The speed at this time no longer seemed like they were rushing, but more like flying in the sky. How smart was Bulma just now? Sun Wukong's actions really shocked him so much that he didn't have time to think about it. Now that he calmed down, he naturally saw through Sun Wukong's intentions. Wukong! Wukong, our current speed seems not as fast as my helicopter. Bulma looked up and could see Sun Wukong's determined cheeks just a stone's throw away, and said, "Forehead. Aren't you afraid that you won't be comfortable flying in the air?" Sun Wukong lowered his head, his chin almost touching Bulma's forehead, and his tone was quite gentle. Bulma was at a loss again. She had never heard Sun Wukong speak to her so gently. And she still stood on her own side. "Think for yourself." Sun Wukong, who has always been very nervous and emotionally idiotic, seems to be a different person today, which makes her feel like a dream. His handsome appearance, strong strength and gentle tone. Isn't he the candidate for Prince Charming in his mind? No. Bulma, Gaku is already married to Chi-Chi-Yu and they are both good friends, how could you have such an idea? Bulma shook her head vigorously, trying to drive that thought out of her mind. But it seemed that the more she resisted, the stronger the feeling became, unable to get rid of, and deep-rooted. After about 10 minutes, Sun Wukong finally, he landed on the ground with Bulma, and he could only reluctantly take his hands off Bulma's waist. "Hey? This is not..." Bulma looked at the scene in front of her, feeling extremely familiar. "Well, where we first met." Sun Wukong nodded. Sun Wukong and Bulma met here for the first time. At that time, Bulma was still a young girl in bloom. Sun Wukong was just a stupid boy who didn't even know what a woman was. He couldn't even count. Not very good yet. Bulma's mind suddenly drifted back to the past, remembering the time when the two met for the first time. Time passed so fast. Sun Wukong was still a little kid at that time. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong has his own family. The once innocent little kid has grown into a powerful and handsome young man, but he is still alone. What's the matter? What are you regretting? Sun Wukong looked at the dazed Bulma, with a subtle smile on his face, and said, "Judging from Bulma's performance today, she definitely has Sun Wukong in her heart, and that position is not small. It's just that. But due to various factors, that feeling was sealed in the deepest part of my heart. No, I have nothing to regret." Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Bulma shook her head guiltily and denied it. "Let's go. The spaceship is just ahead." Looking at Bulma's guilty expression, Sun Wukong became more sure of his thoughts. However, things like feelings should be done step by step. If you rush too fast, sometimes it will be counterproductive. Play hard to get is the way to go. You can only wait for Bulma. It was all about his own heart, and he faced his feelings. The two of them walked for a while without talking, and the atmosphere was quite awkward. 10 minutes later, they finally came to a deep pit covered with moss. And at the bottom of the deep pit, you can see a vaguely visible ball, which is also covered with grass-green moss, and the original color cannot be distinguished. "So, that's the spaceship you're talking about?" Bulma asked with twitching eyes. The thing in front of her looked like it could only accommodate one person. It was very different from the spaceship she imagined. That's why I need you and Dr. Breves to help transform it." Sun Wukong looked at Bulma's surprised and somewhat disappointed expression, and scratched his head in embarrassment. "It seems that it is not a small project to transform this thing. P.S. I don't want to collect it today. It's been 2 days and 2 days with over 100 collections, it's a little uncomfortable." Chapter 14. Sun Wukong held the tattered spaceship in one hand and held Bulma in the other. He returned to Bulma's house in about 10 minutes. "Bulma, how long will it take to repair this thing?" Sun Wukong looked at Bulma, who was frowning slightly, and asked. But looking at Bulma's expression, it would be quite difficult even for her, a mechanical genius, to repair this spaceship. "If my father and I do it together, it will take half a month." Bulma rubbed her chin, walked around the spaceship twice, and said in a serious tone. "Hee, I'm sorry to bother you, Bulma." Sun Wukong smiled at Bulma and said. "Tisk, you are so polite to me, it's true." Bulma looked away from the spaceship and rolled her eyes at Sun Wukong. This guy has been really weird lately. My mouth has never been so sweet before. You're right, after all we shared a bed when we were kids. Before Sun Wukong could finish his words, he saw Bulma's fire-breathing eyes. This guy, how long ago did he mention it? It was nothing at that time, but when he mentions it now, the taste is completely different. Seeing Bulma's angry gaze, Sun Wukong hurriedly ran out and said as he ran, "Bulma, your waist is quite thin and your hands feel good." Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Bulma stamped his feet angrily. This guy, as expected, has grown from he deliberately took advantage of himself from the beginning. But, he seems to have really changed. Carrying the 10 million in cash borrowed from Bulma, Sun Wukong rushed home. After all, he had some time to get out, and Kikai would be nagging him again if he was late. In fact, speaking of Kikai, when watching the Dragon Ball anime, it is indeed a character that is difficult for people to like. Selfish, aggressive, and without a sense of the overall situation, but now he is slowly understanding Kikai. As a woman, her man often doesn't come home for long periods of time. He practices cultivation all day long and has a very indifferent sense of family. Under such circumstances, she was able to remain consistent, devoted herself to Sun Wukong, and kept their home in order. In fact, she was also a completely good woman. At Sun Wukong's current speed, he returned home in less than 10 minutes. "Dad, are you back?" Seeing Sun Wukong push in the door, Sun Wuhan, who was doing homework on the table, happily ran towards Sun Wukong. In that way, Sun Wuhan was completely different from the one when he kicked Raditz. With the face there was a touch of innocence reserved for children. Sun Wukong touched Sun Wuhan's head and walked in. "Wukong, why were you out for so long? The food is cold." Kikai was busy in the kitchen, muttering and complaining softly. Sure enough, when Sun Wukong walked in, he saw a table of big meals. There are lizards, colorful frogs, dinosaur meat, and all kinds of weird fish with hard-to-pronounce names. There are all kinds of delicacies that are worthy of the name, but some of these delicacies are really not to his taste. Just looking at them makes him a little scared. "What's wrong, Wukong? Why don't you eat?" "Not feeling well." Kikai came out of the kitchen, looked at the ugly-looking Sun Wukong, and asked with concern. Usually Wukong's appetite is very good, but at this time, he is probably already in trouble. "I don't know what happened in the past 2 days. What's the matter? When I see a table full of dishes, I always have no intention of using my chopsticks." "No, no." Sun Wukong shook his head in a very far-fetched way, sat down, randomly found some meat that looked good, and put it into his mouth. While chewing, he said to Kikai, "Kikai, I want to let Gohan start training later." Sure enough, before he finished speaking, he felt a chill coming from his back. He raised his head and saw Kikai glaring at him, and the chopsticks in her hands were broken. It can be seen that she is very interested in Sun Wuhan's practice. How clear the attitude towards things is. "You listen to me first, if I let Gohan practice, it will definitely not affect his academic performance." Sun Wukong quickly opened his mouth to explain. "Wukong, don't even think about this matter. I will not agree with Gohan's practice. If Gohan becomes a cultivator like you who only knows how to practice, he will not be able to marry a wife." Kikai's attitude is very firm. She just wants Sun Wufan to be an ordinary earthling, study hard, and become a scholar to support his family and shine on his family in the future. And she feels that peace has been restored to the earth now, and there is no need for let's practice again. Looking at Kikai's firm attitude, Sun Wukong also understood that telling Kikai about protecting the earth would not work. He had to find a new way. "Kikai, tell me, what's wrong with being a cultivator?" Sun Wukong came up with a plan, put down the chopsticks in his hand, looked at Kikai seriously and asked. "What's wrong?" Looking at Sun Wukong's serious face, Kikai couldn't remember the reasons for complaining before. She couldn't remember any of them. That, by the way, look at other husbands, they are all working hard to make money, we have been married for so long, and you have never made a penny. After thinking for a moment, Kikai came up with this perfect reason. Now, Wukong should give up. However, what disappointed her was that she did not see a discouraged expression on Sun Wukong's face. Even if not at all. Instead, he raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "Who said I didn't make any money? P.S. Please collect, please flowers, please vote for comments. Brothers who have read the book, please collect it. This is a kind of virtue, support for Pippi Shrimp." Chapter 15. Hey! Kikai was suddenly startled and looked at Sun Wukong with a smile on his face and a strategizing look. Has he made money in these years? Impossible. Sun Wukong has never taken a penny from home since they got married. Just under Kikai's surprised gaze, Sun Wukong put the password box in his hand on the table with a slight smile. This? Kikai said in disbelief. Is there money in this box? But she didn't believe it in her heart. It wasn't until Sun Wukong opened the lockbox and the piles of genuine banknotes that Kikai believed. What was in front of her was indeed money. And it's not a small number. She is not greedy for money, but her family's savings have been basically spent in recent years, and the family has no financial resources. After all, they need money for food, rice, oil, and salt, and they have to support 2 scions. The expenses are different from those of ordinary families, and Gohan is about to reach school age and wants to go to some good schools, which is a big expense. Wukong, where did this money come from? You're not going to rob a bank, are you? Kikai looked at Sun Wukong with a dull expression and asked with a little worry in her tone. The money must be at least several million. How could he get so much money at once? Apart from robbing banks, she really couldn't think of any other source. Got it. Holy shit! Rob a bank! After being reminded by Kikai, Sun Wukong had an idea and patted his head. That's right. Momen, you can definitely go to the bank to withdraw money. Why did you go to Bulma to borrow money? Mistake. What a serious mistake. This is what I earned with my hard work. Sun Wukong actually really wants to change his hands to have this mouth. After all, this time he borrowed money from Bulma, his hands really didn't help much. Wukong, you really made money. Kikai looked at the white money. Yes, it was real money. Her eyes were filled with tears of excitement. After several years, Wukong finally knew that he had made money for his family. He was so happy, so happy. With this money, you can buy the best study materials for Gohan and hire the best tutor in the world. Thinking of this, Kikai actually gave Sun Wukong a big hug. It made Sun Wukong feel tingling in his heart. Kikai, I just told you about taking Gohan to practice. Is there anything else to discuss? Looking at the excited Kikai, Sun Wukong took the opportunity to ask. As long as this doesn't affect Gohan's study, I can agree to it, but you also need Gohan to agree. Kikai felt more relaxed this time and spoke more relaxedly. Although she didn't agree, she was not as resistant as before. Sun Wukong also knew that Sun Wufan was actually more inclined to take the scholar's path laid out by Kikai. From the beginning, he was not a person who liked fighting, whether it was before Vegeta arrived on Earth or when he was dealing with Cell, it was just his belief in protecting everyone and protecting the Earth, pushing him to continue to move forward and become stronger. Many people are unable to live according to their own ideas when they are born. Sun Wuhan has the most terrifying talent and the blood of the fighting race scions flows in his body, so he is destined to be impossible. Just like ordinary children. Sun Wukong has already given Sun Wufan ideological education in the spiritual time room. Even if he doesn't like fighting, he will not reject cultivation in order to protect his relatives and the earth. Mom, I want to practice with Dad, I want to become as strong as Dad, and then protect everyone. Sun Wuhan looked at Kikai and said firmly with a milky voice. Why? Kikai looked at Sun Wuhan and sighed, but the father and son were so persistent that she couldn't stop them anymore. Gaku, Gohan, if you fall behind in your studies because of training, I won't let you go. Time flies so fast, half a month almost flies by. Good job, Gohan. On the top of Baizai Mountain, the sun sets in the west and the sky is filled with rays of rays. Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan will practice for 2 hours every day. The two sit on the top of the mountain, breathing heavily. It is obvious that they have just gone through a fierce battle. Sun Wukong rubbed Sun Wuhan's head and praised. Sun Wuhan's potential is indeed great. After just half a month of training, his strength has improved significantly. I think Gohan's current fighting ability can defeat that. Tomo should be easy. His combat power should be close to 10,000. Vegeta and Nappa should have passed the combat power detector and knew that. Raditz was killed on Earth. If they arrive on Earth in 1 year, Vegeta's combat power should be around 18,000 points, while Nappa's combat power is only 7,000 points at most. As long as Gohan trains well in this year, he will definitely catch up. It is not impossible to surpass Vegeta or even surpass him. And now he must start to plan how to quickly improve his combat power. After all, defeating Vegeta is just the beginning. The goal is to transform into a Super Saiyan so that we can have a chance to win against those cosmic level guys like Frieza. Okay Gohan, let's go back. Sun Wukong patted Sun Wufan on the shoulder. It was too late for him to go back later. Kikai was afraid that he would nag her again. Just when the two of them were about to get up and go back, suddenly a giant UFO appeared above them. From the looks of it, the landing place turned out to be near their home. Chapter 16. After the two looked at each other, they tiptoed towards the place where the UFO landed. After seeing the big guy, Sun Wukong relaxed his vigilance. He knew this thing, it could be said that it was quite familiar. It looks like a huge round ball painted in black and white. After Sun Wukong and others landed, a door suddenly opened in the ball, and Bulma walked out. That's right, this big guy is exactly the result of Bulma spending half a month modifying Sun Wukong's spaceship. Yo Bulma, it's really yours, I didn't expect you to complete the transformation so quickly. Sun Wukong looked at the big guy in front of him with some excitement. The little one before was completely incomparable to the one now. Bulma actually completely changed its appearance in half a month. It seems that it took a lot of effort. Mental. How about it? Still satisfied? Bulma is wearing a dark blue tight skirt today, with a white belt hanging diagonally around her waist, which outlines her curvy figure even more attractive, and her pair of slender white legs are particularly attractive. The proud little lion, he raised his lips and patted the fuselage of the spaceship, obviously waiting for Monkey King's affirmation and praise. Satisfied? So satisfied. Sun Wukong nodded very sincerely. But his eyes always stopped at Bulma's full evil wings and slender legs. With Bulma's careful thoughts, he should not only change its appearance, but also the inside of the spaceship. It must have been carefully modified. Thinking about it taking a month to get to planet Namek, if you were stuck in the small space before, you would be in a hurry. Let's go and take you in for a tour. Bulma was obviously extremely confident in her masterpiece. She took Sun Wukong's arm and walked into the spaceship. Sure enough, after Bulma's transformation, the space in the spaceship was very large, including bathrooms, chairs, etc. Go ahead, Bulma, you did this perfectly. Looking at the well-equipped warehouse that looked like home, Sun Wukong smacked his tongue and said. That is. Bulma raised her head, obviously very impressed by Sun Wukong's praise. Then she continued, I will show you another place, I guarantee you will like it. As he said that, he pulled Sun Wukong and pushed open a door again. The space was very large, and in the center was a larger machine with some buttons that Sun Wukong was not familiar with. However, the two numbers from 1 to 100 on the machine came on stage. But Sun Wukong knew the Arabic numerals, which made him guess it right away. This is. Before Sun Wukong could finish speaking, Bulma said proudly, "Gravity room, do you like it?" Who knows Sun Wukong best at this time? It must be Bulma. It is indeed a gravity chamber. Bulma, this little girl, really knows Sun Wukong very well. Knowing that Sun Wukong is a cultivator, he helped him design a gravity chamber in the spaceship to enhance his cultivation. Well, Bulma, thank you so much. You see, I can't repay you with this. Otherwise, I will give you my life. Do you want to consider it? Sun Wukong said to Bulma, 70% joking and 30% serious. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Bulma blushed. When did this guy become so glib and able to please girls? However, Sun Wukong alone has as a married woman, she didn't feel disgusted when she said this. Was it the throbbing feelings in her heart that were causing the problem? Tch, glib. Bulma snorted and turned her head, not daring to look at Sun Wukong's face. She was afraid that this guy would accidentally say something that would leave her speechless and difficult to answer. Hee, I'm serious. You can consider it. Sun Wukong said with a naive smile. Bulma will definitely catch him. Judging from her shy reaction, this matter is a sure thing. It depends on when she passes the level in her heart. Sooner or later, Bulma she will be her own woman, but it will take some time for her to face her true inner feelings. Let's go out first. It's a little hot in here. Bulma blushed and hurriedly walked out of the spaceship as if fleeing. Sun Wukong looked at Bulma's shy and cute behavior, subconsciously raised his eyebrows and murmured, "Is it hot?" In order to entertain Bulma who came from afar, Kiki specially cooked an exquisite meal, but it was obvious that Bulma couldn't stand Kiki's hospitality. After all, it takes a lot of courage to enjoy this delicacy. After returning home, Bulma still couldn't calm down for a long time. Sun Wukong's voice and smile and what he said to her recently are lingering in her mind. Bulma, you need to wake up. Sun Jun is already married to Kikai. You can no longer have this illusion. Bulma shook her head vigorously, warning herself in her heart. As the culprit, Sun Wukong came to the gravity room alone after finishing the evening shift. He began his training without any distractions. In the days to come, the enemy will there are more and more, so your cultivation intensity must also be strengthened, so that you can survive better in this crisis-ridden world. P.S. Please collect it. Chapter 17. Time passed quickly like running water, and half a year passed quietly in the blink of an eye. During these 6 months, Sun Wukong almost stayed in the gravity room except for eating. And the intensity of his training has also been directly changed from 30 times the gravity to the current 100 times the gravity. With his current strength, he can withstand 100 times gravity, but the 100 times gravity here has reached the upper limit, so there is no way to challenge it higher. But what makes Sun Wukong feel depressed is that although he feels that he is very powerful now, there is no sign of becoming a Super Saiyan. It seems that becoming a Super Saiyan is not as simple as in Dragon Ball. It requires an indispensable opportunity. Dad, Uncle Clym, and Aunt Bulma said they were going camping. Asking if you want to come with us. The door of the spaceship was opened, and Sun Wuhan said happily to Sun Wukong in a milky voice. I won't go, take Kikai with you and have a good time. He doesn't have much interest in such group activities, especially since he has some very deep obsessions with breaking through to Super Saiyan these days. So he doesn't want to waste precious time on such boring activities. The distance is far. It would be half a year before Lisa and the others appeared, so he had to race against time to practice and strive to break through the boundaries of Super Saiyan in the second half of the year. After all, if he wanted to defeat Frieza, he had to break through the limit and become a Super Saiyan. Oh fine. Sun Wuhan responded with a slight disappointment, then turned around and walked out. In space, a spaceship was traveling rapidly, and its destination seemed to be the Earth. Either unintentionally or intentionally. In the spaceship, a burly man wearing a spacesuit said to the man standing in front of the spacecraft cabin window, "Mr. Dales, the Earth has life responses." After saying that, he pursed his lips and showed a smile. Bloody smile. "How come?" The man in front of the window spoke in surprise and continued, "Earth should be the place where Cockroach was sent. Logically speaking, it should have been gone long ago. But having said that, it is really a beautiful planet." The man stared at the blue planet in front of him, his voice was low, and his face could not be seen clearly. But the voice was very familiar. "Lord Dales, good news, the soil of the Earth is very suitable for planting spiritual trees," the burly man in the spacesuit said with a bit of excitement in his tone. "Oh? Yeah, that's really good news." Hearing the words of the burly man, Dales raised the corner of his mouth, and it was not difficult to hear the excitement in his tone. Then, the course of the spacecraft was completely locked, and the target was Earth. In the early morning, the lazy sun rises slowly. On Earth, Sun Gohan, Klingbulma, and the others were enjoying a relaxing camping time. Yam Sha also received an invitation from Klin and others. At this time, he was riding in his air car, carrying his young and beautiful girlfriend whom he had dated some time ago, and heading towards Klin and others. Just when everyone was enjoying a comfortable and happy time, unknown dangers quietly came to the Earth. 5 spacemen wearing spacesuits appeared on a high rock at some point. The burly man who was in the spaceship yesterday was surprisingly among them. "That's it." After the burly man murmured something, he stretched out one hand forward. "Ha!" With a deep roar, the ground below Gao Yan was directly shaken by the air to open a huge crack. Then he took out a seed-like thing was thrown into the gap, and behind the 5 people, a man in a spacesuit stood with his back to the 5 people, and said in a sinister tone, "It is perfect to plant a spiritual tree on this Earth. Well, I should be glad that Cockroach didn't destroy him." The man only showed one profile of his face, his corners raised into long arcs, revealing a row of white teeth. That smile looked particularly scary. "As long as we succeed in planting spiritual trees on the Earth, Lord Dares will definitely become the strongest emperor in the universe. By then, Frisia and others will not be able to be our opponents of the Dares Legion," another big man said in a flattering tone, grinning with a bit of yearning. Just after the big man threw the spiritual tree seed into the crack in the ground, the seed took root in the ground instantly, as thick as a hill. The tree roots covered the entire mountain range almost in an instant, and then spread towards the town. The speed of spread was staggering, and at this moment, it was far away in the northern boundary of the northern Kyo planet. Wang frowned tightly as he felt the changes on the Earth. The situation on the Earth was quite dangerous at this time. After a night's rest, Sun Wufan and others got up early and started to prepare breakfast. The animals rushed out of the dense forest as if they were fleeing, as if they had been greatly frightened. "Hey? What's going on with these animals?" Bulma and Shishi looked at the abnormal phenomenon in front of them and spoke in confusion. Krillin frowned, looked at Sun Wuhan and said, "Gohan, you feel it too, right?" Sun Wuhan nodded with a heavy face and said, "Suddenly, several evil auras appeared, and they were not far from us. P.S. Please collect it, please give me flowers, and please give me evaluation votes." Chapter 18. Satoru. "Gohan, these evil spirits must be coming from evil sources. How about we inform Wukong?" Klin was obviously feeling a little scared. He could feel that the sudden bursts of energy were much stronger than his own. And they were extremely evil. "No, we can feel the emergence of these chi. Dad must have felt it too. Uncle Klin, let's go and see what's going on first." Sun Wufan said with a serious look on his face and sharp eyes, looking at the direction in which the animals kept running out. Since they can feel these evil energies, Sun Wukong's strength far exceeds them, so they can naturally feel it. And although these chi are very evil, as far as Sun Wuhan is concerned, they are not too strong. In the past 6 months, he and Sun Wukong have been practicing in the gravity room every day, and his strength has gradually improved. Reached a terrifying point. This, okay. The corners of Krillin's eyes twitched violently, but thinking back, Gohan's strength is now much different than before. Judging from his determined look, he should be able to deal with those evil guys. Gohan, what are you going to do? I don't agree with you going. Kikai heard the conversation between Sun Wuhan and Krillin, and naturally understood that some powerful bad guys appeared. Naturally, I don't want Sun Wufan to take this risk. Mom, I'm sorry, I can't listen to you this time. I can't just sit back and watch when the earth is in trouble. Sun Wufan had a firm look on his face, glanced at Kikai, and then said to Oolong and Hui, who had already joined them to drink Yamsha, Uncle Yamsha, please send my mother and Aunt Bulma back. After saying that, he touched the ground with his toes, and his body was wrapped in a white vortex, and he flew in the direction of those evil breaths. Klin's face was heavy, and he gritted his teeth and followed. At this time, the roots of the spiritual tree were already spreading like giant vines across the entire earth. The vitality of the birds, animals, mountains, rivers, flowers, trees, insects, and fish on the earth is being absorbed crazily by those vines. The seeds of the spiritual tree also broke out of the ground at an extremely fast speed after being watered by huge energy. Growth, blooming, fruiting. In the gravity chamber, Sun Wukong had long felt those evil auras. Who is the one? Sun Wukong frowned. Those auras were not very strong. Of course, this was only for him now. Moreover, there was also a somewhat familiar aura. Scion. Yes, this energy and Radith's energy are very imaginary, they should be scions. But when they appear at this time, it will definitely not be Vegeta and Nappa, and those two people are the only ones who have come to Earth. The two of them. But now there are 6 auras coming towards them, and there are also Piccolo. Forget it, you'll know who it is just by taking a look. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong walked out of the gravity room. The white flames wrapped around his body and disappeared into the sky in an instant. At this time, the spiritual tree standing on the earth was already towering into the sky, with its trunk reaching into the sky. Dales and the other 6 people stood on the trunk of the spiritual tree. In the near future, the spiritual tree will grow fruits. The fruits of the spiritual tree, which have absorbed the earth's strong energy, can make our strength soar again. Does. The cosmic man wearing earrings and necklace, grinned, unable to hide the excitement on his face, and said, "The Dares Legion, the number 1 in the universe, will be invincible. Even Frisia will be a piece of cake by then. Lord Dares is the real emperor of this universe." Rez and Lacace, who are short in stature and look like toads, also had flattering expressions on their faces and agreed. That's right, but all this is the result of the spiritual tree. Almond, the giant braided man who had never spoken, raised the corner of his mouth and said, "No, it was all thanks to that idiot Cockroach." Dales, who was standing in front of the crowd, raised an arc at the corner of his mouth and said in a very calm tone. There was no emotion at all. Then he continued, "It seems that a few ants are coming. You guys go and deal with them." Var. Hearing what Dales said, several people adjusted their combat power detectors, and several weak combat powers did appear nearby. So weak that they were almost not worth mentioning. Kill this ant-like creature and look at the desperate faces and painful expressions were so exciting just thinking about it. Then the 5 people jumped from the tree trunk. Gohan! Gohan, what is that? Klin looked at the huge mountain-like thing in front of him that covered the sky and the sun. His body trembled and he asked in a horrified tone. This? I don't know this either, it seems to be a tree. Sun Wuhan also looked confused. He had never seen this kind of thing before. Naturally, he couldn't answer Klin's question. But those weird vines I saw along the way are definitely related to this thing. Sun Wufan gritted his teeth and said seriously. At this time, Yamacha, Tianjin rice dumplings and others also rushed over one after another. Looking at the person, Sun Wuhan asked Uncle Yamsha, "Aren't you protecting Mom and Aunt Bulma?" "Ah, I asked too long to send Shishi and Bulma back. When the earth is in crisis like this, I think I should do something." Yamacha clenched his fists, nodded to Sun Wuhan and the others, and said firmly. "Dumpling and I happened to be practicing not far away, and we felt the evil aura, so we rushed over." Tianjin Fan explained. "But what exactly is this? What a strange thing." Yamacha, Tianjin Fan and others looked up, and could only see the giant mountain-like tree trunks, and further up, there were pieces of lingering mist. Several people looked at each other, and none of them had anything like a tree. "Seen. That thing is called a spirit tree." Just when everyone was confused, a very familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind. "P.S. Please collect it, please give me flowers, please give me rewards." Chapter 19. Dad. Wukong. Wukong. The moment they heard the familiar voice behind them, several people looked happy, subconsciously shouted out, and quickly turned around. They saw Sun Wukong in orange training clothes appearing behind them at some point. In fact, along the way, Sun Wukong also observed huge changes. The vegetation was withering, the rivers were drying up, and the earth's energy was rapidly disappearing. And the huge vines spread almost to the entire earth, wrapping the earth in it. Looking at the strange giant tree in front of him, he guessed that the thing in front of him must be a spiritual tree. In other words, the scion who appeared on earth this time was the low-class scion warrior named Dales, who looked very similar to him. A guy who relies on plundering other people's planets, planting spiritual trees, and using the fruits of the spiritual trees to improve his own strength all year round. Sun Wukong, who is familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball, also knows the character of Dales quite well. This man's combat prowess is still above Vegeta's. After eating the fruit of the spiritual tree grown on the earth, his combat prowess is almost comparable to that of Frisia in his first form. It can be said that he is a very powerful lower-level scion warrior. "Wukong, how do you know this thing?" After a short period of excitement, Klin, Tianjin Fan and others looked at Sun Wukong in confusion and asked. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. They didn't know each other at all, and they could roughly guess that this thing was not from the earth. Wukong actually saw it at a glance, which really surprised them. "I've seen this before when traveling, but it's not this big." Sun Wukong looked at a few people and said a few words casually. Klin and others had considerable trust in Sun Wukong. Naturally, they would not ask any more questions after hearing his words. "Piccolo, since you are here, why are you hiding?" Sun Wukong turned around and cast his gaze behind a dead tree behind them. From the moment he arrived here, he could feel Piccolo's anger. This guy seemed to have really abandoned evil and turned to good. In other words, he still cares about the earth. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, Piccolo, who was all green, walked out from behind the dead tree not far away. He looked at Sun Wukong with some surprise. It was very low, but he didn't expect it to be discovered by him. He was secretly shocked. This guy Sun Wukong, his strength has improved so horribly in just 6 months. Actually, he was there when Sun Wukong killed Raditz half a year ago, but he was also hiding in the dark. Although Sun Wukong was very strong at that time, he was not strong enough to shock himself. But now, he didn't even feel where Sun Wukong's limit was. This guy was really terrifying. Then, Piccolo, Klin, Tianjin Fan and others frowned. They still had a heartfelt fear for the big demon king Piccolo who wanted to rule the world. It's okay, Piccolo is no longer the big devil who wants to rule the world. Sun Wukong looked at Klin and Tianjin Fan, who looked wary, and said with a smile. "Tisk. I won't give up the idea of ruling the world, I just can't stand those cosmic beings. Piccolo looked sideways, snorted coldly, and said harshly. Facing the tough-talking Piccolo, Sun Wukong didn't bother to argue with him. He said to everyone. Now that everyone is here, let's go meet these cosmic beings. Looking at the towering tree above his head, Sun Wukong could feel the anger of the Dale's people on it. But having said that, what Sun Wukong was most interested in at this time was not a small character like Dale's. It was the person who could the fruit of the spiritual tree that instantly increases one's combat power. After hearing Sun Wukong's words, several people nodded, tiptoed, and flew up. Half a minute later, several people appeared in the swirling clouds. Between. Hey, you guys are here. Suddenly, 5 figures appeared on the tree trunk in front of them, sitting there leisurely, playing with stones boredly, as if they were waiting for the arrival of Sun Wukong and others. So strong. I felt a few people at close range, and the evil aura became even stronger. Tianjin Fan and Klin frowned, and there were a few drops of sweat on their shiny bald heads. They spoke in a low tone. Even Lian Baikei's face is also heavy. It's no wonder that the people here in the Dale's Legion have a combat strength of 4,000 to 5,000, but Piccolo here has been practicing desperately for half a year, and now he only has a combat strength of more than 3,000. Although Klin, Tianjin Fan, and others are not lazy in their cultivation, the many limitations of their bloodline have made their improvement very slow. Now they only have a combat power of 800 or 900. Dad, they are so weak. Sun Wuhan looked at Sun Wukong with cute eyes and said in a sweet voice. As soon as these words came out, Tianjin Fan and others almost fainted. These guys who were like monsters in their eyes were actually killed by Sun Wuhan that's so weak. Moreover, Sun Wuhan is only a 4.5-year-old kid. How can this bitch be able to reason with you? Roar! Kid, the people who talked to us like this before are all dead. Dawes was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth turned into a bloodthirsty arc. He still played with the stone in his hand and said in a contemptuous tone. Is it? I feel like you will all die on Earth today. Looking at the relaxed and arrogant members of the Dale's Legion, Sun Wukong sneered and said jokingly. He wanted to deal with such a few guys in an instant. But the opportunity is rare, and these few let Gohan and Piccolo practice their skills in actual combat. Now it's time for me to meet Dares, who is somewhat similar to me. By the way, I want to receive the fruits of victory. P.S. Please collect it. Hua, brothers. Chapter 20. I'll leave these people to you, I'll go find that scion. Sun Wukong said sideways to Piccolo and Sun Wuhan. Wukong, that. Klin was sweating profusely and spoke tremblingly. Obviously, the enemies in front of him were too strong. If Sun Wukong left, they might be killed. Seeing the worries of Krillin and Tianjin Iyamu on the coffee table, Sun Wukong said with a relaxed expression, don't worry. With Gohan's current strength, it's just an easy matter to deal with such a few guys. Indeed, Sun Wuhan's combat power exceeded 10,000 points half a year ago. He has been practicing with himself in the gravity room every day for the past 6 months, and now he should have at least 30,000 to 40,000 combat power. Even if Dales is here, he may not be Gohan's opponent. Of course, this is under the premise that Dales has not eaten the fruit of the spirit tree. However, although Gohan's fighting ability is very high, he lacks actual combat experience. This time he just took this opportunity to practice. Looking at Sun Wuhan and Sun Wukong with relaxed expressions, Klin and the others finally let go of their hanging hearts. Since Goku said so, Gohan should be fine. After speaking to several people, Sun Wukong jumped directly and continued upward. At this moment, Amon saw Sun Wukong's actions and smiled coldly. This ignorant guy actually wanted to find Mr. Darius. He was like an old man who wanted to hang himself because he thought his life was too long. However, they couldn't let this guy disturb Mr. Dales, otherwise they wouldn't be able to bear the blame from Mr. Dales. Then his body flashed, and he rushed forward suddenly, trying to intercept Sun Wukong. Tisk, a thing that doesn't know whether to live or die. Sun Wukong looked back at Amand and snorted coldly. Then his body suddenly stopped, turned around, and launched his kick almost in one breath. Facing Amand, who was rushing forward, he swept his legs away. Sun Wukong's speed was simply too fast. It was not something that a character like Amand could avoid, and Amand did not expect Sun Wukong to have such speed and strength. In the unparalleled shock, Amand could only let Sun Wukong kick his cheek. Bang! With a groan, Amand's huge body fell back to its original position faster than it rushed up. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and half of his face almost collapsed. No! Impossible! Amand and Des both had expressions of disbelief on their faces, as if they had seen a ghost, with their mouths wide open. Then, that guy's combat power increased to more than 20,000 in an instant. How is this possible? Dawes's face was full of horror and he spoke intermittently. He had obviously seen through the combat power detector that the guy's combat power was only about 3,000. How could it suddenly increase so much? It's weird, it's really weird. That's all, that guy. Since Amand can be seriously injured with one kick, he is definitely not a character they can deal with. In this case, leave it to Lord Dares. They will definitely take care of the remaining minions. Just now, was that really Wukong? Clin rubbed his eyes and couldn't believe it. The giant man opposite was so angry that they were so desperate that he was actually kicked away by Sun Wukong, and he seemed to have suffered a lot of injuries. That guy Wukong is too far ahead of us now. Tianjin Fan and Yamcha also frowned and said slowly. There was admiration and jealousy in their eyes. Once upon a time, they were standing at the same height. But now, they are as different as a world apart. Sun Wukong, what kind of cultivation have you experienced in the past 6 months? Piccolo clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and asked secretly in his heart. Apparently half a year ago, when Raditz first arrived on Earth, their fighting prowess was about the same. But it was only half a year. At this time, I couldn't see through his strength at all. Damn it! I was thrown so far. After Sun Wukong completely disappeared, Dai Zi and others flashed directly towards Sun Wuhan, Piccolo, and others. Past. Bring it on. It seems that they have just been impacted by Sun Wukong's powerful strength. Clin and others also gritted their teeth and rushed forward. Sun Wuhan was the first to attack and faced Dawes, because he could feel that among the 5 people, Amand was injured, and Des became the strongest among them. The 6-on-5, 11-man battle was about to break out. And Dales, who was standing at the top, used the illusory projection in front of him to kill Sun Wukong just now. The situation of defeating Amand can be seen clearly. This guy Kakarot actually has such strong strength. Dales frowned and clenched his fists. He and Kakarot were both low-level warriors among the Scions, and had been sent to planets with this kind of fighting power since they were young. After so many years of constant battles, plundering other people's planets, cultivating spiritual trees, and eating spiritual fruits, I have now reached a combat power of 28,000. I didn't find that Kakarot guy, but he actually had a combat strength of more than 20,000. This comparison is really unpleasant. It feels good to stand on a high place and look down on others, right? Suddenly, a faint voice with a bit of coldness sounded from behind Dares. Dares quickly turned around, looked at the guy who looked almost the same as him, gritted his teeth and said Kakarot. He didn't realize when Kakarot appeared behind him just now. And the combat power detector did not respond at all. Beep beep beep. Dales pressed the combat power detector. 3,000 combat power? What happened? Dales looked at the numbers displayed on the combat power detector with some surprise. Kakarot's combat power had clearly reached more than 20,000 in an instant before. Why has it dropped again now? P.S. Brothers, leave yours. Collection and various tickets. Chapter 21. Are you surprised? What's even more surprising is yet to come. Sun Wukong said slowly with a faint smile on his lips. Then he walked towards Dale step by step. Roar! Kakarot, fellow lower-level Scion warrior, your growth has really shocked me. Dales raised his horns, smiled and said coldly. He knew that there would be no problem with his combat power detector. Kakarot must have used some means to hide most of his combat power. It is really incredible that Kakarot can have more than 20,000 combat power at such an age. After all, he has fought in the north and south for many years and plundered countless planets to plant spiritual trees. He only has 28,000 combat power after eating the fruits of the spiritual tree. Kakarot can cultivate to a combat power of more than 20,000 on this low-level planet. Even for a low-level warrior, his fighting talent is evident. Thinking of this, Dale suddenly had an idea, and a cunning look flashed in his eyes. Gave up the idea he had before coming to Earth. He originally planned to use the Earth to plant the spiritual tree, then destroy it, and then kill Kakarot, but now he suddenly changed his mind after seeing Kakarot's talent. The desire to recruit arose in his heart. Kakarot has a combat power of more than 20,000. Although it is not as good as himself, it is much stronger than the others in the Dal's Legion. If he can be recruited into his own, under his command, there will be an elite fighting force, and the strength of the Dal's Legion will inevitably be greatly improved. Kakarot, I will give you a chance to live now and join the Dal's Legion. As for the benefits, how about being the supreme leader of the Legion besides me? Dale said proudly. In his opinion, it is a great honor to join their Dale's Legion. This temptation is simply irresistible to lower-level warriors like Kakarot. The supreme leader, is indeed quite tempting. Sun Wukong rubbed his chin, seeming to be thinking seriously, but his eyes flashed with amusement. Then he looked at Dares jokingly and said, it doesn't seem interesting to just be the supreme leader of the Legion that is about to disappear. Ah! When he heard the first half of Sun Wukong's words, Dale seemed to see hope, and a flash of joy flashed in his eyes. After all, if Kakarot's 20,000 combat power joins them, they will be able to be more unscrupulous in the universe in the future. Of course, in the end, what attracted him was Sun Wukong's fighting talent. But after Sun Wukong said the second half of his sentence, Dale's face suddenly turned cold. How could he not hear the teasing and playfulness in Sun Wukong's words? Damn you bastard, it seems that if you don't eat the toast, you will be punished with a drink. Dales clenched his fists tightly, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. If Kakarot cannot be brought under his command, then he must be destroyed. He cannot be allowed to become a stumbling block for himself in the future. Hearing what Dale said, the smile on Sun Wukong's face also solidified a little bit, and he said to Dales in a cold tone, sorry, I don't like toasts or penalty drinks. No matter what, this guy Darls must die today. This result was already doomed from the moment he set foot on the earth. Hey, you ungrateful idiot, do you think that with your 20,000 combat power, you have the capital to be so arrogant in front of me? Dales laughed angrily. He didn't expect this damn guy Kakarot to be so stubborn and ignorant. His own combat power has reached 28,000, but he only has just over 20,000. If you want to destroy him, it's almost impossible. A piece of cake. If you have capital, you will know if you try it. Sun Wukong smiled coldly, his tone full of provocation. 20,000 combat power? Are you kidding? He practiced for 2 years under 10 times the gravity in the spiritual time room, and then tried the gravity in the gravity room again and again. How could it be possible just as it a combat power of 20,000? Dales was indeed angered by Sun Wukong's playful eyes and provocative tone. His eyes were cold and his forehead was filled with anger. Thinking about how he had been fighting in the north and south for so long, no one dared to fight against him. So arrogant in front of me. Damn idiot, if you want to die, I will help you. At this time, Dales also knew that it was impossible to recruit Sun Wukong. And even if Sun Wukong regretted it now and knelt down to beg him for forgiveness, it would be absolutely unforgivable. His toes touched the ground, and his body shot out like a bowl. The fist was directed towards Sun Wukong's cheek. Seeing the fist that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, Sun Wukong did not dodge, but when the fist was less than 1 meter away from him, his right palm reached out like lightning. Out! Bang! A deep voice came, and the picture was frozen instantly. No! Impossible! Dales said in horror. Because the scene that happened at this time was completely different from what he imagined. Originally, he thought that his full punch would be enough to knock Kakarot away and seriously injure him. But now, Kakarot's fist was held in his palm, making it difficult for him to move forward even an inch. However, Kakarot's body never moved even a step from beginning to end. How could this happen? Dales really couldn't figure it out. Kakarot obviously only had a combat power of over 20,000 at most, so it was impossible for him to receive his full blow. Damn it, rubbish, use that thing to see my fighting power. Sun Wukong said to Dales in a cold tone, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Then he pulled back his right palm fiercely, and Dale's body was pulled directly over. At that moment, Sun Wukong's right knee pressed against him. Landed heavily on Dale's lower abdomen. Poof! Darl spitted out a mouthful of acidic water. P.S. Brothers, I sincerely ask for a collection, Hwawa, and evaluation votes. Chapter 22. Holding his lower abdomen, his whole body instantly turned into a cooked prawn. An overwhelming pain came from his belly, causing Dales's facial features to almost twist together. He looks quite ugly. My body took a few steps back uncontrollably. Next, open your dog eyes and take a good look at what my fighting power is, but I remind you, be sure to hold your chin. The corner of Sun Wuhan's mouth raised an evil arc, and his tone was extremely arrogant at this moment. Then, he clenched his hands fiercely, put his arms on his waist, and straightened his body sharply. Ha! The low roar was it came out from Sun Wukong's throat. In an instant, a hurricane roared, and the terrifying white vortex swept away like a sharp blade. The jet-black hair stood up high and moved with the wind. How is it possible? Kakarot, unexpectedly. Looking at Sun Wukong at this time, Dales was almost too shocked to say a complete sentence. Originally, he thought that Kakarot only had a fighting strength of 20,000 at most, but now Kakarot's power was completely beyond his imagination. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the combat power detector in front of Dare's eyes rang loudly. Explosion! There was a final explosion and it exploded. After all, the detection value of the detector has an upper limit. Sun Wukong's combat power at this time has long exceeded the range it can detect. Dales looked at Sun Wukong with a dull expression. He was suddenly surrounded by a strong feeling that he might die on this useless planet. No. Absolutely not. Dales screamed crazily in his heart. He still wants to rule this universe and be the emperor of this universe. He must not die in this hellish place. His mind is spinning rapidly, thinking about how to escape from this hellish place. His eyes are on looking around. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared in Dale's sight. Yes, a mature spiritual tree fruit was planted 50 meters away on his right. After eating the fruit of the spirit tree, the strength will definitely increase tenfold. There will definitely be 1,000 ways to torture Kakarot. Dares has an idea, and he must not let Kakarot know about this. If he knew what he was thinking, with Kakarot's current strength, it would be difficult for his next plan to succeed. Thinking of this, Dales suddenly seemed to be going crazy, regardless of the physical pain. And pounced directly on Sun Wukong, and in the middle, he changed the path of attack and moved to the right. Court death. Seeing that Dales actually chose to take the initiative, Sun Wukong snorted and punched out like lightning. Bang! With a dull sound, Sun Wukong's fist hit Dales's cheek without any accident. The force was huge. Half of Dales's cheek collapsed. Poof! The moment a mouthful of red blood spurted out, Dales's whole body flew backwards like a shell. A smile of success appeared at the corner of Dales's mouth, as if he had seen victory waving to him, and saw the scene of Cockroach being severely stepped on and tortured by him. Tisk, it's rubbish that doesn't work well. Sun Wukong looked at the smile that rose from the corner of Dare's mouth, and cursed in disgust. As for Dare's heart, Xiaojuju, how could he not be clear about it? If he wants to kill a guy like Dare's, it takes a minute. He can do it. But now, he is more interested in how much the spirit tree fruit can improve his combat power. He also wants to see what level his current strength is. While flying, he suddenly reached out and picked out a red fruit that looked like an enlarged version of a lychee. Bang! His body fell heavily to the ground, but Dales ignored it and bit into the spirit tree fruit in his hand. As soon as he swallowed it, his body changed instantly. The injuries on Dare's body healed instantly, and the muscles in his body doubled in size. Sun Wukong could clearly feel that the moment Dares ate the spirit tree fruit, the chi has increased by almost 10 times, so at this time, his combat power should have reached 300,000, or higher. The fruit of the spirit tree is really an irresistible good thing. Sun Wukong pursed his lips and looked up at the red fruit above his head. Eating one can increase a person's anger by 10 times. I don't know what the effect will be if he eats a few more. A great increase in strength? Also or explode and die. The greatly strengthened Dares walked towards Sun Wukong step by step, with a sinister and ferocious look on his face. He wanted to peel off Sun Wukong's flesh and drink his blood right away. Cockroach, your power is indeed beyond my understanding of lower-level warriors, and even makes me feel fear. Just now I thought I was dead, but you are too arrogant and self-righteous. And your self-righteousness will send you to hell later. Dales said at the end. His face was so ugly that ink was oozing from his face. He was almost killed by Cockroach just now. Absolutely, unforgivable. Is it? Once you have some strength, you start to be arrogant. I'm afraid it's you who is so self-righteous. Sun Wukong looked at Dales coldly, his tone full of provocation. How about eating the fruit of the spirit tree? So what if his strength increased tenfold? P.S. Please collect it, please give me flowers, please recommend me, brothers. I heard that the Commander-in-Chief Bijou left the ticket collection behind. Chapter 23. You stubborn fool, let me show you my ultimate power now. Dales grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. He looked quite ferocious. He clenched his fists, and with a flash of his body, he rushed out and smashed towards Sun Wukong at an extremely fast speed. Sun Wukong could clearly feel it. At this time, both speed and strength of Dares have improved substantially. However, that's all. Looking at the figure that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, Sun Wukong also looked right. The toes of his feet kicked the ground hard, and the ground cracked instantly. His body burst out like an arrow from the string, and he clenched his fists and met Dares. Bang! The fists collided with each other, and there was a loud muffled sound. The terrifying explosion circle seemed to tear apart the space, and the strong shock wave set off a hurricane. The two fists separated almost at the same time, and Sun Wukong retreated 7 or 8 steps. He stepped back with his right foot, inserted the sole of his foot directly into the hard tree trunk, stopped retreating, shook his numb arms, raised his horns in an evil arc, and murmured with great excitement in his tone. Said, "It's so powerful." But it was obvious that Sun Wukong had a slight advantage in this confrontation. Dales hurriedly took a dozen steps back, and his face was once again covered in incredible shock. How is it possible? He took it after receiving the spirit tree fruit, his strength was obviously more than 10 times stronger. How could he lose to Cockroach head-on? Is it possible that that guy's combat power exceeded 300,000? It's absolutely impossible for a low-level Scion warrior to do that on his own. It is impossible for his efforts to reach this point. But the facts before him told him that Kakarot's fighting power had truly reached a height he could not imagine. After the fist collision, Sun Wukong felt a sense of joy that he had never experienced before. The surging fighting power surged out like a tide. Since arriving here, I have never been as excited as the previous punch. Of course, this excitement may only come from the subconscious of this body. When Tits fought, Radit's strength was too different from his own, and he was simply not strong enough to be his opponent. Every time he sparred with Gohan, he tried to control his strength as much as possible, and he didn't go all out just now. One punch aroused his strong desire to fight. Have fun, come again. Sun Wukong roared, and his body shot out again, his fist pointed directly at Dale's. The wind of the fist whizzed past, and Sun Wukong's body was like a sharp sword at this time, shooting towards Dale's. Damn idiot, he just happened to receive my punch. Do you really think you are my opponent? Dales looked at Sun Wukong, who was shooting at him, gritted his teeth tightly, and chose the way of self-deception to comfort himself. Whether it was a coincidence that Sun Wukong repelled him just now, he knew best in his heart. But at this time, the arrow was on the string. He had to send it out. He also rushed out with his fist and responded with his fist. The distance between the two was already close, and in an instant, they started to understand each other again. Bang! Bang! There were deep muffled sounds, and the sounds of fists hitting the flesh sounded particularly exciting. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Dale's fists, elbows and knees became weapons of attack. Attacking each other's vital parts. Bang! There was another muffled sound, and Dale seized an opportunity and punched Sun Wukong on the right side of his chest. At the moment when Sun Wukong's body was knocked away, he jumped up using the force, and his knee hit Dale's chin heavily. Click! A clear sound of bone cracking came from Dale's chin, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his body also flew backwards. Ta 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 ta! Sun Wukong's feet left several clear footprints on the tree trunk, and finally stopped steadily. And Dale's body fell heavily to the ground, his face looking extremely ugly. There was heaviness on the livid face. After two confrontations, he had clearly felt that even if he ate the fruit of the spirit tree, he was still no match for Sun Wukong. If this continues, I'm afraid I will really have to explain myself here. Bah! Dale spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood and two broken teeth. At this time, he actually no longer wanted to fight Sun Wukong. Because he knows very well that he will definitely be killed if this continues. His mind was spinning rapidly, and he began to think about how he could successfully leave this planet and get rid of this terrifying guy Kakarot. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge after 10 years. As long as you leave the Earth and plant some spiritual trees on other planets, your strength will definitely skyrocket again in a short period of time, and then you can kill Kakarot again. Destroy this garbage planet. It looks like this is really a good thing. Suddenly, a red spirit tree fruit appeared in Sun Wukong's hand. With a joking smile on his lips, he walked towards Dale step by step. Kakarot, when did you? Dale's face changed drastically. When did that Kakarot guy get the spirit tree fruit? He didn't even notice it at all. When he was only 2 meters away from Dale's, a bright smile appeared on his face. Said calmly, I wonder what will happen if I eat this thing. Chapter 24. No Kakarot, only gods can eat this kind of thing, it will be dangerous if you eat it. After hearing Sun Wukong's words, Dale suddenly had sweat pouring down his forehead. His trembling tone was full of fear and he spoke extremely hastily. At this time, Kakarot's combat power has surpassed his own. If this guy is eating, if you get the spiritual fruit, your strength will increase 10 times, or even more. How terrifying it will be, Dales can't even think about it, but the only thing that is certain is that if Kakarot really eats the fruit in his hand, if he doesn't have the spiritual fruit, then he won't be able to survive at all. He doesn't question this at all. Only gods can eat it. God, what a thing! Sun Wukong looked at Dares coldly with evil eyes, and said in a joking tone. God? In this world, he is as worthless as cabbage. His own strength has far exceeded what Dares said. Ignoring Dales's frightened and despairing eyes, Sun Wukong directly picked up the spirit tree fruit in his hand and took a bite. It was a little sour and astringent in his stomach. After that, he felt refreshed. Without any hesitation, a spirit tree fruit was consumed in his stomach. In an instant, Sun Wukong suddenly felt a burst of heat in his body, and a terrifying power. Like a bursting flood, it flowed through his 8 meridians, rustling every inch of his body. The next moment, Sun Wukong's muscles suddenly swelled, becoming stronger than before. The whole person looks full of power. This power is so powerful that I can't even believe it. Clenching his fist, Sun Wukong's face was instantly filled with excitement and joy. He could clearly feel that his power had skyrocketed tenfold. Even more, a steady stream of power was flowing through his body. This feeling of crazy movement makes people feel joyful beyond words, just like decades of hard work. Cockroach. Dales's pupils tightened, then tightened again. The panic in his pupils was infinitely magnified at this moment. He could clearly feel that Cockroach standing in front of him at this moment was like an unfathomable abyss. He couldn't see through it at all. An unparalleled invisible pressure made Dales almost desperate. I must live. Dales bit his lips tightly and drove away the fear and despair in his heart. In the right hand behind him, an energy ball quietly condensed. Go to hell! Suddenly, Dales let out a thunderous roar, and the energy ball condensed in his palm directly hit Sun Wukong. Cut! Sun Wukong has long observed Dares' little movements. After all, when Dares condenses energy balls, his energy will increase dramatically. It's just that he doesn't quite understand this yet. Looking at the crazy-looking Dales, he snorted coldly, did not make any resistance, and allowed the energy ball to hit him. He wanted Dares to clearly realize the gap between the two of them at this moment, and to make him feel real despair. Boom! The energy ball hit Sun Wukong right in the chest and exploded instantly. Sun Wukong's body was instantly wrapped in raging flames and thick smoke. Ha ha ha! Cockroach, although your strength scares me, you are still too young. Seeing that the sneak attack was successful, Dales stood up, and the joy of surviving the disaster made him laugh wildly. Even he himself did not expect that such a cheap sneak attack method of his would be successful. And that this guy Cockroach would be like this idiot. It's really incredible. Has anyone ever told you that you look like a retard when you smile? Just when Dares was laughing wildly, suddenly, a cold joking voice came out from the smoke. Dares' laughter stopped suddenly, like a duck being pinched by the neck. No. Impossible. Shocked, unparalleled shock. Despair from the heart. Dales shook his head numbly, and his body retreated uncontrollably. How is this possible? That guy Cockroach clearly hit him in the front. Even if he survives a strong attack, he will definitely end up seriously injured. But judging by his joking tone, it is obvious that he is not affected at all. Is this guy Cockroach a monster? Haha! Suddenly with a loud shout, the flames and gunpowder smoke surrounding Sun Wukong were directly shaken away, and his body appeared in front of Dales unscathed. There was still a playful smile on his lips. It seemed that he had succeeded in the sneak attack just now. You're kidding yourself. His full blow didn't even break Cockroach's clothes. Now, there is really no hope. Cockroach, don't kill me. We are both scions and have the same blood in our bodies. Dales gave in instantly and began to use emotional infiltration to gain Sun Wukong's sympathy. Just, as long as you don't kill me, I will listen to you in everything from now on, even on mountains of swords and seas of fire. Chapter 25. Is anything really possible? Sun Wukong smiled, looked at Dares who looked like a coward, and asked. What kind of fighting race is the Scions? When they meet a strong man, at a moment of life and death, they are also cowards. They will only kneel down. Raditz begged for mercy in front of his opponent, and so was Dales. Really, as long as Lord Cockroach speaks. Dales nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and even his name changed drastically at this moment. In that look, he really didn't seem to be the most cowardly, only more cowardly. In this case, then commit suicide. Sun Wukong raised his chin and said in a frivolous tone. Dales was bound to die today, and he had no intention of letting him go from the beginning. As the saying goes, it is easy to change a country, but it is hard to change one's nature. If Dares wants to change his mind, Sun Wukong will not do it. He didn't have any hope, and he didn't have the patience. And he also knew that it was impossible for this guy to commit suicide. As expected, Dale's face suddenly darkened, and then he became violent again. Cockroach, do you really want to cause trouble and hurt both sides? After being teased by Sun Wukong for a while, Dales also knew that this guy had been playing with him and had no intention of letting him go. Since he would die no matter what, it would be better to sink the boat and try to defeat him. Even if he died, he would never let this guy Cockroach have an easy time. With his current fighting power, if he explodes, the entire Earth will be destroyed instantly. No matter how strong Cockroach is, it is impossible to survive such a terrifying explosion. This is the worst plan, but at this time there is obviously no other way. Both sides suffer? You take yourself too seriously. Sun Wukong shook his head disdainfully and smiled coldly. He knew that the lose-lose situation mentioned by Dares was nothing more than self-destruction. However, he was a bit too naive to want to self-destruct in front of him. Then his body suddenly flashed, disappeared from the spot in an instant, and appeared in front of Dares. His right hand reached out like lightning and grabbed Dares' neck. With a little force, Dares' face turned red and he had difficulty breathing. In front of me, you are not even qualified to self-destruct, so accept your fate. Sun Wukong slowly increased the strength of his right hand, and Dales's face instantly turned livid. He stared at Sun Wukong with resentful eyes, as if he wanted to cut him into pieces with his eyes. Sun Wukong ignored his resentful eyes. Continued. But, thank you very much for the spiritual fruit you sent all the way. With his neck being pinched, he couldn't speak at all. Dales was so angry that he was so angry. The so-called stealing the chicken but losing the rice, losing the fruit and losing one's life may be the most realistic portrayal of him at the moment. Goodbye. Looking at Dales with an angry face, Sun Wukong first smiled, then his face turned cold in vain, and he exerted force with his right hand. Click, the crisp sound of bone cracking was unusually harsh in the silent air. Dales waved his fist. Slowly hanging down, his pupils turned dark grey, and he could still see the complex expressions of resentment, despair, unwillingness, and regret intertwined together. He threw Dale's body in his hand directly in the air. Then a palm shot out. And the Qigong wave directly swallowed the corpse. In an instant, Dares seemed to have never been on the earth before, and completely disappeared without a trace. Sun Wukong clapped his hands. This was not the first time he had killed someone, and he didn't feel the slightest sense of guilt in killing such a person, even when Dales had a face that was almost the same as his own. Without any hesitation. After taking care of Dales, Sun Wukong jumped down, ready to see Sun Wuhan and the others. The situation below was a bit not good. Klin, Yamsha, Tianjin rice dumplings and others were already lying on the ground. He was obviously seriously injured and dying. Piccolo was still insisting, but there were countless large and small wounds on his body, and purple blood dripped on the ground. Obviously, although his consciousness is still clear at this moment, he has lost his combat ability. Sun Wuhan was surrounded by 5 people, Amand and Des, in the middle. The auras of the 5 Amons were also somewhat disordered. As for Sun Wufan, although his combat power was much higher than these people, he had too little actual combat experience after all. In addition, he was surrounded by 5 people at the moment, and the cooperation of these 5 people was extremely tacit, so naturally he was a little overwhelmed. Dad wins. Sun Wuhan, who was surrounded in the center, suddenly showed joy on his face and murmured excitedly. He had just clearly felt that Sun Wukong's qi had increased a lot. After that, another powerful qi completely disappeared. And just now after Sun Wuhan finished speaking, Sun Wukong's figure appeared ghostly next to Sun Wuhan. What's wrong, Gohan, can't you deal with so many people? Sun Wukong patted Sun Wuhan on the shoulder and said with a smile. However, Sun Wuhan's combat experience is indeed lacking. Although the 5 people in front of him are not very effective in combat, they are also people who have been licking blood on the tip of a knife all year round. Combat experience, old master, it is reasonable for the 5 of them to join forces and Sun Wuhan not be able to win for a while. Dad. Sun Wuhan lowered his head guiltily. If he could deal with these guys, Uncle Klin and the others would not be hurt. It's okay, Gohan. Pinched Sun Wuhan's shoulder, comforted him, and then said, look, this is how these garbage should be dealt with. At the same time as the words fell, Sun Wukong's body burst out. P.S. Please collect it, please give me flowers, and please give me votes. Because I posted about my skirt number in the comment area last time, my account was blocked and I won't be able to comment anymore. In a few days I will definitely reply to every question you have after I recover. I hope you will support Pippi Shrimp more. Chapter 26. Almost instantly, several members of the Dal's Legion had no time to react. All I saw was a dark shadow flashing past. Sun Wukong's figure had already appeared in front of Amand. Under Amand's horrified gaze, he punched out, and Sun Wukong's fist sank directly into his chest. No. Impossible. Armin's pupils suddenly tightened. He just didn't see clearly how that guy appeared next to him or how he punched. A heartbreaking pain spread from his chest to every cell in his body. However, life was passing away bit by bit. Amand never thought that on this kind of garbage planet, someone could kill him in an instant without him even reacting. On his chest, Sun Wukong clenched his fist fiercely, and rays of light shot out from between his fingers. With a shake of his arm, the energy beams were shot out directly from Amand's body. Bang, accompanied by an explosion. Amand's body exploded directly. A white halo surrounded Sun Wukong, blocking all the filth after the explosion. Both Des and the Dal's Legion were shocked. The 4 Kakao people, as well as Klin, Tianjin Fan and others who were still alive, were all shocked beyond measure. Amand, who had been able to easily beat them up and even kill them just now, was actually destroyed by Sun Wukong in an instant. For the fragments. Seeing this, the other 4 members of the Dale's Corps felt instantly enveloped by death. Their bodies were shaking uncontrollably with fear and despair, and they were stunned, but Sun Wukong did not move at all. Pause. After killing Amand with one punch, Sun Wukong's body disappeared from everyone's sight again, appearing behind Dai Zi with a necklace and earrings, and directly kicked Dai Zi's waist. Dai Zi, who was in a state of unconsciousness, was directly intercepted by Sun Wukong's kick. The fear in his eyes instantly turned into regret and despair. In a moment, the remaining 3 people saw Amand and Dai Zi disappear in an instant. After being killed one after another, they finally recovered from the panic, turned around, and fled in the direction of their spaceship. At this time, they knew very well that as long as they stayed for a moment longer, their fate would definitely be the same as us. Mond and Des look exactly alike. You want to leave now, have you left? Sun Wukong raised his horns coldly, and his body rushed out again, appearing on top of Kakao's head at an extremely fast speed. He clasped his hands and hit the robot Kakao's head directly. Kakao's the head was directly smashed into the body with terrifying force. Bang! It finally shot into the ground like a shell, making a huge pit in the ground and causing bursts of smoke. After Song easily killed Kakao again, Sun Wukong turned his attention to the short stature of Rez and Loxai who were running away in a hurry. He raised his palms and aimed at the two of them. The terrifying Qigong wave was condensed. It blasted directly at the two of them. Explosion, explosion, two muffled sounds were heard, and their bodies were directly blasted by the Qigong wave, and the whole process only lasted for 10 seconds. It's just a matter of time. In an instant, the mighty Dale's legion was wiped out. Sun Wuhan and Piccolo looked at Sun Wukong standing in the air like a god of war, and then opened their mouths. The shock on his face turned into ecstasy. Finally, all these invaders were killed, and the earth was finally safe. After killing the 4 people instantly, Sun Wukong jumped up and appeared directly in the spirit tree. At the top, after picking a few spirit tree fruits, the body slowly fell next to Sun Wuhan and Piccolo. "Dad, Dad!" Sun Wufan looked at Sun Wukong with reverence and looked very excited. "Come on Gohan and eat this." Sun Wukong placed a spirit tree fruit in front of Sun Wuhan. With Gohan's strength and body, he can fully withstand the energy of the spirit tree fruit. Aha! Sun Wuhan took the spirit tree fruit from Sun Wukong's hand and gnawed it without hesitation. There was a hint of sourness in the sweetness, but it was quite delicious. After the whole spirit tree fruit entered his stomach, Sun Wuhan he felt his power surge instantly without feeling any discomfort. Then he turned his excited eyes to Sun Wukong again and witnessed with his own eyes the transformation of Sun Wuhan after eating the red fruit. The energy increased tenfold in an instant. He looked at the red fruit in Sun Wukong's hand in disbelief. What on earth was it that contained such terrifying energy? No wonder he felt that Sun Wukong and another scion were suddenly angry. The skyrocketing price turns out to be because of this fruit. "Piccolo, take one too." Sun Wukong threw the spirit tree fruit to Piccolo, and then walked to Klin and Tianjin Fan who were lying motionless on the ground. He helped them up and fed each of them a fairy bean. After eating, after the fairy beans, all the injuries of the 4 people were healed instantly. Sun Wukong gave the remaining 3 spirit tree fruits to Klin Tianjin Fan and Yamucha. Their strength should be able to control the energy of the spirit tree fruits. Dumpling probably couldn't fully digest the energy from the fruit of the spirit tree, so he didn't give it to him. As a result, after their strength increased greatly, even when Vegeta and the others came to Earth, Gohan and Piccolo didn't give it to him. They must be able to handle it. I can take advantage of this half-year to go to other planets to experience it. P.S. Please collect it, please give me flowers, and please give me evaluation votes. Chapter 27. Wukong. Wukong, what is this? The Tianjin fans looked at the red spirit tree fruit in their hands in astonishment, feeling the terrifying energy contained in the fruit, and asked in shock. After eating the fruit of the spirit tree, your strength will skyrocket. Sun Wukong answered concisely and calmly. No wonder Wukong, your energy increased so much in an instant. Was it because of eating this? Klin's horrified eyes moved away from the fruit of the spirit tree and looked at Sun Wukong and asked. Not long ago, when they were fighting the Dale's Legion, they felt Sun Wukong's energy surge countless times in an instant. Now look at come on, he probably also ate this ordinary-looking fruit. Well, so be it. Sun Wukong nodded. Even though the benefits brought by the fruit of the spiritual tree are very good, his strength has improved so quickly, and it is inseparable from his daily hard training. Hearing Sun Wukong's affirmative answer, Klin and Tianjin Fan the 3 of them no longer hesitated and started to eat the fruits of the spirit tree. The 3 red fruits were destroyed by the 3 of them in just a few strokes. Suddenly, the 3 of them felt a sudden huge change in their bodies, a burning and intense feeling. Vast energy was generated in the body instantly. The full energy in the body made their bodies feel expanded in an instant, and there was a tearing pain. After the pain disappeared, the swollen body returned to normal, and what was left was the terrifying energy left in the body. Ha! This power is so strong! Clin looked at his fists with great excitement, feeling the terrifying energy in his body. He felt that his strength had increased several times in an instant. It's truly something amazing. Tianjin Fan was also full of joy and clenched his fists. He firmly believed that if he had eaten this thing before, he would definitely have the strength to fight against the 5 cosmic beings of the Dale's Legion on his own. Sun Wukong felt the changes in the 3 of them. The combat power has increased by about 6 or 7 times, and Tianjin Fan has improved even more. However, their body's endurance is limited, so it is not bad to be able to improve to this point. Wukong, after eating such a fruit, our strength will be greatly improved. If we eat a few more. Yamcha couldn't suppress the excitement on his face either. After eating that humble fruit, their strength exceeded several years of hard work. If they ate a few more, would they be able to defy heaven? The Scions are so powerful that they can be defeated in a matter of minutes. But before Yamcha could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Sun Wukong. If you want to die, you can eat a few more. With your current body and the abundant energy of the spirit tree fruit, if you eat one more fruit, you will not be able to withstand the overbearing energy and your body will explode and die. Sun Wukong stared at Yamcha seriously, his tone was a bit cold, and his voice was full of scolding. To be honest, he didn't like Yamcha very much. In fact, at the beginning of Dragon Ball, Yamcha appeared on the stage. At that time, his strength was quite good, much stronger than Clin's. The Lanja Fengfeng was also very powerful for a while, but he later neglected to practice because of flirting with girls all day long, so that he was defeated now. Lin and others were so powerful. Especially in the later stages of Dragon Ball Z, they were so useless. After being scolded by Monkey King, Yamcha also blushed and scratched his head in embarrassment. There is no such thing as a free lunch. It was an unexpected surprise that my strength improved so much today. I shouldn't be so dissatisfied. Clin and Tianjin Fan also nodded. They still understood that it was just a spiritual tree. The fruit has already caused pain like tearing in their bodies. If they are greedy, they may explode and die, as Sun Wukong said. But Wukong, the earth has been destroyed like this. Clin looked down and looked around the ground. In just half an hour, the earth was already a bare scene. The original green mountains and green waters were now a piece of dead branches. There was no trace at all. Vitality. This is okay, Krillin, Gohan, you two go back now and ask Bulma to borrow the Dragon Ball radar. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuhan and Krillin and said. As long as they get the Dragon Ball radar, with the speed of the 2 of them, they should be able to find the Dragon Balls quickly. Then just let Shenron restore the Earth to its original appearance. Now, although the Earth has been severely damaged, with the power of Shenlong, it should be able to recover. Sun Wuhan and Krillin nodded. The situation was urgent and there was no need to delay. The 2 of them turned into a ball of white light and disappeared. Now that the danger is almost over, Dumpling and I will go back first. Tianjin Fan also said goodbye to Sun Wukong. After Yamcha said hello to Sun Wukong, he had no choice but to leave with his little pet pool. For some reason, he always felt that Wukong had changed and did not treat him that much, and that Guy Piccolo is here too, so it's better to dodge first. P.S. I'm asking for favorites, flowers, recommendation votes, and all kinds of things. Chapter 28. Only Sun Wukong and Piccolo were left there. Are you still thinking about that thing? Piccolo stared at Sun Wukong seriously. He knew that with this guy's character, he would not give up such a good opportunity to improve his strength. Sun Wukong slowly raised his head, looked at the fruit of the spirit tree above his head, and said, "Don't you want to try 2 more? Cut, monster, if you want to taste it yourself." Piccolo glared at Sun Wukong coldly and said. The energy of the spirit tree fruit is terrifying. After eating one just now, he felt that his body had almost reached the limit of endurance. If he eats it again, even if he has the ability to regenerate, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear it. After saying that, he turned around and jumped off the spirit tree, disappearing. After watching Piccolo leave, Sun Wukong tiptoed and his body appeared high on the spirit tree again. He picked 2 spiritual tree fruits. To be honest, he knew that what he was doing was very dangerous, even if he ate 3 powerful spiritual tree fruits in one day. Therefore, if he is not careful, he will be swallowed up by the terrifying energy and explode to death. But as the saying goes, opportunities always coexist with dangers. After eating the 2 spirit tree fruits, it is very possible for him to break through the bottleneck of Super Saiyan. Although it comes with certain risks, he doesn't want to let go of this golden opportunity. After thinking about it, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and took it directly. The 2 energy balls in his hands started to be chewed. In just 10 seconds, the 2 spirit tree fruits were completely eaten by Sun Wuhan. It became hot, and violent energy surged through his body like a wild horse. At the same time, Sun Wukong's body expanded rapidly. Like an inflated rubber ball, it felt like it would explode at any moment. Every inch of skin on the body felt like tearing pain. Damn, that's a bit too much. Sun Wukong frowned and sweated profusely on his forehead. He felt that his body would be torn apart by the terrifying energy at any time. The severe pain made him very uncomfortable. Then, terrifying energy balls condensed directly in the palms of both hands. After a burst of random energy bombardment, Sun Wukong felt that the tearing feeling was slightly relieved. With the increase in speed, Sun Wukong's swollen body shrank little by little. It took half an hour for his body to gradually return to its original shape. Whoosh! Sun Wukong put his hands on his knees. He was breathing heavily. The random bombardment had consumed a lot of energy. At this time, he felt sore all over his body, and it was a relief to even lift his arms. Unfortunately, even though he had endured severe pain for half an hour, he could clearly feel that his strength had improved significantly. Unfortunately, even though his combat power was already quite high, he still had not broken through to Super Saiyan. There is no sign of a bottleneck at all. It seems that the time has not come yet. Sun Wukong smiled helplessly. Fortunately, becoming a Super Saiyan is not something that happens overnight. Although the Saiyan enemy did not use the spirit tree fruit to break through the Super Saiyan, after all, only one Super Saiyan can appear in Forli. Before SA appears, I still have half a year, which is enough. Go home. Sun Wukong looked back at the fruitful spiritual tree, feeling a little reluctant to part with it. After all, these things are very precious. Unfortunately, judging from his current state, he can no longer eat this thing. Then he turned around and headed directly towards Bayezhish and flew back. Sun Wufan and Klin were very fast. In half a day, they gathered the dragon balls and summoned the dragon. They used the power of the dragon to restore the earth to its previous appearance. The earth has completely disappeared, and the only thing left is the spaceship of the Dallas Legion. Half a month passed in a flash, and the incident in Dales was gradually forgotten by everyone. Sun Wukong still practices in the gravity room every day, and often spars with Sun Wufan. After all, although Sun Wuhan is very strong, his actual combat ability is too weak. He will inevitably suffer a disadvantage when encountering opponents of the same level. Klin, Tianjin Fan, and others also learned lessons from the Dales incident and practiced extremely hard. Kikai, I've been thinking about taking a long trip today. As the sun set in the west, during dinner, Sun Wukong was wiping out the food on the table while pretending to be casual and said to Kikai, "Where to go?" Kikai asked very calmly, and did not scold and question as Sun Wukong expected. Forward. Sun Wukong was briefly stunned by Kikai's attitude today, and then adjusted his mentality and continued, "I plan to go to the North Kyowen to practice." Northern Kyo? Kikai was stunned for a moment, obviously not knowing this person, but then she waved her hand and said, "Forget it, if you like it, go ahead." After he finished speaking, he seemed to suddenly realize something, put down the chopsticks in his hands, and suddenly said very seriously, "You can go, but you can't have Gohan's ideas." Forward. Sun Wukong was confused again. Kikai really didn't care about Sun Wukong at all. P.S. Please collect it, please give me flowers, please recommend me, brothers. Chapter 29. Haha, don't worry, I'm going alone this time. Sun Wukong smiled, nodded, and said to Kikai. This time when he goes to the North Kaio planet, he has to pass through the Yama Palace. Although with his current strength, there will be no danger, but Gohan will follow. There would also be something wrong with that. Then be careful when you go out. Kikai looked at Sun Wukong with some concern and said. She knew that she couldn't stop Sun Wukong. After all, after so many years, she was very clear about Sun Wukong's persistence in cultivation. In this case, she might as well let him do what he likes. What's wrong? What? More, there is still a lot of the 10 million that Goku took half a year ago, enough to cover her and Gohan's expenses for a year or two. He nodded seriously to Kikai, feeling very grateful for Kikai's support, and then started to sweep the food on the table with his head down. Early in the morning, Sun Wukong set off and went to the Temple of Heaven first. After all, if I want to go to the Yama Temple now, I must get guidance from the gods. You mean you're going to the Northern Kaio planet? In the Celestial Temple, the Celestial God looked at Sun Wukong in surprise and confirmed. Logically speaking, this boy shouldn't know the existence of Lord Kaio. Why does it feel like he knows it very well? In fact, in Scion Law after Tits appeared on Earth, he had thought about letting Sun Wukong study and practice with Lord Kaio. However, in the past 6 months, Sun Wukong's strength had improved much beyond his imagination, so he did not do it again. Mention this matter. After all, judging from Sun Wukong's training progress in the past 6 months, there is no need to go to Kai planet. Even if the other 2 Scions come to Earth, they should be able to solve it easily with their current strength. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong would take the initiative to bring up this matter at this time, which made him a little surprised. Yes, please help me, God. Sun Wukong nodded and replied seriously. Going to the Kaio planet to practice is secondary. After all, his training in the gravity chamber is similar to that of the North Kaio planet. The main purpose of going this time is to learn the Kaio Fist and the Vitality Bullet. Although the 2 skills of the North Kaio King are weak, the power of these 2 skills is terrifying. You must know that many times in Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong defeated powerful enemies with the Kaio Fist, Vitality Bullet. And in the subsequent Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku perfectly integrated the Kaio Fist and the Demigod Super Saiyan Blue, and his strength once again reached a new level, so it can be seen that it is so powerful. I must take advantage of this time to go to the Northern Kaio planet to learn Kaio Fist and Vitality Bombs. This. The god frowned slightly, then nodded and said, Okay. Let me take you to the Yama Demon Palace first to see if Lord Yama agrees. The god pulled Sun Wukong, and in almost an instant, it was appeared in front of the Palace of Hell. A huge courtyard is located above the lingering clouds and mist of Huangchuan. The buildings are all made of blue bricks and green tiles, and the central building is a double-story building. But what's very cool is that on the gate of the courtyard, it actually says welcome. Sun Wukong was speechless for a while, and he didn't know which master designed it. Who would come to such a ghost place without any trouble? Wukong, when you see Lord Yama later, don't say anything, I will take care of it. After landing in the courtyard, the god reminded him nervously. Sun Wukong looked at the god with disdain. This guy is also a god on the earth after all. When he saw King Yama, he was as cowardly as his grandson. But he still nodded perfunctorily. Then the 2 of them walked in. They saw a desk in the center of the small room. Behind the desk sat a red-faced bearded man in a suit with 2 horns on his head. Sun Wukong, who was familiar with Dragon Balls, recognized him at a glance. Here comes this guy, the devil who controls all the dead people in the universe. God of the earth, why did you bring a stranger to my Yama temple? The king of Yama asked with a displeased look on his face and a low voice. The palace of Yama has clear regulations and no strangers are allowed to enter or leave. Lord Yama, that's it, little god, so he wants to practice with Lord Kaiu. After about 10 minutes, the god told him the cause and effect of the matter very respectfully. Oh? So this is King Yama nodded thoughtfully, looked at Sun Wukong, thought for another 10 seconds, and said to Sun Wukong, then you go. But I want to warn you, the snake path leading to the Kaiu planet is very dangerous. If you accidentally fall in, I will not be responsible. Sun Wukong and the god looked at each other. Neither of them thought that King Yama would be so happy. Well, don't worry. Sun Wukong raised his horns and nodded. With his own strength, he is really not afraid of falling from the snake path. Besides, even if he falls into hell, it is nothing more than doing it again. Moreover, he wants to walk a full length now. The million-kilometer snake path should take no more than 2 days at most. Seeing the confident Sun Wukong, Yama pointed to an exit beside him. Wukong, come on. The god cheered to Sun Wukong and said. Nodding to the gods, Sun Wukong exploded. His body instantly turned into a ball of white light and disappeared into the hall of the King of Hell. Only the 2 little janitors were left messy in the wind, and the confused King of Hell. That kid, is he from Earth? The King of Yama looked at the place where Sun Wukong disappeared with his eyes straight, and murmured. P.S. Please collect it, please give me flowers, and please give me evaluation votes. Chapter 30. The day passed by suddenly, but in Snake Road, although time passed normally, there was no difference between day and night. After a day of flying, Sun Wukong also felt a little tired at this moment. Especially when there is a growling sound of resistance in my stomach. Hey, I forgot to bring some dry food. Sun Wukong slowed down his speed slightly, touched his flat belly, and sighed. I don't know how many days it will take to reach the North Kaiu planet. If it takes longer, I'm afraid he will not reach the North Kaiu planet. I was half-starved to death. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong suddenly missed the table of delicacies made by Kikai. But at this moment, he could only think about it. In order to reach the North Kaiu planet as soon as possible, Sun Wukong could only do it again. Speed up. After another 2 or 3 hours, suddenly, a house similar to the Yama temple appeared in front of Sun Wukong. This is... Sun Wukong just stopped and seemed to remember something. But the moment Sun Wukong stopped, the small 3-story bungalow suddenly turned into a huge snake head. A terrifying suction force suddenly emerged from the huge snake's mouth, directly sucking Sun Wukong in. Of course, this is also the reason why Sun Wukong did not resist. Otherwise, this suction in front of him would be no different from the gentle breeze blowing across his cheek. After Sun Wukong's body was sucked into the snake's mouth, he passed directly through a long hidden grid, and then landed firmly on the ground. A little girl with light green skin and black hair appeared in front of Sun Wukong. Wearing a dark purple mesh cheongsam, her red pupils are pure and charming. Holding a hammer in his right hand and a gong in his left hand, he knocked and shouted, "A guest is coming, come out and greet me." Sun Wukong looked at the building in front of him, and then at the little girl with red pupils in front of him. Confirmed my previous thoughts. Yes, this is the territory of Princess Snake Princess in the Snake Path. If what he expected was true, he was now in the belly of Snake Princess. However, this also means that the problem of eating by myself should be temporarily solved. Sure enough, less than a minute after the red-eyed girl knocked on the gong and shouted, the door in front of her was pushed open. Princess Shiji has arrived. As the little girl banging the gong finished speaking, 3 figures walked out. The woman in the middle was dressed in a graceful mink, with light blue skin, the same red eyes, big orange curls, a curvy figure, and exquisite facial features. The moment he saw Sun Wukong, his eyes instantly lit up. The 2 little girls next to him also had their own characteristics. Alas, what a pity! Sun Wukong secretly shook his head. If it weren't for a snake, with this appearance, he would definitely be a goddess-level existence. Wow, this man is really great, exactly my type. The moment she saw Sun Wukong, Princess Shiji looked like a nymphomaniac, and she was immediately filled with love. Apart from King Yama, this is the first man that Princess Snake Princess likes so much. The 2 little Lolita beside Princess Shiji whispered. Speaking of Yama King, it is also unforgettable. Hearing the conversation between the 2, Princess Shiji's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she said shyly. Snake spirit disease. Sun Wukong was speechless for a while. Can the rough and crazy appearance of King Yama be compared with him? These 3 snakes are sure that they don't need to see an eye doctor. This beautiful Princess Shiji, I'm a little hungry now, can you give me something to eat first? Sun Wukong took a step forward, walked in front of Princess Shiji, and said with a smile. Princess Shiji was startled, and when she heard Sun Wukong calling her the beautiful Princess Shiji, she immediately became happy and quickly agreed, but, yes, of course. No problem. Then he winked at the 2 little Lolita behind him. They both nodded in understanding and left quickly. However, Princess Shiji was thinking that she would save this handsome man no matter what. The man stays here. After a while, in about 10 minutes, the 2 little Lolita prepared a real feast. As for why there are bear paws and big chicken drumsticks on this Huangchuan road, he was also confused when it came to planting food. However, he was so hungry that he had no time to think about it. When he picked up the food on the table, there was a cloud of wind. After seeing Sun Wukong eating the food, Princess Shiji and the other little Lolita smiled in triumph. It wasn't until Sun Wukong wiped out everything on the table and burped that the smiles on their faces gradually solidified and disappeared. Did you use hypnotic drugs? Princess Shiji frowned and asked in a low voice to the 2 little Lolita behind her. Let it go, and put it in a lot. There was no reaction at all. Is this person a monster? The 2 little Lolita also looked confused and at a loss. Well, don't you feel like sleeping or something? Seeing that Sun Wukong was more energetic after eating, Princess Shiji stared at Sun Wukong and asked. Looking at the confused people, Sun Wukong stood up, with an evil curve in his eyes, and said lightly, of course, things like hypnotics have no effect on me. Chapter 31. What? You actually know? Princess Shiji and the little lowly girls behind her looked shocked. How could this man know they put sleeping pills in their food? And it was already known that he had been given sleeping pills and had eaten them all. Is it because my brain is not working well, or do I feel that I am not afraid of the effects of hypnotic drugs? Okay, I have to leave. Thank you all beauties for your warm hospitality. Sun Wukong smiled at the surprised Princess Shiji and others, and was about to leave. If these girls in front of him were real girls, he could consider staying and have a very in-depth discussion with them about the structure of the human body and gender. However, it's really hard to deal with snakes. After all, not everyone's mental endurance is as strong as that of Hero Su Xian. Are you seriously not considering staying? Princess Shiji saw Sun Wukong's firm gaze and suddenly said in a cold voice. She is determined to decide on this man. If she can't get his people, she can also get his meat. Yo-ho! Angry. Sun Wukong turned around and saw that the appearance of Princess Shiji and the 4 little Lolita behind her had changed. They were no longer the playful and cute look before. There was a scarlet light in the slender eyes, and the corners of the eyes were poked out. He has 2 sharp fangs and spits out a snake letter. He looks like a monster. I'll give you another chance, either stay or I eat you. Princess Snake Ji spit out the snake letter, her tone full of anger. After 500 years, she finally caught a man. How could she let him go so easily? Hey, eat me? If it weren't for your hospitality, I would have drank your snake stew. Sun Wukong smacked his tongue, looked at Princess Shiji and the others in amusement, and said jokingly. Sun Wukong's words obviously completely angered Princess Shiji. Hey, don't ever think of leaving here again. After Princess Shiji's cold voice fell, several people turned into a few phantoms, and then quickly disappeared. And the buildings around Sun Wukong also turned into soft pink things after several people disappeared. There is still grass-green mucus on it, which makes people sick just looking at it. How disgusting! Sun Wukong shook his head, with a look of disgust on his face. Originally, he could have punched Princess Shiji directly in the abdomen and walked out directly. But think about it, no matter how much she entertained him, it didn't matter. I've done such a thing. Let's spare her this time. After thinking about it, Sun Wukong was surrounded by a layer of white halo and flew out directly from Princess Shiji's body, with a slight swipe. There was a noise, and Princess Shiji saw a ball of white stuff fly out of her mouth, and disappeared from Shiji's sight in almost a few breaths. See you later. Beautiful Princess Snake. Then, Sun Wukong's joking voice came from. Damn boy, I am so unwilling. Then, the thundering roar resounded throughout the underworld. After a full meal, Sun Wukong felt much better, and most of the day passed. Sun Wukong finally came to the end of the snake path. It's finally here. Sun Wukong looked at the small green planet not far away, smiled and said. Think about it, in Dragon Ball, it took Sun Wukong half a year for the first time to come to the North Kyo planet. But he only used it took 2 days. Then, Sun Wukong jumped and landed directly on the northern Kaiwang planet. Bang! The moment his body fell, his feet left 2 deep footprints on the ground. The gravity of the king planet is 10 times that of the Earth, and his weight increased to more than 1,000 kilograms in an instant. However, although his body has become heavier, 10 times the gravity is simply a piece of cake for him now, and it is not a big deal. Challenging. After landing on the North Kyo planet, Sun Wukong first looked around. A few trees, a car, a house, and a black gorilla squatting in front of the house were all the belongings on this planet. In that simple house, Sun Wukong suddenly shouted loudly, King of the North Realm, come out to receive guests. The King of the North, who was making lunch in the room, was startled when he heard the sound. Then he put down his work and walked out. He looked at Sun Wukong with an unhappy face and asked seriously, Hey, who are you? Who are you? You are water. The King of the Northern Realm didn't wait for Sun Wukong to answer. He suddenly muttered something in his own voice, and then he covered his mouth shamelessly and laughed. It was like hearing a very funny joke, and my face turned red. Excuse me, where's the joke? Sun Wukong looked at the King of the North, who was 1.23 meters tall, wide and fat, wearing a black floor-length vest in front of him in silence, and asked seriously. Is he afraid that he will suffer from schizophrenia when he is alone on this planet? At that time, Sun Wukong really wanted to talk about the old life of a lonely old man. Nanny, don't you understand humor? Hearing Sun Wukong's words, the Northern Realm King suddenly stopped laughing, looked at Sun Wukong with an unhappy face, and asked seriously again, what are you doing here? Is this a misunderstanding of humor? But Sun Wukong still replied seriously, I'm here to learn. Before Sun Wukong could finish speaking, King of the Northern Realm interrupted, go away. I don't welcome people like you who have no sense of humor here. P.S. Please collect it, please give me flowers, and please give me a rating vote. This book has been released for 7 days, but the collection is only 700. It is similar to the first day result of the previous book Dragon Ball, The Strongest Son Gohan, which is quite a shock. I hope readers who like it can move their fingers and collect it to give Pippi Xia some motivation to write. Thank you so much, Pippi Shrimp. Chapter 32. Who told you I have no sense of humor? Sun Wukong smiled understandingly and said to the North Kai Wang. This guy's laughing point is too low. It doesn't take a minute to make him laugh. The North Kai Wang looked at Sun Wukong suspiciously. After all, in his opinion, his laughing point was very high, and wanting to make him laugh was not something he could see. After taking a breath, he said, as long as you can make me laugh, I will promise to let you study. By the way, what did you say you wanted to study just now? I'm dizzy. Sun Wukong was stunned again, and then said, Kaya Fist and Vitality Bullet. No matter what you learn, as long as your jokes can make me laugh, I can learn anything. The King of the North Realm waved his hand and said boldly and uninhibitedly. The antenna above your head is like a fairy. It was cold, very cold, and a cool breeze blew by. Sun Wukong himself felt like a retard after listening to it. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Antenna, angel. The King of the North suddenly froze, murmured, and after taking a breath, he quickly covered his mouth. Sun Wukong could obviously see that this guy was snickering. Is this okay? His smile is so low. Are you in? Looking at the King of the North who was trying not to laugh, Sun Wukong launched a fierce offensive again. The mute spoke. The blind man saw. The deaf heard. After a round of fierce pursuit, Sun Wukong himself didn't know what he was talking about, but the King of the North Realm, after Sun Wukong said a sentence, his body would tremble even more violently. His face was red from suppressing it, but he still endured it strongly and didn't let himself make a sound. Okay, the last round, I'll finish you off completely. Sun Wukong's eyes were as bright as fire as he pointed at the King of the North, preparing to launch his fatal blow. But just after Sun Wukong finished speaking, the King of the Northern Realm burst out laughing, lying on the ground laughing wildly, and fell over with laughter. Ah! What's the situation? It's such a funny thing that people can't figure out. Sun Wukong shook his head, sighing in his heart that it is really not easy for an old man to be alone. After rolling back and forth on the ground for about 10 minutes, the King of the North finally returned to normal. You are a professional joke teller, right? I think your talent is very good, so I decided to hand over the Kyo Fist and the energy bomb to you. After the King of the Northern Realm stood up, he changed his funny image and said seriously to Sun Wukong. But before that, there is a challenge to complete first. What challenges? Sun Wukong asked. First you have to overcome the gravity here and catch Bobris. The King of the North Realm pointed at the big monkey that jumped towards Sun Wukong and the King of the North Realm, and said. Catch it. Sun Wukong looked at the bouncing Babulas, with a bit of frivolity in his tone. Even if he has 100 times gravity now, it can't be said that he doesn't feel anything, but it is still very easy to move freely. This is 10 times the gravity of the Kyo planet. Gravity, indeed, does not pose any challenge to him now. That's right. The King of the North Realm nodded and replied. Can we start? Sun Wukong also wants to end these boring games as soon as possible and start practicing Kyo Fist as soon as possible. Can. The King of the North Realm nodded to Sun Wukong, and then said to Babulas run. Babras. When Babulas heard what the King of the North Kai said, he turned around and ran out. However, the moment Babras turned around, Sun Wukong's body appeared in front of Babras at an extremely fast speed. He grabbed Babras' arm and fell silent. What? The King of the North and Babras were confused. What happened just now? He didn't see clearly when Sun Wukong acted. How did he appear in front of Babras? Is it 10 times the gravity? Doesn't it have any effect on him? But it's no wonder that the strength of North Kai Wang is far inferior to that of Vegeta, who has 18,000 combat power. It is expected that Sun Wukong's speed cannot be seen clearly. Kyo-sama, can you teach me Kyo Fist and Vitality Bomb now? Sun Wukong put Bobris aside, looked at the King of the North Realm, and said jokingly. There's another challenge, and I won't be able to teach you until you complete it. The King of the Northern Kai was startled at first, and then smiled mysteriously. He roared in front of Sun Wukong. Although this guy could easily catch Bobris, with Bregoli's speed, he would never be able to deal with it so easily. After the North Kai King's roar fell, a blue halo hit Sun Wukong at an extremely fast speed. Although it looked like a blue halo to ordinary people, Sun Wukong could clearly see it. It was a small insect similar to a bee. It was another pet of the King of the North, Bregoli. Just when Bregoli rushed towards Sun Wukong at an extremely fast speed, Sun Wukong suddenly smiled and faced the front. With one finger, Bregoli didn't react at all, and was thrown away by Sun Wukong again. All right. I will teach you Kyo Fist and Vitality Bomb now. P.S. Please add it to your favorites, please give me flowers, please give me feedback. All kinds of requests, Big Brother. Chapter 33. Son Goku's potential is indeed very powerful, as you can know after defeating terrifying scions such as Raditz and Dales. Moreover, the Earth is really a planet full of disasters and ill-fated fate, and it needs a truly strong person to protect it. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, happens to have the desire to protect the Earth and also has a righteous heart. Therefore, the North Kyo King can impart his Kyo Fist and Vitality Bombs to others without any scruples. Then thank you, Lord Kyo. Sun Wukong cupped his hands towards the Northern Kai Wang and said with a smile. In fact, he also knew that although the Northern Kai Wang in front of him looked like a joke, he was very principled and was very devoted to the planets of the Northern Galaxy. This can be seen from the fact that the King of North Kai taught Tenjin Rice, Yamsha and others their fighting experience after they were killed by Vegeta. Well, why don't we have a meal first before we talk about cultivation? King of the North Realm just remembered at this moment that Sun Wukong shouted out when he was halfway through cooking. That's fine. After being said by the King of the North Realm, Sun Wukong really felt a little hungry. After all, it has been a day since he left Princess Snake Princess. During this day, not even a drop of rice was eaten. And at this time, on Earth. Although Sun Wuhan did not follow Sun Wukong to practice on the Kyo planet, his own training did not fall behind. Because Sun Wukong told him that in half a year, 2 scions who are far more powerful than Raditz will come to Earth to cause trouble. At that time, he may not be on the Earth, and the responsibility of protecting the Earth from destruction will most likely fall on Sun Wuhan's shoulders. Therefore, Sun Wufan's training cannot stop for a moment. After dinner, the sunset dyed the sky red. Sun Wuhan and Piccolo stood on the top of the back mountain of Baizai Mountain. Sun Wufan, let me see your strength. Piccolo formed his hands into claws and made a fighting posture, staring at Sun Wuhan with burning eyes. After practicing for 2 days, Piccolo felt that his strength had not improved significantly. Then he thought, find someone to spar with you. After all, actual combat is the best way to improve your strength, but Sun Wukong has gone to the North Kyo planet, so there is no way to spar with him. Of course, even if Sun Wukong is on Earth, the 2 of them will not be able to fight together. The gap between people is also too big. Sparring with him is tantamount to asking for abuse and has no training effect at all. As for Sun Wuhan, although his combat power is much higher than his own, his combat experience is not as good as his own, so he is a very suitable person. Object of sparring. Uncle Bick, please advise. Seeing that Piccolo had already prepared a fighting stance, Sun Wuhan also moved his right foot back, his palms turned into claws, one after another, his eyes were sharp, and he said to Piccolo firmly. He really looks exactly like that guy Sun Wukong. Piccolo looked at Sun Wuhan's posture and his sharp eyes, and remembered the scene with Sun Wukong at the world's #1 martial arts club 5 years ago. That look was exactly the same. His horns were cold, and Piccolo's eyes were cold. With his legs bent, his body instantly jumped up, and he rushed directly towards Sun Wuhan. Seeing Piccolo take the lead in launching the offensive, Sun Wuhan didn't hesitate at all. He kicked his right foot on the ground and fired directly with his small body. In the first attack, the two actually chose to go head-to-head. Bang! The two fists collided directly, and a terrifying shock wave shook their bodies away at the same time. Sun Gohan only took a few steps back in mid-air, but Piccolo's body was directly inserted into the hard mountain during this collision. This kid has such terrifying power. Piccolo wiped away a trace of purple blood from his corner and looked at Sun Wuhan with a shocked look. He didn't expect that the gap between the two of them would be so huge. But Sun Wuhan was only 5 years old. A child who cannot be born. This child's future achievements will definitely be limitless. Piccolo commented secretly in his heart. Uncle Bic, are you okay? Sun Wuhan asked worriedly when he saw that he had knocked Piccolo away with one punch. After all, Piccolo was not their enemy now, but a comrade in arms. This attack can't hurt me, come again. Piccolo gritted his teeth, endured the burning pain from his back, and said to Sun Wuhan. Then he shook his aching arm, clenched his fist again, and rushed towards Sun Wuhan. Although Piccolo pretended to be calm, Sun Wuhan could still feel that Piccolo's energy became chaotic under his just punch, so this time, Sun Wuhan deliberately reduced his strength. Come, I won't be afraid that Piccolo will get hurt. Oh, you damn kid, how dare you look down on me? Piccolo twitched his horns, but he was very angry in his heart. Of course he could feel that Sun Wuhan was not fighting with him with all his strength at this time. Fighting with a 4-year-old child, he was let go, it was really make him feel uncomfortable. You kid, if you look down on me, you will suffer. Piccolo shouted coldly at Sun Wuhan, and then his arms lengthened directly, tying up Sun Wuhan like a rope. At the same time, they contracted crazily under the huge force. Ah! The pain caused by the severe squeezing made Sun Wuhan cry out. If you don't resist with all your strength, you will be strangled to death by me. Piccolo's eyes were cold, and there was no emotion in his tone. After he finished speaking, he used his arms again. The strong squeezing feeling once again made Sun Wuhan cry out in pain. However, the next moment, Sun Wuhan his eyes suddenly turned cold, and his entire aura changed instantly. His open palms suddenly grasped. Ha ha! A deep roar came from Sun Wuhan's throat. White rays of light were seen coming directly from the entanglement. Sun Wuhan ejaculated from the arm slit around his body. P.S. Please collect it, please give me flowers, and please vote for it. Chapter 34. Bang! Sun Gohan struggled hard and broke Piccolo's arms, causing them to fall to the ground one by one. Bye, Uncle Bic, are you okay? Seeing that Piccolo's arms were broken by him, Sun Wuhan immediately realized that he had not controlled his strength just now, and asked worriedly. You two, father and son, are really annoying people. Looking at Sun Gohan with a guilty look on his face, Piccolo smiled bitterly. The father and son had completely left him behind. Then his expression changed, and with bursts of painful roars, Piccolo's arms regained their strength. Grew out. Uncle Bic, I didn't mean it. Seeing the painful look on Piccolo's face just now, Sun Wuhan lowered his head guiltily and apologized in a low voice. Piccolo walked up to Sun Wuhan, put his hand on Sun Wuhan's shoulder, and said seriously, Sun Wuhan, if you didn't use your full strength just now, you would have let me down. Well done. Ah! Hearing Piccolo's words, Sun Wuhan raised his head and looked at Piccolo with a blank look on his face. He was completely different from when he was fighting just now. Okay, that's it for today's practice. From now on, I will come to you to practice sparring every day, until the day I surpass you, father and son. Piccolo pursed his lips and said calmly. He firmly believed that one day, he would surpass Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan. On the North Kaio planet, after Sun Wukong and North Kaio had dinner, North Kaio began to teach Sun Wukong Kaio Fist. First, a brief explanation of the advantages and disadvantages of using Kaioken. Kaioken is not a move that directly attacks the opponent, but uses an instant burst of energy to instantly increase one's body's strength, speed, attack power, defense, etc. several times or even dozens of times. Of course, this technique also has a huge negative impact on the body. If you use it beyond the range that your body can tolerate, your body will collapse. Of course, the stronger your physical strength is, the higher the Kaio Fist you can perform, and the power will be even more powerful. Therefore, the limit of Kaio Fist depends on the physical strength of the practitioner. However, under normal circumstances, you cannot use Kaioken too many times, because it will squeeze the potential and cause huge damage to the body over time, and Kaioken also has a fatal flaw, that is, it is very consumption of physical strength and energy. If in a life and death battle, after using Kaio Fist, the enemy is not defeated, then he will be in a very dangerous situation. Therefore, Kaio Fist is only suitable for use as a last resort. According to Kitakai's introduction, Kaioken is actually about infinitely amplifying the potential in one's body in an instant. Gain several times or dozens of times more than normal conditions in a short period of time. Wukong, have you remembered everything I said? After more than half an hour of explanation, the Northern Kaiwang looked at Sun Wukong with a dry mouth and asked. I didn't remember it at all. Sun Wukong shook his head in confusion. Although he knew what the theory was, it was another matter to truly understand Kaio Fist. Well, since you haven't memorized it, just keep practicing. I'm going to bed first. The Northern King looked at the confused Sun Wukong, yawned, and then turned around and left. Hello. I mean I didn't remember it. Sun Wukong looked at the wretched back that was trembling slightly and roared. From the looks of it, that North Kaio guy must be covering his mouth and snickering again. Time passed little by little, and 3 months passed quickly. And Sun Wukong did not feel too boring because he had been practicing Kaio Fist and Energy Bomb for 3 months on the Northern Kaio planet. After all, he has this funny guy like the King of the North Kai who often accompanies him to relieve his boredom. Hey Wukong, now let me check the results of your 3 months of training. King of the North, Bobris and Bregoli are now opposite Sun Wukong, holding up a big red brick in their hands, and continue to say to Sun Wukong, first of all, let me check how well you control your vitality bomb. Vitality bullets? Sun Wukong raised the corner of his mouth. In the past 3 months, he not only learned Kaio Fist, but also mastered the secret of vitality bombs. First of all, it takes a long time to gather the vitality bullets. The energy of life, that is, vitality, the maximum amount of vitality gathered is related to the physical quality. In addition to gathering one's own vitality, one must also absorb the energy aggregate of some kind of creature. Generally speaking, one only needs to gather one part of everyone's energy. A little bit of vitality becomes very powerful. The gathered vitality is in the form of high pressure and very dense. The seemingly inconspicuous ball can make a planet disappear instantly. The vitality bomb can control the burst of power, so it will not damage the Earth when attacking. Will be bounced back by the power of justice. This can be seen when Son Gohan blocked the vitality bullet when he fought against Vegeta in Dragon Ball. And the biggest characteristic of the vitality bullet is that no matter how strong it is, it can be regenerated. All abilities will be completely destroyed by the attack of vitality bullets. Not even a single cell will be left. Even someone as powerful as Majin Buu will be hit by the vitality bullets, and not even a single cell will be left. Therefore, the vitality bomb can be said to be the strongest attack skill in Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong's face suddenly straightened, and he clenched his fists, and at the same time, small white light spots penetrated from his body. Some of the flowers and plants on Planet King, and even the air, were filled with dense white light spots. At this moment, they gathered towards Sun Wukong. After a while, the dense white light spots were all condensed in the palm of Sun Wukong's right hand. A white energy ball that looks like the size of a table tennis ball is formed, exuding dazzling light. "Bring it on, Kaio-sama." After the vitality bomb was completely condensed, Sun Wukong raised his head, looked at the North Kai King, and said to the North Kai King with a faint smile on his lips, "P.S. Please collect the new book, ask for flowers, ask for recommendation votes, and ask for all kinds of brothers." Chapter 35. See if you can catch this, here it comes. The king of the northern realm flicked one hand, and the big brick held high in his palm flew directly towards Sun Wukong. "Accelerate, accelerate again." Kaido fist pushes forward with both palms. Every time he shouts acceleration, the speed of the big brick increases. After the brick flies around the Kaio planet, even Sun Wukong, who is already very fast, can only after being able to see clearly, an after-image flew towards me. "It's now." A deep voice came from his mouth. Sun Wukong seized the opportunity and threw the vitality bullet in his hand towards the high-speed moving brick. Boom! The moment the vitality bomb collided with the big brick, a hurricane suddenly exploded, and a huge crater was blasted into the ground of Kaio planet. The whole planet started to shake. "Does this brat want to destroy my planet?" North Kaio blocked his eyes with his hands, feeling the Kaio planet shaking violently, and said in horror. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, looked at the explosion just now with an excited expression. The power was really terrifying. Just from the Kaio, the energy bomb that collects a tiny bit of energy from the planet can produce such a powerful force. If energy is collected from the entire Earth, or the entire seventh universe, and condensed into an energy bomb, how powerful will it be? It's huge. However, such a huge energy bomb requires a stronger body to condense it. If your body is not strong enough, your body may not be able to carry it even if you haven't collected so much energy. Wukong, your energy bomb control has been quite good. After the hurricane stopped, the North Kaio King walked to Sun Wukong's side. While praising Sun Wukong, the corners of his eyes kept twitching. It was obvious that Sun Wukong had made the Kaio planet look like this, which made the North Kaio King a little unhappy. Then he said to Sun Wukong, "Now that you have completely mastered the vitality bomb, let me see your Kaio fist next." Actually, the North Kaio really wants to see these two stunts he created with his own eyes. After all, although the Kaio fist and the vitality bullet were created by himself, he has not learned them yet, let alone used them. The power of the vitality bullets, he had just seen it with his own eyes. Although he almost destroyed his planet, he was still quite satisfied with the power of the energy bomb, so at this time, he was naturally very much looking forward to Sun Wukong's strength reaching a level again after he used the Kaio fist. What kind of situation? Sun Wufan raised his lips, and then his eyes suddenly turned serious. His legs bent slightly, his center of gravity dropped, his arms were attached to his waist, and a low roar came from his throat. "Come out! Kaio fist, ha ha ha!" Along with the low roar, the veins all over Sun Wukong's body suddenly popped up, and a dark red terrifying energy vortex swept up from Sun Wukong's feet. Sun Wukong's whole body formed a powerful whirlpool, swirling around crazily. So scary!" The king of the North Realm murmured in surprise. He could clearly feel that Sun Wukong's energy surged in an instant. With that terrifying air pressure, even if he stood 5 meters away, he could feel his body being blown by the strong wind. There was a dull pain. However, before the king of the North Realm could recover from the shock, Sun Wukong's low roar reached his ears again. "Kaio fist, 10 times." The moment the deep voice fell, Sun Wuhan's forehead was filled with riot, and a large amount of sweat dropped down his eyebrows. The muscles in his whole body instantly swelled. The terrifying dark red vortex around him instantly like sharp air blades, it swept away in all directions. Not far away, the king of the north, Babolas and Bregoli were directly blown away by the powerful wind. At this moment, Sun Wukong's energy almost reached its peak. A very terrifying existence. The fighting power of the 10 times Kyo fist was so strong that Sun Wukong himself could not believe it. But in just a few breaths, Sun Wukong stopped exploding. Phew! Sun Wukong slowly stopped. He exhaled and returned to normal. After returning to normal, he felt a sense of pain in every part of his body. It seemed that the 10-fold Kyo fist was still a bit difficult for him now. It's not easy to control. After all, my current normal combat effectiveness is already very high. It's really hard for my body to instantly increase my combat effectiveness 10-fold based on the normal state. Hey Sun Wukong, look what good things you have done. While Sun Wukong was still calculating in his mind, he heard the resentful voice of the Northern Kai King. Looking along the sound, he saw the unusually embarrassed Northern Kai King. There was also the one who was collapsed by his terrifying aura just now. Houses and cars were damaged by the whirlpool, and the ground was completely devastated. That, you should believe it when I said I didn't mean it. Haha. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, and then continued to explain, aren't you trying to accept the results of my Kyo fist? It doesn't have much to do with me, right? Looking up, I saw the ink-like face of the king of the North Kai. I asked you to show the results, but did I ask you to demolish my house? The king of the North Kaito looked helpless and just begged this guy to leave his planet as soon as possible. If he continues like this, his tiny little land would be destroyed by him sooner or later. P.S. Please collect it, please give me flowers, and please give me evaluation votes. Chapter 36. Having been practicing on the Northern Kyo planet for more than 3 months, Sun Wukong has become very proficient in practicing Kyo fist and vitality bomb. It doesn't make much sense to continue to stay on Kyo planet. And during this period of time, ever since he showed his Kyo fist to the North Kyo King and destroyed the North Kyo planet, that stingy guy seems to be a little unhappy with him recently. So it's time for him to return to Earth. Kyo-sama, I will be ready to return to Earth in a moment. Sun Wukong said as he looked at the Northern Kai Wang, who was covered in dirt and was diligently repairing his small house. Oh! The king of the North Realm, headless, said lightly, his voice full of perfunctory. Well, don't you want to say goodbye to me? Sun Wukong scratched his head in embarrassment and continued to ask with a shy smile. Didn't he demolish his house, break his car, and slightly destroy his planet? This stingy guy is still here today. You are so angry with yourself. The majestic king of the North Realm is so petty. Roll. After hearing Sun Wukong's words, the Northern Kai Wang couldn't bear it anymore. He turned around and yelled the word go directly at Sun Wukong. Just leave. It's so stingy to be so angry. Sun Wukong muttered, holding his head in his hands and walking towards the distance. After walking a distance of more than 10 meters, he jumped and landed at the end of the snake path. Phew! Looking at Sun Wukong's retreating back, the king of the north took a deep breath and said with relief, finally, I've sent this broom star away. If he had been kept for a while longer, maybe his pitiful planet would. He is really going to tear it down. But just after his voice fell, he heard Sun Wukong's familiar voice coming from the snake path. Lord Kyo, don't miss me, I will definitely come back soon. Hearing Sun Wukong's voice, the North Realm King looked so ugly. It took 2 days to go to Kyo planet, but it only took most of a day to return. This also directly explains the results of Sun Wukong's 3 months of training on the North Kyo planet. When Sun Wukong arrived at the Yama Temple, the gods were already waiting for him at the Yama Temple. The king of the Northern Kai must have already said hello to the god. Wukong, your strength seems to have improved a lot. The god could clearly feel that Sun Wukong was like a bottomless pit at this time, making him completely unable to see through it. This is enough to show that Sun Wukong's strength at this time has completely exceeded the scope of his imagination. He said with some shock. Even King Yama had a look of shock on his face. This boy's current strength is completely different from the feeling when he went to Kai Planet 3 months ago. Standing in front of him actually gave him a feeling of palpitations. Well, the harvest in these 3 months has been really good. Sun Wukong answered in a very low-key manner. After all, in front of people like the God of Heaven and King Yama, even if you show off, you won't have much sense of accomplishment. Let's go. Sun Wukong smiled at the god, then turned his head, looked at King Yama and said, "Thank you, King Yama, for your help." After saying that, under the power of the gods, he appeared directly in the Temple of Heaven. After arriving at the Temple of Heaven, Sun Wukong discovered that it turned out that Tianjin Fan, Kellen Dumpling and others were practicing in the Temple of Heaven. Wukong! Wukong, you are really embarrassing. Klin and Tianjin Fan felt the coercion on Sun Wukong at this moment, and said with a helpless smile. They have been practicing in Tianshan Temple for 3 months, and their strength has increased quite well. But compared with Sun Wukong, it's just a bit dwarfed by comparison. Although I can't feel how strong Sun Wukong is now, what is certain is that this guy is more than a little bit more terrifying than he was 3 months ago. You guys are making pretty fast progress. Sun Wukong can also feel that the strength of Klin and Tianjin Fan has improved significantly compared to 3 months ago. Their combat power should be more than 7,000, or even more. Such combat power is enough to confront Sion Nappa, or defeat him. Hey hey! Klin scratched his bald head. Indeed, he felt that his progress was quite good. Of course, it was incomparable to the monster-like cultivation speed of Sun Wukong and his son. Why are there only 3 of you? Where is Yamacha? Sun Wukong looked around, only seeing 3 items, Klin, Tianjin rice and dumplings, but did not see Yamcha. It is said that there will be a very important baseball game in 2 months, so I am actively preparing for it now. Kling explained. It is indeed rare to be able to maintain such an optimistic attitude even when knowing that the earth is in danger. Sun Wukong smiled, nodded, and said. Everyone has his or her own ambitions. Tianjin Fan looked at Sun Wukong's smiled helplessly and said. They naturally understood that Sun Wukong was not sincerely praising Yamcha. But since Yamcha has chosen the life he wants, they cannot interfere. Indeed. Okay, you 3, let's continue practicing. After Sun Wukong waved to the 3 of them, he jumped directly from the Temple of Heaven wrapped in the whirlpool. P.S. Please collect, please flowers, please vote for comments. 30 collections every day these 2 days, really written. Those are the uncomfortable ones. For those of you who have flowers and evaluation votes, I will be very shameless and rob you here. Maybe your favorite goddess will choose you tomorrow. Chapter 37. After returning home, after briefly chatting with Kikai and Sun Wufan about his experiences in the past 3 months, Sun Wukong stepped into the gravity room again. 10 months have passed since Raditz was killed. It seems that Vegeta and the others will appear on Earth soon, and a month after Vegeta leaves Earth, Frisia and the others will appear on Namek. So now he must rush to planet Namek before Frisia and others and summon Barunga. And the most important thing right now is that although he has a very strong combat power, he should have a combat power of 5 million. If you use the Kaio Fist 10 times, your combat power can instantly soar to 50 million. But now there is no sign of breaking through to Super Saiyan. This made him gradually become anxious. 50 million combat power does sound like a shocking number, but Sun Wukong knows it very well. Frisia's ultimate form has a fighting power of 120 million, so his own fighting power of 50 million is not enough in front of him. Therefore, it is imperative to break through to Super Saiyan, and his most important task now is to reach the Namek planet before Frisia, and see how to use the potential development capabilities of Barunga and the Great Elder of Namek. Can you surpass your own limits in one fell swoop and become a Super Saiyan? Fortunately, he still has 3 months, and after Bulma's modification, his spaceship can reach the Namek planet in only 6 or 7 days. Let's start practicing first. Sun Wukong temporarily put these thoughts behind his mind, and the gravity of the gravity room was directly opened to 100 times. After 3 months of training on the North Kyo planet, he clearly felt that the gravity of 100 times was no longer as strong as before for him. It's so difficult. Anyway, we still have plenty of time, so let's take advantage of this time to spend time with Kikai and Gohan. After all, I don't know how long it will take to return to Earth. Start practicing without any distracting thoughts. In the next month, apart from training time every day, Sun Wukong would go shopping with Kikai, and in the afternoon he would have a sparring session with Sun Wufan and Piccolo. Practice in the gravity room for another 3 hours in the evening. I will also occasionally go to Bulma's house to sit as a guest and make my presence felt. After all, although you have to play hard to get a girl, you can't let the girl feel that you don't pay attention to her at all and you don't care about her. So this month passed very quickly and was very fulfilling. During this month, Kikai also gained a new understanding of her husband. It turns out that he is not an emotional idiot who doesn't understand romance at all. He can also talk about love and take him shopping, eating and shopping like a couple in love. He is no longer like the crazy cultivator who only knows how to fight and kill all day long, so the relationship between the two is even closer. Kikai's character has also undergone great changes in subtle ways. And Bulma also saw the feelings between Sun Wukong and Kikai in her eyes. I should be happy for them, but I always feel a little uncomfortable. On the one hand, she feels that Sun Wukong and Kikai are very harmonious and loving each other now. But on the other hand, the throbbing feelings in my heart became increasingly difficult to control, as uncontrollable as a gush of spring water. Especially Sun Wukong's feeling of being distant and unable to hold on to him was very heartbreaking. This month has passed very quickly for Sun Wukong. But now, he must leave them for a while to make himself stronger so that he can protect them so that this harmonious feeling will never be destroyed. Although Kikai was very willing to leave Sun Wukong this time, she also understood that Sun Wukong's departure must have his own reasons. Early the next morning, Sun Wukong prepared to go to planet Namek. Bulma, Piccolo, Krillin and others all came to see him off. Wukong, be sure to pay attention to safety on the road. And here is some dry food I prepared for you to eat on the road. Kikai handed the package in Sun Wukong's hand and said reluctantly. It seems that in this month, Kikai has completely changed her view of Sun Wukong, and has developed a strong sense of dependence. After all, for all girls, they are not inherently strong, they just haven't found someone to pamper them. Oops! Don't worry, I'm just going on a long trip, there's nothing dangerous, and I'll be back soon. Sun Wukong caressed Kikai's cheek with his right hand, smiled softly, and said dotingly. Bulma on the side looked at the two people's inseparable appearance, and always felt a little uncomfortable. She didn't know where to place her hands and eyes. It will be more comfortable wherever you put it. Wukong, is it really not dangerous for you to go to that Namek planet? Do you really not need us to accompany you? Klin, Tianjin Fan and others asked. It's okay, just practice well with the gods. Besides, with my current strength, where do you think there will be danger? Sun Wukong removed his hand from Kikai's cheek, looked at Klin, and said in a joking tone. Hehe, that's true too. Krillin grinned. Indeed, with Goku's current strength, there should be no rivals in the universe. After all, even powerful scions like Raditz and Dales were defeated by Goku. Of course, this is also because he doesn't know how big this universe is, and how powerful the powerful people in the universe are. P.S. Please beg for collection, Hwawa, all kinds of begging. Chapter 38. Sun Jun, do you need me to go with you? If the spaceship breaks down, I can also help you repair it. Bulma, who had been silent until now, suddenly smiled and said. The smile on his face was very stiff. Although it seemed to others that Bulma was joking, Sun Wukong did feel something else from it. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted. Sun Wukong answered without hesitation and without thinking. Because he knew that Bulma was just saying it to see how he would react. Even if it was because of Kikai, she would not really follow him on a space trip. Sure enough, after Sun Wukong finished speaking, Bulma raised her lips and said playfully, "Shameless, you are so beautiful." However, his expression is much more relaxed than before, and his smile is more natural. Be careful on the road. After suppressing her smile, Bulma said to Sun Wukong seriously. Will do. Sun Wukong also nodded seriously, then turned around, looked at Sun Wuhan and said, "Gohan, you have grown up. During my absence, you have to help me take good care of my mother and Bulma. Auntie, we must protect the earth well, you know." I know, Dad. Sun Wufan nodded obediently and agreed. Well, everyone, I'm leaving. After Sun Wukong waved to everyone, he stepped directly onto the spaceship. Bulma has set the landing location of the spaceship to the planet Namek. Preliminary predictions are that if nothing unexpected happens, the spaceship will land on the planet Namek on the 6th. A few days later, he successfully landed on the Namek planet, got on the spaceship, closed the hatch, and pressed the start button. The spaceship instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared from everyone's sight. After leaving in the spaceship, Krillin and Tianjin Fan returned to the Temple of Heaven again, and Piccolo went nowhere. Bulma took his own capsule plane and returned home, leaving only Sun Wuhan and him. Kikai, 2 people. Wukong, you have to come back soon. Looking at the direction where Sun Wukong disappeared, Kikai grabbed the corners of her clothes with both hands, and murmured in a daze. Don't worry, Mom, Dad will definitely come back. Sun Wuhan looked at Kikai, who was in a daze, and then looked at the direction in which Sun Wukong was going. Feeling that Sun Wukong's energy was disappearing little by little, he comforted him. Let's go, Gohan, let's go home. Kikai nodded heavily and pulled Sun Wukong towards home. And Sun Wukong is drifting in space at this time. Because before setting off, Bulma had already helped him adjust the landing location. Now I only need to practice in the gravity room every day, and sleep and eat snacks when I don't want to practice. Just spend these boring 6 days and arrive at planet Namek. So boring. What should be done? In just half a day, Sun Wukong already felt invaded by boredom. Although he stayed in the spiritual time house for 2 years, Sun Wuhan was still with him at that time. But now, he is alone. No one to speak. Find ways to practice other people's tricks. Sun Wukong suddenly had an idea. He was idle anyway, so he could practice other people's special moves. Like Tianjin Fan's Sun Fist, Piccolo's Demonic Light Killing Cannon, and Klin's Chi Circle Slash. Although these moves it cannot play a powerful role in their hands, because their own strength is too poor. If it is in their own hands, it will play a huge role. Especially Klin's Chi Circle Slash. Ignore the defense and cause tons of real damage. You must know that in the Dragon Ball comics, no one can physically catch Krillin's Chi Circle Slash. Even Frisia's tail was defeated by someone who was 100 times stronger than him. Lin was cut off directly with Chi Circle Slash. The power is evident in Dragon Ball, although there are many people who can use similar cutting moves. For example, Vegeta, Amundo, Son Goku, Frisia, and Cyborg. Number 18, Little Cell, Big Bu, Baby, etc. can all use similar moves. They also form disc-shaped round air bombs on the palms with a slashing effect, but they are not specified as air bombs. Circle Slash. And the formation method is different from that of Klin passing through the arm. Most of them are generated directly from the palm like ordinary Qigong waves, so it should be regarded as just a common variation of Qigong waves. It is a unique existence. There is also Tianjin Rice's Sun Fist. Although it is not a combat move, when fighting the enemy, if you use the Sun Fist suddenly to make the enemy temporarily blind, it will provide you with an absolute advantage. The best attack opportunity. There is also Piccolo's demonic light-killing cannon. Although I am not interested in this, his thinking and the attack method of focusing the whole body's combat power on one point are still worth learning from. We'll create some new moves. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong stopped procrastinating and immediately walked into the gravity room and started practicing. Chapter 39. The Sun Wukong of Tianjin Fan had seen it before, so it was somewhat familiar to him. It should be mastered in a short time. As for Clin's Qi Circle Slash, according to the current plot, he probably hasn't developed it yet. I wonder if I created Qi Yuan Zhan before him, so does that count as stealing the fruits of his labor? However, compared with improving one's own strength, these problems do not need to be thought about at all. In this case, let's start practicing with Qi Yuan Zhan. After making up his mind, Sun Wukong straightened his face and raised one hand high. Qi Yuan Zhan. The deep voice fell, his right hand formed into a palm, and he raised it high. The white energy formed a giant round wheel, spinning at high speed in Sun Wukong's palm. Then he slashed straight ahead. And at the moment when the white round wheel was released, Sun Wukong's body flashed out instantly. Appearing directly in front of the Qi Yuan Zhan, his right palm reached out like lightning and directly caught the Yuan Chao. Click, click, accompanied by bursts of crisp sounds, the white round wheel was instantly covered with cracks, and then turned into dots of white light. It seems that it is not that easy to practice Qi Yuan Zhan well. Sun Wukong shook his head helplessly. Although what he had just performed looked like Qi Circle Slash, it was still an ordinary Qigong wave in essence. It just changed its shape. Continue to train. Once you have a clear goal, time will no longer be so boring. 5 days almost flew by. It turns out that my previous understanding of Qi Yuan Zhan was simply wrong. Sun Wukong shook his head and said to himself. He always thought that as long as all the energy in the body is gathered in the palm of the hand, and then turned into a round wheel, it will be the Qi Circle Slash. But it is completely wrong. It is condensed in this way. It is still a Qigong wave. Although it may be very powerful, the density of the Qigong wave is completely incomparable to Qi Yuan Zhan. This is why Qi Yuan Zhan can directly cut through everything. In fact, Qi Circle Slash is a move in which all the powerful Qi in the body is concentrated on the arm, and finally passes through the palm and is released in the form of a round wheel. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong suddenly felt a sudden sense of parting through the clouds and seeing the blue sky. Then, he raised his right hand high again. Golden halos of light appeared from around Sun Wukong's arms and converged towards the top of his palm. In an instant, the Qi Circle Slash in Sun Wukong's palm condensed. There were sharp golden gears on the side of the white wheel, which looked extremely sharp and completely different from those used by Frisia, number 18 and others. Success! Sun Wukong said excitedly. He could completely feel the terror of Qi Yuan Zhan. It seems that this time, he really succeeded. At this time, in space, a huge spaceship flew towards Sun Wukong's spaceship, whether intentionally or not. And in that giant spaceship, there were all spacemen wearing spacesuits. King Frisia discovered a moving spaceship 100 miles away, and there were signs of life inside the spaceship. A guy who looks like a pink toad said to a little man with antelope horns who was sitting in the aircraft in front of him. This guy was sitting in the aircraft, wearing a spacesuit and wearing 2 antelope horns. It is the king of the universe. Frisia, and the pink toad who just spoke, sorry, is a toad-like spaceman, Frisia's right-hand man, Dodoria. Roar? Could it be Vegeta's group of wild monkeys? Frisia, who was sitting on the aircraft, spoke calmly, not taking Dodoria's words to heart at all. Probably not. Vegeta's combat power is 18,000 points, but the combat power displayed on that spaceship is only 10,000. Dodoria uses a new type of combat power detector. When developing the spaceship and life characteristics not far away, it has naturally monitored the battle of the creatures in the spaceship. Ouch! 10,000 combat power, don't pay attention to this kind of rubbish. Frisia sneered and waved his hand. 10,000 combat power is not even enough to fill his teeth in front of him. Why waste time dealing with this kind of garbage? Besides, he has more important things to do. But, judging from his heading, it seems to be heading towards planet Namek or surrounding planets. Dodoria's words were like a reminder, but also like she was waiting for the exact answer. Planet Namek? Could it be that he is also going for Dragon Ball? After hearing Dodoria talk about Namek, Frisia became a little uneasy, narrowed his eyes slightly, and murmured softly. The Dragon Balls on planet Namek can only belong to him. If someone wants to make a fuss about the Dragon Balls, there is only one word for the outcome, and that is, death. And the spaceship that just appeared must be destroyed now, regardless of whether it went to planet Namek or not. Because of this, he would never tolerate an accident. I would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. P.S. Please beg for collection, flowers, evaluation votes, and all kinds of friends. Chapter 40. Shoot it down for me. With a sharp cold light in Frisia's eyes, he ordered Dodoria. Regarding the Dragon Balls, he doesn't allow any mistakes to occur. Yes. Dodoria nodded to Frisia, then turned around and said to the spacecraft controller, launch an attack and shoot down the spacecraft ahead. Hearing Dodoria's order, the spacecraft controller nodded respectfully, and then pressed the attack button. The terrifying energy wave attacked the spaceship in front like a raging flame. However, Sun Wukong, who was staying in the gravity room of the spaceship, had no idea that the danger was coming quietly. So hungry. Let's go have something to eat first. Unconsciously, more than half of the fifth day had passed. Sun Wukong moved his aching body and said to himself. Then I walked out of the gravity room. After all, staying in the gravity room for a long time will make the body very tired, and the physical exertion is also very huge. Fortunately, Kikai prepared enough food for herself, otherwise she would be hungry again in the next few days. As soon as he put a piece of sushi into his mouth and enjoyed the delicious time, Sun Wukong's expression suddenly changed and he frowned. What's going on with this energy? Sun Wukong suddenly felt a very terrifying energy appear, and it was getting closer and closer to him. Then he stood up suddenly and was about to go to the window of the ship to check. But before others could reach the window, the entire spaceship seemed to be affected by a violent attack, shaking violently. Damn, what's going on? At this time, he also realized that his spaceship was definitely under attack. Walking to the window, Sun Wukong was shocked to see a series of energy beams glowing with yellow light, like fire snakes, heading towards him. The spaceship attacked. Sun Wukong suddenly panicked. If it were normal, he would be able to fight back even if he was attacked fiercely, but now in space, he had no way to do it. What made him even more uncomfortable was that can't see where the other party is at all? What to do? At this time, Sun Wukong was completely at a loss, because all the programs of the spaceship were set by Bulma when he set off. He only had to wait for 6 days with peace of mind to reach the Namek planet. He didn't expect it at all. Later, it would be attacked in space. Bang, bang, bang. Within a few seconds, the spacecraft was attacked several times, and it began to vibrate violently. Sun Wukong could also see it on the display in the control room. The course of the spacecraft at this time has deviated slightly. Phew! Calm down, you must calm down. Sun Wukong took 2 deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. At this moment, he couldn't panic anymore. I walked to the window again and watched the fire snakes still spraying in this direction one after another. If his spaceship was destroyed right now, he would definitely die in space. He believed this very much. But I don't know the opponent's position at all, and I have no way to fight back. This feeling, like a lump in my throat, is really uncomfortable. Damn it, if I knew who did it, I would definitely skin him alive. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. After thinking about it, he could only return to the control room again. There is not much time for him to hesitate now. If he continues to hesitate like this, he will be beaten passively. Which is tantamount to sitting back and waiting to die. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong can only he worked hard and operated the buttons on the control panel randomly, because he really didn't understand the things written on it. He had to get out of the enemy's attack range quickly, so that he would not be able to land on any other planet. With his own strength, he should be able to protect himself. If he is shot down in space, there is really no hope of survival. After Sun Wukong's random operation, he obviously felt that the speed of the spacecraft had accelerated a lot. Moreover, the course on the display screen has completely deviated from the destination of planet Namek. If you look from the outside at this moment, you can see that Sun Wukong's spaceship has been severely damaged, and there are still traces of damage in some places. Smoke comes out. And in another place in space, in a giant spaceship. King Frisia, that spaceship has escaped our attack range and its course has deviated. Should we continue the pursuit? On the control screen, Dodoria could clearly see the course of the spaceship. Then she turned around and said to Frisia. No need, since his course has deviated from the Namek planet, there is no need to waste time for an ant. Frisia said with a slanted arc at the corner of his mouth and a sinister tone. For a scumbag with only 10,000 combat power, continuing to chase an attack is indeed a waste of his precious time. At this moment, although Sun Wukong had escaped the attack range of the unknown energy, the spacecraft was seriously damaged and the control panel had completely failed. Moreover, the speed of the spaceship is getting faster and faster, and even Sun Wukong himself doesn't know where he will land. P.S. I beg you all to help me collect it, send some flowers and evaluation votes, etc. Thank you for the new book issue. The grades are really important. I don't dare to ask for rewards from everyone. Just vote for flowers and comments. You can get these every day and you don't have to spend any money. Every flower and every evaluation vote you give is motivation for Pippi Shrimp. Chapter 41. In this way, Sun Wukong wandered in space in a spaceship for 2 full days aimlessly. During the past 2 days, Sun Wukong tried hard to calm down. In the first half day, he would look outside the boat window from time to time. However, all that could be seen was an endless emptiness. Then Sun Wukong walked into the gravity room again and began to practice. This is not because he is arrogant, but because at this time, he can't do anything. All we can do now is to do our best and obey fate. Rumble. Just as Sun Wukong was practicing in the gravity chamber, a violent sound came into his ears. The sudden and terrifying impact directly threw Sun Wukong away and hit the wall hard. But at this moment, Sun Wukong was overjoyed, because he could hear the explosion coming from outside, which meant that he had left space. And the spaceship seems to have stopped moving forward. After completely stabilizing his body, Sun Wukong quickly walked out of the gravity room, walked to the window and took a look, and found that he had indeed landed. Then he quickly opened the hatch and walked out. Look around. The rolling mountains are layer upon layer, so bare that no life can be seen. Is this going to be a Death Star? Sun Wukong's eyes darkened and he continued to scan around. He couldn't see a living thing at all, not even a pinch of green. If so, it would be a bit troublesome. Then he closed his eyes. Sun Wukong began to feel the surrounding environment. Suddenly, Sun Wukong felt some breath. Although it was very weak, it showed that there were living creatures living on this planet before. And just when Sun Wukong closed his eyes and felt the surrounding environment, he suddenly swish. With a sound, he clearly felt two chi appear in front of him in an instant, and then he opened his eyes and saw two relatively familiar voices. Adretites! Sun Wukong shouted excitedly, and then his face was full of excitement. The two people who appeared in front of him actually didn't know whether they were human beings. They had pink skin, heads covered with frog spots and deep wrinkles, and a long hair. They have pointed elf ears and are wearing a black and white combat uniform. As a Dragon Ball fan, Sun Wukong can tell at a glance that the two people in front of him are from the Adrit planet. Iron shoes are nowhere to be found, and misfortunes are intertwined. I originally planned to go to the planet Adrit to learn their teleportation and other superpowers after making a wish with the Dragon Balls on the Namek planet. After being attacked in space, he accidentally arrived at the planet Adrit. This made Sun Wukong feel relieved instantly. As long as he learned how to teleport here, it would not be a matter of time before he could go to the planet Namek. Things in between. You, how do you know about us? Who are you? Are you also Gula's subordinate? The two Adretites frowned, looked at themselves very carefully, and asked in a heavy tone. Gula? Frisia's brother. Looking at the vigilant eyes of the two people, Sun Wukong could guess that Gula should have carried out destruction on the planet Adrit, or was currently destroying it. That's why the two of them are so wary of themselves. After all, they should feel that their strength is much greater than theirs. Don't worry, I don't know the Gula you are talking about. My spaceship was attacked in space and was forced to land here because it was out of control. Sun Wukong pointed at the tattered spaceship behind him and said to the two of them. The two looked at each other, but the vigilance in their eyes did not relax at all. Besides, if I were accepted by Gula, it would be easy for me to kill you. You should be very clear about this. Sun Wukong smiled and continued in a calm tone. Now, take me to see your leader. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, the two of them frowned, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. The stranger in front of them was right. If he wanted to kill the two of them, it would be very easy indeed. And he must have his own way to find the leader and them. If he is really not Gula's subordinates, with his strong strength, he may be able to help the planet Adrit overcome the current difficulties. Please catch me and we will take you to Chief Supa now. One of the Adrits said sternly towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong directly put his hand on the shoulder of the Adrit who spoke. He knew that many people on this planet can use special moves such as teleportation. So he wasn't surprised. After Sun Wukong put his hand on the man's shoulder, he pointed his fingers at the center of his eyebrows. The three people's bodies shook slightly before disappearing and waiting to appear again. By that time, we had arrived at a ruins. There were about 10 figures standing in the ruins, but one figure among them was completely different from other Adrilites. His skin was dark green, and his figure was also ordinary. There is not much difference between the Earthlings. Compared with other Adrits, he is obviously much bigger, and his energy is much stronger than other Adrits, with a combat power of about 40,000 to 50,000. Sun Wukong knows that this guy is the leader of the planet Adrit, Supa. P.S. Please collect it, please give me flowers, and please give me votes. Chapter 42. Who are you? Supa looked arrogant, stared at Sun Wukong, and asked in a cold tone. He could feel that the strength of the guy in front of him was not high, so he was naturally rude in his words. After all, in this world where strength is respected, there is no such thing as he really doesn't get much respect for his strength, and he has a subconscious rejection of the aliens who appear on the planet Adrit for no reason. Of course, this resistance may come from the invaders. Earthling, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong smiled slightly and replied, his tone was quite polite. Earthling? What's your purpose here? Supa's tone was still cold and he asked in a somewhat aggressive tone. I was attacked in space, and it was not my intention to be here. Sun Wuhan said in a very calm tone. Landing on the planet Adrit was indeed a result he did not expect. Although this result made him very happy. Then, he continued to say to Supa, Chief Supa, please rest assured, I have no ill intentions. Supa seemed to sneer at Sun Wukong's words. Cut. He snorted coldly and said, you really don't mean any harm, because you don't have that qualification. He could clearly feel that although the strange boy in front of him had some strength, he was indeed much stronger than the average Adrit star. But compared with myself, the gap is still very huge. So in his opinion, even if he wanted to be hostile, he was not qualified to have evil thoughts towards their planet Adrit. Oh? Chief Supa, you are also the leader of the planet Adrit after all. You hide in the crack of the door and look at people, aren't you afraid of looking down on them? Sun Wukong smiled playfully, with a hint of anger on his face. Supa is a man with 40 or 50,000 combat power. As the leader of a planet, his vision is so short-sighted. Although he looks like he only has about 10,000 now. That's because he deliberately concealed his strength. Even so, with Supa's strength, he should be able to feel his pressure. I don't know if this guy is a real tiger or has other plans. If you want others to look up to you, you have to see if you have the strength, right? Supa raised his face slightly with disdain. Obviously, in his opinion, Sun Wukong, who has only 10,000 combat power, does not have the strength to be taken seriously by him. Send him away. Afterwards, Supa looked cold and said to the 4 guards beside him. I don't know what it is called. Sun Wukong was also irritated by Supa's arrogant attitude. He talked to him properly, but this guy was better. He was tit for tat with him, and his words were full of contempt. If he didn't know him, he really thought he was a soft persimmon? Looking at the 4 guards walking towards him, Sun Wukong suddenly had a cold light in his eyes and said in a cold tone, you are talking about strength, but this is it. As the voice fell, Sun Wukong clenched his fists fiercely. Ha! A deep roar came out of his throat, and in an instant, the terrifying air whirlpool swept away in all directions like an air blade. Just about to get close to Sun Wukong. The 4 Adrit guards and the 2 people who had brought Sun Wukong over were immediately blown away by the terrifying momentum. The remaining 7 or 8 people were also thrown to the ground with horror on their faces. Even Supa, who was the strongest, kept retreating with his feet scraping the ground under the tyrannical momentum. His face also filled with fear. How is it possible? Shocked, unparalleled shock appeared on Supa's face. He murmured. How could that guy, who obviously only had a fighting strength of about 10,000, increase to such a terrifying level in an instant? He could clearly feel it. Sun Wukong's combat power at this time is more than 10 times greater than his own. So, this seemingly humble alien actually has a combat power of 500,000? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The strongest members of the Gula Mecha team only have a fighting strength of about 180,000. In this universe, except for the Frozen Demon Clan, how could anyone be stronger than the Gula Mecha team? Looking at his Supa, Sun Wukong regained his momentum. It was too easy to kill these people. But he also knew very well that these people were hardcore and he would rather kill them himself. It may be a bit difficult to learn special abilities such as teleportation. You, who are you? After a brief absence of consciousness, Supa looked at Sun Wukong tremblingly and asked in a stammering tone. He also knew that with the strength Sun Wukong had just displayed, let alone killing them, even the entire Adela special planets can be destroyed by him in an instant. I said, I am from Earth, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong looked at Supa with a frightened face and said calmly. Are you really not Gula's subordinate? Supa still looked horrified. If this guy in front of him is really Gula's subordinate, then the planet Adrit is in danger. Is there something wrong with your ears, or did I not speak clearly enough? Sun Wukong didn't give Supa any face. After all, this guy was the one who asked for trouble first. There was no need to give him a good look. Then he continued, Gula, he doesn't deserve it, P.S., please collect it, ask for flowers, and ask for evaluation votes. Please beg, thank you. Chapter 43. Arrogant, very arrogant. At least in the eyes of Supa and other Adretites, Sun Wukong's words at this moment were very arrogant. So arrogant that they even thought this guy had lost his mind? Who is Gula? That is the eldest son of the Frozen Demon clan, the largest evil force in the universe. Even Frisia can be called the Emperor of the universe. As Frisia's older brother, his strength is still above Frisia's. In their view, almost no one in this universe is a match for those people. Although the earthling in front of them named Sun Wukong is much stronger than them, but if compared with Gula, there is a world of difference. There is absolutely no comparison. Just when Supa was about to introduce the power of Gula and his Gula Mecha team to the ignorant Sun Wukong, a frail old man walked into the ruins with a hunched body, wearing a black cloak. After coming in, he directly signaled Supa not to continue talking. Then he walked in front of Sun Wukong. What happened to this old man? Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the old man who had appeared in front of him. There was a kind smile on his wrinkled face, and there was a bit of excitement in that smile. He always felt as if this old man knew him. But I have never seen him before, including Sun Wukong before, let alone this old man. You finally came. The old man looked at Sun Wukong with a kind smile and a very kind tone. But Sun Wukong was shocked. Is it finally here? Could it be that he knew he would come? How is this possible? No. It's possible. Could it be that, are you the wise man Husu? This time, it was Sun Wukong who was surprised. It is said that there is a wise man on the planet Adret, named Husu. He can predict the future and know all kinds of magical powers. In addition, in the original Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong's teleportation was also learned from him. Could this old man really predict the future? Did he know that he would appear here? The old man nodded to Sun Wukong, obviously admitting that he was Husu, the oldest sage on the planet Adret. Sir, who is he? Supa looked at Sun Wukong in confusion. Apart from being a little stronger, there was nothing surprising at all. But how could his appearance cause such a big mood swing in the usually calm venerable Husu? A person who can resolve the crisis on the planet Adret. Husu turned his head and said calmly to Supa. This guy can't even tell how strong the person standing in front of him is. He doesn't know whether it's right or wrong when the planet Adret is handed over to him. A person who can resolve the crisis on the planet Adret? Supa was stunned, and then he couldn't help but look at Sun Wukong. Almost all the people of Adret knew that Venerable Husu had the secret ability to predict the future. The words are almost the truth and the way for the future. Over the years, every prediction made by the Venerable Husu has finally become a reality. This has made everyone in the Adret planet believe in the words of the Venerable Husu. But he felt that Venerable Husu was wrong. The guy named Sun Wukong was definitely no match for Gula. If he persisted, his neck would be broken by Gula himself. His Holiness, he. Supa was about to speak, but was interrupted by Husu. Shut up! Who? Su scolded sternly, and Supa did not dare to speak again. After all, even though he was the leader of the planet Adret, he did not dare to disobey the words of the Venerable Husu. After drinking Supa, Husu smiled again and said, he looked at Sun Wukong and said seriously, Wukong, I know that your appearance here is an accident, but I also know that the planet Adret has what you want. What a powerful old man! Sun Wukong was secretly shocked. This Husu was indeed no ordinary person. Standing in front of him, he felt as if he was going to see through him. It seemed that nothing he thought about could escape his eyes. You are right, I am indeed very interested in some secrets of the planet Adret, but I want to hear you continue. Sun Wukong raised the corner of his mouth and said. He is indeed very interested in the teleportation of the planet Adret, and there is no need to hide it at this time. And judging from Husu's tone, there must be something to say. Sure enough, just after Sun Wukong finished speaking, Zhe Huso looked at Sun Wukong appreciatively and continued, so I want to make a deal with you. A win-win deal. You can talk and listen. Sun Wukong asked Huso. He already knew that Huso should teach him the secret skills of the planet Adret, but he also had his conditions. It's not difficult for you, I'll teach you the secret technique, and you can help us defeat the enemy. When Huso said this, his expression became serious. It is obvious that this matter should be very important to him. Okay, deal. Sun Wukong answered very simply. There was almost no hesitation. In fact, when he was just brought to this ruins by the two Adrets, he felt three very evil auras in the distance. And the fighting power is not low. P.S. Please collect it, please give me flowers, please give me votes. Thank you, friends. Chapter 44. Huso was surprised at first, obviously not expecting Sun Wukong to agree so readily. But I was relieved instantly. After all, the future he saw should be correct, although there was a deviation in the time when Sun Wukong arrived. But the result should not change. Tisk. The ungrateful guy. Supa glanced at Sun Wukong with a complicated look and murmured in a low voice. At this moment, a soldier from the planet Adret ran in a panic, with injuries all over his body, as if he had been stained by a blood vat. Generally. Chief, Your Majesty, it's not good. The deadline given to us by Shaza and the others has expired, and they have already begun to massacre the city. Our soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Looks of panic, helplessness, and despair intertwined on the soldier's face. There is a cry in the voice. Those three guys were as strong as monsters. They were like ants in front of those people. Those three people could instantly annihilate them all with just a move of their fingers. There is no ability to resist at all. Hasn't it only been 2 days? These beasts! After hearing the soldier's words, Supa clenched his fists tightly, dug his nails into his palms, and blood flowed down his fists. They had obviously agreed to give them a reply 3 days later, but they didn't expect that they completely broke their promise. It was only the 2nd day, and they had already started massacring the city. What's even more disgusting is that there is absolutely nothing I can do against them. Venerable Sir, how about we just comply with their wishes? If this continues, all of us will be killed. Supa raised his head, gritted his teeth and looked at Huso, and said very reluctantly. It was actually more uncomfortable to make him surrender than to kill him. But the scenes of the Jinyu Special Forces destroying their own planet a few years ago were still. It echoed in his mind from time to time. He could no longer watch the planet Adret follow in the footsteps of his home planet, and he could not let all the warriors fall in front of him one by one. Come on, let's go and take a look first. Although the wise man Huso also frowned, he was much calmer than Supa. Then he looked at Sun Wukong and said, Wukong, we may need your help later. Sun Wukong nodded. Since he agreed to Huso, he would help them solve these troubles. And he could feel that the 3 auras that just appeared were not very strong. From what the soldier said just now, they should be the 3 members of the Gula Mecha team. Shaza, Nez. The combat power of the 3 of them is 170,000, 163,000, and 180,000. It's just rubbish among rubbish. Only Sun Wukong thinks that he can kill any of them with one punch. Fortunately, he doesn't feel the strength of Gula here. Surpassed Frisia, and he has not yet become a Super Saiyan. If he meets Gula at this time, it will still be a very dangerous thing. After all, even if he activates the Tank's Kyo Fist, his combat power is only 5,000. Only 10,000. It was difficult to compete with Gula, who had a combat power of more than 100 million. After getting Sun Wukong's approval, Huso and Supa left the injured soldiers in the ruins and surrounded the city with Sun Wukong and a dozen other soldiers. Then Huso pointed his fingers at the center of his eyebrows, and the bodies of a dozen people disappeared in an instant. At this time, in a bustling city, 3 figures stood in the sky, all wearing high-end spacesuits. The man standing in the middle has orange hair, blue skin, and is about 170 centimeters tall. He looks quite handsome. On his right side, there was a guy who looked like a mantis, with a dark red complexion, a thin body, and a height of 280 centimeters. On the left side of the handsome man is a rather burly Hulk. The 3 of them faced their palms down, spread their fingers apart, and terrifying energy beams shot out from their fingertips like machine guns. Wherever the beam hits, there is an explosion. The weak Adretites are either dead or injured. Piercing screams, desperate cries, and painful groans filled the entire city. Oh ho ho ho, run away! It would be too uninteresting not to run away. The 3 people standing in the air looked at the Adretites running away like ants below, and the sinister laughter echoed above the entire city. Suddenly, whoosh, a sound broke through the air, and then more than a dozen figures appeared. He appeared inexplicably in the sky above the city, standing opposite Shaviza and others. But, damn, these devils! Supa lowered his head and looked around the devastated city, as well as the weak bodies lying on the streets. He was instantly furious. Shaviza, didn't you promise to give us 3 days to think about it? Why do you want to kill my innocent people? Supa almost yelled. He really wanted to rush forward and die with those devils, but he needs to calm down now. Because that approach will push the planet Adret to destruction faster. Promise? That is something that only you weak people should abide by, and our task is to create a commitment. The corners of Shaviza's mouth were raised high, looking extremely evil. P.S. Please add it to your favorites, please give me flowers, please give me feedback. Chapter 45. Supa was so angry at Shaviza's words, but he had no way to refute, because Shaviza's words were correct. Even if they break their promise, there is nothing you can do against them. This is the humiliation brought to them by their lack of strength. Now, I give you one last chance. Either take out the secrets of planet Adret, or go to hell together. I count to 3. Shaviza looked at Supa and Hosua evilly, raised his palm slightly, and aimed at the 2 of them. 1. 2. Damn it, honorable sir, how about that? Supa looked at Shaviza's movements, cold sweat kept falling from his forehead, as if he was seeking His Holiness's opinion. Even if you die, the secrets of the planet Adret must not fall into the hands of these evil cosmic beings. Hosua's tone was very firm and there was no room for negotiation at all. Damn old guy! If you don't eat the toast, you'll be punished with a drink. Hosua's words were naturally heard by Shaviza, and a look of anger suddenly appeared on his face. In this universe it has been a long time since anyone has disobeyed them several times. If Lord Gula hadn't been very interested in the secrets of the planet Adret, he would have killed these ungrateful ants long ago. So, let's start with you. Zaviza glanced over, moved his finger slightly, pointed at Sun Wukong, and then a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Scion. That face is somewhat familiar to him. It seems that he has seen this guy somewhere before, but he just can't remember it for the moment. But such low-level scions all look the same, so it makes sense that he can't remember it. Hit. Moreover, this guy doesn't have a tail. Haven't the scions been wiped out by King Frisia and planet Vegeta? However, the look of shock quickly disappeared. No matter who it is, there is no way he can get too interested in it. Before he gets the secret technique of the Adret planet, he really shouldn't kill Supa and Hosua directly, because Lord Gula wants to. They must get it. If they kill the 2 of them, they will not be able to bear the anger of Lord Gula. But it is different with the scion. Killing him will not lose anything. And may also serve as a warning to the monkeys. Seeing that Shaviza actually regarded himself as the first target of attack, Sun Wukong smiled faintly, and then said jokingly, I really don't like people pointing fingers at me. So you will be miserable. Oh? Dislike? There are many things you don't like. For example, I'll kill you. Zaviza also smiled coldly, and then a dark red energy beam appeared on his fingertips. In his opinion, this beam was enough to kill the scion. Wow, there was a muffled shout. The energy beam at the fingertips was directed towards Sun Wukong. Things that don't know whether to live or die. Sun Wukong looked at the energy beam that was shooting at him, and said coldly, and then his body flashed suddenly and disappeared directly on the spot. What's going on? Looking at Sun Wukong, who suddenly disappeared from sight, Shiza was shocked. That scion clearly only had a fighting strength of 10,000. How could it be so fast? Even he didn't see it clearly. Red and Nez, there was also a look of shock on his face, as the scion just disappeared so strangely. Suddenly a slight sound sounded, and Sun Wukong's body appeared directly in front of Shiza. Following the attack just now, Sun Wukong held Shiza's index finger in his hand. He looked at Shiza coldly and said calmly, I said, I hate other people's fingers pointing at me. Since you don't listen, you will be punished. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, under Shiza's horrified eyes, he pulled hard. Click! Shiza's index finger was torn off, and blood spurted out instantly. The severe pain made Shiza subconsciously he took a few steps back, lost his mind almost instantly, and roared crazily, damn wild monkey, I'm going to tear you into pieces. As the captain of the Gula Mecha warriors, after so many years of dominance in the universe, when did he ever suffer such humiliation? He completely forgot how Sun Wukong appeared next to him just now. A ball of energy quickly condensed in the palm of his left hand. The ball was shot directly towards Sun Wukong. Looking at the attack, Sun Wukong smiled coldly, flashed his body again, rushed towards Shiza, and flew the energy ball away with his right palm. Shiza's face, with a little force, made bursts of soft sounds. Team leader! Red and Nez exclaimed when they saw Sun Wukong controlling Shiza instantly. They both clenched their fists and rushed towards Sun Wukong. Die! Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes slightly and ignored Red and Nez, who came to support him. White rays of light shot out from the palm of his hand holding Shiza. Bang! There was a dull sound, and half of Shiza's body was directly blown into pieces, and then Sun Wukong suddenly turned around and punched Red at a speed so fast that Diddy couldn't react at all. Tick! The moment Sun Wukong turned around, Nez and Red's combat power detectors began to ring rapidly. Bang! The fist sank directly into Lei's chest, and Red's whole body froze suddenly, and his pupils suddenly froze. Shrinking, purple blood flowed down the corner of his mouth, and he looked at Sun Wukong in disbelief. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. P.S. Please collect it, please give me flowers. Chapter 46. The moment Sun Wukong withdrew his fist, Red's blood spurted out from his chest like a fountain. His eyes were still wide open, and the look of fear had not dissipated, but his body fell softly, apparently lifeless. No. Impossible. Captain and Red were actually killed by him. Nez, who was about to launch an attack, saw Sun Wukong directly punching Red to death, and his body instantly froze in place. He shook his head absent-mindedly and murmured to himself. The three of them were all under Lord Gula. Confidant, in these years of fighting in the universe, he has almost never encountered an opponent. Unexpectedly, he was instantly killed by a wild monkey today. After just being distracted for a moment, Nez came back to his senses, turned around, and headed straight at full speed. He flew out in the opposite direction. He had to leave this terrifying place as quickly as possible, otherwise he would definitely end up like Shiza and Red, completely staying on this garbage planet. Since the scion in front of him could kill Shiza and Red in an instant, he had no doubt that he also had the ability to kill himself. I want to leave now, but it's too late. Sun Wukong looked at Nez, who was about to turn around and run away. I said something coldly and did not chase him. Instead, he raised his right palm high and a low tone came out of his throat. Qi Yuan Zhan. The moment he finished speaking, a golden round wheel appeared in Sun Wukong's palm, rotating at high speed. Then, he threw it directly towards Nez. Sun Wukong is very confident. No matter how fast Nez is, he can never be faster than his Qi circle slash. In his eyes, Nez was already a dead man at this moment. Nez seemed to feel the breath of death. When he looked back, he was horrified to see the round wheel following him. His intuition told him that as long as he was cut by that wheel, he would definitely end up with his body and head missing. Qi circle slash was getting closer and closer to Nez, just when Sun Wukong thought Nez would die. The next moment, suddenly a purple light shot directly from the front of Nez and hit Qi circle slash. Click, click, crisp sounds rang out from the air. Sun Wukong saw that his Qi circle slash was full of cracks the moment it was hit by purple light. Then, it turned directly into nothingness. This anger? Yes. In an instant, Sun Wukong suddenly felt a very terrifying and evil aura. It was so terrifying that his whole body trembled slightly. Just from that attack, he could clearly feel how terrifying that guy was. After the round wheel behind him was shattered, Nez turned around excitedly in an instant, and the joy of surviving the disaster made a look of ecstasy appear on his face. The moment Nez turned around, a figure appeared in front of Nez. Gu, Lord Gula. Nez looked at the person in front of him excitedly and shouted in awe. As long as Master Gula comes, then no matter how strong the scion is, he will definitely be killed by Master Gula. Now, he finally saved. It's really him, Gula. Looking at the guy who suddenly appeared in front of Nez, Sun Wukong frowned and spoke in a heavy tone. He didn't feel a trace of Gula's breath before, not even a trace. When did this guy appear on the planet Adrit? Originally, he thought he only needed to deal with the 3 Gula Mecha warriors. Gula probably wouldn't show up for the time being, so he simply agreed to Husu's deal, but now, his whole body is covered in white and purple skin. With cold eyes, cold momentum and a long tail swinging flexibly behind him. This guy is very familiar to Sun Wukong. He is Frisia's brother, Gula. A member of the Frozen Demon clan with the 5th stage of transformation, a terrifying existence with a combat power of 470 million. I have absolutely no chance of winning in front of him. Even if he becomes a Super Scion, his combat power increases 50 times. 250 million in combat power is not enough to compete with him. It's over, it's really over this time. Compared to Sun Wukong's heavy eyes, Supa's face was ashen, looking at Gula dully, and his body took a few steps back uncontrollably. If Sun Wukong had not killed the Gula Mecha warrior before, they would have exchanged there may be a glimmer of hope for the secret technique on the planet Adrit. Now, it's too late. Gula will not let go of Sun Wukong, nor will he let everyone else on the planet Adrit. The rats all have the same expression as Supa. Wukong. Wukong, are you sure you can defeat him? Husu also frowned, and the wrinkles on his face became clearer. He looked at Gula, and then asked Sun Wukong. Husu could also feel Gula's terrifying cold aura when he appeared in Gula. At that moment, he felt the breath of death that penetrated his heart and soul. Nothing, not at all. Sun Wukong shook his head and said in a low voice. Now, he really has no hope of defeating Gula. Not to mention defeating Gula, it may be difficult for him to stand and want to leave here. Chapter 47. After hearing Sun Wukong's words, Supa and others almost completely lost hope. Of course, he had no hope for Sun Wukong from the beginning. Lord Gula, Captain, and Red, were all killed by that wild monkey. After a brief excitement, Nez lowered his head and said to Gula fearfully. Then he secretly glanced at Gula's expression. That cold and unwavering expression made Nez suddenly feel a sinking feeling in his heart. Panic. Shaviza and Red are both dead. Gula cast his eyes on Nez, and continued in a sinister tone, "Then why don't you die?" Crack! Nez's heart suddenly trembled, and he could clearly feel Gula's murderous intention. Lord Gula, because I want to continue to serve you and continue to conquer the planet for you, so... Before Nez could finish his trembling voice, he was interrupted by Gula. "My men never need useless deserters, so you, go to hell." Gula's face suddenly turned cold, a flash of light burst out from his eyes, and he slapped Nez directly. Very decisive. Gulata. Before Nez's person could exit, he was directly swallowed up by the energy ball blasted from Gula's palm. Not even the scum is left. As expected, all of the Frozen Demon clan are ruthless characters. They can even kill his subordinates who have been following him for decades in an instant. Looking at Gula, whose expression remained unchanged after killing Nez, Sun Wukong said in shock. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about how to resist Gula or even kill him. "Next, it's your turn, everyone must die today." After killing Nez with one palm, Gula's body slowly fell in front of Sun Wukong and others. The tone was solemn, and the murderous intention suddenly appeared. "Stay back." Sun Wukong turned his head and said something to Husu, Suapa, and others. Husu and Suapa took the others and retreated 100 feet away. Judging from the current situation, a fierce battle is inevitable. Gula will never let him go. In this case, let's fight. So what if Gula is stronger than him? Think about which opponent Sun Wukong encounters is not stronger than him in the future. Sun Wukong defeated them one by one. Since he can do it, he can also do it. Gula. Just think of it as the first stepping stone on the road to being strong. Thinking of this, the fear in Sun Wukong's heart disappeared without a trace. In the eyes, there is no more solemnity, but only the desire to fight is burning. "You little ant actually wants to resist me." Seeing that Sun Wukong became fiercely fighting in an instant, Gula was shocked at first, and then said in a contemptuous tone. "This kind of ant can kill him with just a few fingers. Resist you? You are wrong, I will kill you today." At this time, Sun Wukong was not afraid at all, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "Today, let's be an iron-headed boy. You shameless wild monkey, go to hell." Sun Wukong's arrogant tone seemed to make Gula very unhappy. The moment Gula's voice fell, he punched Sun Wukong without hesitation. Looking at Gula's fist, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, and the vast aura. White air vortexes emerged from his body like a flood. Without any hesitation, he also punched Gula. The moment his fists collided, a dull sound was heard. The violent whirlpool immediately kicked up waves of dust, and blade-like whirlpools swept in all directions. Supa and others hurriedly avoided if they were hit by the terrifying chi. The blade hit, either dead or injured. Under the impact of this punch, Sun Wukong took a dozen steps back in panic, barely able to stabilize his figure. What a powerful force! Sun Wukong put his right fist behind his back and squeezed it quietly. He knew that Gula just thought that his strength was only a few 100,000 fighting strength, so he did not go all out and gave himself a small advantage. But even so, this time after the punch, he still felt uncomfortable. Although Gula didn't move at all, he looked at Sun Wukong with a look of surprise in his eyes. The guy's combat power increased to several million in an instant. Apart from their Frozen Demon clan, there are actually people with a fighting power of more than 1 million, and they are also scions. This is indeed something that surprised him. No wonder he is so rampant, he has such strength, but, with such fighting power, he still can't change any results. Gula shook his head and said coldly to Sun Wukong. He was indeed a little careless just now, which allowed this guy to take advantage of a loophole. But next, he will completely eliminate the Scion monkey. Let him understand that even if he has millions of fighting power, he is still like an ant in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, Gula's body flashed out and punched Sun Wukong at a speed that was staggering. Whether it was speed or strength, it was completely different from before. Sun Wukong could clearly feel the power of Gula's punch, so he naturally didn't dare to take it hard, so he could only cross his fists and block it. Gula's fist hit Sun Wukong's arms without any surprise. The vast power surged towards Sun Wukong's arms like a flood, and his body was directly punched into the ruins. P.S. I beg you to collect it, please give me flowers. I just sent out the contract today, and I don't know if it's right or wrong. Chapter 48. Sun Wukong's body smashed into the ruins like a falling meteorite, but Gula had no intention of stopping. He raised his palm slightly and pointed his fingertips at the ruins that Sun Wukong shot into. The terrifying red energy light balls were shot into the ruins one after another. Almost instantly, the ruins were completely destroyed by the indiscriminate bombardment and turned into a huge pit. However, Gula did not see Sun Wukong from the bottom of the pit. Then his eyes focused, and he suddenly looked sideways not far away, and saw the figure of Sun Wukong. At this time, Sun Wukong looked quite embarrassed. His orange martial arts uniform was in tatters and there were some small scars on his body. But, damn it! Clenching his fists tightly, Sun Wukong felt the stinging pain coming from his body and frowned. If this continues, he will definitely be killed by this guy. Then give it a try. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, and he had already made up his mind. Although Gula took him a little seriously just now, he could clearly feel that the guy did not use his full strength at all. And he did not transform. At this time, Gula's arrogance and carelessness may be the key to defeating him. After thinking about it, Sun Wukong thought that he had a feasible plan. However, this approach was extremely dangerous. If it could not cause substantial harm to Gula, then in the future, in the next time, I will completely lose my fighting power. By then, I will really become a lamb to be slaughtered. Oh, you can still stand up. If you didn't stand up, you might be able to suffer less torture. Gula looked at Sun Wukong who was covered with injuries, and said in a cold tone. An ant, no matter how many times it stands up, will always crawl to the ground. Is it? If you don't stand up, how can I knock you down? Sun Wukong also endured the pain on his body, raised the corners of his mouth, and said in a relaxed tone. He must now anger Gula and let him attack him at close range when he is furious. Only in this way can his plan be implemented. Sure enough, after hearing Sun Wukong's words, Gula's face flashed with anger again. He is usually a calm person, but he can't stand the constant provocations of an ant-like thing. After all, Sun Wukong is under his control. In his eyes, he is just an ant that jumps relatively high. Damn it, I'm going to let you know right now that talking too fast will only speed up the pace of your death. After the words fell, Gula's body exploded out again. He had to twist the wild monkey's neck with his own hands to calm down the anger. Gula's speed was extremely fast, but fortunately it was not so fast that Sun Wukong couldn't catch it completely. Trace of him. It's now. Seeing that Gula was about 10 feet away from him, Sun Wukong suddenly made a low voice. Then his arms shook violently and he clenched his fists tightly. Kaishin, 20 times. Brush. At that moment, a terrifying dark red energy whirlpool suddenly rose around Sun Wukong. The muscles in various parts of the body doubled in size, and bright red blood spurted out from the small wounds on the body. And Sun Wukong's chi also reached a very terrifying level at this moment. 20 times the power of the Kyo fist. To be honest, he would never use it if it were not a last resort situation like today. Because of one mistake, his body will be exploded by the violent energy. But fortunately, I seem to be able to bear it. With a normal combat power of 5 million, and a 20-fold increase in Kyo fist, Sun Wukong's combat power instantly soared to 100 million. With a combat power of 100 million, Gula is definitely no match for him without transforming into his ultimate form. So the next blow is very critical. If there is no way to seriously injure Gula, then you will lose the ability to resist. What? What happened? Gula felt that Sun Wukong's combat power had surged countless times in an instant, and a sense of danger lingered in his heart. The body that was moving forward also stagnated for a moment. But it was only for a moment, for the use of for Sun Wukong, who had received 20 times the Kaihu fist, it was enough. Whoosh! Sun Wukong's body instantly turned into a dark red stream of light and shot towards Gula at a speed that was completely faster than Gula's speed just now. Almost before Gula could react, Sun Wukong's figure had already appeared in front of Gula. Die! A low voice came out from the back of Sun Wukong's throat. A jab hit Gula directly in the chest. Poof! Gula almost didn't react at all, and was directly blown away by the punch. The blood drew a gorgeous arc in mid-air. After punching Gula, Sun Wukong didn't pause at all. He placed his hands on his right hips and formed a calyx shape. The terrifying blue energy came from between his palms. Condensed. Turtle, Pi, Qi, Gong, Wave. Gula's body has not yet completely stabilized, and Sun Wukong's turtle-style Qigong wave is following him. P.S. If you have any suggestions for this book, please leave a message in the comment area and let Pepixia know that except for such poor results, in addition to poor writing, there are many objective factors. I will try to correct it. I will not forget it at the end. Please collect it, please give me some flowers, and please give me a rating vote. Chapter 49. Rumble. The powerful turtle faction Qigong wave directly swallowed Gula's body. The moment it hit the ground, the entire Adrit planet began to tremble violently. Half of the city was bombarded into rubble almost instantly. A huge sinkhole appeared on the ground not far away, but there was no trace of Gula. Phew! After Sun Wukong exhaled that breath, his whole body was like a deflated rubber ball. All the dark red arrogance around him disappeared and fell softly. Bang! Sun Wukong's body fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, he felt as if his strength had been drained away. Body aches. Even moving my hands feels so powerless. Now, it's really over. Sun Wukong gave a helpless smile. Having used the Kaihu fist 20 times, all his energy has been exhausted. At this time, the side effects of using the Kaihu fist are reflected. And what's even more terrifying is that he has no strength at all, but he can still feel that Gula's energy has dropped a lot, but he is not completely exhausted like himself now. Win. Gula was defeated. Supa's expression was dull, and he was lost for a while. Then he looked at the scene in front of him dully and murmured in disbelief. The moment Supa's voice fell, deafening cheers came from behind. We won! The oppression that all Adritites had held for so long was instantly released. The cry resounded through the sky, overwhelming. Among all the people, only Husu had a very solemn expression, looking at the deep pit in the distance, and said in a heavy tone, Gula, he is not dead. What? Impossible. Supa, who was still extremely excited just now, suddenly heard Husu's words, his pupils shrank sharply, and he shook his head and said. Gula was obviously directly blasted by Sun Wukong's energy wave, leaving nothing behind. How could he not be dead? He once again questioned the words pointed at the wise Husu. But after a moment, that doubt disappeared without a trace. Rumble. Almost at the moment Supa's questioning voice fell, there was a sudden explosion behind Supa and Husu. More than half of the Adrit soldiers were instantly swallowed by the horrific explosion. No. Impossible. Supa subconsciously took a few steps back and shook his head dully. Now, he was really going to die, and the Adrit star was hopeless. Then, Gula's figure appeared in everyone's sight. There was a trace of purple blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, numerous large and small scars appeared on his body, and his eyes were burning with furious flames. Damn wild monkey, I will cut you into pieces today. Gula's eyes were full of ferocity, and he was actually made so embarrassed by a wild monkey. Shame, an unforgivable shame. This kind of shame can only be washed away with the blood of this wild monkey and the group of lowly creatures in front of him. Gula's right hand he pinched an energy ball and threw it directly towards Sun Wukong. Boom! The energy ball exploded directly from Sun Wukong's back, and the entire ground suddenly collapsed. Only a few strands of Sun Wukong's broken martial arts uniform were completely burned. The back was completely black. Sun Wukong was grinning in pain. Gula didn't want to kill Sun Wukong so easily. He had to slowly torture Sun Wukong to death in order to eliminate this resentment. The expression was very solemn. If Sun Wukong really died, then the planet Adrit would really be over. Then he suddenly turned around and said to Supa, "Go and stop Gula." Nani? Hearing Husu's words, Gula was confused. Does Husu want him to die? That Sun Wukong is 10,000 times stronger than him, and there is nothing Gula can do. Go and stop him. Isn't he obviously seeking death? Your Holiness, I. Supa frowned and his tone was very hesitant. Because he knew that he couldn't even take one of Gula's moves, and there was no way he could stop Gula. Just by half a minute. Husu's tone was very serious, with irresistible pressure. This. Supa gritted his teeth and nodded. Anyway, he could not escape death today. Fight him. Thinking of this, a ruthless look flashed in Supa's eyes. He touched the ground with his feet and jumped directly in front of Gula. At the moment Supa jumped up, Husu's index finger and middle finger touched the center of his eyebrows at the same time, and appeared directly next to Sun Wukong. Putting one hand on Sun Wukong's chest, weak energy waves spread from Husu's palm and spread throughout Sun Wukong's body. In an instant, Sun Wukong's injuries were rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh? Do you still have this ability? I really can't bear to kill you. Gula naturally noticed Husu's actions. Seeing Sun Wukong's injuries heal quickly, a look of surprise flashed in Gula's eyes. It seems that the people of Adrit have quite a lot of special abilities. But there is no trace of them at all. He was nervous, because he knew that even if he cured Sun Wukong, he could easily defeat him. It was just to make him suffer more. Then, Supa took a step forward and looked at Gula. He took a step forward and said, "Gula, your opponent is me." Although it was a scolding, it was obvious that his confidence was lacking. You? My opponent? You take yourself too seriously. Gula glanced at Supa with contempt, and then shouted, "Get out!" With a touch of one hand, Supa's body flew out like a cannonball. It hit the ground hard. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his breath instantly withered to the extreme. Not to mention blocking Gula for half a minute. As long as Gula wants to take action, he can kill him in an instant. P.S. Brothers, there are only 1,000 words in the collection, and the results are really pitiful. ... Kneel down. Chapter 50. After knocking Supa away, Gula was not in a hurry to stop Husu from treating Sun Wukong. He actually put his arms in front of his chest and looked at the two of them with a relaxed expression. Half a minute later, almost all the wounds on Sun Wukong's body had healed, and his injuries were almost healed. "Wukong, I will take you to escape in a moment." Husu lowered his voice and whispered in Sun Wukong's ear. Escape? Sun Wukong glanced at Husu in surprise. This guy actually asked him to leave at this time. He seemed to be a person who valued friendship and loyalty. But Gula was not far from him. As long as he wanted to, he could appear there in an instant. "I can't leave at all." You are not originally from the planet Adrit, so there is no need for you to die with us. I will take you to teleport to another planet later." Husu's voice was still very low and his tone was very sincere. After hearing Husu's words, Sun Wukong frowned slightly and seemed to hesitate for a moment. Indeed, if Husu uses teleportation, he can indeed leave here, and Gula will never be able to catch up with them. But in this way, the planet Adrit will definitely be completely destroyed by Gula. Of course, the destruction of the planet Adrit has nothing to do with him, after all. It's such a nonsense to establish a deep relationship with the people of planet Adrit in such a short period of time. His purpose is nothing more than to be unable to learn the secret skills of planet Adrit, such as teleportation. Super Shenlong should be able to do it. Even if he can't learn teleportation on the planet Adrit, it won't have much impact. But if I shrink back today and don't dare to face Gula and fight him, then the seeds of cowardice will definitely be planted in your heart. In the future, your mentality will be affected. And the moment you take action, you will never think about retreating. No, I won't run away. Sun Wukong stared at Husu, shook his head seriously, stood up slowly, raised his head slightly, and looked at Gula. There is indeed a big gap between his own strength and Gula, but in this way, it is a big challenge and a rare opportunity for him. A chance to become a Super Saiyan. Husu looked at Sun Wukong in a daze, thinking that Sun Wukong stayed on the planet Adrit to fight the powerful Gula in order to help them. At that time, he was so moved that he burst into tears. Oh? Don't you plan to escape? Gula looked at Sun Wukong, who stood up again and looked at him, half smiling but not smiling, and joked coldly. With his hearing, he heard clearly what Husu said to Sun Wukong. If Sun Wukong really wanted to, if he had to use teleportation to escape, he would kill them both completely at that moment. After all, they were very close, and his speed could be beyond the comprehension of Sun Wukong and Husu. Escape? How can I kill you if you run away? Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, his body slowly floated in the air, and appeared opposite Gula. He stared at Gula and said lightly. The tone was also full of teasing. This tone made Gula very unhappy. Gula can casually despise, scorn, and even disdain any enemy, because he has that kind of arrogant strength. But he couldn't stand other people quarreling in front of him, especially this kind of clown-like wild monkey. I have to admit, you are really good at irritating me. It successfully made me angry, so next. I will let you taste the taste of death little by little. Gula's face twitched slightly, his fists clenched, his tone was calm, but very cold. Standing opposite Gula, Sun Wukong could completely feel his anger. The moment he rejected Husu, he is already ready for a fight to the death. Now that he has reached this point, he is naturally not afraid of fighting. If you want to fight, fight, there are so many bullshit. The moment Sun Wukong's cold voice fell, his body burst out. With a clenched right fist, his whole body was like an arrow leaving the string. It is better to take the initiative to attack than to passively be beaten. At the moment Sun Wukong burst out, white arrogance, the vortex surged out of his body. The momentum was extremely strong. At that moment, he felt that his strength was much stronger than before. No, it was very much, more than twice as much. What was going on? At the same time, I was instantly ecstatic. No matter what, at this moment, an extra point of strength means more hope of winning. By the way, every time a scion is on the verge of death, his strength will increase qualitatively after recovery. No wonder that when my physical energy was exhausted in the spiritual time room, my strength did not increase after using fairy beans to recover. It seemed that my combat power would only increase when I was on the verge of death. But at this moment, I didn't have much time to think. Sun Wukong's speed was more than twice as fast as before, and he appeared in front of Gula in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. In just one breath, Sun Wukong struck dozens of punches. And the speed is getting faster and faster, and the punches are getting more and more tricky. At first, Gula could pick it up with one hand very easily, but as time went by, Gula started to use both hands together, and his face looked a little ugly. How could this guy improve in strength so quickly? Gula raised his eyebrows in shock. Sun Wukong's rapid improvement in combat power made him feel uneasy. He must kill this guy. If he is allowed to grow at this speed, he may really become his strong enemy. P.S. I'm very sorry, brother, I didn't update in time due to the adjustment of the work schedule and the old book. But I will definitely update the update today. But I finally signed up. But I didn't do it well, it's my responsibility. In the end, I still shamelessly asked for some collections and flowers. I'm sorry, thank you. Chapter 51. Gula had already listed Sun Wukong as a person who must be killed. The fighting talent shown by Sun Wukong at this moment made him even more determined. The murderous intention is also more intense. The scion monkey in front of me must die today. Ha! Sun Wukong's fist surged with a surging air whirlpool, and he smashed directly towards Gula. Gula's expression did not change, he was as gloomy as ever. His right palm reached out like lightning and directly grabbed Sun Wukong's fist in his hand. But at that moment, Gula's body trembled slightly, which was enough to show the power of Sun Wukong's punch. After Gula clamped his fist, Sun Wukong did not panic. Instead, he exerted force on his waist and pushed his knee directly towards Gula's chin. But when his knees were only 5 centimeters away from Gula's chin, they were tightly held by something, preventing him from moving forward even half an inch. When he looked down, he saw Gula's tail wrapped around his anklet. Tail? What a shame! Sun Wukong frowned and cursed secretly. His hands and feet were controlled. A ruthless look flashed in Gula's eyes, and he punched Sun Wukong directly in the face. Seeing the lightning-like fist roaring towards him, Sun Wukong naturally did not dare to be careless and raised his right arm to protect his head. Bang! Gula's fist fell heavily on Sun Wukong's right arm. Sun Wukong immediately felt severe pain and bursts of numbness. The punch did not achieve much results, and Gula was not discouraged. The next moment, his right knee pushed directly towards Sun Wukong's chest. The speed is so fast that Sun Wukong has no way to resist it. Bang! This knee hit Sun Wukong's chest hard. Suddenly, Sun Wukong felt as if his chest had been struck by an iron fist, and he actually had short-term breathing difficulties. And with the help of that terrifying force, Sun Wukong's fist also broke free from Gula's palm. At the moment when his left fist broke free, Sun Wukong formed a calyx shape with his palms, and terrifying blue energy condensed from his palms. The response and speed are very fast. Turtle-style Qigong wave. With a low roar, the Qigong wave directly greeted Gula's head. Although Gula was arrogant, he was not stupid. He could naturally feel that Sun Wukong's attack contained terrifying power. The flexible tail with the force, Sun Wukong was thrown away directly, and the wave of Sun Wukong's turtle-style Qigong also rubbed the bridge of Gula's nose and whizzed up. A blush appeared on the tip of Gula's nose. Buzz, damn wild monkey! Feeling the bursts of burning pain from the tip of his nose, Gula's face instantly distorted, and he clenched his fists tightly. A lowly wild monkey actually allowed himself to be humiliated repeatedly. Absolutely unforgivable. Sun Wukong's body was after Gula was thrown out. Just when he was about to hit the ground, his arms shook violently, and a dark red terrifying aura exploded out of his body. 10 times Kyo fist. A low sound came out, and Sun Wukong stopped when his body was less than half a meter away from the ground. After his body stopped, without any hesitation, he shot directly at Gula like a dark red sword. After Husu healed himself, and with the improvement in combat effectiveness, Sun Wukong could clearly feel that he was more comfortable controlling the 10 times Kyo fist. Physical energy consumption is also much slower than before. Watching Sun Wukong attack him again, Gula's face was already very ugly. Every time Sun Wukong stood up, he felt the insult to him getting deeper. Damn wild monkey, do you really think I can't deal with you? Gula gritted his teeth, and 2 red rays of light suddenly shot out from his scarlet eyes. The rays of destruction. pointed directly at Sun Wukong. Boring moves. Seeing the two destructive rays of light shooting straight at him, Sun Wukong snorted coldly. Ha ha! With a low roar, the arrogance surrounding Sun Wukong suddenly surged. When the destructive light came into contact with the arrogance around Sun Wukong, it was directly dispersed. After blocking Gula's attack, Sun Wukong's body flashed again and turned into an afterimage. Even Gula was a little surprised at that speed. In an instant, Sun Wukong's body appeared in front of Gula, and with an uppercut, he hit Gula's chin directly. You want to use this technique against me too, so don't be naive. After speaking, Gula directly punched Sun Wukong, who appeared in front of him. And his fist penetrated Sun Wukong's body without any hindrance. Afterimage? Gula reacted instantly, and his expression changed drastically. Idiot, I'm behind you. A faint voice came from behind, and Gula turned around sharply. The moment the voice fell, Sun Wukong clasped his hands together, and directly hit Gula's head heavily. Gula just now. He was completely unaware of when Sun Wukong appeared behind him and suffered a terrifying attack. His body shot straight into the ground like a bullet, instantly causing bursts of smoke and dust to fly. After being cured by Husu, Sun Wukong's combat power has been doubled. At this time, Sun Wukong, who has used Kaya Fist 10 times, has a combat power of almost 100 million. Before Gula transformed again, his combat power was close to that. 100 million, but it is slightly insufficient, so if he does not transform again, Gula will no longer be Sun Wukong's opponent. Wukong has the upper hand. At this time, Supa had been cured by Husu. Seeing that Sun Wukong had knocked Gula away, he spoke excitedly again. This time, maybe it's really possible to defeat Gula. Husu also looked happy. He could feel that Sun Wukong's aura had surpassed Gula. P.S. Thanks to the elder brother, Prime Super Saiyan Super 10, for the rewards and various supports. Pipisya is grateful. I beg you to collect it again, please give me a thumbs up, please comment. I was hesitant last time someone asked me to add my account, so I was blocked after I posted it, so I can't comment on everyone else. I will consider it, but I can't reply. So if you have any opinions about this book, please feel free to make suggestions. Thank you. Chapter 52. Sun Wukong couldn't be as excited as Supa and Husu. Because he knew very well that Gula's strength was not just this, and he did have a slight advantage just now, but that attack was not enough to cause substantial damage to Gula. Soon enough, almost at the moment Gula's body was knocked away, Sun Wukong raised his palms high, and 2 chi circle slashes appeared in Sun Wukong's palms. The body twisted slightly and slashed directly towards Gula. Gula's body directly smashed a huge pit into the ground. Feeling the ensuing chi circle slash, he bent and kicked his legs, and his body jumped into the air. At this time, of course he could feel the terrifying lethality of those 2 round wheels, so naturally he did not dare to fight them forcefully. Chi circle slash cut directly into the deep pit and disappeared. 2 more cracks were added to the deep pit. Sun Wukong was not too surprised to see Gula dodge his chi circle slash attack. After all, he would be surprised if Gula couldn't even dodge that attack. Wild monkey, indeed. After Gula dodged the chi circle slash, there was a cold arc on the corner of his mouth, and he snorted and said, "You are the first one in this universe who can push me to this point. But, the real hell has only begun now. When you get to hell, no matter how you cry for mercy, I will never forgive you until I tear you into pieces." Hearing Gula's words, Sun Wukong's face darkened. He knew that Gula's words meant that he was going to transform. After the transformation, Gula's combat power reached a terrifying level of 470 million. It's simply not comparable to my mere 100 million combat power, and I still can't maintain the tank's Kyo fist for a long time. No, we have to stop that guy from transforming. After thinking about it, Sun Wukong flashed his body and flew directly towards Gula. At this time, the corners of Gula's mouth raised an evil arc, and his eyes were even more cold, and he laughed in a sinister voice, ha ha ha. I am deeply honored, wild monkey, for my next ultimate transformation, you are the first one to see, it will also be the last one. Ha ha. A deep voice came out of Gula's throat. In an instant, the entire planet Adrit began to shake violently, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. The river flows back. At the same time, with Gula as the center of the circle, blade-like winds swept in all directions. Terrifying cracks appeared throughout the earth, spreading around like spider webs. All the buildings collapsed almost in an instant. A good city was razed to the ground and turned into ruins in an instant. This energy is so strong. Sun Wukong, who originally planned to prevent Gula from transforming, was directly shaken back by the terrifying aura and could not move an inch. He could only cross his hands and block in front of him to defend against the terrifying wind. He could completely feel that at this time Gula's anger has reached a level that is hard to imagine, and it is still rising. With Gula's low roar, his shape also began to change, and the muscles in his body doubled in size in an instant, and the top of his head grew. There were 4 fishtail-shaped bone spurs, with a jewel-like purple armor in the center. On both arms and wrists, the 2 knife-like arcs became more slender, and the pupils had disappeared, leaving only lust in the eyes. Bloody scarlet! Ha 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 ha, hell patty has begun. After the transformation was successful, Gula roared like thunder, and looked at Sun Wukong with a sinister arc in his eyes. Being stared at by that guy, Sun Wukong suddenly felt as if he was being targeted by a poisonous tongue, and his spine felt cold. Danger! Sun Wukong suddenly felt a strong killing intent instantly enveloped him. Without even thinking about it, he jumped back dozens of feet. And at the moment when Sun Wukong retreated suddenly, Gula's body also disappeared directly from the spot. That's right, it disappeared directly. Sun Wukong didn't see Gula's movement clearly at all. Bang! Sun Wukong, who had retreated suddenly, felt that his back hit something. His face suddenly changed, and he naturally knew that he had hit something. Gula actually appeared behind him in an instant, and he was completely unaware of it. Even if he was aware of it, he couldn't make any reaction. At the moment of contact, Sun Wukong subconsciously jumped forward. But before Sun Wukong's body could escape, a force as vast as Wang Yang fell directly on his back. Poof! The violent impact caused Sun Wukong to spurt out a mouthful of blood, and his body hit the ground directly. Boom! The entire ground cracked instantly, spreading like a spider web, and Sun Wukong's body was lying in the center of the spider web, his body trembling slightly. P.S. Please add it to your favorites, please give me flowers, please give me feedback. It is very much needed. Pepixia thanks all the big brothers. Chapter 53. Bah! Sun Wukong spat out the saliva mixed with blood and stood up with his palms on the ground. What a monster! He raised his head and looked at Gula in his ultimate form, looking like an ancient ferocious beast with red light in his eyes. The corners of his mouth were raised high, and he looked at himself with contempt. But now, because of the heavy blow from Gula just now, Sun Wukong felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, and he was very uncomfortable. Now I am no longer a match for Gula in her ultimate form. How is it possible, that guy has become stronger again? Supa and Husul looked at Gula with horrified expressions. They clenched their fists tightly, and then slowly released them. In this battle, they couldn't do anything at all. Just now they thought Sun Wukong might be able to after defeating Gula, before I could be happy, the situation reversed again. It felt like riding a roller coaster, falling from the sky to the abyss in an instant. Snort! Ants are just ants. No matter how they jump, they can't make big waves. Gula looked at Sun Wukong with contempt, and at the same time as he let out a cold drink, his body exploded out again. directly at Sun Wukong. Seeing Gula disappearing instantly again, Sun Wukong clenched his fists and activated Kyo Fist again. The body left the spot and looked around nervously, but there was no sign of Gula at all. "Where did you go?" Big beads of sweat fell from my brows, and I looked around cautiously. Not only could I not see Gula's figure, I couldn't even feel his breath. "It's here." Suddenly, Gula's gloomy voice came, and Sun Wukong frowned fiercely. Before he could make any reaction, Gula's fist was already firmly pressed on his lower abdomen. Poof! The heartbreaking pain made Sun Wukong's pupils suddenly shrink, and his body flew out like a cannonball again. Gula didn't stop at all, and his body followed him like a shadow. The moment he appeared above Sun Wukong's body, he stepped heavily on the latter's chest with his feet. The terrifying power directly embedded Sun Wukong in the ground. Bang! Gula's huge body landed, and stepped on Sun Wukong's chest. The palm-like solace of his feet covered almost 1/3 of Sun Wukong's chest. This left him with no strength to resist at all. But, damn it! Why can't I become a Super Saiyan yet? Why? His fists hit the ground hard. At this time, blood-red cracks appeared in Sun Wukong's eye sockets, and his teeth clenched loudly. If he didn't break through the limit of Super Saiyan, then he might really die in this useless place. What? Super Saiyan? Ha ha ha! Do you want to laugh me to death? Super Saiyan is just a legend. Besides, even if you become a Super Saiyan, what can you do to me? Hearing Sun Wukong's murmur, Gula's tone was full of disdain. He looked at Sun Wukong, who was being trampled under his feet from a high position, and said arrogantly. With his current fighting power, even if there is really some bullshit in the legend, as a Super Saiyan, he could easily crush him to death under his feet like an ant. After saying that, he raised his foot high and stepped on Sun Wukong's chest again. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. The dark red aura around Sun Wukong completely disappeared, and his aura wilted a lot at this moment. Really, is this really it? Am I really going to be killed by such a stinky thing? Sun Wukong's hands were almost clasped into the hard stones. His expression was extremely distorted. Absolutely. Absolutely cannot die in the hands of such garbage. Absolutely not. At that moment, Sun Wukong's originally bloodshot body, his pupils turned pale and hollow. But Gula didn't realize the changes in Sun Wukong. After seriously injuring Sun Wukong with a kick, Gula jumped into the air and looked down like an emperor. Hey, what a boring battle. Wild monkeys will always be wild monkeys. Now, I will let you and this garbage planet turn into a speck of dust in this universe. No one in this world can defeat me. I, Gula, am the strongest in the universe. Gula raised his hands, and the entire ground of the Adrid planet instantly cracked and collapsed. It spread in all directions. Sounds of panic and desperate roars once again filled the planet. It's over, it's really over. Husu's rickety body took 2 steps back uncontrollably, and he sat down on the ground. He shook his head dully. Even his own ability to predict was wrong. It seems that even the gods coming can't save their planet. I will definitely kill you. I don't know when. Sun Wukong stood up again. He lowered his head and murmured to himself. Around his body, a little golden starlight appeared, and it became more and more dense. Finally, the golden stars appeared. The light spots actually attached themselves to Sun Wukong's body, and a layer of golden halo appeared. What happened? Suddenly, Gula felt a strong feeling of uneasiness, and his eyes instantly looked at Sun Wukong. He saw Sun Wukong with his head lowered and his whole body covered with a layer of golden halo. That guy, Super Saiyan. Gula's body suddenly stagnated, and his pupils shrank instantly. No, not Super Saiyan. Gula shook his head and denied. At this time, although Sun Wukong's whole body was covered with a golden halo, according to the description of their ancestors, the Super Scion's hair stood up high and turned golden. At this time, Sun Wukong obviously still has black hair. You're just pretending to be a god, go to hell. The uneasiness in his heart became more and more intense, making Gula very uncomfortable. His intuition told him that he must get rid of the Scion monkey in front of him as soon as possible. P.S. Please collect it, please give me flowers, and please give me evaluation votes. Chapter 54. With a low roar, Gula raised his right palm, and an orange energy ball condensed directly from his palm. In the end, it turned out to be as big as half a football field. Wild monkey, this time, give me a complete death. Gula roared, and the strong feeling of uneasiness made it impossible for him to drag it on any longer. Although he was arrogant and conceited, he didn't want to capsize in the sewers of this garbage planet. And that Scion, if he can force himself to transform into his ultimate form, who knows if he will really become the legendary Super Scion and pose a threat to him. Then, he flicks down with one hand, and the huge energy ball is directly released. It hit Sun Wukong. But Sun Wukong still maintained his previous form, with his fists clenched tightly, his head lowered, and his eyes were filled with emptiness, as the huge energy ball touched the ground. At that moment, the entire planet Adrit began to tremble violently, and the place where Sun Wukong stood was completely swallowed up by the orange energy ball. The entire ground cracked, collapsed, and collapsed again. Sun Wukong's figure also followed. The collapsed ground was completely swallowed up by the energy ball. When Supa and all the Adritites saw this scene, the little hope they had left in their hearts completely collapsed. Ha ha ha! It seems that I am worrying too much. How can a wild monkey deserve to be my enemy? Looking at Sun Wukong, who didn't even hide and was instantly swallowed by his own energy ball, Gula smiled proudly. Maybe he really thought too much and naively thought that a Scion monkey would bring him what a threat. It's ridiculous to think about it. Below, the orange energy ball sank into the ground little by little, and a dark hole the size of a football field appeared on the ground. When all the richness dissipates, all that is left is the bottomless black hole. Sun Wukong's figure has completely disappeared. To die so easily was to give that wild monkey a real advantage. Gula looked at the unfathomable black hole, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said coldly, "Then let me destroy this unpleasant planet." After speaking, Gula once again produced a terrifying energy ball in the palm of his hand. Although he was quite interested in the secrets of the planet Adrit, he didn't have to do it. After all, with his own strength, the entire universe, it doesn't matter whether they have any special abilities or not. But these lowly creatures disobey themselves again and again, which is really unforgivable. Ants, go to hell! Hoo ho ho! A sinister laugh came from Gula's mouth, sounding so excited. It seems that killing is a very enjoyable thing for him. However, before the energy ball in Gula's hand could be released, he suddenly heard a voice. Make Gula's body tremble. Gula, it's not over yet. Suddenly, a thunderous roar exploded like muffled thunder on the ground. It echoed in the sky. And the source of the sound was from the huge black hole. Wukong, Wukong, it's Wukong. He's not dead yet. Suddenly hearing that voice, Husu's rickety body trembled violently. The sad look on his face instantly turned into ecstasy. The flame of hope seems to be ignited again. Tisk! What a tough monkey! Gula clenched his fists and twitched the corners of his mouth. He didn't expect that he was not dead after suffering such a terrifying blow, which surprised him. At the same moment, almost everyone's eyes were on. He looked towards the source of the sound. A flash of orange suddenly appeared in the dark black hole. Then, under countless horrified eyes, the energy ball thrown by Gula just now slowly appeared. Rising up, the figure of Sun Wukong appeared in front of everyone again, his body covered with scars and covered with a layer of golden light. The only difference was that he was holding a huge orange energy ball with one hand. Sun Wukong's eyes at this time are no longer pure white, but have returned to normal. Give this thing back to you. The body fell gently to the ground, and Sun Wukong looked at Gula with cold eyes. Then he released his right palm holding the energy ball, and kicked his leg directly on the energy ball. Under the stunned eyes of everyone, that huge energy ball was kicked towards Gula by Sun Wukong, and it was very fast. Looking at the energy ball flying towards him, Gula didn't dare to catch it. After all, the energy ball he shot was so terrifying. He knew it very well. He dodged easily with a flash of his body. After kicking the energy ball away, a sharp light burst out from his eyes, and he bent his legs and lowered his center of gravity. Gula, your death has come. At the same time as the violent shouting fell, Sun Wukong's arms shook, and the veins squirmed like a small snake. With a deep roar, Sun Wukong's hair stood up in an instant. The whole body was covered with that layer of golden halo turned into golden flames, swirling wildly. The sound of the flames flickering was extremely harsh. The next moment, Sun Wukong's hair suddenly turned into golden color. Super Saiyan is born. P.S. Please collect it, please give me flowers, please give me a vote. Chapter 55. Whisper, rustle, the golden flames flickered like raging flames, seemingly endless. The hair that stands up high is windless, the slender eyes, the light green eyes are unusually firm and cold. That flame-like whirlpool made Gula feel so cold. Super Saiyan. This amazing power is really very popular. Gently clenching his fists, he felt the vast power rushing from his body to his arms like a flood. Sun Wukong pursed his lips, and a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. The fighting power of a Super Saiyan, it is really not comparable to the Saiyans. At this moment, he feels a steady surge of power in his body, as if he has the road to the powerhouse in the universe. Once you take this most difficult step, the next road will be much easier. He, him, that look, that shape, are exactly the same as what I saw in my prediction. Husu pointed at Sun Wukong, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, and spoke incoherently. The original horror on the face instantly turned into uncontrollable ecstasy. Yes, the Sun Wukong in front of me was exactly the same as what I saw in my prediction. It was still very vague at first, but the moment I saw Sun Wukong, that appearance completely emerged in my mind. What do you mean, Your Holiness? Supa looked at Husu, who was so excited that he couldn't control himself, and there was a look of surprise on his face. Looking at Husu's expression, he knew that the transformed Sun Wukong in front of him should be similar to what he had predicted. Moreover, at this moment, Sun Wukong was like he could also clearly feel the horrific changes. Our planet Adrit is saved. This time, it is really saved. Husu's eyes never left Sun Wukong, his body was still trembling, and his tone was filled with excitement. He knew that his prediction would not be wrong. Super Saiyan, it turns out that these wild monkeys can really transform. Gula's face at this moment was so gloomy that he could almost squeeze out ink. Because at this moment, he felt a strong sense of danger from Sun Wukong. It was very strong. The ant that he could kill with just one finger would actually give him such a disgusting feeling. After a brief moment of shock and anger, Gula's eyes narrowed tightly, a cold light flashing. But what if he transformed? I, Gula, am the strongest in the universe. No one in this universe can be my opponent. What a Super Saiyan, go to hell! With an angry roar, Gula's body directly turned into a stream of light, shooting at Sun Wukong like an eagle striking the sky. Looking at Gula rushing towards him, Sun Wukong's face remained unchanged, motionless, and the cold light flickered in his eyes. Bang! Goo! The speed of pulling was extremely fast. Almost in an instant, he appeared in front of Sun Wukong, and punched Sun Wukong heavily in the abdomen. What? Impossible! After punching out, Gula was shocked, because his fist hit Sun Wukong's abdomen, but it had no effect at all. It was more like hitting a piece of red-hot iron, with waves of burning sensation coming from the fist. But Sun Wukong's body was actually completely motionless. That's right, he didn't even take a step backwards. Do you only have this much strength? What a disappointment! As Sun Wukong's cold voice fell, he wrapped Gula's wrist with his left hand and gently pulled it out. A look of pain appeared on Gula's face. No. Impossible. Gula was immediately shocked. Sun Wukong's power at this moment was completely beyond his expectation. Are you surprised? To be honest, even I can't believe this power. Sun Wukong raised the corner of his mouth, revealing an evil arc. Indeed, although he knew that after becoming a Super Saiyan, his combat power would increase 50 times, he still couldn't believe it when he really felt that power at this time. Then his eyes suddenly turned cold, and his right fist flew out like lightning, hitting Gula hard on the chest. Gula's huge body was directly hit by a punch and scraped the ground and retreated dozens of meters. 2 shocking deep ravines were left on the ground. Pfft! After holding back 3 breaths, Gula couldn't hold it in any longer, and a mouthful of purple blood spurted out. He held his hands in front of his chest with a look of pain on his face. Da-da-da! Sun Wukong walked towards Gula step by step, and every sound of those crisp footsteps seemed to hit Gula's heart hard. Sun Wukong didn't stop until he reached Gula. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he said disdainfully, Gula, the eldest son of the Frozen Demon clan, is so vulnerable. After saying that, he placed his right palm directly on Gula's mouth. Ha ha! With a roar, a golden light directly knocked Gula's body away. But, you damn wild monkey, how dare you look down on me? Wiping the blood on his horn, Gula glared at Sun Wukong. It has been hundreds of years since he was born, and he has never been humiliated like this. No matter what, he can't swallow this breath. Ha ha! Gula he directly raised his hand and struck out at Sun Wukong. The terrifying orange energy beam swallowed Sun Wukong instantly. When the light dissipated, Gula appeared in front of Gula's attack intact. It has no effect at all. Haven't you figured out the situation yet? Now you are no longer qualified to be my opponent. Sun Wukong looked at Gula arrogantly, and his tone was full of disdain. P.S. Beg for collection, beg for flowers, beg for evaluation votes. Brothers, all the flowers and tickets are thrown at Pippi Shrimp. Bar. Chapter 56. You lowly wild monkey, stop being proud of yourself. Seeing the arrogant and disdainful look on Sun Wukong's face, Gula was so angry that his face became a little distorted. He had never been looked down upon like this by someone, and the other person was just a monkey. Ha ha! Gula let out a low roar, and a layer of purple arrogance suddenly appeared around him. The terrifying aura swept away in all directions. It was obvious that Gula had used his full strength at this time. After Gula's ultimate form, his combat power reached a terrifying value of 470 million when he went all out. But at this time, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Gula's combat power has reached 500 million, or even higher. No matter what, the current Gula cannot be Sun Wukong's opponent. Go to hell! Gula exploded with all his strength. His palms were in the shape of 5 fingers, pointing forward. In an instant, 10 energy beams were shot towards Sun Wukong. Tisk! Boring moves! Sun Wukong snorted coldly, raised one hand, and the blue energy wave blasted directly towards the 10 energy beams. The moment the energy wave and energy beam collided, countless gorgeous fireworks fell from the air. And Sun Wukong's the body jumped directly and flew high. It's not that easy to run away. Seeing Sun Wukong flying higher and higher, Gula also jumped and rushed towards Sun Wukong. Things that don't know whether to live or die came just in time. Seeing Gula actually following him, Sun Wukong smiled evilly. This was exactly the result he wanted. I have been practicing sun boxing for several days in the spaceship, but I have not yet achieved it. Now is the time to see how powerful it is? After thinking about it, Sun Wukong made 5-fingered hands with his fingers spread apart and pointed at the center of his eyebrows. Looking at Gula, who was rushing up, a deep voice came out from his throat. Sun Punch! The moment the roar came out, a white light emerged directly from the center of Sun Wukong's eyebrows, covering the entire city. The entire city was instantly enveloped in a pale color. What is this? Gula's body, which had been rushing forward suddenly, stopped suddenly. The strong white light was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes at all. He was so shocked that he covered his eyes with his hands. The same was true for Supa, Husu, and others. I didn't even dare to look up at that dazzling light. It seems that the unexpected effect of Sun Fist is really good. Looking at Gula with his arms in front of his eyes, Sun Wukong said with a smile. Then his body exploded out like lightning, and instantly appeared on top of Gula's head. He clenched his fists and hit Gula hard. The top of La's head. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the top of Gula's head collapsed directly. His body was more like a falling star, and it hit the ground hard, creating a huge crater. At this time, Sun Wukong has no interest in fighting Gula. Because Gula has successfully helped him break through the limit of Super Saiyan, it is just a waste of time to continue playing. The palm was directly aimed at the deep pit created by Gula, and terrifying energy balls entered one after another. Boom! The violent explosion caused by the terrifying energy balls directly caused the entire ground to tremble, and instantly there was thick fog and fire. Soaring! Qi Yuan Zhan! The violent explosion of the energy ball had not dissipated, and the chi circle slash in Sun Wukong's hand was thrown into the explosion one after another. After half a minute, the thick fog and dust finally dissipated. And Gu La's figure also appeared in Sun Wukong's sight. At this time, Gula stood at the bottom of the pit, looking very embarrassed. His whole body was covered with dozens of wounds, large and small, and purple blood flowed almost all over his body. Most of the tail behind him was missing. 2 of the 4 bone spurs on the top of the head were broken and disappeared. At this time, Gula can be considered very miserable. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Gula's eyes were burning with raging anger, and he roared like thunder. A wild monkey actually made himself look like this. He is the strongest in the universe. Shame, this is a huge shame. Absolutely unforgivable. Haha. Gula seemed to have gone crazy and rushed directly towards Sun Wukong. At this moment, Gula seemed to have completely lost his mind. I am afraid that even he did not realize that his strength had been greatly improved. The speed was drastically reduced. Whoosh! Gula punched Sun Wukong without any clues. Even at his peak, he was no match for Sun Wukong, let alone his current aura. In the case of reduction, Sun Wukong's casual slap was followed by Gula's fist, the corners of his mouth raised, and he said lightly, "You can go and die." After saying that, the other fist hit Gula's chest directly. The speed was very fast, and Gula couldn't avoid it. At the moment when Gula's body violently retreated, Sun Wukong flicked his right palm. A golden air blade appeared on the arm, and the body jumped up and stabbed directly at Gula. There was a slight sound, so light that it could almost be ignored. I saw that Gula's pupils, which had been covering his chest with both hands just now, suddenly shrunk, and his face was full of horror and disbelief. A drop of blood seeped out from between Gula's eyebrows, and then, Gula. His right forearm actually fell off, as if it had been cut smoothly by a sharp blade. Then, under everyone's surprised gaze, Gula's body split into 2 pieces and fell down. Collect it, please give me some flowers, please vote for me, thank you. Chapter 57. Just when Gula's body was split in 2 and slid down, Sun Wukong looked at Gula, who was cut in half coldly, and then struck out with a palm. When the golden energy passed through, the 2 parts of Gula's body burned directly into a wisp of smoke. Then it disappeared directly into the sky. King Gula, who once dominated the world, caused a sensation in the universe, and was almost invincible, has fallen. Die, die. Gula, he, is really dead. Supa excitedly picked up Husu next to him and spun around twice. His excitement was beyond words. At this time, he also forgot about the noble status of the Lord. Gula is dead. Which means that the planet Adrit is finally no longer destroyed, and their lives have finally returned to the kind of life they longed for. Well, Gula is really dead. Husu was also very excited, and his rickety body was shaking uncontrollably. That kind of excitement was simply uncontrollable. Normally, Supa would not dare to be so rude, but at this time, the two of them were too lazy to take care of these things. Got it. Ho ho ho. After a few puffs, an overwhelming roar started from below. It was deafening, soaring into the sky, echoing for a long time. Win! We won! At this moment, countless Adrit warriors dropped their weapons and hugged each other tightly. Crying with joy. Excitement, unparalleled excitement bloomed on everyone's face. And Sun Wukong's body slowly fell down after completely killing Gula. The golden aura surrounding him disappeared little by little, and his hair turned black, returning to normal. After returning to normal, Sun Wukong felt as if all the power in his body had been drained out in an instant, and he could only remain standing. After watching Sun Wukong fall, Husu and Supa stopped their excitement and walked in front of Sun Wukong. Their expressions suddenly became very serious. Facing Sun Wukong, he suddenly knelt down on one knee. Benefactor, thank you for your great kindness to my planet Adrit. Supa's attitude is a complete reversal from before, and he is extremely humble. His home planet was destroyed in the hands of these hateful cosmic beings, and he was protected by his parents and tribe to the death. Next, he escorted himself to the planet Adrit. Before Sun Wukong appeared, he originally thought that he would watch the planet Adrit being destroyed like his home planet again, but this was the one before him. The aliens he despised saved tens of thousands of creatures on their planet Adrit, so he deserved this tribute. Then, all the warriors of the planet Adrit were taken in. With excitement on their faces, they stood in rows, kneeled on the ground piously, raised their hands flat, and used the most noble etiquette of the planet Adrit to thank Sun Wukong for his life-saving grace. Get up! You also know that I have my own purpose in saving you. Sun Wukong looked at the humble Supa and said in a calm tone. Indeed, if he hadn't taken the opportunity to break through the limits of super science and their secret techniques, he would not have risked his life to fight with a ruthless character like Gula. Steal. Fortunately, he won the bet this time. But even so, the expressions of Supa and others did not change at all. No matter what purpose Sun Wukong had, he saved Yi. This is an unchangeable fact on the planet Dalat, so it can withstand their kneeling. Wukong, let me heal your injuries first. Husu looked at the trembling Sun Wukong and took a step forward. Although Sun Wukong killed Gula in the form of god of war, he also suffered a lot of injuries before that. They could all feel that Sun Wukong's aura was very strong at this moment. Of weakness. Sun Wukong nodded and did not refuse. He had indeed suffered a lot of injuries in the battle just now, and his physical energy was almost exhausted. After receiving Sun Wukong's permission, Husu stepped forward and stood alone. Grabbing Sun Wukong's hand, Sun Wukong felt a steady flow of gentle energy flowing into his body. Time flies, and a month passes suddenly. Sun Wukong has been on the planet Adrit for a full month. In this month, the planet Adrit has also been rebuilt, and the city that was destroyed during the battle with Gula has also been restored. But what makes Sun Wukong a little uncomfortable is that after a full month, he has not yet completely mastered the special ability of teleportation. This left me with some schedules and I had to put them on hold. It has been a full year since he killed Raditz, so by this calculation, Vegeta and the others should have arrived on Earth. Sun Wukong was sitting on the top of a mountain somewhere, looking ahead and murmuring to himself. But fortunately, after Gohan and Piccolo ate the fruits of the spirit tree, their strength has been greatly improved, and they should be enough to deal with Vegeta, and the two of them will practice hard here for some time. When the time comes, they will learn how to teleport and go directly to the Namek planet. The most important thing is to find the bastard who attacked their spaceship and crush him to death with his own hands. And now, in space. Two small spaceships were galloping at extremely high speeds, and two beams of red light almost flashed past. Hey, Nappa, it's time to wake up. In the spaceship, Vegeta, who was staring at the tip of the tower, suddenly opened his eyes and said in a cold tone. And Nappa, who was in the other spaceship, heard Vegeta's voice and opened his eyes. Asked, have you arrived on Earth? Get ready. 1 day left. P.S. Please collect it, please give me flowers, and please give me evaluation votes. I beg you, thank you. Chapter 58. 1 day flies by in a blink of an eye. Sun Wuhan was currently sparring fiercely with Piccolo, almost day after day for a month. Qin and Tianjin Fan Jiaozi, who were practicing in Tianshan Temple, did not neglect at all. At this moment, Sun Wuhan, who was sparring with Piccolo, suddenly stopped, raised his head and looked into the air, frowned and said, "They are coming." Sun Wukong had already told him when he left the Earth. They have news that the Scions will arrive on Earth in a month. Immediately, Piccolo also felt two evil auras descending on the Earth at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Qin and others who were practicing in the Temple of Heaven also felt the two auras. Krillin, let's go make peace with Gohan and the others first. Tianjin Fan looked into the distance, where the two chi came from, then looked at Qin and said. Qin can clearly feel that the auras of those two people are very strong. One of them is similar to his own, and the other aura is very strong. For an opponent of that level, if Wukong is not on the Earth at this time, I am afraid that only Wukong I can handle it. After the three of them greeted the God of Heaven, they jumped directly from the God of Heaven. At this time, in the most prosperous urban area of the western capital, two shadows suddenly fell from the sky at a very fast speed. Then, what is that? Someone looked up and saw the meteorite-like ball falling rapidly in mid-air, and asked dully. Stop being dazed and run. Then, everyone scattered in panic. Boom, two balls fell on the street in an instant, and a huge pit was directly smashed into the hard road. All the melon-eating people hid under the building. Behind, I peeked curiously to see what suddenly fell. When the dust that was stirred up dissipated, two white balls appeared at the bottom of the pit. Suddenly, the balls appeared. Through a door, two people in strange clothes walked out, their bodies slowly floating in the air. One was short, wearing a cosmic battle suit, with a towering head and a proud arc. One, with a bright bald head, 8 feet tall, and a mustache, is extremely tall. Both of them have a furry thing wrapped around their waists, and they have combat power detectors in their ears. These two are none other than Bei, Gita and Nappa. Someone actually came out of there. Those two guys, are they aliens? No. I don't know. Looking at the two people who suddenly appeared, all the melon eaters whispered to each other in horror. Is this the Earth? It is indeed a nice planet. Vegeta held his hands in front of his chest, raised the corners of his mouth, looked around, and said. How about saying hello to these fussy humans? Naba looked sideways at the surrounding Earthlings, with a bloodthirsty smile on his face, and said coldly. He, don't be too harsh, the Earth will be too damaged and it won't be worth anything. Vegeta smiled coldly, agreeing to Nappa's words. Hearing Vegeta's agreement, the arc of Nappa's horns rose higher. Killing and destroying was really soothing to both body and mind. What a thing! Then, he clenched his right fist tightly, and wisps of dark red energy gathered in his palm. Aha! Naba shouted loudly, just as he was about to shoot, the energy ball condensed in his palm. Suddenly, a cold childish voice came from behind. "If you want to die, just blast out. N.A. Nanny." Hearing the cold voice behind them, Vegeta and Nappa froze slightly and quickly turned around. Then they saw 5 figures appearing in front of them. "How did they appear behind us?" Nappa's arrogant look just now suddenly disappeared. He looked at the 5 people in front of him and said with heavy eyes, "Have no idea." Vegeta also narrowed his eyes slightly, and he didn't even feel when they appeared. That is. Vegeta glanced at the bodies of the 5 people. When he saw Son Gohan, he suddenly stopped and his body trembled suddenly. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was full of disbelief. "Tail? That brat is Kakaroto's son." A year ago, he learned through the communication equipment of Raditz combat power detector that in addition to Kakaroto on Earth, there was also Kakaroto's son who was also a scion. A scion indeed. Nappa stared at the swaying tail behind Son Gohan and nodded. After the shock, Vegeta's expression returned to normal. He pressed the combat power detector next to his ear. A beep beep beep, a crisp sound. Ring. The combat power is 5000. That kid actually has a combat power of 5,000. When he saw Son Gohan's fighting power, a look of shock appeared on Vegeta's face again. A year ago, he remembered that this kid's furious blow reached a fighting power of 1301. Unexpectedly, it only took 1 year. In a short period of time, it actually grew to a combat power of 5000. This kid's talent is so terrifying that he must not keep it. Vegeta clenched his fist tightly and became murderous towards Son Gohan. At the same time, Nappa also mobilized the combat power detector. Diddy. 6000. 4500. 4300. 3000. No. Impossible, how could the fighting power of these lowly creatures reach such a level? Nappa's face was full of disbelief. Obviously a year ago, Kakaroto, the one with the highest combat power among them, only had a combat power of 418. P.S. I beg for collection, flowers and evaluation votes, brothers. Thank you. Chapter 59. A group of ant-like things can actually have such a powerful combat power in a year. Although we don't know what method was used, it is worthy of our attention. Vegeta looked at the 5 people in front of him with cold eyes and said in a cold tone. Yes. Although it is very surprising, this little fighting power cannot make any big waves. After a brief surprise, the murderous intent suddenly appeared on Nobina's face. The few people in front of him were able to improve so quickly in 1 year, although they are not their opponents yet, this potential has already threatened them. So today, we must eradicate them all completely. Are these the 2 terrifying scions Sun Wukong talks about? It doesn't seem like there's anything great about it. Piccolo also looked at Vegeta and Nappa with a proud look on his face. He said with a disdainful tone. Indeed, the little man at the top of the tower feels a little bit dangerous, but the big man, in my eyes, combat effectiveness can be completely ignored. Maybe our strength has improved too quickly. Sun Wuhan also nodded with a serious face and said. He didn't feel anything powerful about the 2 people in front of him, and there was no sense of danger at all. Klin and Tianjin Fan looked at each other in shock. Piccolo and Son Gohan were really infuriating. Those 2 scions were very powerful in front of the 3 of them, especially the little one, who gave them a feeling of insecurity. It feels like a test. But from the tone of Gohan and Piccolo, those 2 scions are so worthless. Oh? There is nothing great about him, he is really an ignorant guy. Hearing what Piccolo and Son Gohan said, Vegeta was surprisingly lifeless. He sneered and said lightly. Maybe this is what is often said about the fearlessness of the ignorant. His combat power has reached 18,000. It's really ridiculous that 2 ants with only 5,000 or 6,000 ants are said to be nothing powerful. Maybe he was frightened. Naba also smiled coldly and looked at the 5 of them with a contemptuous expression. With the strength of a few of them, he can handle it alone. It is simply not enough for Prince Vegeta to take action. Prince Vegeta, please allow me to punish these stupid things a little. Naba smiled solemnly at Sun Wuhan and others, then turned around and asked Vegeta for instructions. Go for it. But be careful and don't kill them. I also want to know the whereabouts of Kakarot and the Dragon Balls from them. Vegeta still looked arrogant and nodded. In his opinion, although it will be a little difficult for Nappa to deal with these guys, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Hey, do you have control? It's really a bit troublesome. Naba raised the corners of his mouth and gave Sun Wuhan and the others a bloodthirsty smile. Then he flashed his body and punched Sun Wuhan at an extremely fast speed. Cut, trash. Piccolo glanced coldly. In his opinion, Nappa's speed was only a little faster than a snail. He also had his hands clasped in front of Hungry, with the arrogant look on his face. That look was different from Biji's. The tower was almost the same. Seeing Nappa flying towards him, Sun Wuhan held his hands and disappeared in an instant, so fast that even Vegeta only saw an afterimage. Nappa was even more miserable. He didn't even see Sun Wuhan's shadow and just disappeared out of thin air. Wah, what? Vegeta and Nappa exclaimed almost at the same time. You are too weak. A faint figure suddenly sounded from behind, and Nappa's body suddenly froze, and cold sweat broke out in an instant. When did that kid appear behind him? Before he could turn around, he felt a huge force hit his neck. Nappa was stunned, and his body was like a cannonball, smashing into the building not far away. That, Nappa! That brat, how is that possible? Vegeta's heart instantly stirred up a storm. He glanced at the Nappa that was shot out, and then looked at Sun Wuhan. A solemn look suddenly appeared in his eyes. The speed that guy had just displayed was too fast. It was so fast that even he felt ashamed. Vegeta quickly pressed the combat power detector next to his ear. There was a crisp sound. 5,000, it's still 5,000 combat power. No, it's impossible. The moment that guy just knocked Nappa away, his combat power increased significantly, at least to more than 10,000. Why is it down to 5,000 now? Vegeta frowned, puzzled. Is it possible that these people can freely control their fighting power? Yes. That's definitely the case. Other than that, there is no other explanation. So, that kid, what is its actual combat effectiveness? Gohan, take them somewhere else to fight. Piccolo looked at Sun Wukong and Vegeta and said calmly. After hearing Piccolo's words, Son Gohan looked at the building where Nappa's body had just smashed a big hole, and frowned slightly. Indeed, although he can easily defeat the 2 scions in front of him, a fight will inevitably cause damage to the city, which is something he doesn't want to see. Moreover, his father said that these 2 scions are scary. There should be some backhand and trump card left. Then, he turned to Vegeta and said, this is not a place for fighting, come with me, PS, please collect it, please give me flowers, and please give me comments. In the past few days, cold air has invaded most areas and the temperature has dropped. Everyone must wear more clothes and protect their bodies. A cold is a very uncomfortable thing. Chapter 60. After saying that, Sun Wuhan turned his head and flew towards a bare mountain not far away. If you're not afraid of death, just follow me. Piccolo also glanced at Vegeta coldly with provocative eyes, turned around and flew over with Sun Wuhan. Immediately afterwards, Krillin and Tianjin Fan Dumpling also followed. They didn't want to face these 2 terrifying people alone. Guy. Yes, I'm sorry Prince Vegeta, I was too careless just now. After Son Gohan and others all flew away, Nappa flew out of the building and landed next to Vegeta. He was embarrassed and said with shame. However, the guilt was mixed with a deep feeling of shame. The anger. That brat will tear him into pieces soon. Thinking of this, Napa's expression became extremely ferocious. Napa, that brat is not something you can deal with. Vegeta glanced at Napa coldly, the contempt in his tone not concealed at all. He could clearly feel that the brat's fighting power completely crushed Napa the moment he attacked Napa. So no matter what, no matter how cautious Napa is, he can't be that kid's opponent. Whisper. After hearing Vegeta's words, Napa gritted his teeth tightly and clenched his fists unwillingly. But he didn't dare to refute Vegeta's words. Let's go. Follow them to see what tricks they want to play, and ask them to reveal the whereabouts of Kakarot's Dragon Ball. Vegeta looked at the place where Son Gohan and others disappeared. The shock on his face had disappeared. He raised his horn slightly, then burst out his air and flew directly in the direction where Son Gohan and others disappeared. In his opinion, if that kid can defeat Nappa, his combat power should be around 10,000. At most, it cannot be more than 15,000. Because if it exceeds this combat power, the sword strike just now is enough to kill Nappa. So he was very surprised at the time. After all, he was just a 5 or 6-year-old kid, but with a combat power of 15,000, he was far behind him. Nappa, who had a ferocious face, also followed Vegeta and flew over, but his heart was filled with anger. He must kill those hateful ants one by one in order to relieve his heart. Anger. After Sun Wuhan flew for about 4 or 5 minutes, he came to an inaccessible desert valley. After falling down, as far as the eye could see, it was all a piece of earth-colored rock formations. In this environment, few living things could survive here. Best for fighting. Then, Piccolo, Krillin, Tianjin rice and dumplings fell next to Sun Wuhan one by one. After a while, Vegeta and Nappa also rushed over. Landing on the top of a rock, Vegeta folded his hands in front of his chest and looked down at Sun Wuhan and others with a proud look. What an unpleasant guy! Looking at the arrogant Vegeta, Piccolo clenched his fist and really wanted to go up and beat that guy down immediately. Uncle Beak. Sun Wuhan looked sideways and spoke coldly. Looking at Sun Wuhan with sharp eyes, Piccolo slowly loosened his fist. When Piccolo loosened his fist, Sun Gohan raised his head, looked at Vegeta and Nappa with sharp eyes, and said, "You two haven't harmed the earth yet, so I can give you a chance. Immediately get off the earth, and I can forget the blame." Sun Wuhan's tone was very domineering and irresistible. There was no room for negotiation at all, and he didn't look like a 6 or 7-year-old child at all. Klin and Tianjin Fan originally wanted to say something, but looking at Sun Wuhan's firm eyes, they swallowed their words. I sighed in my heart. Gohan's character really looks more and more like Goku. Hearing Sun Gohan's words, Vegeta and Nappa were startled at first. Then Vegeta's face was instantly covered with a layer of rage. He stared at Sun Gohan and gritted his teeth and said, "Damn bastard, do you really think that after defeating Nappa, you are qualified to talk to me, Prince Vegeta, like this? My majestic Prince Vegeta, a genius among the geniuses of the fighting race Science. To be looked down upon by the son of a low-level warrior is absolutely, absolutely unforgivable. I must kill that Scion traitor Kakarot today. And this brat who talks so freely. It doesn't harm the earth, right? What about this?" The anger on Vegeta's face gradually turned into a weird sneer, and then he pointed one hand directly at the city they just returned from, and the Qigong wave condensed in his palm blasted directly towards it. What a reckless idiot! Sun Wuhan looked at Vegeta's movements, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and his body disappeared instantly. When everyone reacted, Sun Wuhan had already appeared in front of the Qigong wave sent by Vegeta. A slap when it was shot, the Qigong wave was deflected back and directed at Vegeta and Nappa. The speed was several times faster than Vegeta's shot. But, damn it! A flash of panic flashed in Vegeta's eyes, and his body rushed out in panic. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the top of the rock where the two of them were standing was blown into pieces. Bastard, that brat was even faster than when he attacked Nappa just now. Vegeta glared at Sun Gohan, shocked in his heart. The moment Sun Wuhan flashed out just now, his speed was so fast that he didn't even see an afterimage. P.S. Please add it to your favorites, please give me flowers, please give me feedback. Chapter 61. I gave you the opportunity. Since you don't want to leave, then stay forever. What Vegeta did just now also made Sun Gohan angry. It's easy to change one's nature. It seems that evil has been deeply rooted in the bodies of these scions. It can't be changed with just 1 or 2 words. They abandon evil and follow good. Gohan, why bother talking nonsense with people like this? Let me deal with them. Piccolo stepped forward with a fighting spirit in his eyes. In the past half-year, after sparring with Sun Wuhan day after day, he felt that his strength had been greatly improved. He hadn't had any actual combat for a long time, and being brutally tortured by Raditz last time has always been a grudge in his heart. Today, he just wanted to practice with these two blind guys to see the results of his training. Looking at Piccolo, who was full of fighting spirit, Sun Gohan didn't notice. Refuse. Instead, he said in an unusually calm tone. My father told me when I was in the spiritual time room that you need to have a kind heart to be a human being, but you must never let kindness burden you and cause irreparable consequences that you will regret. I think what my father said is right, and I have always kept it in mind. After finishing speaking, Sun Gohan slowly raised his head, looked at Vegeta and Nappa, and said in a cold voice. Uncle Piccolo, kill them. When Sun Wuhan said these words, Klin, Tianjin Fan, and others actually felt the strong murderous intention coming out of Sun Wuhan. Satoru, Gohan seems to have really changed. Krillin and Tianjin Fan looked at each other, and they both saw shock in each other's eyes. A year ago, when they first met Gohan in the Kame Fairy house, he was still just hiding in the sun. Behind Gohan, the silent coward. In just 1 year, no. It should be 3 years, because Gohan and Goku have been training in the spiritual time room for 2 years. Gohan actually fell in love. The crying coward turned into a decisive young man. This must be inseparable from the 2 years he spent with Wukong in the spiritual time room. After all, even Wukong has become, that's all. Fortunately, Goku and Gohan were different from these scions. After hearing Sun Gohan's words, Piccolo raised the corners of his mouth, revealing 2 sharp fangs, and rushed directly towards Vegeta. Past. Oh no. Namekians, ant-like things are worthy of fighting with Vegeta and me. Looking at Piccolo rushing towards him, Vegeta said disdainfully. Then he touched the ground with his toes, and the ground exploded instantly, and his body was shot out. Bang! Vegeta and Piccolo's fists were heavy. They collided. The terrifying shock wave directly shattered the surrounding rocks. The two separated at the moment their fists came into contact, and each took a dozen steps back. Vegeta inadvertently held his fist behind his back. I pinched it, and my whole arm felt numb. No. Impossible, that Namekian actually hit his own strength. Vegeta was shocked and almost roared. Although he did not use all his strength, but he was able to catch his own punch, which means that the Namekian's combat power is definitely not just 6,000 points. See. Piccolo and the Scion had already started fighting. Tianjin Fan clenched his fists, frowned slightly, and jumped up, appearing next to Piccolo. Give me the other one. Tianjin Fan turned his head and said to Piccolo. Although his strength may not be as good as that bald Scion, but that's why he wants to take this opportunity to break through himself again. Yep, meddlesome guy, this kind of trash, I can handle it by myself. Bic looked at Tianjin Fan coldly and arrogantly, and his tone was quite arrogant. But obviously he didn't refuse. With 4,000 combat power, do you deserve to fight with a piece of trash like you? Naba looked at Tianjin Fan, pursed his lips, and said disdainfully. He had used the combat power detector to see that guy's combat power before, and it was only 4,000 points. He wanted to kill this kind of trash. It's simply a piece of cake. Nappa, take off the detector. These guys can all improve their combat effectiveness in battle, don't be fooled by these statistics. Vegeta directly took off the combat power detector next to his ear and threw it aside. You're right, that idiot Raditz was killed because he trusted the combat power detector too much. Nappa smiled evilly, took off the combat power detector and threw it aside. Ha! Vegeta shouted loudly and rushed out first. Clenching his fists, he punched directly and without missing a beat. It hit Piccolo in the face. Piccolo just took a step back with his right foot and turned his head to one side, but he actually caught Vegeta's terrifying fist. What? Vegeta was shocked, and instinctively took a few steps back. He looked at Piccolo in disbelief. The punch he just made, using 70% of his strength, hit the guy's cheek, but he just retreated. Half step. Is this the power of the so-called fighting race science? What a disappointment! Piccolo tilted his head back, shook his neck, looked at Vegeta and sneered. The laughter was full of contempt. P.S. I beg for collection, flowers and evaluation votes. Thank you, brother. Chapter 62. But, you damn bastard, how dare you look down on me? I am the strongest Scion warrior, how could I lose to a piece of trash like you? Being so humiliated by Piccolo, the hairs on Vegeta's tail exploded. His center of gravity suddenly sank, and his arms were attached to his waist. The low roar came from Vegeta's throat at this moment, the entire ground began to tremble slightly, and some small stones floated directly like a hurricane. In midair, the pupils in Vegeta's eyes completely disappeared and turned pale. After half a minute, the powerful energy and roaring hurricane finally stopped, but everyone could feel it at this moment. When Vegeta came out, his energy was much stronger than before. This time, I'm going to get rid of you completely. With an angry roar, Vegeta's body flew out instantly, very fast. A punch hit Piccolo directly in the chest. Pfft! Piccolo's pupils shrank and he spat out a mouthful of acidic water, his face full of shock. The body flew out directly. Vegeta's body turned into a stream of light again, appearing directly in front of Piccolo. He clasped his hands, raised them above his head, and hit Piccolo hard on the forehead. Boom! Piccolo's body slammed into the ground, stirring up several feet of dust. Ha-da-da-da! Once Vegeta gained the upper hand, he refused to give in. The Qigong cannons in his palms converged towards the place where Piccolo fell like laser guns. In an instant, the entire ground was completely swept away by dust. The bodies of Sun Wufan and Krillin Dumpling were floating in the air. Piccolo! Klin looked worriedly at the billowing dust below and shouted softly. Sun Wuhan, on the other hand, had a serious face and his expression did not change at all. After a full minute of bombardment, Vegeta finally stopped. He pressed his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. The continuous Qigong waves he just sent out also consumed his physical energy extremely seriously. Ha ha ha, I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you are so vulnerable. After his physical strength recovered slightly, Vegeta straightened up, looked at the thick smoke below, and laughed crazily. However, the laughter stopped abruptly before it lasted for a second. Is this all you can do? Scion. So next, it's me. Cold joking sounds came from the thick smoke. Vegeta's smiling face instantly solidified, disappeared, and finally became extremely heavy. He had almost used all his strength just now. Still can't defeat that hateful name Qian. Whoosh! Suddenly, a slight sound rang out from the air, and Piccolo's figure was shot directly out of the billowing smoke, with the smoke behind him, and he instantly appeared in front of Vegeta. Without hesitation, an uppercut hit Vegeta directly on the chin. Vegeta's body was immediately thrown into the air, and there was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Piccolo raised his head, looked at Vegeta, bent his legs, kicked hard, and shot into the air like an arrow from a string. He surpassed Vegeta almost instantly, and then pressed his right knee directly against Vegeta's chest, falling down at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The huge impact directly smashed a huge crater into the ground. Piccolo's body fell firmly to the side, looking at Vegeta with a playful look. Obviously, he did not want to kill him so easily. Poof! Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood. And the severe pain caused his facial features to completely twist together. Of course, compared to the physical pain, it was more difficult for him to accept that his self-esteem and pride were being shattered bit by bit. He is a majestic Scion Prince, the strongest Scion warrior in the universe, yet he would suffer such serious injuries on such a garbage planet. No. Impossible, how could a lowly Namekian surpass me in combat power? Vegeta hugged his chest tightly with both arms and roared with an extremely ferocious expression. How could I lose? I am the strongest warrior and the strongest Scion in the world. Unforgivable, I will never forgive you, I will destroy you and this planet together. Vegeta roared crazily, and his pupils were instantly filled with scarlet cracks. It was as if he had lost his mind. Appearance doesn't matter anymore. I'm going to turn into a gorilla and trample all of you ants to death. After roaring crazily for a while, Vegeta seemed to have regained some sense and muttered to himself. Then, look around. Why is there no moon? Forget it, although this will consume some combat power, there is no other way at the moment. Vegeta gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He will not give up until he kills these hateful guys today and destroys this planet that made him suffer humiliation. As a genius warrior of the Science, Vegeta can create an artificial moon. Spreading his right palm, a bright energy ball condensed from Vegeta's palm. Ha ha ha! Damn bastards, your death is coming, P.S. I beg for collection, flowers and evaluation votes. It's getting cold, brothers, please wear more clothes. Prevent colds. Chapter 63. Although he disliked the appearance of transforming into a gorilla, at this moment, Vegeta obviously had no other choice. At this time, he couldn't even defeat a Namekian, and there was also a Scion hybrid kid of unknown strength who was eyeing him. Then, he gently tossed the dazzling energy ball in his hand, and the energy ball hung in the air. That guy, what does he want to do? Piccolo looked at Vegeta, who had condensed the energy ball, but did not attack himself. Instead, he threw it into the air. Even with Piccolo's IQ, he couldn't guess what Vegeta was thinking. He was confused. You bastards, wait for the judgment of death. Vegeta roared crazily, and then looked up at the artificial moon. And when Vegeta looked at the radiant artificial moon, his eyes suddenly stagnated. Boom, 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 a sound. The crisp heartbeat was so loud that Son Gohan and others could hear it clearly, and Vegeta's body also kept beating along with the violent heartbeat trembling. This scene is so familiar. Klin looked at Vegeta not far away, always thinking that he had seen this scene before. Then, his body trembled violently. The tail, the same tail as Goku, exactly like Goku when he was a child. Looking at the energy ball hanging in the air, Klin's body suddenly trembled slightly, and he said with unparalleled nervousness, is it possible, does that guy want to become a gorilla? Satoru, Gohan. Klin suddenly thought that Gohan also has a tail. He turned around and looked back. Sun Wuhan was also staring at the white energy ball, his eyes widening. Seeing Gohan's reaction, he became as big as Goku when he was a child. It was exactly the same as the orangutan. Without any hesitation, Klin immediately gathered a terrifying energy ball in his palm and blasted it directly towards the artificial moon created by Vegeta. There was a muffled sound, 2 energy balls. The balls collided instantly, exploding in mid-air like fireworks. The artificial moon was destroyed by Krillin, and Sun Gohan's pupils, which had just been filled with a trace of scarlet, slowly disappeared and returned to normal. What a blessing! Krillin watched Sun Wuhan return to normal, breathed a sigh of relief, and wiped the nervous sweat from his forehead. It's a blessing that Sun Wuhan didn't transform into a gorilla, otherwise, the entire Earth might have been destroyed. Ho ho! However, the moment the artificial moon created by Vegeta was destroyed, a beast-like roar came from Vegeta. Vegeta's body underwent tremendous changes at this moment. His eyes instantly turned scarlet, and his entire body became countless times larger, as big as a small mountain. 2 huge fangs sprouted from the corners of his mouth, and his face became extremely ferocious. He jumped and landed in front of Piccolo. 2 deep pits were instantly stepped on the ground, and cracks spread like spider webs. Damn you bastards! I'm going to crush you all into pieces! Vegeta, who transformed into a gorilla, roared crazily, raised his fist and struck hard at Piccolo. Piccolo raised his horns, moved his body lightly back, and easily dodged it. Received Vegeta's attack. Boom! The millstone-like fist instantly smashed a large hole in the ground, causing rubble to scatter everywhere. Hey, stupid thing, giving up speed in pursuit of power. Piccolo stared at Vegeta arrogantly and said coldly. Although the Scion's strength increased several times after transforming into a gorilla, his speed was even slower than before. This speed is simply not possible. It's impossible to touch yourself. Piccolo, don't be careless. Krillin looked at the arrogant Piccolo and reminded him. He always felt that the Scion was a little weird, as if he was planning something. Moreover, when Goku transformed into a gorilla, in addition to possessing terrifying destructive power, the speed has also increased a lot. Uncle Bick, there is definitely something wrong with that guy. Sun Wuhan also reminded him. There was always an uneasy feeling lingering in his heart. This time, I want to get rid of him completely. Piccolo seemed to have completely ignored the reminders of the 2 men. He looked at the hill-like Vegeta in front of him and said disdainfully. In his opinion, he was already sure of winning this battle. The moment his voice fell, his body exploded. Came out. The speed was extremely fast, and he appeared on Gorilla Vegeta's shoulder in one breath, and kicked out directly towards Vegeta. Bang! The sole of his foot hit Gorilla Vegeta hard. On the cheek, the huge body staggered a few times and hit the rock heavily. I thought it would be a bit difficult to deal with after the transformation, but I didn't expect that it would still be such garbage. You can go and die. Piccolo stood in mid-air, looking down at the Gorilla Vegeta, with an arrogant expression and a disdainful tone. His body flashed out again. The crushing victory just now made Piccolo feel confident. Now he had no scruples. This time he attacked Vegeta directly on the chest. When Gorilla Vegeta saw Piccolo charging towards him again, his scarlet eyes flashed with a cunning look, and then he thrust out his right hand like lightning. Out! What? Vegeta's speed was very fast, nothing comparable to before. Piccolo was so shocked that he didn't react at all, but was caught in Vegeta's hand. Of course, this was because he was too much. Looking down on Gorilla Vegeta's speed, he didn't leave any way for himself when he shot. Piccolo! Uncle Beak! Seeing the situation that changed in an instant, Sun Wuhan and Klin both frowned and exclaimed. Ha ha ha, didn't you have a great time playing just now? So now, it's me. The wild beast-like laughter echoed in the valley for a long time. With a squeeze of Vegeta's palm, Piccolo let out a heart-rending scream. P.S. Please collect, please flowers, all kinds of brothers. Ben. The book already has more than 110,000 words, and now it only contains 1,300 words. Just like the first sentence of the book, at this moment, Pippi Shrimp is panicking. In these chapters, Wukong is learning teleportation and has not appeared. Maybe everyone will find it boring. But please rest assured, every time you settle down, it is for a better explosion. When you return from school, Wukong will definitely not disappoint you, and I will come back strong. I hope that if you have any opinions, you can give them to Pipixia in the comment area, so that I can know my shortcomings and make up for them. Thank you very much. Chapter 64. Well, that guy just showed weakness on purpose. He turned into a gorilla and actually had reason. Krillin looked at Vegeta in shock. When Goku transformed into a gorilla, he completely lost his mind and refused to be recognized by his relatives. It's really incredible that this guy still has reason. Hey, if you let Uncle Big go, I can let you leave the earth. Sun Wuhan frowned and said coldly to Vegeta. Roar! What a naive kid, it seems you haven't figured out the current situation yet. Gorilla Vegeta said playfully. After transforming into a gorilla, his combat power instantly increased tenfold. Even though he had been depleted before, he still had a combat power of 150,000. He didn't think that kid could have more than 150,000 combat power. Because that is simply impossible. How on earth are you going to let Uncle Big go? Son Gohan is mentally determined far beyond his peers, but at this moment there is no way to save Piccolo from that gorilla. If you want me to let him go, you can. As long as you stand still. Vegeta said with a dark smile. The initiative is finally firmly in my hands again, a familiar feeling, a happy feeling. Cut. Sun Wuhan clenched his fists tightly, and veins popped out on his arms. Even if the Scion turns into a gorilla, he is still absolutely sure to defeat or even kill him. But he couldn't guarantee that he would kill the Scion while Piccolo was still alive. Once Piccolo dies, the gods will also die, and the Dragon Balls will disappear completely. So he didn't dare to take the risk. Thinking of this, Sun Wuhan could only slowly loosen his clenched fists. Satoru, Gohan, leave me alone, you must kill him. Piccolo shouted loudly as he looked at Sun Wuhan who had loosened his fist. A warrior with Scion blood gave up fighting for an ant. You and Kakarot are both a shame to the Scions. Vegeta looked at Sun Wuhan who had given up resistance and cursed coldly. Then, a terrifying energy ball was squeezed out of his huge palm. He pointed it at Sun Wuhan and said sinisterly, as long as if you dare to hide away, I will twist his head off immediately. But, damn it, Gohan, don't be fooled by him. Even if you don't resist, he won't let Piccolo go. Klin looked anxious at the side and reminded Sun Wuhan. At this time, all the hopes of the earth are pinned on Sun Wuhan. If even he loses, then the earth will be really in danger. Sun Wuhan, on the other hand, looked indifferent, as if he had not heard Krillin's reminder, and said to Vegeta, I promise you, but you also have to listen to me. If you dare to hurt Uncle Piccolo, it will make your death very ugly. After saying this, Sun Wuhan gave up all resistance. He, you kid, go to hell. Gorilla Vegeta first smiled coldly, and then roared like thunder. The terrifying energy ball in his palm blasted directly towards Sun Wuhan. Boom! The moment the energy ball came into contact with Sun Wuhan, exploded with a bang. Sun Wuhan's petite body was blown away, and his clothes on his upper body were completely blown away, and then he lay there motionless. Satoru, Gohan! Gohan! Krillin and Tianjin Fan looked at Sun Wuhan at the same time. At this time, Naba seized the opportunity and punched Tianjin Fan hard in the chest. Tianjin Fan's body was directly knocked away by the huge force. Create a long deep ravine on the ground. Tianjin Rice. Klin saw Tianjin Fan also defeated and didn't know what to do for a moment. Ha ha ha. You weak brat, since I promised you, I will let him go now. Vegeta gave a bloodthirsty smile and his tone was unusually sinister. Vegeta's other hand was seen directly holding Piccolo's head, and he twisted it very decisively. Click! A crisp bone-cracking sound was particularly harsh in the silent valley. Piccolo's head drooped softly. Eyes are grey. Piccolo. Klin's whole body trembled, and his body retreated uncontrollably. Piccolo is dead? The gods and Dragon Balls will disappear, so if the earth is destroyed, all the dead people will not be able to be resurrected. You actually dare to kill Uncle Piccolo. And at this time, Sun Wuhan, who was lying motionless on the ground after being blown away just now, actually stood up. His low tone was eerie and scary. Absolutely unforgivable. Ah! An angry roar instantly came from Sun Wuhan's throat. In an instant, a terrifying hurricane swept away crazily with Sun Wuhan as the center. The entire earth shook violently at this moment. The surrounding rocks were directly shaken into rubble, floating in the air. Oh my god, is this Gohan's anger? The whole earth is shaking violently. This energy is so powerful that it's unimaginable. Krillin and Tianjin Fan couldn't believe that this powerful and boundless chi burst out from the body of the 5 or 6-year-old Sun Wuhan. P.S. Today, I'm begging for another wave of collections, Hwawa, and evaluation votes. Thank you to all the big brothers. Chapter 65. What's going on, that brat? Gorilla Vegeta put his hands in front of his eyes to block the oncoming hurricane. A chill instantly came from his back, and Vegeta suddenly felt a sense of danger. No. Impossible. How could that kid have more fighting power than me? It must be an illusion. Vegeta's big head shook like a rattle, and he transformed into a gorilla, and his combat power was directly increased to 180,000. Even though he had consumed a lot before, he definitely had a combat power of 150,000. Facing that kid, I still felt this dangerous. Even among purebred Scion geniuses, those who can reach 10,000 combat power at the age of 5 or 6 are already rare. This cross between a Scion and an Earthling actually has such a terrifying imagination. He couldn't understand it at all. And Naba became even more embarrassed. His feet were stuck on the ground and kept retreating after being blown by the crazy strong wind. Is that kid a monster? Faced with such strong pressure, Naba almost completely lost the courage to fight. Although there was no combat power detector, the pressure was so real that he could not even raise his combat power. Desire. You are absolutely unforgivable. The angry flames in Sun Wuhan's eyes were burning. The low voice came out almost tremblingly. He kicked the ground with his toes, and the ground exploded instantly, and Sun Wuhan's body turned into a streak of white. The stream of light shot towards Gorilla Vegeta at such a speed that Vegeta had no time to react. Bang! Sun Gohan's fist hit Vegeta hard in the face, even though it looked like an ant. It was very funny to shake the elephant, but under that punch, Vegeta's mountain-like body flew out directly, smashing the hill not far away into rubble. Dad said, "Let me stop being so naive, and stop being so soft-hearted." Sun Gohan walked towards Vegeta step by step, speaking with tears in his eyes, but murmuring in his mouth, "I could have killed you from the beginning, but my naivety, my carelessness actually killed Vegeta." Uncle Graham. After Vegeta's body smashed the hill, he stood up. The severe pain on his cheek made his face look even more ferocious. "Damn brat, do you really think I, Vegeta, can't deal with you? Go to hell!" Vegeta roared wildly, looking at Sun Wuhan, who was walking towards him step by step, and the stone-milled fist hit Sun Wuhan directly. In that way, it was like hitting Sun Wuhan with a giant hammer. A little cockroach, looking very funny. Haha! Looking at the huge fist, Sun Wuhan stepped back with his right foot and punched it twice. The fists collided, and a terrifying shock wave swept out like a wave, directly shaking a large area of the ground to collapse one layer, and another. How could this kid have such terrifying power? Vegeta gritted his teeth and was shocked. After transforming into a gorilla, his power had reached an unprecedented level. I didn't expect that this kid could catch it, and now that I had exhausted all my strength, I couldn't let the fist drop even half a point. Hey ah! There was another low roar, and a strong wind blew in the collapsed ground. Vegeta felt an extremely terrifying force coming from his arm like Wang Yang. His huge body was shaken and he hurriedly took several steps back. And Sun Wuhan's body jumped up. His whole body turned into a white sword again, pointing directly at Vegeta's chest. Bah! The voice was very low, almost deafening. The white light arrow shot directly into Vegeta's chest. Ah! The terrifying force hit the chest directly, and the corners of Vegeta's eyes twitched crazily, and his fingers kept shaking. In the big bloody mouth, saliva mixed with blood flowed down the side of the mouth. His feet fell back uncontrollably, and then fell back again. And Son Gohan's right leg was almost halfway into Vegeta's vagina. Boom! The next moment, Gorilla Vegeta's body collapsed to the ground. It stirred up bursts of dust. The body was still twitching. Obviously, under the fatal attack just now, Sun Wuhan completely lost his fighting ability. Satoru! Gohan, cut off his tail! After being stunned for a long time, Klin came back to his senses and said to Sun Wuhan. Sun Wuhan looked back at Klin and nodded. Then he condensed an energy ball in his hand and exploded it directly. The gorilla Vegeta's tail was cut off, and Vegeta's body slowly returned to normal while trembling slightly. Nappa on the side saw all this, and his eyes were full of fear. Completely occupied. The trembling body retreated little by little. Monster, that kid is a monster. Nappa made a dull sound, and after the shock passed, he suddenly turned around and flew directly towards the place where they landed just now. He knew very well that if he stayed here for one more second, he might stay here forever. You must do your best to leave this land of death. Whoosh! Nappa's body flew across the sky at the fastest speed, heading towards the busy city where he had just landed. Sun Wufan turned his head coldly, looked at Nappa who was escaping, and slowly raised his palm, and the terrifying energy ball condensed little by little again. Stay! Then he blasted directly towards Nappa. P.S. I beg for collection, flowers, evaluation votes, monthly votes, rewards, all kinds of begging. Chapter 66. Boom! The energy ball caught up with Nappa in just a few breaths. The moment it hit Nappa, it exploded. Nappa didn't even let out a scream, and was blown to pieces. Brilliant explosion debris fell in all directions. Vegeta had already returned to his human form at this time. He watched helplessly as Nappa was blasted into pieces. Then he looked at Son Gohan's murderous and decisive eyes, and his heart was instantly shrouded in fear. If the kid in front of him dares to kill Nappa, he will definitely take action against himself without hesitation. Damn it, now my body can't even move, let alone resist, and I'm just like a lamb at the mercy of others. Swish! Krillin and Tianjin Fan landed next to Sun Wuhan. Krillin put his palm on Sun Wuhan's shoulder and comforted him. Gohan, don't blame yourself too much, this is not your fault, Piccolo is indeed a little too confident. What Klin said does not make sense. Piccolo did underestimate Vegeta's strength after transforming into a gorilla, and in the second time when attacking, if you are too confident, you will be plotted by Vegeta. If I had kept my father's words in mind, this would never have happened. Sun Wuhan had deep self-blame on his face. After training with Piccolo for half a year, the two have established a deep relationship. Watching Piccolo die in front of him really made him it's hard to accept. What's more, after Piccolo dies, the Dragon Balls will also disappear. If the Earth is in danger again, there will be no way to resurrect the dead. Gohan, don't be so sad. What should I do with this guy? Tianjin Fan also gave words of comfort, and then pointed to Vegeta lying on the ground and said. After hearing Tianjin Fan's words, Sun Wuhan clenched his fists tightly and looked at the figure lying on the ground with his head sideways. The helpless Piccolo's cold voice came out from between his teeth. Kill him. The moment the cold voice fell, Son Gohan turned around sharply and looked at Vegeta. Without any hesitation, a terrifying energy ball condensed and aimed at Vegeta's body. "Oh, my noble Prince Vegeta, the strongest warrior in the world, is going to die on such a garbage planet, at the hands of such a brat." Vegeta wanted to clench his fists tightly, but he didn't have the strength at all. He couldn't even clench his fists. He could only let fear be infinitely magnified in his heart. "Go keep Uncle Beak company." A cold roar came from Sun Wuhan's mouth. The energy ball in his palm was about to come out. At that moment, Sun Wuhan suddenly felt a weak breath. He looked up sharply and saw it. A beam of energy shot straight down at him. Haha! Sun Wuhan gave up and continued to kill Beta, and the energy ball in his palm hit the beam directly. Boom! 2 energy attacks exploded in the sky. Then, a small spaceship landed at the place where Sun Wuhan was standing at an extremely fast speed. However, Sun Wuhan's expression did not change at all, because he could feel the energy in the spaceship. It was very weak. It was similar to the energy of ordinary Earthlings. Boom! Almost in an instant, the small spaceship hit the feet of Sun Wuhan and others, directly making a deep hole in the ground. Jita's body was knocked over a distance by the huge air wave before he stopped. Sun Wuhan and Klin also stepped back 5 meters away from the cabin of the spaceship. The door was opened, and a girl wearing denim overalls came out. She had short blonde hair, a black peaked hat, and sunglasses on the hat. She had a delicate appearance and a pair of watery big eyes. She looks familiar." Klin stared at the beautiful woman coming out of the spaceship in surprise, and said to Sun Wuhan and Klin. She looks a lot like Aunt Bulma." Sun Wuhan came and nodded. He looked familiar indeed. Except for his black pupils and golden hair, he looked very similar to Bulma. "Who are you?" "It looks familiar," but Sun Wuhan naturally asked cautiously. Looking at the spaceship the girl in front of him is sitting on, it should be from the universe. And just after Sun Wuhan's voice fell, suddenly there was a buzzing sound above their heads, and a mini helicopter hovered over them. Several people looked up and saw that the people coming from the helicopter were Chi-Chi and Bulma. "Mom, Aunt Bulma, what are you doing here?" After the helicopter landed, Sun Wuhan looked at the 2 people and asked. "Gohan, you're not hurt, are you?" After getting off the helicopter, Kikai flew directly to Sun Wuhan and looked up and down. After confirming that Sun Wuhan was not injured, she breathed a sigh of relief. Bulma, on the other hand, walked straight towards the girl who came out of the spaceship. After walking up to the girl, he said hesitantly, "Sister, sister." "Sister?" Hearing Bulma's voice, everyone turned to look at the 2 of them with astonishment on their faces. Incredible! This girl who came from the universe on a spaceship is actually Bulma's sister. "Bulma, long time no see, how are you? Are Mom and Dad okay?" The girl smiled happily at Bulma and asked. My parents and I are fine." Bulma excitedly grabbed the girl's hand, walked to Sun Wuhan and Krillin, and introduced. "Let me introduce to you, she is my sister, Taisai." Then she pointed at the sun one by one. Gohan and others introduced to Taisai. "They are all my friends, Chi-Chi, Krillin, Gohan, Tianjin rice and dumplings." 4.6 Taisai? Bulma, it turns out you have such a beautiful sister. Klin looked straight at Taisai's pretty face and asked excitedly. However, Tianjin Fan frowned. This person named Taisai suddenly appeared at this time, and she took action just now. Prevented Sun Wuhan from killing Vegeta. It seems that there must be a close relationship between them. I don't know what the purpose of her appearance on Earth is. Tianjin Fan turned his head and glanced at Sun Wuhan. Obviously, Sun Wuhan also frowned and asked Taisai. "Aunt Tais, you suddenly appeared here and attacked me inexplicably just now. You probably didn't want to stop me from killing this scion. P.S. Brother, please order first, please customize, _Feel reminds you, 3 Things About Reading, Collection, Recommendation. Chapter 67. Sun Wuhan asked very clearly and straightforwardly, because he felt that there was no need to go around and around with someone he was unfamiliar with. Moreover, the scion in front of him must die today, and it is impossible for me to change his mind even if the King of Heaven comes. After Sun Wufan finished speaking, Qin and Tianjin Fan also looked serious and became alert. This Bulma's sister, whom she had not seen for more than 10 years, appeared at such a critical moment. If she said that it had nothing to do with the scions in front of her, they would not believe it even if they were killed. Hearing Sun Wuhan's words, Bulma frowned slightly, looked at Taisai again, and asked with a very serious face, "By the way, sister, why did you come back suddenly this time? Do you miss us?" Faced with it, with Bulma's serious expression, Taisai bit her red lips, shook her head slightly, and said directly, "No, Bulma, Gohan is right, the purpose of my coming today is to save him." Yaisai looked at Sun Gohan, then pointed at Vegeta and said very solemnly, "Is that really the case?" 28. After hearing Taisai's words, the expressions of Sun Wuhan, Bulma, Krillin, and Tianjin Fan changed at the same time. That scion came to Earth with the purpose of killing all the people on Earth. And even Piccolo was killed by him. Just because of this incident, Sun Gohan will never let him go. Aunt Tacy, since you are so straightforward, I will tell you clearly that this guy must die, let alone you. Even the King of Heaven, I, can't save him today. Sun Gohan narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Taisai, and said in a cold tone, word for word, without any room for negotiation. Even if Bulma asked him not to kill this scion, there was absolutely no room for negotiation. What's more, it's a strange woman I've never met before. Bulma, please help persuade your friend. I promise Vegeta will never come to disturb the earth again. Looking at the firm eyes of Sun Gohan, Krillin, and others, Taisai also knew that she could not forcefully save Vegeta from the hands of the people in front of her. She could only let Bulma persuade his friends, and maybe a little chance. After hearing Taisai's words, Bulma's expression suddenly changed, and she stared at Taisai like that for 10 seconds. Cut. He shook his head coldly and smiled, then glared at Taisai and couldn't help but curse. Taisai, are you out of your mind? The earth is the place where you were born and raised. Your parents and biological sisters all live on the earth. They were all almost killed by this bastard just now. Now you come here to plead for him. I really suggest that you hang up. Let the psychiatrist take a good look at your brain. Also, anyone who wants to do harm to the earth and Sun Jun is my enemy, Bulma, including you. Bulma's tone was unusually cold, so cold that Taisai was confused and looked at Bulma in disbelief. The expressions of Sun Wuhan and others were no better than Taisai. Krillin and Bulma knew each other so well. It's been a long time since I've seen Bulma get angry. It seems like she doesn't care about sisterhood at all. Bulma, you. Taisai obviously didn't expect that Bulma would be so fierce more than 10 years later, without giving herself any face at all. She was speechless for a moment. Hey, that stupid woman, who asked you to beg those ants? My majestic Prince Vegeta. Sai, the strongest warrior of the Scions. My pride, my dignity. Even if I die, I will never bow to these lowly creatures. Vegeta on the side heard the conversation between Taisai, Bulma, and others. His tone was full of anger, and he roared tremblingly. The King of Forces deserves to be the King of Forces, even if he dies, he must die with dignity. Cut. Taisai was not happy with Bulma's words just now, and she was even more angry when she heard Vegeta's words. In order to save him, I actually made myself inhuman inside and out. He walked directly in front of Vegeta with his hands on his hips and kicked Vegeta in the waist with a bang. He cursed, "Shut up, you've been beaten like a pig's head, and you can't even talk about your pride and dignity." He was unusually tough, making Sun Wuhan, Klin, and others look horrified on their faces. Could it be that this is what is called one thing descending from another? This Bulma's sister has the same violent personality as Bulma. What a vulgar woman! Vegeta gritted his teeth angrily, and there was a sharp pain in his waist where he was kicked by Taisai just now. He grinned in pain. Originally, he wanted to add a sentence at the end, "When I recover from my injuries, I will kill you with my own hands." But, thinking about it, judging from the current situation, he might not be able to wait until the day he recovers from his injuries. "Aunt Tacy, get out of the way." Son Gohan didn't want to wait any longer. He wanted to kill the scion in front of him with his own hands and avenge Uncle Piccolo. He looked at Taisai and Vegeta with sharp eyes and said coldly. Then he raised his palms, "Get up and aim at the two people." "Little guy, I'm from Earth too. Will you kill me too?" Taisai had no fear at all on her face, and with a charming smile on her face, she looked at Sun Wuhan and said. "Taisai, in order to protect 083 a murderer, you even ignored us, are you crazy?" Bulma looked at Taisai's actions and scolded loudly. "He is the protagonist in my novel, so he has to live until the end of my novel? Bulma, you won't understand." Taisai looked at Bulma, shook her head and said. "I really don't understand, and I don't want to understand either." After Bulma finished speaking coldly, she looked sideways away, not wanting to pay attention to Taisai anymore. Looking at the determined Taisai, Sun Wuhan didn't want to talk nonsense to her. Vegeta's existence will bring misfortune to more people and more innocent planets. Therefore, he will never be merciful. The terrifying energy ball slowly condensed from the palm of his hand, aiming at Taisai and Vegeta. Sun Wuhan said coldly, "I hope you won't make fun of your own life." Feeling the hot temperature from the energy ball, Taisai and Sun Wuhan looked at each other for 5 seconds. She could clearly feel Sun Wuhan's murderous intention, and he was extremely determined. He suddenly compromised and said, "Okay. You won. Now, I want to make a deal with you." Taisai suddenly smiled, looked at Sun Wuhan and Klin, and said cheerfully. "P.S. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe." To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 68. What deal? Sun Wuhan would like to hear what kind of transaction Taisai is talking about, and what kind of transaction method it is. "I have a way to save your friend. I want to exchange this for Vegeta's life. It should be a good deal for you." Taisai pointed at Piccolo, who was already dead, and said. What? Uncle Big can still be saved." After Taisai's words fell, Sun Wuhan and Klin Tianjinfan all made horrified sounds. It was a bit unbelievable. Piccolo was obviously dead, and the Dragon Ball also disappeared with Piccolo's death. There is no way to save Piccolo. If there is, let alone Vegeta's life, 10 lives will be exchanged. If what you say is true, I can promise you to spare his life." Sun Gohan said seriously without any consideration. It is indeed a good deal to exchange a scion's life for the method of resurrecting Piccolo. Seeing Sun Gohan's serious look, Taisai also said seriously, "On the Namek planet, there are also Dragon Balls similar to those on Earth. If you can find it, you can resurrect your friends." But Taisai changed her words, frowned slightly and said, "There is also an evil guy who calls himself the Emperor of the Universe who knows this news. He is very powerful, so strong that you can't even imagine it. If you don't expect him, he has already set off for planet Namek, and his goal is also the Dragon Balls." Planet Namek, isn't that the place Dad said he wanted to go to before? Sun Wuhan and others were startled, and suddenly remembered that the landing point of Sun Wukong's spaceship was a place called Namek. And what the hell is that Universe Emperor? Gohan, can she be trusted? Klin took a step forward and asked softly. From this point of view, Dad should have known about the Dragon Balls on planet Namek for a long time before going there, then her words should be true. Sun Wufan thought for a while, then nodded and said. But, even so, are you really going to let that scion go? What if he recovers from his injury and makes a comeback? Obviously, Krillin and Tianjin Fan are still deeply afraid of Vegeta. If Goku and Gohan are not on Earth and this guy appears again, Earth will be in trouble. Do not worry. If he dares to come again, he will be unable to leave the Earth next time. Sun Wuhan said disapprovingly. This kind of thing is vulnerable in front of him, and he is not even a scum in front of his father. If he is smart enough, he should not dare to do it again. You take him away. Sun Gohan walked step by step to face Taisai, then turned his head, looked down at Vegeta and said, if you dare to set foot on the earth again, I will break your neck with my own hands. Hearing Sun Gohan's words, Vegeta grinned angrily, but he didn't dare to refute. It was really a tiger being bullied by a dog. He didn't expect that his majestic scion Vegeta would be threatened by a kid. It's even more irritating. What's more, that brat is the son of the scion traitor Kakarot. But, damn, I, Vegeta, have to rely on a woman's begging for mercy to survive. One day, I, Vegeta, will definitely kill you all with my own hands. Vegeta's eyes were filled with blazing anger. He roared secretly in his heart. Taisai was also very smart. She knew that although the little guy among Bulma's group was the youngest, he had the absolute right to speak. And that the kid was far more calm than his peers, so after seeing Sun Gohan nodding, he walked towards Bulma. Bulma, I know you are very angry with me. What I did was indeed selfish, but everyone has their own lifestyle. Taisai took a deep breath and continued, I won't go see my parents anymore. Say hello to them for me. I will go see them after a while. After saying that, she didn't look back. She walked to her spaceship coolly and took out something that looked like a remote control. After pressing it a few times, the spaceship that was originally in the busy city suddenly flew over here, falling in front of Vegeta. After Taisai threw Vegeta into the spaceship, she returned to her own spaceship. Then it instantly turned into two streams of light and disappeared at the end of the earth. 5 days later, Sun Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma were ready to go to planet Namek. Fortunately, Dares was killed half a year ago and his spaceship was left behind, but it came in handy this time. In 5 days, Bulma and Dr. Breve had completely deciphered Dale's spaceship and set the destination as planet Namek. It turns out that Sun Wuhan and Krillin planned to go to the planet Namek alone. After all, according to Taisai's description, the person who learned about the Dragon Balls was an evil guy who claimed to be the Emperor of the universe. The person who can make Taisai comment like this must be a powerful character. It's just that Bulma didn't know which muscle was wrong, so she insisted on accompanying Sun Wuhan and Krillin to planet Namek. She also said that the spaceship was difficult to control, and if something went wrong, she wouldn't do it. Could come in handy or something. Unable to resist Bulma's insistence, we can only take him with us. The screen of the spacecraft showed that if nothing unexpected happens, they will resist planet Namek in 4 days. On the planet Adret. Wukong, come with me. Sun Wukong and Huso stood on a cliff. Huso looked at Sun Wukong, then pointed his fingers between Qian Hao's eyebrows, and his body disappeared instantly. Ah! Sun Wukong raised the corner of his mouth slightly, also pointed his index finger and middle finger at the center of his eyebrows, his body shook slightly, and then disappeared. In just an instant, their bodies appeared thousands of miles away. Wukong, your teleportation has become quite proficient now. Who? Sol looked at Sun Wukong and nodded appreciatively. On the planet Adret, many people have never learned how to teleport in their entire lives. Of course, a big reason for this is that they are not strong enough and the energy he felt was very limited, so it took him 3 years to master teleportation. It really impressed him. _FALU reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection, recommendation. Chapter 69. Let me see your confinement technique again. Husu saw that Sun Wukong was quite skilled in teleportation, so he spoke to Sun Wukong again. Good. Sun Wukong nodded boldly, then his eyes sharpened, his fingers spread apart, his palms pointed at Husu, and he said in a low voice, imprisonment. At the same time as the low voice fell, Husu's body seemed to be trapped. It's as if he's cast a body-holding spell, and he's motionless. When Sun Wukong let go of his palm, Husu took a long breath, looked at Sun Wukong and shook his head, and said with a bitter smile, it's really irritating to compare people to others. Your kid's understanding is really amazing. Facing Husu, complimented, Sun Wuhan just smiled and was not modest. After all, Husu said that it took him 2 years to learn the confinement technique. No matter how humble you are, it is just a slap in the face of the old man. This special function, like the sun fist, is not offensive in itself, but it can have unexpected effects during combat. If you are fighting against a well-matched opponent and suddenly cast the imprisonment technique, even if you can imprison the opponent for 0.1 seconds, the battle will be drastically changed. However, this ability is of little use to people who are stronger than 0.83. Originally, Sun Wukong wanted to think about other special abilities, but now he has no time and must rush to planet Namek as soon as possible. If Frisia summoned Shenron in front of him, it would be a headache. Wise man, I am going to leave here tomorrow. Sun Wukong looked into the distance and said calmly. I don't know what's going on with the earth. Have Gohan and the others defeated Vegeta and Nappa, and have any accidents happened to Gohan and Krillin? In fact, Sun Wukong has been here for 1.5 years. During the month, he tried to sense Gohan and Piccolo's energy more than once. Maybe they were too far apart and couldn't feel it at all, but he gave up after a few attempts. Well, your spaceship has been fixed for you. Husu seemed to have expected that Sun Wukong was leaving, and was not too surprised. After all, golden scales are not a thing in the pond. How could the small planet Adrit accommodate such a powerful person in the universe? Said, I am very grateful to the wise man for his generous teachings over the past month. If I am free in the future, I will definitely come to visit again. Sun Wukong cupped his hands to Husu and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Over the past month or so, Husu has indeed taught me without any secrets and shared his experiences and insights. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to fully master the teleportation and confinement techniques in just over a month. He even dabbled in healing techniques. This is your blessing. Husu looked at Sun Wukong and smiled and said. He has always believed in the saying that sowing good will bear fruit. Early in the morning, after saying goodbye to Supa, Husu, and others, Sun Wukong got on his spaceship and headed towards the Namek planet again. According to the introduction of the technician on the planet Adrit, he will arrive on the Namek planet in about 5 days. More than a month ago, I encountered a terrorist attack in space and almost lost my life. But now, Sun Wukong is not worried at all, because after learning the instant, he can reach any place where there are living creatures. Of course, you have to be able to feel their anger first. With his current strength, it is difficult for him to practice in a gravity chamber with 100 times the gravity. So he decided to take advantage of these 5 days to cultivate himself and relieve himself from the hard work of practicing day and night for more than a month. Anyway, that guy Frisia shouldn't be his opponent now. In space, a huge spaceship is racing at extremely high speeds. Judging from its appearance, it is exactly the same as the spacecraft that attacked Sun Wukong's spaceship a month ago. And in the spaceship, there were Frisia, Dodoria, Sabo and others. Congratulations to King Frisia for taking down 5 more planets. Dodoria's durian-like face showed an evil smile, and she said flatteringly to Frisia. The ability to easily capture the 5 planets this time was largely due to Mr. Dodoria and Mr. Sabo. Frisia, who was sitting on the aircraft, drew a long curved arc from his red-lipped flaming horns, and said to Dodoria and Sabo in front of them. Hearing Frisia's compliment, Dodoria and Sabo they didn't refuse. After all, that was the truth. They had almost never seen Frisia take action, except for the time when he destroyed planet Vegeta. As for the more than 100 planets under Frisia's control, they were almost all the same. This was defeated by 5 members of the Jinyu Special Forces. King Frisia, our next target is. Sabo raised his head, looked at Frisia, and asked. Planet Namek. It's time to see those Dragon Balls that can resurrect the dead and make the living live longer. Frisia clenched his fists, his horns showing a hint of confidence and excitement. Dragon Ball, he is bound to win it. I heard that the Jinyu Special Forces also successfully completed their mission, and they also want to see the Dragon Balls on planet Namek. What do you mean? Dodoria asked. In fact, he didn't like those arrogant guys very much, because they always looked down on them because of their strength. Are they? Then let them come. Frisia said with a slight smile. Although there will be no surprises at all when going to a place like planet Namek, if the Jinyu Special Forces are here and combined with their latest combat power detector, they can find all the Dragon Balls faster and get twice the result with half the effort. And on another planet called Planet Vegeta, who was seriously injured 6 days ago, was currently in a healing pool, and the scars on his body had disappeared. And Tais was standing next to the treatment pool. Lord Vegeta, your injury has healed and you can open your eyes. In front of the control screen not far away, a bird-headed spaceman pressed a button in front of him and said to Vegeta. Then, all the healing fluid in the treatment pool disappeared, and Vegeta slowly opened his eyes. He opened his eyes. He walked out of the treatment pool and shook his fist slowly, with a look of surprise on his face because he felt that his strength had improved a lot after recovering from this serious injury. P.S. Please order first. Please customize. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 70. I'm very sorry, Lord Vegeta, we can't regenerate your tail. The 2 cosmonauts looked at Vegeta walking out of the treatment pool and said with some fear. Obviously they are still quite afraid of Vegeta. It doesn't matter, it will grow out naturally after a while. Vegeta smiled nonchalantly, looked at the 2 of them, and asked, Is King Frisia here? No, King Frisia took Dodoria and Sabo out more than a month ago. The bird-headed cosmonaut thought for a while and continued also, Master Chu Yi said that after you complete the treatment, you can go to the training room to meet him. He will be waiting for you there. Chu Yi. Vegeta raised his horns coldly, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and said while putting on his clothes I will go see him soon. At this time, Taisai on the side said Begita Ta, Gabe told me that Frisia also knows about the Dragon Balls on the Namek planet. Has he already taken people to the Namek planet? After hearing Taisai's words, Beg asked. Ta's body trembled violently and his brows furrowed. Definitely, that bastard Frisia. Then he ran out with an angry face. He has lost the Earth's Dragon Ball. This time, he must get the Namek Dragon Ball. Make a wish to gain eternal life. When the time comes, Kakarot and Frisia, you must kill them with your own hands and become the only emperor of this universe. Even if they can't defeat them, they will still be consumed to death. Taisai also quickly followed out. Halfway through the run, Vegeta's way was blocked by a guy with dark purple skin who looked a bit like a catfish. Yo Vegeta, I heard that you just suffered a defeat, and even Raditz and Nappa were killed. I am really curious, who is it that can make the invincible scions disgraced? The catfish-looking cosmonaut said in a joking tone, obviously mocking Vegeta. And this guy who was mocking Vegeta was none other than Frisia's most powerful general, Chu Yi. A man with 18,000 combat power, at least for many people in the Frisia Legion. 18,000 is indeed a height that is not easy to reach. Get away from Chu Yi, I have no time to talk to you now. Facing Chu Yi's cynicism, Vegeta remained unmoved at all. Now he just wants to go to the Namek planet as quickly as possible and find all the Dragon Balls before Frisia. When he has permanent life, he wants to go to Earth again and kill all those nasty Earthlings. He is too lazy to pay attention to these little characters now. Vegeta directly bypassed Chuyi, he didn't want to waste time on this kind of garbage. Chuyi directly grabbed Vegeta's shoulders and said coldly, Vegeta, you acted without permission this time. King Frisia is very unhappy. Being grabbed by Chuyi's shoulders from behind, Vegeta flashed a look of disgust. Take your dirty hands away, Chuyi. Otherwise you will regret it. A cold voice came from Vegeta's mouth. Oh, are you angry? Chuyi still pouted his sausage and said in a playful tone. He and Vegeta have exactly the same combat power, both 18,000, so he is not afraid of Vegeta's wrath. Besides, King Frisia is not on this planet. Aren't you doing whatever you want? Damn rubbish. Vegeta's eyes turned cold, his murderous intention suddenly aroused. The moment his voice fell, he grabbed Chuyi's palm on his shoulder with his left hand. He pulled it forward, and then his right elbow landed heavily on Chuyi's left hand. At the side ribs. There was a crisp sound, and Chuyi's face was filled with shock. The severe pain made Chuyi subconsciously hold his hands on the left side of his ribs. Vegeta turned his head with a cold look on his face. Curved, the palm of his hand was directly placed between Chuyi's eyebrows. Vegeta, wait a minute, listen to me, actually I. Chuyi looked at the palm between his eyebrows, turned pale with shock, and spoke in horror. But he was interrupted by Vegeta. I told you to go away a long time ago. It's you who wants to die. You can't blame me. After saying that, terrifying energy overflowed from the palm of his hand and swallowed Chuyi directly in the energy ball. Kill decisively and without mercy. Asking for flowers. Chuyi let out one last scream, and it completely disappeared. After killing Chuyi in an instant, Vegeta looked at his palms with satisfaction. He felt that after recovering from this serious injury, his strength had become much stronger. Although he did not use a combat power detector to detect it, he could feel that his current combat power was definitely above 30,000. Humph, after getting the Dragon Ball from planet Namek, go to Earth and kill those bastards who have brought shame on you, as well as the traitor Kakarot. The muttering voice fell, and Vegeta yelled behind him, hey woman, hurry up. After saying that, they ran towards the landing point of their spaceship again. 0. Not long after, Vegeta and Taisai also set off for the planet Namek. At this moment, everyone rushed to planet Namek almost at the same time. Son Goku, Frisia's Legion, Vegeta, and after staying in the spaceship of Son Gohan and Bulma for 3 full days, Bulma felt that it was a bit boring and unbearable. It's so boring. If Sun Jun hadn't been there, I wouldn't have bothered to come to such a lousy place. Bulma gnawed on the snacks in her hands and secretly slandered in her heart. Gohan, do you think Goku can return to planet Namek? Krillin looked at Sun Wuhan and asked, if Wukong is also on the Namek planet, then they should not be in danger on the Namek planet. I don't know this either. Hearing Klin's question, Sun Wuhan shook his head. If he was just looking for the Dragon Balls, it shouldn't take such a long time. It must have been delayed by something. Hey, I hope we don't meet the Emperor of the Universe that Taisai talks about this time. Klin secretly prayed in his heart. He has already been resurrected once by the Dragon Balls, so if he dies again, there is really no way to be resurrected. Sun Wuhan clenched his fist tightly and must collect all 7 Dragon Balls. Let Uncle Big resurrect. Otherwise, Dad will be very disappointed with himself when he returns to Earth. P.S. Please customize it, please order it first. _Philo reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection, recommendation. Chapter 71. It was not until noon on the fourth day that the spacecraft entered space that the display on the spacecraft of Sun Wuhan, Bulma, and Krillin showed that they had reached their destination. Arrive. Sun Wuhan looked at the scissors on the screen, and then he and Bulmak Klin walked to the window of the spacecraft. Looking down, they saw a grass-green planet. Is that planet Namek? It looks so beautiful. Bulma said excitedly as she looked at the grass-green planet below. During the 4 days in the spaceship, she felt like her whole body was getting moldy, and she couldn't wait to go down and feel the fresh air. The spaceship after landing slowly, the hatch opened and the 3 people walked out. Wow, it feels so good to be down to earth. Bulma stretched out, showing off her perfect 083 figure, took 2 deep breaths of fresh air, and said in a lazy tone. Sun Wuhan and Krillin, as soon as they landed, in an instant, their brows furrowed tightly, because as soon as they landed, they felt several very powerful evil auras, especially one that was so powerful that even Sun Wuhan's eyes were extremely heavy. Is he the guy who calls himself the Emperor of the Universe? Sun Wuhan narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured in a deep voice. So strong. Krillin's body trembled slightly. He could clearly feel that there were 3 chi that were stronger and more evil than the scion named Vegeta. And one of them was so strong that he couldn't understand it. Hey, what's up with you two? Bulma glanced at Sun Wuhan and Krillin with heavy eyes, walked over and asked. Someone is 1 step ahead of us, Aunt Bulma, take out the Dragon Ball radar and let me take a look. Sun Gohan looked at Bulma and said in a low voice. If these people had gathered all the Dragon Balls, it would be quite difficult to handle. Oh. It can be seen from the solemn eyes of Sun Wuhan and Krillin that they must have sensed the appearance of a powerful enemy. Bulma was stunned, nodded dully, and quickly took out the Dragon Ball radar. Sun Wuhan looked at the display on the Dragon Ball radar. At this time, there were a total of 4 positions displayed on the Dragon Ball. 4 of them are clustered together, and 3 are in different directions. Seeing that the Dragon Balls had not been completely gathered, Sun Wuhan was relieved. In this case, they would still have a chance. Fortunately, those guys didn't collect all the pearls. Satoru, Gohan, Goku, is he here? Bulma looked at Sun Wu with a serious look on his face. After a moment, he asked in a trembling voice. Dad may have left, but I didn't feel his anger. Sun Wuhan shook his head. When the spaceship returned to the ground, he had already begun to search and observe the aura on the Namek planet. But what disappointed him was that except for the evil aura, he did not feel any the other auras of Sun Wukong are even less noticeable. Could it be, Wukong just hid his aura, so we didn't feel it? Klin looked at Sun Wuhan and expressed the hope in his heart. He hoped that Sun Wukong would still be on this planet. In this case, their safety would be greatly guaranteed. Maybe. Sun Wuhan nodded slightly, answered ambiguously, and then continued, Uncle Klin, let's hide our aura. If we are discovered, things will not be good. Since the other party is some cosmic being, then maybe there will be the kind of combat power detector worn by Raditz and the others. If he doesn't hide his aura, he will probably be discovered. And he can feel that the powerful evil aura is far stronger than his own, and it will be quite troublesome if they find it. After hearing Sun Wuhan's words, Krillin was like a frightened deer, his eyes quickly swept around, and he quickly concealed his aura. After Sun Wuhan and Krillin hid their auras, Sun Wuhan suddenly felt a familiar aura. Blurted out in a low tone. Is it Scion Vegeta? He also wants to do Dragon Ball. Sun Wuhan's voice fell, and the 3 of them raised their heads in the air at the same time. They saw 2 familiar small spaceships flying directly across the sky and hitting the planet Namek heavily. That guy was so seriously injured, and it took less than 10 days to fully recover so quickly. Krillin smacked his tongue and said with some shock. Sun Gohan stared at the place where Vegeta's spaceship disappeared, and said slowly in a low tone, not only has the injury recovered, that guy's strength has also increased. A lot. He could feel that Vegeta's energy was much stronger than when he was on Earth 10 days ago. Why is this place so scary? Why don't we go back first? Bulma looked at the solemn expressions of the two people, and felt more and more that this beautiful emerald green planet was a bit scary. When she insisted on following the two people here, she completely thought that Sun Wukong was here. But now Sun Wukong has not been found, but the powerful villain is they all gathered together. Seeing Bulma shivering, Sun Wuhan said to Klin, Uncle Klin, why don't you take Aunt Bulma back first? As for finding the Dragon Ball, leave it to me. All right. Gohan, Gohan. Klin's expression was stunned and he hesitated for several seconds. Does he want to leave here now? The answer is yes, and I am very eager to leave here. I originally thought that accompanying Gohan to find the Dragon Balls was just a cross-planetary trip, so there shouldn't be any danger. Now in 1.3, so many terrifying enemies suddenly appeared, and he was naturally scared to death. I am already a person who has died once. If I die again, it will be difficult to be resurrected even with the Dragon Balls. Then, in that case, I'll send Bulma back first. With my strength, staying here won't be of much help. When we find Wukong, we will bring him to take you back. After the fierce ideological struggle, Klin scratched his bald head and said with some embarrassment. Sun Wuhan nodded. Indeed, as Klin said, even if he were to stay, he wouldn't be of much help. He might even become a burden. Now that he lets them go back, he doesn't have to worry about taking care of them. P.S. Please order first, please customize. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 72. But just as Sun Wuhan nodded, he suddenly felt two breaths approaching them. However, these two breaths are very weak. Uncle Klin, hide your anger. Sun Wuhan said quickly to Klin. Although he felt that the two chi coming towards them were very weak, he did not dare to be careless in this strange place. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. Maybe the other party can hide his aura like them. Klin quickly hid his aura. Bulma turned pale with fear and hid behind the spacecraft for about a minute. A burly figure appeared in the sight of Son Gohan and Krillin, wearing a Scion-like space suit, also wearing a combat power detector on his ears, and a laser weapon on his arm. Are those two guys named Kians? Klin looked at the two people walking towards them, frowned tightly, and asked in a low voice. Sun Wuhan shook his head. He also didn't know anything about the name Kians. But he could have felt that although the chi of these 228 people was very weak, it was filled with evil. And when Sun Wuhan and Krillin looked at the two spacemen, they also stopped their progress and looked at them. A few people with Sun Wufan. Ha ha ha. Do you see, two little guys with almost zero fighting ability. Our fun is coming. A purple-skinned spaceman looked at Sun Wuhan and Krillin and laughed sharply. He stared at Sun Wuhan and Krillin with prey-like eyes, and said to the yellow-haired man next to him. Hee, if they escape we won't have any fun, I'll destroy their spaceship first. The big man with yellow hair also smiled gloomily, raised his arm, and the laser weapon suddenly shot an energy beam towards the spacecraft. TCH. They are not that powerful at all. Sun Wuhan looked at the attack of the big yellow-haired man and said coldly. Then his body flashed and appeared directly in front of the spaceship. He slapped the energy beam away. Then his body flashed again. Appeared in front of the two cosmonauts like ghosts. With a punch and a kick, the bodies of the two cosmonauts flew out and were embedded in the rock. They were obviously lifeless in an instant. After the two spacemen were killed, Sun Wuhan hid his aura again and landed next to Krillin and Bulma, speaking to them. Uncle Klin and Aunt Bulma have exposed our whereabouts. We must leave this place temporarily. The two of them had no choice but to nod and follow Gohan. It seems that their plan to return to Earth has been put on hold. And on the other side of Namek, Frisia was sitting on the aircraft with a calm expression and a slight gloomy smile. Sabo, who was holding 2 orange dragon balls in his arms, suddenly turned pale and said to Frisia, King Frisia, Vegeta has arrived on Namek. Roar! It seems that Vegeta also came here for the dragon balls, but not everyone can touch those things. Frisia's expression didn't change at all, but there was a hint of darkness and strong murderous intent in the depths of his pupils. Also, I got news that, it was said that Chuyi was killed by Vegeta. Sabo said tremblingly while observing the changes in Frisia's expression. But fortunately, Frisia's expression remained the same, without any change. Scions are naturally rebellious. That guy Vegeta has never respected me very much, and I expected his betrayal, but this guy is openly against me now. How unwise. As for Chuyi, it's just trash, let him die if he dies. Frisia's tone was calm, neither sad nor happy. He didn't take Vegeta's betrayal and Chuyi's death seriously at all. King Frisia, a strong energy suddenly appeared just now. After killing our investigators, he disappeared immediately. Dodoria, who was standing next to Sabo, suddenly pressed the combat power detector next to his ear, frowned and said to Frisia. Roar? Hidden combat power? It's really novel, it couldn't have been done by Vegeta. A hint of surprise finally flashed across Frisia's face, and he asked. It's not Vegeta. The combat values of the two are different. The combat power just now was only more than 8,000. Dodoria explained to Frisia. 8,000 combat power? I can leave it alone, but their attitude is not what I like, so I will solve it together next time I see them. Frisia said disdainfully. 8,000 combat powers are indeed like ants in his eyes. They can be annihilated with a flip of his hand. Okay, Vegeta and the others don't need to worry about it anymore. Let's find the other 3 Dragon Balls first, and then we can slowly deal with those annoying guys. Frisia then said to the 2 of them. The top priority right now is to find the other 3 Dragon Balls. As for Vegeta, he is just a flexible loach and cannot make big waves. It's King Frisia. The 2 of them nodded and flew away to other places with Frisia. At this time, Sun Wuhan and Klin had found a remote cave and hid in it. Gohan, what should we do next? Klin asked anxiously. Now he can neither advance nor retreat. He can't just hide in the cave and do nothing. Sun Wuhan looked at the Dragon Ball radar. The 4 Dragon Balls gathered together were heading towards another Dragon Ball moved closer and closer at a very fast speed. If those people go there, then we will go here and get this Dragon Ball first. Sun Wuhan pointed at the location of the Dragon Balls displayed on the radar. It was completely in the opposite direction to those holding the 4 Dragon Balls. In this way, they should not find him. And even if they did, they might not be able to catch up. Well, good idea Gohan, as long as we get this Dragon Ball, even if those people collect the other 6 Dragon Balls, they can't summon the dragon. At that time, we can still wait for an opportunity to steal their Dragon Balls. Klin said excitedly. That's exactly what I thought. Sun Wuhan nodded. As long as he had a Dragon Ball in his hand, he would have the leverage to deal with those people. P.S. Please order first, please customize. _Philo reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection, recommendation. Chapter 73. After half a day, Sun Wuhan and Krillin finally found a 4-star planet using the Dragon Ball radar. The 4 planets are guarded by an old Namekian man. Behind the old man are 2 young Namekians and 2 children. Satoru, Gohan, why do these guys look so similar to Piccolo? Klin looked at the 6 green Namekians in front of him and asked in horror. They were all carved from the same mold, especially the 2 young Namekians, who were exactly the same as Piccolo. I remembered that when we were on Earth, those 2 scions said that Uncle Piccolo was a Namekian. Son Gohan suddenly remembered what Uncle Piccolo had said when he was fighting Vegeta. But he didn't pay much attention to it at first, and he didn't remember it until he saw these Namekians. Hey, you 2, what's the purpose of coming here? The two young Namekians took a step forward, made a fighting posture, and looked at Sun Wukong and Krillin warily. Both of them were fighting Namekians, and their main mission was, the old men and children who protect this planet. Don't be nervous, we mean no harm. Sun Wukong raised his hands to show peace, and then said, I just want to borrow the Dragon Balls from your planet to save my friends. Dragon Ball. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, the expressions of the Namekian old man and the two young men changed at the same time. The two young men turned back to glance at the old man, and then turned to glare at Sun Wukong and Klin. The angry voice said, it turns out that it was you two villains who stole the dragon beads and killed our people. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, they didn't give Sun Wukong and Klin any chance to explain or refute. Two figures flashed out together and rushed directly towards Sun Wukong and Klin. Sun Wukong and Klin, they all frowned slightly. It seemed that they recognized themselves as the murderers who had captured the Dragon Ball and killed their people. However, the combat power of these two people was not very high, only about 3,000, which was too much to deal with. It's easy. Bang! When the two fists came hard, they were easily caught by Sun Wukong and Klin. What? The two Namekians were shocked. Their all-out attack was easily countered by these two little ones. Then I tried several times, but couldn't break free. Sun Wukong said calmly to the Namekian old man and the two young men, I think you may have misunderstood. We have only arrived on Namekian for half an hour, and we have not captured the Dragon Balls, nor have we killed you. Companion. Even if it wasn't you two who did it, if you two showed up at that time, you must be the accomplices of those evil people. The light Namekian whose fist was caught by Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and said in pain. If we were together with those bad guys, with our power we could kill a few of you right now and take away the Dragon Balls. There would be no need to tell you so much. This should be clear to you. Sun Wukong still said calmly, if you don't want more companions to die, please lend me the Dragon Balls quickly. If those guys collect all 7 dragons, the complexity of love will be far greater. Far beyond your imagination. Hearing what Sun Wukong said, the old man began to hesitate. Although the tone of the little guy in front of him was not very friendly, what he said still made sense. With their strength, he wanted to kill a few of them and then take them away. Dragon Ball was the easiest way to do it, but they didn't. And they didn't feel anything evil from them. It shouldn't be the two of them who killed their companions. All right. The Namekian old man breathed a long sigh of relief, and then said, Hiru, go and take out the Dragon Ball. After hearing the old man's promise, Sun Wukong and Klin let go of the two young men. The young man named Hello nodded and walked towards a weird house. After a while, he walked out holding a green ball inlaid with 4 red stars. 4 planets. So big. Sun Wukong and Krillin were both shocked. The 4 stars in front of them were as big as volleyballs. It's several times better than Dragon Ball on Earth. Sun Wukong took the Dragon Ball, bowed to the old man and the 2 young Namekians, and said apologetically, I'm really sorry, I had no choice but to do that, please don't take offense. As long as you don't use the Dragon Balls to do anything harmful to the world, that's fine. The old man looked kindly and said to Sun Wukong. We just want to save a friend. And he is also a Namekian. Sun. Wukong thought for a while and said. Then, before the old man and the 2 young people came to their senses, he spoke again also, I can feel that those evil villains are very strong. When the time comes, I will find this person. They will definitely come here when they get the Dragon Ball. You won't be their opponent, so you'd better hide away when the time comes. Well, thanks for the reminder. The old man nodded, thought for a moment and continued in a pleading tone, if you can, please save our other companions. He knew that so many of their companions had been killed, which showed that the terror of those evil people was beyond their ability to deal with. And the 2 people in front of him seemed to him to be extremely powerful and should be able to help them. Well, we will. Sun Wuhan nodded. If he really encountered that situation, he would definitely take action without him having to say anything. Good money. After simply saying goodbye to them, Sun Wuhan and Klin returned to the cave with the 4 stars. At this time, Bulma has used a capsule to create a house in the cave. The furniture in the house is all available, which is really enjoyable. After leaving the Dragon Ball in Bulma's care, Sun Gohan planned to go out again. He was going to find out about those evil guys. By the way, let's see if there is a chance to grab all the Dragon Balls. Gohan, I'd better go with you. Knowing that Sun Wuhan's trip was quite risky, Klin gritted his teeth and said. Sun Wuhan nodded. He went out this time mainly to observe the enemy's movements. As long as he hides his aura, they should not be able to find him. So there should be no danger. Take Uncle Klin there. It doesn't matter. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 74. In a village in the west of the planet Namek, a dozen Namekians stood in a group. 5 or 6 young Namekians surrounded an old man and 3 children in the center. At this time, their brows were furrowed and cold sweat was streaming down their foreheads. The 3 little Namekians were so frightened that their bodies trembled slightly. Opposite them, it was Frisia and his party. Sabo and Dodoria each held 2 Dragon Balls. The corners of their mouths raised a cold arc as they looked at the Namekians in front of them. Just say it nicely. Where are the Dragon Balls? Dodoria took a step forward, looked at the Namekian old man who was surrounded by everyone in the center, and asked in a playful tone with a smile on his lips. What Dragon Balls? I don't know at all. The old man looked at the Dragon Ball held by Dodoria, his horns trembled slightly, and he turned his head and said. Have no idea? It's true that I can't even see the coffin without shedding tears, and my stinking and hard temper is exactly the same as those old guys who died before. Dodoria said coldly, not too surprised by his attitude. After all, 4 Dragon Balls were found. He had heard this sentence 4 times. He directly raised his palm and aimed at the person blocking the young Namekian in front of the old man said again in a gloomy voice, from now on, please think about it before answering, where are the Dragon Balls? Looking at Dodoria's actions, how could the old man not understand what this guy wanted to do? It was obvious that 083 wanted to threaten him to reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball. But the Dragon Ball must not be obtained by such an evil guy, otherwise, not only would it be for that planet, Mike is a fatal threat to the entire universe. They are naturally peace-loving and will never allow this to happen. He clenched his fists tightly, and the wrinkles on the old man's face became clearer, and he gritted his teeth and said, You. Even if we are all killed, I still say that, I don't know. After hesitating for a long time, the old man said with a solemn expression and a firm tone. Is it? Let's see how long you can keep your words. Dodoria's teasing smile slowly disappeared, and an energy ball suddenly condensed in the palm of his hand, and he attacked the young Namekian in front of him without hesitation. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the violent explosion wave knocked all the Namekians to the ground. As for the Namekian that Dodoria attacked, his body flew out directly and was inserted into the wall of the house upside down. His whole body was scorched black, he twitched a few times, and then lost his reaction. He had obviously died of anger. Devil, you devils! The old man watched helplessly as the young man died in front of him, with angry flames shooting out of his eyes. But he couldn't stop it at all. He could only watch his people lose their young lives. Elder! Elder, we are afraid. 3 green little dots huddled next to the old man, trembling slightly. Obviously this scene was too scary for them. After all, Namek has always been peaceful, and no such invasion has happened in many years. Whisper. The other 5 or 6 young Namekians looked at Dodoria bitingly, wanting to pounce on him and tear him into pieces. Hey, old guy, can you say it now? After Dodoria killed a Namekian with one blow, he walked up to the old man again, raised the corners of his mouth and asked coldly. Then, he raised his palm again and aimed at the other person on the right. A young Namekian. Based on previous experiences, as long as he kills a few more Namekians, the tough-talking old guy in front of him will definitely reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. The beast actually killed Baloo. I will fight you. Suddenly there was an angry roar, and a figure jumped up, swooping down, and punched Dodoria. Damn, there are still people who are anxious to seek death. How interesting. Dodoria raised her horns and looked at the Namekian swooping down with a look of disdain. Bang! The young Namekian's fist hit Dodoria heavily between the eyebrows, but there was no trace of it at all. As a result, Dodoria's body didn't even move. She smiled evilly, revealing a row of white teeth, looking extremely sinister. Sabd did not wait for the young Namekian to be shocked before punching him directly on the head. The young Namekian's head instantly exploded like a watermelon. Dodoria then punched out, and the terrifying energy wave directly swallowed the headless corpse and smashed it into pieces. The gap in strength between them was so huge that they couldn't even catch a blow from their opponent. The remaining young Namekians looked horrified. They were all about the same strength. Since the pink guy could kill his companions in an instant, he could definitely kill them easily. No matter how they resist, the outcome will not change. How? Still haven't said it yet? Do you really want me to kill you all one by one? Dodoria pursed her lips bloodthirstily, as if she still had more to say. At this time, Frisia behind him seemed a little impatient. He said lightly to Dodoria, Mr. Dodoria, don't be here. Time is wasted on these people, let's deal with them all. Hearing Frisia's words, Dodoria turned around and asked with some confusion, King Frisia, if we kill them all, we won't be able to find out the whereabouts of the 5th Dragon Ball. Hey! Jinyu and the others have arrived at Namek, and they should meet us soon. They are wearing the most advanced combat power detectors, which can help us find the remaining 3 Dragon Balls, so these people, there is no need to live anymore. Looking at Dodoria and the remaining Namekians, he said impatiently. So that's it, I understand, King Frisia. Dodoria nodded, then turned to look at the elders of Namek, grinned, and said solemnly, you didn't know how to cherish the opportunity I just gave you, now, go to hell. The moment the words fell, a terrifying energy ball appeared in Dodoria's palm. The terrifying momentum made all the Namekians change their expressions. They had no intention of staying behind and threw it directly towards the Namekians. Passed by. It's over, it's over. Everyone looked at the energy ball that was rapidly enlarging in their pupils, and their eyes were full of despair. They almost gave up resistance and waited for the call of death. Just when the energy ball was about to fall on a few people. Suddenly there was a slight sound of breaking through the air, and a figure appeared in front of the Namekian out of thin air. He looked at the energy ball and slapped it away. The energy ball flew away. Gohan, this idiot! Klin, who was lying on the top of a hill not far away, cursed in a low voice. At this time, Gohan actually ran out. He was so impulsive. Philo reminds you. 3 things about reading, collection, recommendation. Chapter 75. Who? Dodoria was shocked when she saw her energy ball being bounced away. How is it possible that there are people on this broken planet who can block her attack? All the Namekians were also shocked. Then they were overjoyed. The joy of surviving the disaster filled their eyes with tears of excitement. We are not dead. Is this young man sent to us by God? The elder of Namek looked at the petite figure in front of him excitedly, almost bursting into tears. You guys stand back a little. Sun Wuhan looked sideways and said in a serious tone to the Namek elders. Next, a fierce battle is inevitable. The combat effectiveness of these Namekians is too low, and they may be affected if they get too close. And he was very likely to be killed by these evil guys in front of him. When he was about to take action, he had already anticipated this outcome. Ah! Turns out to be a kid. Dodoria saw the person coming clearly, and her tone instantly became disdainful. Diddy. I pressed the detector next to my ear and found that the kid in front of me only had 5,000 combat power. Such a little guy could crush him to death with just one finger, but he didn't expect that he would actively seek death. He's the kid who killed our investigators earlier. Sabo, who had been standing aside, suddenly pointed at Sun Wuhan and said, "Roar! This kid actually has a combat power of 5,000, which is really surprising." Frisia looked at Sun Gohan in front of him, was slightly startled, and then said calmly, "You must know that guys like Dodoria and Sabo have lived for decades to have a combat power of 22,000. This one in front of him looks less than 10. The young kid has really good talent. Are you the guy who calls himself the Emperor of the Universe?" Sun Gohan stared at Frisia coldly. Although this guy looked short and unattractive, he could clearly feel that there was a very terrifying energy in this guy's body. It seemed to be deliberately suppressed the general, but even so, just the energy he released was stronger than his own. Ho 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 ho! Even a kid from a garbage planet knows that I am the Emperor of the Universe. It seems that my popularity is a bit high. Frisia smiled sharply, and then since he was interested in recruiting Sun Gohan, he extended an olive branch. "How about it? I see that your talent is quite good. Would you like to consider becoming a subordinate of my Universe Emperor?" Sabo and Dodoria were both shocked. They had rarely seen Frisia so politely ask others to join the Frisia Legion. And the other person was still a little kid. "Sorry, my father taught me not to do anything to help others." Sun Wuhan shook his head. The guy in front of him looked like he was not a good guy at first glance. How could he get along with this group of people? "Is it? Now that your father has said it, it's really unwise." The smile on Frisia's face disappeared little by little. He turned his head, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said to Dodoria, "Kill him." His tone was cold and chilling. "Kill someone? My favorite." After hearing Frisia's order, Dodoria grinned, rubbed her fists, stepped in front of Sun Gohan, grinned, and said, "Don't worry, kid, I'll strike quickly and won't cause you too much pain." Looking at Dodoria, who was grinning with an evil look on her face, she said calmly, "I might be faster than you." The moment Sun Wuhan finished speaking, his face straightened, and a sharp cold light shot out from his eyes. With his toes touching the ground, his body suddenly jumped up, and without any warning, he punched Dodoria in the chest. Fast, very fast. Dodoria and Sabo didn't even notice Sun Gohan's movements. There is still white arrogance lingering on the fist. Beep beep, beep beep. Dodoria and Sabo's detectors suddenly rang rapidly at this moment. Then there was an explosion and it exploded directly. "Careful!" A look of shock suddenly appeared on Frisia's expressionless face, and his brows furrowed. It was obvious that Frisia's reminder was too late. The moment Frisia's reminder sounded, Sun Wufan's fist had already landed on Dodoria's chest. Poof, there was a slight muffled sound, and Sun Gohan's fist instantly smashed into Dodoria's chest. Then, dozens of white beams shot directly from Dodoria. Ya's chest was photographed. Asking for flowers. Bang! The next moment, Dodoria's chest exploded. The huge body flew out instantly. A hole as big as the mouth of a vat appeared on his chest, and the edges of the hole were pitch black. The blood kept flowing out. Fear, deep fear showed through Dodoria's tightened pupils. "King Frisia, save, save!" Before the word "I" could be said, the constricted pupils turned directly into a grey mist. It was obvious that he was already dead and could no longer die. The scene where Dodoria was killed just now took place within half a minute. It's just time. No. Impossible, that brat actually killed Dodoria. Who is he? 0. Sabo subconsciously took a step back and looked at Sun Wuhan, his tone full of fear. He began to secretly rejoice that it was not him who killed the Namek just now, otherwise, he would be the one lying on the ground coldly. Because his combat power is very similar to that of Dodoria, both around 22,000. Since the kid who suddenly appeared can kill Dodoria, there is no doubt that he can kill himself easily. Sun Gohan jumped again and caught the 2 Dragon Balls, then turned around and handed them to the Namekian, staring at Frisia solemnly. He knew very well that although he could kill the guy who looked like a durian instantly, but the real opponent is the little man sitting in the aircraft. Mr. Sabo, Mr. Dodoria has been killed, and it's up to you next. Frisia stared at Sun Gohan with a gloomy look, and said in a faint voice to Sabo in front of him. Phew, King Frisia, that brat is too strong, I'm afraid I'm no match for him. Hearing Frisia's faint voice, Sabo looked at Frisia behind him in horror, and said tremblingly. Oh? Is that so? In this case. Frisia raised his horns in a slanted arc, and said in a cold tone, sorry, I never raise idle people, you go to hell. After saying that, he stretched out his index finger, and a red energy ball appeared. The tip of your index finger. It shot toward the Sob factory like lightning. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 76. Frisia struck very quickly, and Sabo had no defense at all. Poof, there was a crisp tearing sound, and Frisia's red energy beam penetrated directly through Sabo's chest and hit the ground. Shoot a small hole in the ground. Blood spurted out from his chest, and Sabo's face was full of shock, disbelief, regret, all kinds of expressions intertwined together. Fully. Sabo looked at Frisia disappointedly, his life draining away little by little. He never imagined that he had followed him loyally for decades, fighting so many planets, but in the end, he would end up like this. At the last moment of his life, he actually started to envy Vegeta. Bang! Sabo's body fell to the ground with a crash, his eyes still wide open, and 2 Dragon Balls fell in front of Frisia. What a cruel guy, actually killing his own men like this. Sun Wuhan frowned and looked at Sabo lying on the ground. He murmured in his mouth. Hey, kid, give you another chance, otherwise, this will be your fate. When Frisia said the first sentence, he still had an evil smile on his face, but when he said the next sentence, his tone was cold and scary. The haze rolled in his eyes, making Sun Gohan feel a great feeling. Pressure. I will never go along with you people. Sun Gohan gritted his teeth tightly, clenched his fists, spread his feet forward and back, and made a fighting posture. He looked at Frisia and said firmly. He knew that his current situation was over. It's very dangerous. Great, you're the first person to reject me twice. Frisia's face turned completely gloomy. He pointed his fingertips at Sun Gohan, and a terrifying red energy beam condensed. Then he shot it directly towards Sun Gohan. Cut! Looking at the red energy beam, Sun Wuhan didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Turtle-style Qigong wave. Haha! Put your hands on your waist and pinch out a calyx shape, and the terrifying energy is condensed out. He blasted the energy beam directly at Frisia. Boom! The moment the 2 energies came into contact, a huge explosion occurred. A large crater was blasted out of the ground between the 2 of them, and the terrifying shock wave knocked Sun Wuhan back 2 steps. And the Namekian behind him was directly thrown away by the terrifying aftermath. Oh! A flash of surprise flashed in Frisia's eyes. Although he didn't use all his strength just now, he could definitely fight Sabo, Dodoria, and others with a power of 22,000 points. Unexpectedly, he was caught by the kid in front of him. It seems that this kid his combat power should not only be as low as 5,000, but it may be higher than Sabo and Dodoria. If you can't use this guy with great potential, you can only kill him completely. The dominance of the universe must not be threatened by anyone. Sun Gohan looked at Frisia, whose face turned gloomy, and could clearly feel the murderous intention of this guy. It seemed that the guy was going to get serious next time. What's going on? Several more powerful auras appeared. Suddenly, Sun Wuhan felt 5 powerful auras flying towards this direction. The speed was very fast. How many of these hateful guys are there? Frowning, Sun Gohan could clearly feel that the 5 auras were also full of evil. At this time, a spaceman behind Frisia suddenly walked up to Frisia, with a trembling and frightened tone. He said, "King Frisia, Captain Jinyu is already coming this way. It seems that he is afraid that he will end up like Sob." Roar! Is it finally here? I don't see the need for me to take action. Frisia smiled coldly after hearing the news from his men. The Jinyu Special Forces are here, that's great. Now, the remaining 2 Dragon Balls can be found as quickly as possible. The time for his immortality is getting closer and closer. What do I do? Run away? Sun Wuhan's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking of countermeasures. The 5 Chi should arrive here soon. By then, I am afraid that I will not even have a chance to escape. However, if I escape, these the Namekians will definitely be killed by these bad guys. And the entire Namek planet is only so big, they will definitely find themselves. To say the least, my goal is to get the Dragon Balls and summon the dragon to resurrect. Uncle Piccolo, if he keeps escaping, he may never be able to do it. And just when Sun Wuhan was hesitating, 5 rays of light pierced the sky and appeared at Sun Wuhan's side at an extremely fast speed. In Gohan's sight. It seems it's too late. Sun Wuhan looked at the 5 figures galloping towards him. No. Aunt Bulma, how could this happen? Sun Wuhan was shocked, because when those people came closer, he saw Bulma being held in the hands of one of them, a man with white hair and a red face. And another big man with purple skin and horns had something in his arms. Holding 2 Dragon Balls, one of them was the 4-star ball that he and Klin found. They actually captured Aunt Bulma, and now she's in trouble. Sun Wuhan frowned even more. Before his father left, he had promised him that he would take good care of his mother and Aunt Bulma. Not only did Aunt Bulma follow them to planet Namek, but now she is still those bad guys have caught him. If they threaten him, there's nothing he can do. 5 figures appeared in front of Frisia instantly. King Frisia. The 5 of them greeted Frisia respectfully and left Bulma aside. I didn't expect you guys to arrive so quickly and find the other 2 Dragon Balls. It's really hard work. Frisia looked at the 2 Dragon Balls in Jinyu's arms, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Now, all 7 Dragon Balls are here. He is one step closer to his goal of immortality. In space, Sun Wukong's spaceship is still racing at great speed. There's still half a day left. Hurry up, hurry up. Sun Wukong looked at the remaining time displayed on the display and stamped his feet anxiously. He always felt an uneasy feeling lingering in his heart. P.S. Sorry for the nonsense, my grades are so bad that I can't bear to look at them. I originally thought that out of 1,500 collections, there would be 300 first orders. In the end, there were only 108 first orders. Reality is like a basin of cold water, extinguishing all passion, _. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 77. The 5 members of the Jinyu Special Forces slowly placed the Dragon Ball on the ground. With a serious look on his face, he walked up to Frisia and lined up in a very neat line. King Frisia, please allow us to introduce you one more time. Jinyu said with his back to Frisia. Ah! It was Frisia who was also confused. It's not like I didn't know them. Do I need to introduce them once I met them? With Frisia's confused expression, the pineapple-headed man on the far right made a move indescribable movements, a loud roar. I am Likum. Then. I'm Bart. I'm Geese. I am Gerdo. A set for 4 people is chic and elegant. With all due respect, they look like a bunch of retarded people. After the 4 people completed their actions, Jinyu, with his back to Frisia, immediately made a difficult action. That means the butt is in the air, the head is down, and the head is through the crotch. I am, Captain Jinyu. After a few smooth moves, Frisia was stunned for a moment, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. I even began to wonder if I had raised a group of mentally retarded people. All members united. Following Jinyu's order, the 5 people combined as quickly as possible to perform a set of even more unspeakable moves. We are, the Jinyu Special Forces. The 5 people had confident and retarded smiles on their faces. At this moment, they felt that they were the king of superstars. What a shameful move! Universe Emperor Frisia turned red with embarrassment at this action, and looked at the 5 people with a dull expression. A cool breeze blew by, and his body trembled unconsciously. What a great action, but why do you have the urge to learn it? Sun Wuhan also looked at the Jinyu Special Forces with a blank expression and murmured. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Frisia looked at the 5 people speechlessly, breaking the awkward situation. The 5 people took back their postures with satisfaction. At this time, Bulma suddenly saw Sun Gohan opposite and screamed in horror. Gohan, come and save me. As soon as she saw those evil faces, Bulma felt fear in her heart. I was hiding in the cave to have afternoon tea, but I didn't expect that these guys suddenly broke in and not only took away the Dragon Ball, but also caught me here. Bulletin. Aunt Bulma. Just wait. Sun Wuhan clenched his fist tightly and looked at the others with unusually heavy eyes. The guy named Frisia alone can't even deal with him. Now there are 5 more. And the one called Jinyu also has quite the fighting power. Is that kid our opponent? Jinyu turned around, looked at Sun Wuhan with high eyes, and said jokingly. Then he pressed the combat power detector next to his ear. 5,000 combat power, just an ant-like guy. After looking at Sun Wuhan's fighting prowess, Jinyu spoke disdainfully again. That brat has hidden combat power and will explode at the moment of battle. Captain Jinyu, don't be careless. Frisia heard Jinyu's contemptuous words and reminded him. Dodoria just now was killed instantly because she believed too much in the data of the detector and was too conceited. Oh? Is it? I just want to see how much fighting power a kid can have. The one who spoke this time was Likum, a strong man with a red pineapple head. He was nearly 3 meters tall and covered in tendons. He rubbed his fists and walked towards Sun Wuhan step by step. His eyes were full of disdain. That's it. You little brat, even if you can't kill 100 with one punch, you can still kill 80. Looking at Likum's strong-limbed guy with a simple mind, a flash of displeasure flashed in Frisia's eyes, but it disappeared immediately. This guy's combat power has reached 50,000. Although it is not worth mentioning in his own eyes, it should be more than enough to deal with that brat. However, Sun Wuhan does not take Likum seriously at all. He is just here now, thinking about how to save Aunt Bulma from those guys. Likum, who was originally full of excitement, saw that Sun Gohan didn't take him seriously at all, and didn't even look at him. Angry instantly. Damn you kid, how dare you look down on me? Likum's face suddenly changed, and he punched Sun Wuhan directly. There was no hesitation at all. Sun Wuhan felt the strong wind coming, and then he looked at Likum. To be honest, this kind of opponent was no threat at all in front of him. Looking at the fist as big as the mouth of a jar, Sun Wuhan punched him directly. There was a muffled sound, and a terrifying wave of air swept away. Sun Wuhan's feet were instantly inserted into the ground, but Likum's huge body was also shaken and retreated. As Likum fell back, Sun Wuhan kicked his feet and stepped out. A sweep of his leg hit Likum's face hard, sending his strong body flying backwards. The heavy force left a deep ravine on the ground before I heard it. A mouthful of blood mixed with 2 teeth was spat out from Likum's mouth. How is it possible? That brat's combat power just now reached 100,000. At this moment, even Jinyu's face showed a look of horror. Being able to defeat Likum instantly proves that the data displayed by the combat power detector is absolutely correct. You must know that Likum's combat power has reached 50,000, and he can knock Likum away in an instant, so that brat's combat power of 100,000 is definitely true. But, how can a little kid, who has good money, have a combat power of 100,000? How could such a perversion occur in this universe? 100,000 combat power? Frisia was also surprised, and then a knowing smile broke out on his face, and he said excitedly, I can't bear to kill this guy anymore. Captain Jinyu, take him down for me. But remember, I want to live. Frisia turned to look at Jinyu and said solemnly. Yes, King Frisia. Jinyu cupped his hands and finished speaking to Frisia. Then he looked at Sun Gohan. He pursed his lips and showed a cruel smile. He was indeed shocked by this brat's fighting power, but it was only just a shock. My combat power has reached 120,000. It won't be difficult to deal with a guy with a combat power of 100,000. P.S. Subscription is miserable, please give me another collection, hwa. Please vote for reviews and monthly tickets. Philo reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection, recommendation. Chapter 78. Vegeta and Taisai, who almost came to planet Namek with Son Gohan and others, did not find the Dragon Balls because they did not have Dragon Ball radar. And in order to avoid Frisia and his group, he had no choice but to hide. At this moment, the two of them were hiding on a secluded hilltop. Vegeta suppressed his anger and observed the battle between Frisia and others and Son Gohan from a distance. Ha ha ha, be good at fighting. It's best to fight to the death, and then my chance, Lord Vegeta, will come. Vegeta looked at the battle in the distant village and whispered excitedly. Although his combat power has been greatly improved after being cured, he knew very well that he still couldn't be either that kid or Frisia. The opponent. Now is the time for them to have a good fight and consume their respective strength. It is best if both sides are killed. Then in the end, the snipe and the clam will win. In the end, the Dragon Ball must belong to you. In fact, from the time he first arrived on the Namek planet, he had been tracking Frisia and others all the way, waiting for an opportunity to seize the Dragon Balls. But now it seems that the appearance of that kid has helped. I am quite busy. Vegeta, my sister has fallen into the hands of those people, please find a way to save her. Tais on the side looked at the form below with a heavy face and said anxiously. Bulma was caught by Jinyu's men, and 083 it was obvious that the little guy named Son Gohan was not Frisia and the others. Opponent. So Bulma's situation is very dangerous now. Hey, I'm not one of those sentimental fools from Earth who lost this golden opportunity for a woman. Vegeta said with a sneer without even looking at Taisai. Frisia had long known that he had betrayed him. With his current strength, if Frisia and others found out, he would definitely die. Let him do it, for it's a joke for a woman to die. If you don't go, do you believe that I will yell and call them over now? Hearing Vegeta's cold tone, Taisai also threatened with a bad tone. Tisk! Stupid woman! Vegeta's mouth twitched. He knew the character of this stupid woman very well. If she can say it, then she can do it. Okay, I'll help you save her as soon as I get the chance. Vegeta agreed perfunctorily, then looked down again. At this time, Jinyu had already walked up to Sun Wuhan, grinning with absolute confidence on his face. Hey hey! Little devil, just surrender and capture him. Avoid the pain of flesh and blood. Jinyu grinned and said contemptuously to Sun Wuhan. With, Sibd, I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. Sun Wuhan stared at Jinyu with a cold look, and his tone was also filled with disdain. The purple-skinned guy in front of him, thinking that the guy with horns does have some strength. He should be the strongest person he has ever fought against besides his father. However, with his strength, he is still his opponent. Ha! It seems that defeating Likum has made you a little more confident. Jinyu didn't even want to be angry. Instead, he sneered. He really didn't bother to argue with this kid who has no strength and likes to pretend to compete. When he beat him down with his strength, he knew that what I just said was so ignorant. After thinking about it, his arms shook and his whole body turned into a sharp sword. When Sun Wuhan saw this, he didn't dare to slack off at all. He clenched his fist and struck out. A white whirlpool burst out from his body. When his toes touched the ground, his body instantly jumped up and collided with Jinyu. Bang! 4 fists collided, and a huge shock wave hit the two of them. The body was so shaken that each of them took dozens of steps back. Jinyu's complexion instantly became very ugly, and bursts of pain ran through his arms. That brat, his combat power has actually increased again. Jinyu's cold eyes stared directly at Sun Wuhan. He could clearly feel that in the collision just now, the two of them were completely evenly matched. Maybe the kid was still above him. Because his complexion did not change at all, and his breath was very stable. How could I, the leader of the Jinyu Special Forces, lose to such a brat? Jinyu's body swept away again, and he attacked Sun Wuhan randomly. His fists, elbows and knees were all turned into weapons, and he carried out sharp attacks. However, Jinyu's seemingly frequent attacks were blocked by Sun Wuhan. He took it on slowly, but it took a lot of energy out of him, and he was breathing heavily. Phew phew phew. Damn it, how could this kid have such a strong fighting ability? After separating the two people with one punch, Jinyu thought in horror. He almost exerted all his strength, but the kid still couldn't do anything. This made him, the captain of Jinyu's special forces, look like he was there. And where could he put his face? The other members of the Jinyu Special Forces also opened their mouths in disbelief. In this universe, besides King Frisia's family, there are people who can be so inseparable from Captain Jinyu. And the damn thing is, the opponent is still there. What a little kid! Kid, this time I... Just when Jinyu was about to say harsh words, he attacked again. But he was stopped by Frisia. Forget it, Captain Jinyu, you are no match for him. Frisia said bluntly. He could see that after the battle just now, Jinyu's combat effectiveness and physical fitness had declined. But that kid's breathing was still not disordered at all, and his face was calm. Please give me 1 more minute, I will definitely be able to deal with this brat, King Frisia. Jinyu is obviously over the top. If Sun Gohan is not completely defeated today, his prestige in the Jinyu Special Forces and even Frisia's legion will be greatly reduced in the future. Frisia smiled slightly. Obviously, that means you can't win even if you give it another year. But he didn't say that, but looked at Bulma aside and said calmly, let's take a simpler way. Why do you have to use brute force to win? Hoo ho ho. Frisia smiled solemnly, pointed his fingertips at Sun Gohan, and a red energy ball appeared on his fingertips. He stared at Sun Gohan and said, this woman should be your friend. Oh, damn it! Frisia, come at me if you can. Sun Wuhan frowned tightly. What he was most worried about happened. Once they threaten themselves with Bulma, there is nothing they can do. There was no way he could watch Bulma die. Ho ho ho, don't worry, I was originally coming for you. Frisia smiled again, turned aside Bulma, and then said in a cold tone, if you dare to avoid this thing, you will fall on her the next moment. Hey hey hey! Hearing Frisia's words, Bulma turned pale with fright, but she still said to Sun Gohan with a trembling tone, Gohan, run away and leave me alone, find Goku and let him revive me with the Dragon Balls. Shut up! Hearing Bulma's words, Frisia's energy ball hit Bulma's feet directly. The violent explosion directly threw Bulma away and landed heavily on the ground. Oh, I missed it, but this time, I won't miss it again. As he said that, another ball of energy appeared on Frisia's fingertips. Stop! Frisia! Sun Wuhan yelled. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 79. I told you to come to me if you have any problem. Sun Gohan glared at Frisia and roared. He knew that if he resisted, this inhumane guy would attack Aunt Bulma without hesitation. In that case, Aunt Bulma would definitely die. He absolutely don't allow this to happen. Roar! This is what you call human emotions, right? I really like this boring stuff. Frisia smiled faintly, and then his eyes opened suddenly, and the energy beam from his fingertips shot directly towards Sun Gohan. Whoosh! Sun Gohan pressed his fists tightly to his waist, his eyes kept blinking. He could obviously dodge the trembling, but now he couldn't. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Boom! Bang! The energy beam hit Sun Wuhan and exploded instantly. Fan's body was blown away, and then he hit the ground hard. The clothes in front of him were almost blown to pieces, and his body was covered with scars, and he was breathless. It also shriveled up instantly. Satoru, Gohan. On the top of the mountain not far away, Klin was lying on the ground, with his tangled facial features distorted. He really wanted to go down and help Sun Wuhan, but with his strength, he couldn't find anyone among those people. Even one can easily kill him. Even if he goes down, he can't help at all. But, damn it, Wukong, where are you? Krillin pounded the ground angrily. If Wukong was here, they wouldn't be in this situation. Ahem. Sun Wuhan coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. He held his severely injured body with both hands, breathing heavily. Then, with strong willpower, he stood up again. Roar! He can still stand up, he is such a strong guy. Frisia said with a sneer as a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. His death beam could definitely kill Jinyu easily, but this brat was hit by his own death beam without any resistance. Being able to stand up really surprised me. At the same time, the murderous intention in his heart was even more intense. This kid was really terrifying. If he was given enough time to grow up, he would definitely threaten his dominance in the universe. He must die. Now, release Aunt Bulma for me. Sun Gohan stood up tremblingly, walked towards Frisia step by step, and shouted intermittently. Let her go? Sorry, you have to wait a while. The cold voice fell, and Frisia pointed out a red energy ball. If you can still bear this, I will not only let her go, I will also let you go. Frisia stared at Sun Gohan playfully, and then said, but, if you can't take it, then not only will you die, but she will also be killed by me. Bastard, bastard! Sun Wuhan cursed loudly. This guy has no intention of letting Aunt Bulma go. In his current state, it is simply impossible to take his attack again. Yet. I'm sorry, Aunt Bulma, I can't save you. Looking at Bulma, Sun Gohan had tears in his eyes. Even if he was not injured, he could not be Frisia's opponent. What's more, he was seriously injured now. It turned out that he still held on to a glimmer of hope. Trading myself for Bulma's, now it seems that I was too naive. Gohan, go quickly, go quickly. They won't let us go. Bulma was a little dizzy from the explosion just now. When she woke up, she saw Sun Gohan's embarrassed appearance. Then he shouted harshly while holding his voice. Shut up! Jis on the side heard Bulma's words, maybe he thought she was too noisy, and kicked Bulma on the shoulder, sending Bulma flying 2 meters away. However, Jis also controlled the force, and Fulai Sa didn't give the order, he didn't dare to kill him. Bastard, how dare you do this to Aunt Bulma? Sun Wuhan's eyes burst into flames and he stared at Jis angrily. Asking for flowers. Dad, I'm sorry, I can't protect Aunt Bulma's safety. In his current state, he simply can't beat any of them. Dad, if you can hear me, come back quickly. Tears burst out of Sun Wuhan's eyes, and he clenched his fists tightly. The wound on his arm split open. Blood kept flowing down his fist. Come back! Dad! Sun Wuhan raised his head, and a thunderous voice roared out. A very terrifying energy burst out from Sun Wuhan's body in an instant. The ground beneath my feet instantly cracked, collapsed, and collapsed. 0. Everyone, including Frisia, was deeply shocked by the terrifying battle that broke out instantly from Sun Gohan. Beep beep beep, the combat power detectors in the ears of Jinyu and others started ringing crazily. 450,000 combat power. No. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Jinyu and others opened their mouths with horror on their faces. It's unbelievable. This kid's combat power has reached 450,000. If he had tried his best just now, then he... When he thought of this, Jinyu's back became cold. Vegeta, who was hiding in the distance and watching, frowned, and his facial features were distorted. Then, that brat can be so strong. Damn it, my noble Prince Vegeta was left so far behind by him. And in space. Sun Wukong frowned fiercely. Is this Gohan's anger? He felt that Gohan's energy surged to the extreme in an instant, and then disappeared very quickly. Come back! Dad! In an instant, a dreamlike shout sounded from Sun Wukong's mind. Suddenly, a very bad premonition spread from my heart. Gohan and the others are in danger. Sun Wuhan immediately pointed his fingers between his eyebrows, and his body instantly disappeared into the center of the spaceship. _Philo reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection, recommendation. Chapter 80. Sun Wuhan burst out all his energy in an instant like a flood breaking a bank. After the explosion, his body fell softly. Breathing weakly. Dad, come back! Come back quickly, come back quickly! The pupils shrank suddenly, and his eyes were grey, and his fingers were still trembling uncontrollably. He could feel that his life was passing away little by little. Snort! It's no use calling me grandpa now, let alone father. Go to hell, kid! The moment Frisia's cold voice fell, the red beam from his fingertips shot directly towards Son Gohan. Gohan! Not far away, Clint turned his head with a twisted expression, not wanting to see the cruel scene that followed. However, at the moment when the red energy beam swept out, brush, a slight crackling sound suddenly rang in the air. 083 appeared in front of Frisia and the others. He was wearing a white shirt, a black vest, and was dressed like an adret. Bang! Frisia's beam was 1 meter away from him. When he was within a short distance, it seemed to be blocked by something, and it exploded with a bang, and it was like an energy wall had been built around him, and the explosion was of no use to him at all. Who is he? Adret. The members of the Jinyu Special Forces looked at the man who suddenly appeared with shock on their faces. Their detectors just turned off and didn't detect this guy at all. He just appeared out of thin air. Moreover, he was able to detect nothing just now. Blocking King Frisia's attack by doing so is definitely not something that an adret can do. This guy? Where have you seen it? When Frisia saw that face, his whole body suddenly trembled, something very familiar. Is that Sion? Frisia's expression suddenly changed. Wasn't that Sion killed by him more than 10 years ago? How could it appear on the Namek planet? The person who suddenly appeared was Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, who moved instantly following Sun Wuhan's energy just now. Gohan, Daddy is here. Sun Wukong squatted down slowly, looking at Sun Wuhan whose body was stained red with blood, his eyes instantly turned scarlet. A strong killing power instantly emanated from his body. How dare you guys do this to Gohan? Sun Wukong's fist clenched loudly, and veins popped out on his forehead. His face had completely turned livid. Anger, endless anger. Dad! Dad, you are finally here. Am I dreaming? Sun Wuhan felt that he was being hugged, and a drop of crystal tears left the corners of his grey eyes. The corners of his eyes showed a trace of happiness with great reluctance. A smile full of childlike innocence. Looking at the childlike eyes smiling, Sun Wukong suddenly felt like being pricked by a needle. He grabbed Sun Wuhan's hand, and a steady stream of energy was transmitted to his body along the palm of Sun Wuhan's palm. Gohan, you are not dreaming, Dad is back, he is really back. Sun Wukong's eyes were also filled with tears. How dare you hurt Gohan like this, absolutely, absolutely unforgivable. Hello, who are you? How dare you get involved in King Frisia's affairs? Bart stepped forward. Pointing at Sun Wukong, he shouted harshly. Although this guy's appearance is a bit tricky, judging from his combat power, it only seems to be a few thousand. It's time to express yourself in front of King Frisia and make your presence felt. A steady stream of energy was introduced into Sun Wuhan's body. And Sun Wukong finally felt that Gohan's life characteristics returned to normal. Then slowly stood up. Damn idiot, your Uncle Bart is asking you a question. Bart roared angrily again. This hateful guy actually completely ignored himself and made himself so embarrassed. It is simply unforgivable. After standing up, Sun Wukong didn't even look back, and the murderous intent surged crazily in his eyes. Right hand he stretched back and pinched hard. Bang! Bart's body exploded out of thin air, instantly turning into red fragments and falling to the ground. Bart! Bart! Jinyu and the others saw Bart exploding out of thin air, and screamed in horror. What did that guy just do? Just pinched Bart, and Bart was crushed to pieces? An illusion, it must be an illusion. Jinyu and the others rubbed their eyes vigorously, and when they opened them again, there were still debris all over the floor. But, damn, this guy. Frisia looked at Sun Wukong's back, and it felt like a bottomless pit, which made people feel inexplicably afraid. His fists were clenched tightly. I can kill Bart in an instant, but I can't do it as easily as that guy. After picking up Sun Wuhan walked step by step towards the terrified Namekian crowd not far away. Cure him for me. Sun Wukong handed Sun Wufan to the elder of Namek, with a cold tone and irresistible pressure. The elder of Namek nodded dully and took Sun Wufan. Then, he turned back and looked at Bulma fell to the ground, the anger in his eyes surged wildly again, and his body appeared beside Bulma. Even Frisia didn't see clearly how Son Goku passed by. Bulma hugged her, and waves of gentle energy passed into Bulma's body. Bulma slowly opened her eyes. Sunday. Sun June. Looking at that familiar face, Bulma exhaled numbly. Was she dreaming? Or was she already dead? Sorry to make you feel wronged. Sun Wukong stared at Bulma, his tone was very gentle. After hearing those words, Bulma's expression froze instantly, and her eyes were covered with a layer of crystal tears. Really, is it really you? Bulma's palm brushed Sun Wukong's face, such a hot temperature, such a real feeling. It's true, I'm back. Looking at that pitiful person, he held Bulma in his arms, whispered in his ear. Puff. At that moment, Bulma could no longer control her emotions and lay in Sun Wukong's arms and cried loudly. It seems like he wants to pour out all his grievances, fears, and longings. It's okay, everything is over. He gently stroked Bulma's hair with his palms and comforted her softly. The other 4 members of the Jinyu Special Forces just watched helplessly. After Bart's experience, they no longer dared to act as leaders. Bird. I am deeply afraid that I will become the pieces on the ground. P.S. The protagonist seems to have come out a little late. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 81. Bulma sobbed for 3 minutes before she stopped. Sun Wukong held Bulma's slender waist, stepped forward, and appeared directly beside Sun Wuhan and the Namekian. At this time, Sun Wuhan had been cured by that little Namek kid, and he looked at Sun Wukong excitedly. Dad, Dad! I knew you would come back to save us. Sun Wuhan stepped forward and took Sun Wukong's hand excitedly. He instantly changed from the strong boy before to a coquettish little boy. Gohan, thanks to your sudden burst of energy, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to come over. Sun Wukong rubbed Sun Wuhan's head and said. I also know that you will definitely come to us. Bulma said shyly as Sun Wukong held her in his arms. The hot body temperature and strong body of Sun Wukong made her feel like a deer. Aunt Bulma, do you like my dad? Sun Wuhan smiled slyly and said ghostly. 28. After being asked by Sun Wuhan, Bulma quickly broke away from Sun Wukong's arms, and her jade face became even redder. However, she did not directly deny Sun Wuhan's question. And on the top of the mountain not far away, Vegeta's whole body was trembling, and his eyes were wide open. But, damn it! Kakarot, that guy is Kakarot, a low-level warrior, how could he become so strong? Vegeta clenched his fist tightly and beat it on the ground. The veins on his forehead bulged and his facial features were distorted. When that guy killed Raditz a year ago, Raditz's combat power detector showed only a combat power of 3000 is only 5000. In just 1 year, he has grown to such a terrifying level. Looking at his back, it seems as if he is trapped in a bottomless pit. Bart of the Jinyu Special Forces. He was killed by him like an ant. You must know that that guy's combat power is close to 50,000, and even now he has no chance of defeating Bart, a mere inferior Scion warrior. So many. And even his son far surpassed him. This made him, a Scion prince with the most orthodox bloodline, suffer a huge blow to his self-esteem. Biggie felt a great sense of humiliation. Ta's heart grew. Tai Sai on the side breathed a deep sigh of relief when she saw the stranger rescued Bulma. At this time, Klin fell from another mountain top, falling next to Sun Wukong and others. Wukong! Wukong, is it really you? Are you really back? Klin's face was full of excitement. When he was the first Wukong just now, he had pinched himself hard. After making sure it was not a dream, he flew down excitedly. Sun Wukong turned back coldly and looked at K's forehead. Looking at Sun Wukong's cold gaze, Klin's face suddenly froze. He had never seen Wukong look at him like this before. He felt inexplicably panicked, and then nodded numbly. Even when Bulma was captured and Gohan was almost beaten to death, you hid in the distance and watched the show. Sun Wukong's tone became a bit colder again. Although he knew that with Klin's strength, finding him would lead to death, but he still couldn't control the anger in his heart. How could such a coward be worthy of someone as big as number 18? Beauty? Wukong! Wukong, I'm sorry, I was so scared that my legs were weak. Klin lowered his head guiltily, his tone full of apology. The strong desire to survive did make him choose to lie down where he was. Of course, he also had selfish motives. Neither Gohan nor Bulma died. Even if they died, they could be resurrected with the Dragon Balls. And if I die, I won't be able to resurrect myself. Dad, there was nothing Uncle Klin could do about the situation at that time. Sun Wuhan looked at the angry Sun Wukong and the guilty-looking Klin, and stepped forward to explain. But Klin really couldn't help at all. I don't have time to blame him now. Sun Wukong glanced at Krillin coldly, and then walked towards Frieza step by step. His eyes swept over Jinyu and the other 3 people, and asked in a cold voice, who hurt you two just now? Looking at Sun Wukong's cold eyes, Jinyu and the others actually felt a very dangerous feeling. It was like being enveloped by death. Dad, that guy caught Aunt Bulma and injured him. Sun Wuhan pointed at Gi's and said. Urgent to death, right? I'll help you right away. As Sun Wukong's cold voice fell, his body burst out. In an instant, he appeared in front of Gi's. Without giving Gi's any time to react, he grabbed Gi's neck. It was like Ling lifted Jizzy up like a chicken, and said in a solemn tone, if you touch some people, you will pay a heavy price. After saying that, he threw Ji's up, then spread out his hands, and fired 5 sharp energy beams from 5 fingers at the same time, directly hitting his legs, knees, arms, and chest. Ah! A shrill scream came from Gisa's mouth. Blood continued to surge out. The body hit the ground heavily and kept twitching, but the body couldn't use the strength. I could only grit my teeth and endure the heartbreaking pain. Who are you? Frisia finally turned around, looked at Sun Wukong with a very gloomy look, and asked. 083. This guy is exactly the same as the scion he killed, but he is definitely not that guy. Are you, the son of that scion? Frisia was shocked and reacted. My name is Sun Wukong, from Earth. Of course, you can also call me Cockroach. Sun Wukong raised his horns. It turns out that the king of the universe, Frisia, looks so miserable. Compared with Gula, it is indeed much worse. Cockroach? With the scion name, you are indeed that guy's son. Frisia's body slowly floated up from the aircraft. He knew that the guy in front of him had to take care of it himself. Frisia, if you hadn't come to planet Namek, maybe you would have lived longer. Sun Wukong looked at Frisia jokingly and said. Stupid thing, do you really think you can defeat me with your strength? Frisia was also angered by Sun Wukong's joking attitude and tone. Although his current combat power seems to be only 530,000, it is because his power is too great and difficult to control, so he sealed his power. If I use all my strength, I can easily kill this arrogant wild monkey asking for money. I don't know if I can beat you, but I will definitely kill you, that's for sure. Just like your brother Gula, _Philo reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection, recommendation. Chapter 82. What? Did you kill Gula? Frisia was shocked, but after the brief shock, he couldn't help laughing wildly. Ho, you actually said you killed Gula? Are you really going to laugh me to death? Frisia almost fell off his feet laughing at Sun Wukong's joke. His brother Gula, a powerful being with a combat power of 470 million, is several times stronger than himself. Now a wild monkey actually told him that he killed it. It's ridiculous, it's so ridiculous. Your face is so disgusting. Looking at Frisia, whose mouth was as round as a bell and laughing, Sun Wukong's body burst out at the same time as Sun Wukong's cold voice fell. He appeared in Frisia's body almost instantly. Behind him, a hand knife struck Frisia hard on the neck. Bang! At the same time as the hand knife fell, Frisia's body flew out and landed on the ground with his chin. The face scraped several meters away before stopping. King Frisia! Jinyu and the others saw that Frisia was easily knocked away by that guy. Just as he was about to go up to help him, Sun Wukong's body flashed out again in an instant, appearing directly behind Guldo. He punched out Guldo's small body like a bullet from the chamber, and was shot hard into the body. Among the mountains in the distance. After knocking Guldo away with a punch, Sun Wukong disappeared again. When he appeared, he was already in front of Likum, with his right knee raised sharply. It directly pressed against Likum's chest. Likum didn't even say a word, but lay softly on the ground. His orifices were bleeding, his eyes were wide open, but his pupils were shrinking rapidly. It looks like there is more air coming out and less air coming in. No. Impossible. Frisia and Jinyu both had expressions of horror on their faces, and the deep fear in their pupils spread. They couldn't see clearly the ghostly figure of Sun Wukong who suddenly appeared and disappeared. Let alone what was going on. Fight back! Jinyu, be careful! At some point, Sun Wukong's figure suddenly appeared behind Jinyu. Frisia quickly spoke up to remind him. But it's obviously too late. All your team members are dead, you should go to hell to accompany them. Sun Wukong's cold voice came from behind Jinyu. At the same time, there was a burning feeling on his back, and Jinyu was sweating profusely. "No! Don't kill me!" Jinyu's frightened voice trembled and begged for mercy. But obviously, Sun Wukong didn't want to give him any chance. The energy ball in his palm blasted directly towards Jinyu's back. Bang! The energy ball went directly to Jinyu's body. It blasted into a rock not far away, and then exploded. The entire rock instantly turned into rubble, and Jinyu's body had completely disappeared, and he could no longer feel his breath. Dad is so awesome! Those scary guys were easily solved. Sun Wuhan and Krillin said with admiration as they looked at Sun Wukong, who almost instantly eliminated the Jinyu special forces. Bulma on the side had her eyes shining brightly, looking like a nymphomaniac. Relaxed. After getting rid of Jinyu, Likum, and Guldo, Sun Wukong walked towards Frisia step by step and looked at Frisia and said playfully, "Frisia, transform and use all your strength." To be honest, in Frisia's current state, with a fighting power of 530,000, I can easily kill him with one finger. But now, he not only wants to kill him, but also wants to convince him to die. Transform. Frisia narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, if he didn't choose to transform in the current situation, he would never be the opponent of the scion in front of him. In this case, then as he wishes. All right. Since you want to see it so much, I will show it to you, but you have to keep your eyes open to see it. This is not something you can see just because you want to see it. As the cold voice fell, Frisia put his arms on his waist. It's not that he didn't want to transform, but that after the transformation, his energy was too terrifying and difficult to control, so he was sealed in this body. But now, there is no way to kill this scion monkey without transforming. Remember the last time I destroyed planet Vegeta, I didn't even transform. When I killed your father, I just moved my fingers. Frisia's center of gravity sank, the corners of his mouth raised an evil arc, and he said to Sun Wukong, "What you say will only make your death more painful." Sun Wukong also smiled coldly. To be honest, the previous Sun Wukong had no impression of his father. As a time traveler, he had no feelings at all. It's just that Frisia's eyes made him quite disgust. Bang bang! It's such a shameless thing, I'll let you feel the fear from hell. Frisia felt that the guy in front of him was just to make him angry. Every word he said could make his anger level soar. As he clenched his fists tightly, a layer of rich white light came from Frisia's. The whole body burst out instantly. The whole body was coated with a silver-white halo, and the next moment, clear cracks appeared on the armor all over the body, and the white beams shot out from the cracks. Frisia's anger also surged at this moment. That guy's anger, is so scary. Klin felt the unfathomable aura, and his whole body began to tremble violently. This aura was the strongest and most evil aura he had ever felt. Tisk. Indeed, that monster's anger is hard to understand. Sun Gohan also clenched his fists tightly. After he was healed by the little Namek just now, he felt that his energy had surged a lot. But at this moment, Frisia's energy completely exceeded himself. Dad, can you defeat that monster? Sun Wufan cast his heavy gaze on Sun Wukong, and saw a slight curve on the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth, with his arms folded in front of him. The relief on his face was not affected at all by Frisia's transformation. Dad, why is he so calm? Is he sure of defeating that guy? Looking at the extremely calm Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan thought secretly in his heart. Ah! Zia! Frisia roared again, and streaks of dark red energy like small snakes floated out in all directions. Goo! Goo! With a muffled sound, Frisia's body instantly grew larger, and the muscles in his body suddenly expanded several times. The evil aura actually increased again. P.S. Sorry, bro, recently I have an early morning shift. I go to work at 5 in the morning and get off work at 6 in the afternoon. I can only code one chapter during my mealtime. I will finish coding after I get off work. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for the Super Scion Super 10. Reward. No matter how bad the score of this book is, it will not be a eunuch, _. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 83. Boom. Frisia's body grew to more than 8 feet. His body was unusually tall, standing like a hill. The sharp horns on his head turned into 2 curved arcs, exuding a chilling chill. And around him, the white vortex surged crazily. The ground beneath his feet sank deeply, and terrifying air waves flattened the surrounding ground. Sun Wukong could clearly feel that Frisia's energy had more than doubled at this time. In other words, this guy's combat power should have reached 1 million. Ho 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 ho, ho 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 ho, this force is still so powerful, so familiar, and so memorable. Frisia stretched out his horns in a long arc and stared at his hands. It's been a long time since he transformed into this form. Because in this universe, there is no opponent worthy of his transformation, he never thought that today, he would actually transform for a wild monkey. That's it. Then use your blood to celebrate my joy at this moment. Frisia glanced at Sun Wukong, and then glanced at Sun Gohan, Krillin, Bulma, and the Namekians one by one. So, whose blood will be used first to commemorate this beautiful beginning? 083 Frisia smiled sinisterly, and then glanced at everyone again. Finally, his eyes fell on Krillin. Then, what does that guy want to do? Krillin saw Frisia's bloodthirsty eyes staring at him, and his body instinctively took 2 steps back. He felt like he was being targeted by a poisonous snake, his hands were trembling, and the fear from his soul instantly spread throughout his body. It's you! Frisia roared, and his body flashed out instantly, like a white beam of light. The speed was so fast that Sun Gohan only saw an afterimage shooting towards this direction. At that moment, he burst out with breath and did out of defense. Humph, ignorant guy! Son Goku snorted as he held Frisia in his arms. At this speed, if you want to kill someone in front of yourself, you don't take yourself seriously. Then his body also flashed and disappeared from the same place. Klin felt the approaching aura, and a fear of death lingered in his heart, lingering. He always felt that he would die in the next moment. Ho 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 ho, die to me! Little bald head! Looking at the little bald head that was almost a stone's throw away, Frisia roared. The sharp horn stabbed directly at Klin's chest. Brush! Suddenly, a sound broke through the air. Klin felt that his body was stunned. He looked sideways and saw a familiar figure. Wukong! Wukong! Krillin shouted excitedly, and the joy of escaping from death filled him instantly. Bang! Sun Wukong threw Krillin a distance of meters with one hand. He held down Frisia's head with the other hand. In an instant, it would be difficult for Frisia's body to move forward even half a minute. How is it possible? Frisia panicked. He could only see Sun Wukong's legs in front of him. He mustered all his strength, but could not move any further. He had obviously transformed and his combat power had doubled. How could he stop him? Moreover, he had already transformed and his combat power had doubled. That guy didn't even take a step back. If you want to hurt someone in front of me, you have a fish in your head. Sun Wukong gave a cold sigh, and his right knee instantly pushed up. It hit Frisia's face accurately, and Frisia's body was directly pushed up. Click, a crisp sound of bone cracking came, and the bridge of Lisa's nose collapsed, and purple blood dripped down his nostrils and corners. Sun Wukong jumped up and struck Frisia hard in the face with a whip kick. Frisia's huge body flew straight out, and was heavily embedded in a huge mountain front. So awesome! Sun Wukong clenched his fists, zibbed, looking at Sun Wukong's back with excitement on his face. His admiration was not concealed at all. Frisia, who was far stronger than him, was beaten by his father and was unable to fight back. Dads, what kind of terrifying level has the strength reached? Vegeta, who had been sitting on the top of the mountain, looked at the moment just now, and his pupils kept shrinking, and then shrinking again. The whole body is shaking violently. So, is that Kakarote's ultimate power? No. It's incredible, Frieza has no chance to fight back. Vegeta said with a trembling tone. When Frieza transformed just now, he had shocked himself beyond measure. That terrifying aura was like a tall wall in front of him, insurmountable. But even though Frieza had already, even though he was so strong, he was defeated by Kakarote in an instant. It was simply unbelievable. Kakarote, how on earth do you practice? Vegeta punched the ground with his fist. It was obvious that Kakarote was a scumbag with only single-digit combat power. A low-level scion who was only worthy of being sent to a low-level planet. And he himself was born in a poor family. A high-level warrior with 1,000 combat powers, a genius boy among the scions. He has been fighting hard and training hard for these years, but he was surpassed by that lowly guy, and maybe he doesn't even have one of his fingers now. I can't even hit him on the head. The ending is not like this at all, it's hateful, it's really hateful. Then, how could that boy be so powerful? Ties next to Vegeta opened her mouth wide with shock on her face, and she also said in a daze. Rumble. The next moment, the entire ground, and even the entire planet Namek, shook violently. Yeah! Angry roars came from the peak where Frieza was embedded. Rays of purple light shot through the peak instantly and came out from all directions. Haha! Then there was another roar, and the peak exploded instantly. Frieza's figure appeared in everyone's sight again. At this time, Frieza had obviously changed again. Purple flames swirled around him, and his body was more than doubled in size. The head became like a huge capsule, with two sharp bone spurs growing out of the end. The same is true behind you. Damn wild monkey, you actually made me use transformation again. Now, go to hell. The angry flames in Frieza's eyes were burning, and he roared out like thunder. Then, his body flashed and turned directly into a purple sword, which shot at Sun Wukong _Feel reminds you, 3 things about reading collection, recommendation. Chapter 84. After his second transformation, Frieza became smaller and faster. Almost in an instant, he appeared in front of Sun Wukong, with the purple light glowing on his fist, and punched Sun Wukong directly. Bang! Frieza's fist hit Sun Wukong hard in the chest, and the vast power directly knocked Sun Wukong back dozens of meters. Humph, wild monkey, it seems you are nothing more than that. Looking at Sun Wukong, who was knocked back by his punch, Frieza raised his horns coldly and sneered. In his opinion, after his second transformation, the speed of this hateful guy in front of him has completely surpassed his own. He couldn't keep up with himself, and then his body exploded out again, taking advantage of his illness to let this stupid guy know how stupid it was to offend him, the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. Ha ha ha, is that so? After taking 10 steps back, Sun Wukong suddenly smiled coldly, slowly raised his head, and raised his horns in an evil arc. Wah, what? Frieza was shocked when he looked at Sun Wukong's evil smile. That smile gave him a very uncomfortable and dangerous feeling. But at this time, he could no longer hold back his fist, and there was no need to hold it back. Hold your fist! Bang! The fist hit Sun Wukong hard again. But this time, it didn't have the same obvious effect as last time, but Frieza's fist was tightened by Sun Wukong. He held it in his hands, his body was as solid as a rock, and he didn't even move. I told you to use all your strength, but can't you understand what people are saying? Sun Wukong looked at Frieza with a sneer. He slowly exerted force on his palm and opened it outward. Frieza's fist made a loud crunching sound. He gritted his teeth in pain. He didn't know whether he was angry or because of the violent force. Frisia was in pain and his facial features were distorted. Son Goku suddenly pulled his body forward with force, and then his right knee pushed up hard against Frisia's on the lower abdomen. There was a muffled sound, and the severe pain made Frisia's pupils shrink suddenly. An overwhelming pain came from his abdomen, and purple blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Sun Wukong let go of Frisia's fist. Lisa fell to the ground with a bang, holding his abdomen tightly with both hands, a look of pain on his face. Looking at Frisia, who was kneeling on the ground due to severe pain, Sun Wukong slowly lifted up. The palm of his hand was aimed at Frisia's head. I gave you a chance. If you don't want to fight me, then go to hell. At the same time as the cold voice fell, a terrifying energy ball appeared in Sun Wukong's palm, and he blasted it at Frisia without hesitation. Boom! In an instant, the ground in front of Sun Wukong was struck by a terrifying energy wave. The impact created a shocking gap that extended to 100 meters away, and Frisia's body actually stood at the end of the gap, covering his head and taking the attack. At this time, Frisia was already in a very embarrassed state. The entire front was almost covered in pitch black from the energy wave, and purple blood was flowing wildly all over his body. The king of the universe, Frisia, only has so much ability. Sun Wukong smiled coldly, jokingly. He didn't expect to get rid of this guy so quickly. Otherwise, with the strength of his second transformation, he could easily kill him. But, damn, wild monkey, you have completely angered me. Frisia lowered his arms. His eye sockets were now covered with blood-red cracks, his facial features were completely distorted, and the blood vessels on his forehead were bulging. It was obvious that he was completely angered by Sun Wukong. Then there were bursts of roars, and along with the gloomy roars, Frisia's energy surged again. Waves of purple energy flames enveloped his entire body, and powerful waves of energy instantly moved towards Frisia. It swept from all directions. The entire ground collapsed instantly, and the rising water directly submerged the ground. Even several nearby small islands were instantly submerged by the surge of water. Purple thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, and the entire Namek planet was covered. They were all shaking violently at this moment. Son Gohan, Krillin, and others were floating in the air, looking at Frisia in horror. At this time, Frisia's energy had almost completely increased. Expanded the scope of understanding of Sun Wuhan and Krillin. God, oh God! That guy Frisia's energy almost filled the entire planet Namek. Finished. The corners of Klin's eyes trembled crazily and he spoke dully. Frisia's power is already dimensional different from theirs. It was simply beyond their imagination. No matter how powerful Goku was, there was absolutely no way he could be the opponent of Frisia now. Asking for flowers. Dad, Dad! Son Gohan's face was also very gloomy, and he looked at Sun Wukong. If Frisia could barely cope with the first transformation, the current Frisia is no longer something he can fight against. However, following his gaze, Son Gohan saw that Son Goku still had a faint smile on his face, his hands clasped in front of his chest, and he looked at Frisia with a casual look on his face. Dad, can't you feel Frisia's power? Or, even if Frisia transforms again, Dad still has the strength to deal with Frisia. At this thought, Son Gohan immediately ruled out the first possibility. With his father's strength, it is impossible not to feel Frisia's power. Then there is only one possibility, even if Frisia transforms Dad doesn't take him seriously at all. 0. Thinking of this, Sun Wuhan's face showed a look of joy. In mind. Maybe Dad is already the strongest man in the universe. Vegeta, who was lying on the top of the mountain, had a dull look on his face and was completely stupid. Frisia, is this all his strength? Vegeta was trembling all over, staring at the purple energy in a daze, and spoke dully. Fortunately, he had foolishly thought that his strength should be close to Frisia. He actually thought about betraying him, and even thought about it. Kill him and replace him as the Emperor of the universe. Now think about it, how naive your idea is. Frisia is simply not something you can fight against. After a full minute, the purple energy flame around Frisia slowly disappeared. The trembling of the entire planet also slowly disappeared. Frisia's form changed again, becoming smaller and smaller than before. Several pieces of purple armor appeared on the top of the head, chest, and shoulders, and the other places were white. But that energy was even more turbulent, terrifying and violent. P.S. Guys, forgive me. I watched I'm Not the God of Medicine yesterday after get off work, so I didn't read the code. It made a big man burst into tears. I hope brothers who have time can go and watch it. It's really good. A conscience movie. Still reminding everyone, you must take good care of your body and don't get sick. The sky-high price of medicine, we can't afford it from the factory. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 85. Ho 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 ho. Next, the Hell Feast officially begins. Are the wild monkeys ready to bear my wrath? Frisia squeezed his fists, feeling the power in his body that made him very satisfied. He raised his horns diagonally and said with an unusually sinister smile. After all, he is also the Emperor of the universe, so he looks like an Emperor of the universe. Sun Wukong could also feel Frisia's aura that instantly increased 10 times. He raised his horns and said with a smile. Oh? You tough-mouthed wild monkey, wait a minute and I'll tear your nasty mouth apart to see if you can still have such a sharp tongue. Frisia's eyes flashed with a cold light, but he still smiled. His current strength is so powerful that even he feels scared. Or, to the point where he can't even control himself. To deal with a wild monkey 083 looked at Frisia's strategizing expression, and Sun Wukong said jokingly, I'm really looking forward to it, but I'm afraid you don't have the ability. The current Frisia is indeed stronger. But he has not yet used 1/10 of his strength. The real battle has not yet begun. Tisk. I have to admit that you are really good at irritating me, so you will be very miserable next. As Frisia's cold voice fell, his body shot out like a sharp sword towards Sun Wukong. From a distance of several hundred meters, he arrived almost instantly, and his fist filled with purple light hit Sun Wukong hard. Sun Wukong looked straight, crossed his arms, and stood in front of him. Boom! Frisia's fist hit Sun Wukong's arms hard. The terrifying power like a surging flood directly knocked Sun Wukong away. He immediately retreated 100 feet before he could stabilize his figure. The strength is quite good. Throwing his arms, Sun Wukong said solemnly, but his expression did not change at all. Yet? Frisia's feminine voice suddenly sounded from behind. Without waiting for Sun Wukong to turn around, he stepped on Sun Wukong's back. A huge force came from his back, and his body was shot like a bullet. It went down and penetrated heavily into the isolated island not far away, stirring up several feet of dust. Die, wild monkey! With a low roar, the moment Sun Wukong's body hit the ground, Frisia produced a terrifying energy ball in his palm and threw it directly towards the island. Then his index finger pointed out, and beams of purple energy-resisting beams rushed towards the place where Sun Wukong fell. The entire island was instantly swallowed up by Wang Yang, and violent waves spread in circles. But Sun Wukong's body disappeared along with the island. Dead. Sun Jun. When Sun Wukong and Bulma saw the situation in front of them, they wanted to rush over, but they were held back by Krillin on the side. Gohan, Bulma, you guys. Krillin didn't see the slightest trace of panic on his face, and he spoke. Fine. Sun Wukong and Bulma were shocked at the same time. Just now, Wukong was hit by such a terrifying explosion, and Sun Wukong was completely invisible. How could he be okay? Gohan, feel it. Klin smiled confidently and looked at Sun Wuhan and said. Seeing Klin's confident look, Sun Wuhan calmed down slightly and began to feel Sun Wukong's energy. It's Dad's anger, he is really fine. When Sun Wuhan felt it, he was overjoyed. He was too eager just now, so he didn't feel his father's anger properly. Now he realized that although his father's anger was suppressed, he could feel it clearly. And it was very even. Without any disorder. It was Dad himself who hid his anger. Sun Wuhan said excitedly. Klin nodded, smiled, and continued. Maybe Gaku has other ideas, or wants to give Frisia a big surprise. And Frisia, who was standing in the air, looked at the island that had completely sunk and the lake surface that had returned to calm after practicing, and his sharp laughter echoed in the sky. Ho 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 ho! Damn wild monkey, I thought you were so capable. Is it? You seem to be a little too confident. The moment Frisia's voice fell, a joking voice suddenly sounded. What? Frisia was shocked and looked towards the place where the sound came from. I saw Sun Wukong's figure already appearing on another small island not far away. Standing upright, with a faint smile on his lips, he looked at Frisia playfully. But, damn, when did that wild monkey pass by? Frisia's bean-like pupils expanded in vain, and he held his hands tightly. Because the noise of the explosion just now was too loud, he didn't see the guy's movements clearly. But after a brief moment of anger, Frisia became rational. Defeat the anger. Although that guy is very fast, how long can he hide like this? Damn it, let me see if you can take it this time. Frisia put his palms together, and a terrifying purple energy ball emerged from his palms and blasted towards Sun Wukong in an instant. It grew in size instantly when he took action, almost covering the entire island, and the speed was surprisingly fast. Boom! The energy ball quickly landed on the island and exploded immediately. The island disappeared almost instantly. Huge mushroom clouds rose into the sky one after another, and Frisia's eyes instantly shot out. Countless rays of death shot densely into the mushroom cloud. After a full minute, Frisia stopped shooting and watched the mushroom cloud in front of him dissipate bit by bit. The figure appeared among the immortals such as Frisia, Sun Gohan, and others. There were a few holes in his clothes, but other than that, there were no changes in Frisia's eyes. Such a terrifying attack was unable to kill the wild monkey. He had never seen such a powerful guy among all the scions. Son Goku's body appeared in front of Frisia in an instant. He looked at Frisia coldly and said, "It's so boring, I'm tired of playing. Next, I'm going to show you what you're most afraid of." "What am I afraid of?" "Stinky monkeys." "Frisia, the majestic emperor of the universe, is there anything I am afraid of?" Frisia smiled coldly. He really couldn't remember what he was afraid of. Is there anything in this universe that he could be afraid of? Super Scion. Sun Wukong raised the corners of his mouth and said coldly word by word _Fei. Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection, recommendation. Chapter 86. Super Scion. Frisia's red pupils suddenly dilated, and his face was dull. After a brief moment of surprise, he raised his eyebrows slightly and laughed. "Ha ha ha! Super Scion! You actually said such unreasonable things. It seems that you are at the end of your rope. Super Scion, the kind of person who appears in legends. He has lived for more than 100 years, and even destroyed planet Vegeta with his own hands. He has never seen any bullshit Super Scion. Now this a wild monkey without even a tail claims to be a Super Scion. This ridiculous statement is really hilarious. Super Scion? Gohan, what is that?" Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Krillin looked confused, looked at Sun Gohan, and asked in confusion. He knew about all the Scions, but even Vegeta and the others didn't have Super Scions. "Heard. I don't know either." Sun Gohan's expression was similar to Krillin's. 28 was also confused and shook his head. He had also never heard of Super Saiyan, and his father had never said this name in front of him. Then he added one sentence: Ying, should be Dad's new skill, right? Sun Gohan said uncertainly. But looking at his father's confident posture, that Super Saiyan should be able to defeat Frieza, who has completed 3 transformations. And Vegeta is lying on the top of the mountain. Hearing the conversation between Sun Wukong and Frieza, his pupils shrank tightly into small mung beans. It was incredible, completely incredible. Kaka. That guy Kakarot actually said that he can become a Super Saiyan. No, it's impossible. Only one Super Saiyan can appear in 1,000 Saiyans. He is a low-level Saiyan warrior. No. Maybe become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's dull head shook wildly. I am the genius of the Saiyans, the strongest high-level warrior. Even if someone becomes a Super Saiyan, then, it can only be me, Prince Vegeta, Kakarot. Impossible, absolutely not possible. The arrogance in his heart made him simply not believe that Kakarot, a low-level warrior, could become the legendary Super Saiyan. But his reason told him that Kakarot's combat power had reached a level that he couldn't believe. Maybe he could really become a Super Saiyan. Because the current Kakarot is too powerful in combat. Looking at Frieza, who was laughing wildly, Sun Gohan was not angry. Anyway, this kind of laughter would not last long. How funny! Laugh as much as you want. Because after a while, you may not be able to laugh anymore. Sun Gohan's eyes narrowed slightly and he stared directly at Frieza with a cold glint in his eyes. After hearing Son Goku's words, Frieza finally stopped laughing. Arrogant Saiyan, I will send you to hell right now to accompany your trash father. After Frieza's cold voice fell, a chi bomb condensed on his fingertips again. He took off his hand instantly and shot it towards Sun Wukong. Taste the endless fear and despair. Fli. Sun Wuhan roared angrily, his arms slammed around his waist, and his fists were clenched tightly. A vast force swept away in all directions like a hurricane. And Sun Wukong's hair was there. As soon as it stood up. Stab! Stab! Bolts of lightning fell from the sky, circling around Sun Wukong, and the sky above the entire Namek planet was suddenly covered with dark clouds, as if it was the end of the world. So strong, Dad, so powerful. Sun Gohan's face was filled with joy. His father's energy had actually increased once again. And the increase was not just a little bit. Is his father going to become that person called a Super Saiyan? Is this, really Wukong? Klin was also excited. The stronger Sun Wukong behaves at this time, the safer they will be. That energy is like a substantial air blade, scraping against the energy barrier condensed by Sun Wuhan's energy. Hearing a crisp impact. At that moment, the vortex around Sun Wukong suddenly turned golden, and his hair also turned yellow. Frieza was stunned and opened his mouth widely. Gold, gold. Frieza saw Son Goku's sudden appearance of golden flames and hair, and suddenly remembered a sentence his father, King Kurd, told him. It is said that it was a word passed down from his ancestors. Be careful of the Saiyans transformed into golden flames. No. Impossible, that's just a legend. Frieza shook his head with a look of horror on his face. I don't care if you turn gold or silver, disappear now, Saiyan. After a brief moment of panic, Frieza aimed his fingertips at Sun Wukong, and the crazy purple air bombs hit Sun Wukong like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. And at this moment, ha! A loud bang resounded through the sky. A roar came out of Sun Wukong's mouth. At the same time, a terrifying golden arrogance rose up into the sky. The golden 083 arrogance continued to rise from the soles of Sun Wukong's feet. Get up! The hair has turned golden, the eyes are even more cold, and the eyes have turned light green. Dad, he has transformed, so strong. Sun Gohan clenched his fists in excitement and opened his mouth in excitement. Although he couldn't feel how strong his father's anger was, he was certain that he had completely surpassed Frieza. So strong. The series of shocks made Klin seem to be getting used to it. That guy Wukong really makes people feel a little ashamed of himself. Wukong! Wukong, so handsome! Looking at the wealthy and golden son Wukong, Bulma opened her big watery eyes and murmured. Vegeta, who was far away on the top of the mountain, looked at the golden arrogance all over his body, and his aura was indescribable. Sun Wukong lay softly on the ground. At this moment, the shock was too great, and he didn't want to talk anymore. He was really too tired. The moment Son Goku successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, all the key bombs fired by Frieza instantly turned into nothingness when they came into contact with the blazing flames around Son Goku. Keep laughing. Frieza. P.S. Asking for a collection of Huawei evaluation votes, friends. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 87. Phew, it just changed a color. I don't believe how strong you can be. At this moment, Frieza's face became extremely gloomy, and he stared at Sun Wukong and gritted his teeth. In fact, he knew very well that he was just deceiving himself. At this time, Sun Wukong did not just change a color. The ancestral world, the advice passed down from generation to generation, is definitely not just nonsense. Moreover, the feeling of danger is so real, but with his arrogant character, how can he admit that Sun Wukong is stronger than him at this time? Lisa folded her palms, and the terrifying purple energy ball condensed from her palms and shot directly towards Sun Wukong. Humph, you self-deceiving fool! Sun Wukong raised the corner of his mouth with an evil look on his face. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong's whole temperament became even more evil and cold. When Frieza's terrifying purple energy ball was about to approach Sun Wukong, he raised his hand and easily caught the energy ball. Then he squeezed it casually, and the energy ball exploded. The violent explosion didn't even break through Sun Wukong's arrogance. No. Impossible. At this scene, Frieza's expression suddenly froze. His attack just now seemed random, but he had used all his strength. He was crushed by that guy easily. But, you damn bastard, I will never forgive you. With a roar, the purple death ray was shot out from Frieza's eyes and pointed directly at Sun Wukong. Bang, bang, bang. The death rays fell around Sun Wukong like raindrops, and exploded instantly, turning into bursts of blue smoke. Even Sun Wukong's layer of golden arrogance couldn't be broken. Half a minute later, Frieza was panting heavily, his own energy consumption was huge. As for Sun Wukong, he didn't move at all, still looking at Frieza with a faint teasing smile. It's time to end it, Frieza. Sun Wukong's faint voice fell, leaving only an afterimage on the spot. At some point, a body appeared in front of Frieza. Hey! He smiled evilly, and punched out like lightning, landing directly on Frieza's chest. Click, pop, there was a dull sound, and scarlet cracks instantly appeared in Frieza's eyes. The moment a mouthful of blood spurted out, his body flew backwards. There was still a look of deep horror on his face. Looking at Frieza flying upside down, Sora's body disappeared again and appeared behind Frieza. This knee was for Gohan. Bang, click, there was another muffled sound, Frieza's bow formed an arc, and his body flew forward again. The severe pain made his facial features extremely distorted. This punch was for Bulma. Bang! A heavy iron fist fell on Frieza's cheek, and his body was shot straight down. Bang! The astonishing speed and impact directly smashed a huge gap in the lake, causing a huge wave of 100 meters. Sun Wukong's body followed him again, plunged into the lake, and lifted Frieza out. At this time, Frieza was held in Sun Wukong's hands like a chicken, half of his cheek was completely collapsed, and he was obviously seriously injured. Look at how miserable you are now. Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, is a loser. He knows that Frisia probably hasn't used 100% of his power at this time. But now he doesn't want to give him that chance, because even if he uses 100% of his power, he can still only be beaten. It's just a waste of time. Wild monkey, one day, I must kill you. The seriously injured Frisia spoke intermittently, but his diamond-shaped eyes showed endless resentment. If eyes could kill, Sun Wukong would have been killed hundreds of millions of times by now. Don't worry, I will give you a chance for revenge. Sun Wukong raised the corner of his mouth and smiled coldly. Then he threw Frisia into the air. Qi Yuan Zhan. With a low roar, Sun Wukong raised his right palm high, and a golden round wheel appeared in Sun Wukong's palm. Then he slashed at Frisia without hesitation. It is very fast. Even Frisia at his peak would be quite difficult to deal with, not to mention that he is now so seriously injured that there is no way to avoid it. He could only watch helplessly as Qi Yuan Zhan slashed towards him. Stab! There was a sound like cutting cloth, and Frisia's body was cut directly at the waist, and his eyes were wide open. Ha ha! Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong blasted out with another palm, and the terrifying energy beam directly blasted two sections of Frisia's body out of the Namek planet. In an instant, Frisia's anger could no longer be felt. Frisia is dead. Well, Frisia was killed by his father. Krillin and Sun Wuhan were surprised at first, and then overjoyed. They held hands and jumped up happily. The remaining Namekians also had faces full of joy. The disaster on Namek was finally over. It's over. Phew. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, and the golden aura surrounding him disappeared little by little. His hair turned black and returned to normal. Sunday. Sun Jun, okay, so awesome. Bulma looked at Sun Wukong with admiration, with a shy look on her face. In fact, the moment she opened her eyes and saw Sun Wukong, she had completely given up any psychological resistance and secretly made a promise. He is handsome and strong. So gentle to herself, and even performed a typical heroic rescue of the beauty. There are very few women who can't be tempted by such a man, not to mention her. Hehe, I have something even better, I'll let you see it later. Sun Wukong smiled evilly, and then he roughly grabbed Bulma's slim waist in his hands. Feeling the soft and elastic feel, Sun, Qianhao, Wukong's heart felt numb for a while. Then he fell on a small island not far away, he released his palms, looked at the high peak not far away, and shouted loudly, "Come out! Vegeta!" In fact, when he teleported here, he felt the two weak breaths at the first moment. Although the air pressure is very low, it is very well hidden. It's just that he was in a furious state at that time and didn't want to pay attention to them. At this time, apart from Vegeta, who also had the idea of Dragon Balls, no one appeared on Namek planet. After hearing Sun Wukong's words, Sun Wukong and Bulma looked puzzled. Vegeta? Is that guy around too? Under the puzzled looks of the three people, Vegeta jumped down from Gaofeng not far away. Appeared in front of Sun Wukong and others. He clenched his fists tightly and looked at Sun Wukong with a twisted expression. Cockroach, _feel reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection, recommendation. Chapter 88. B. Vegeta. The moment Klin saw Vegeta, he was still suddenly frightened. But after looking at Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan beside him, his expression quickly returned to normal. Wukong's strength, even the one called the Universe Emperor Frisia's guys were killed easily. Vegeta was nothing to be afraid of, and there was also Gohan whose strength was not weaker than Vegeta's. Vegeta, the cat has been there for a long time, isn't it tired? Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta and said jokingly. For the miserable 10,000-year-old second child in Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong actually doesn't hate him that much. Especially Vegeta's performance in Dragon Ball Super is better than that of Sun Wukong, who grew up on the Earth. Scions are more like Earth. Kakarot, you actually became a Super Scion. Vegeta is still a little incredulous, and his fists clenched loudly. Obviously, he still feels that he, the Scion Prince Vegeta, should be the one to become a Super Scion. Not Kakarot, a low-level Scion warrior. How? Very unwilling, right? Do you want me to teach you? 083. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta playfully and asked. The Vegeta in front of him only has tens of thousands of fighting power to fight to death. He wants to become a Super Scion, to put it harshly. It's simply harder than reaching the sky. TCH. My majestic Prince Vegeta, why do I need you, a low-level Scion warrior, to teach me how to transform into a Super Scion? Vegeta's eyes twitched violently. Sun Wukong's words were like a great shame to him. If Kakarot in front of him was not too powerful, he would not be an opponent at all, and he would definitely teach him a lesson. This unpleasant guy. Ah! Prince Vegeta? You are as proud as ever. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you if you're unhappy? Sun Wukong still said jokingly. It is too easy to kill the current Vegeta. It is no different from killing an ant, but now, he has no such plan. If there is no such person in the Dragon Ball world, the arrogant Prince Vegeta will lose so much joy. And with Vegeta's current strength, there is no way he can make a big splash. Sabed. Gohan can easily deal with him one day. If he dares to set his sights on the earth again, he will be killed when the time comes. Hey! Kakarot, kill him if you want. I, Vegeta, will not be humiliated by a low-level warrior. Vegeta frowned and gritted his teeth and said bitterly. If it had been anyone else today, he might have given up and adhered to the principle of leaving Green Hills without fear of running out of firewood. But in Kakarot there was absolutely no way he would bow to an inferior Scion in front of this guy. Absolutely not. All right. You go. Sun Wukong shrugged and suddenly said. What? Kakarot, are you going to let me go? Vegeta suddenly looked confused, a little doubting whether something was wrong with Duo. He killed their friends, and he still has no intention of letting them go. From Kakarot to torture and kill Frieza could tell that he was definitely not a soft-hearted person. How could he let him go and cause trouble? So he couldn't figure out what was going on in Sun Wukong's mind. Kakarot, if you let me go today, aren't you afraid that one day I will surpass you and kill you? Vegeta asked, looking at Sun Wukong with a downcast look. You overestimate yourself a bit, don't worry. You won't have that day. Get out of here before I change my mind. Sun Wukong waved his hand towards Vegeta disdainfully. This guy couldn't even surpass the previous Sun Wukong, let alone a time traveler like himself who is familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball. In the following days, the gap between them will become larger and larger. Just get bigger. Kakarot, you will regret your stupid behavior today. When we meet next time, I will let you know that I, Vegeta, am the strongest Scion warrior. Vegeta gritted his teeth and secretly swore in his heart that when they meet next time, he will beat this guy Kakarot to pieces. Let him understand how stupid his soft-heartedness today is. Okay, I know, get out of here. Sun Wukong waved his hand impatiently. If he continues to pretend, he might get hurt when he is struck by lightning. Bah, damn bastard! Vegeta was furious again at Sun Wukong's impatient attitude. He clenched his fists tightly and suppressed his anger. He turned around and returned to the top of the mountain, disappearing with Taisai. In the sight of everyone. Wukong, is it really okay to let that guy go? Krillin frowned slightly, looked at the direction in which Vegeta disappeared, and asked. Vegeta's fighting talent is also very strong, and he is also a Scion. Maybe he can become the same as Goku. Super Scion. If that guy becomes a Super Scion, he will be in trouble when he returns to Earth. Uncle Clin was right, Dad, you shouldn't have let that guy go. Sun Wuhan also echoed and said. Do not worry. If he still refuses to wake up and continues to plot against the Earth, I will kill him without hesitation when the time comes. After Frisia was completely killed by Son Goku, Vegeta left in disgrace in a spaceship. He knew that Longzhu had no chance with him at this time. I don't know where he went, but what is certain is that this guy will practice like crazy in the next time. His primary goal is to surpass the limits of a Saiyan, become a Super Saiyan, and defeat Son Goku. On Namek, because Sun Wukong and others were not in a hurry now, they gathered all the Dragon Balls at noon the next day. I wonder what the dragon on Namek looks like? Look forward to. Bulma and Krillin looked at the football-sized Dragon Balls on the ground and murmured curiously. I don't know what the difference is with the dragon of the earth. I think you two should not have high hopes for its appearance. Sun Wukong also muttered. The green, toad-like Bolunga in the Dragon Ball animation came to mind. It has nothing to do with the word dragon. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 89. Put the 4 Dragon Balls on the ground. Dandy of Namek stood in front of the Dragon Balls and muttered blindly to them. It is said that this is a spell to summon the dragon, which was taught to them by the Great Elder. Not to mention, just after Dandy chirped for a while, a golden halo appeared on the 7 dragon beads. Then, the halo became more and more intense, and turned directly into a rugged golden light, rising into the sky. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, the golden light turned into a guy with a big head and a small body. Sure enough, it's really the guy. Looking at the emerald green and toad-like divine dragon in front of him, Sun Wukong's eyes twitched uncontrollably. The divine dragon Bolunga in front of him was almost exactly the same as the one in Dragon Ball. He was nearly 100 feet tall, but it was just smaller than in the animation. It's just more shocking. It's really a bit unattractive to look at. Bulma and Sun Wuhan were also speechless. This divine dragon really caused them to have a certain misunderstanding of the word divine dragon. Those who summoned me, tell me your wish. I can help you realize anything. You can name 3 wishes. The appearance of the dragon is quite different from that of the dragon on Earth. The dragon looked down at everyone with a gentle attitude. At least, the evil dragon that looked similar to it was much gentler. 3. The dragon of Namek can actually grant 3 wishes. Bulma, Son Gohan, and Krillin all had a look of excitement on their faces when they heard Bolunga's words. You must know that the Earth's Dragon Balls can help you realize a wish. The Namekian dragon can make 3 wishes come true. This wish somewhat shocked them. Dad? Sun Wuhan looked at Sun Wukong expectantly. Sun Wukong nodded. He naturally knew what Sun Wuhan meant, so he said to Dandy in the end, convey my first wish to resurrect a Namekian named Piccolo on Earth. Namekians from Earth. After all, I was surprised at first. Are there Namekians still living on the Earth? Then I quickly nodded and muttered to Shenlong again. Well, I get it. After hearing the final wish, Palunga responded, and a red light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Too bad. Okay, your wish has come true, now let's say your second wish. After Shenron's voice fell, the golden halo above Piccolo's head that was far away on the northern Kaio planet suddenly disappeared. Fu, resurrected. Piccolo clenched his fists. During this period of time, he had gained a lot from training on the North Kaio planet under the advice of King Yama. He is now very confident that if he meets that Scion Vegeta again, even if he becomes a now that he has become a gorilla, he is absolutely sure that he can defeat or even kill him. After slowly releasing his fist, Piccolo's body flashed and landed at the end of the snake path. With another flash, he was completely defeated. Disappeared. Hey, this guy is finally gone. King of the North Realm wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looked at the devastated planet, and felt distressed for a while. I hope this guy and Sun Wukong will never come to his planet again. But having said that, it's beyond my expectation that that guy Gaku can become so strong. The North Kaio King smacked his tongue. He never thought that a scion could kill Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe. Second wish? Please. What is your second wish? Dandy turned around and looked at Sun Wukong, Sun Wuhan, and others. Bulma shook her head. She followed Krillin and Gohan here just to meet Sun Jun. Although there appeared in the middle it was a little hiccup, but luckily she met Sun Jun smoothly, so she didn't have any wishes now. Klin also shook his head, and couldn't think of any wishes for him at the moment. He hopes to have a young and beautiful wife, but obviously he can't express this kind of thing. Son Gohan's only wish is that Piccolo can be resurrected. Now that Piccolo has been resurrected, his wish has also been resurrected. Come on, tell us your wishes. The divine dragon Palunga began to urge. Mr. Wukong. Dandy set his sights on Sun Wukong, and he also understood that Sun Wukong was the one among them who could decide things. And Gohan and Krillin both shook their heads. Then, let Shenlong cure my heart disease. Sun Wukong said lightly. In fact, he is not sure whether he has a heart disease now. But according to the plot of Dragon Ball, 4 years later, when the androids are plundering, Sun Wukong will die of a heart attack. And at that time, no medicine had been developed to treat heart disease, so he had to take precautions now because the stronger he was and the stronger his Kaio fist was, the higher his risk of heart disease would be. He must cure his hidden heart disease now to avoid future troubles. Asking for flowers. Dandy nodded, and then spoke to Palunga again in a language that loyal Libasui couldn't understand. No problem, it's a piece of cake. Shenlong turned his gaze to Sun Wukong, and another red light appeared in his eyes. Day, Shenlong said to Sun Wukong and Dandy. Okay, your second wish has come true, now let's talk about your third wish. The second wish has also come true? Sun Wukong's face was happy, which means that he is indeed suffering from heart disease now, but it is still in the early stage and he is not aware of it. When Shenlong finished speaking, he asked them to say the second wish. When making 3 wishes, the expression of the Namek planet elder who was saved by Sun Wuhan changed obviously. He wanted to step forward, but hesitated. Sun Wukong glanced at the old man and understood what he was thinking, said, for this third wish, do you want to resurrect the Namekians who were killed by Frisia and his team? 0. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, the elder of planet Namek was obviously startled. He did not expect that Sun Wukong would actually see what he was thinking. Just nodded. He does want to use Shenron's power to resurrect some of his compatriots killed by Frisia. Seeing the old man nodding, Sun Wukong spoke again. If my prediction is correct, 1 wish of Palunga can only resurrect 1 person, and many people were killed on Namek, so there is no way to resurrect so many people at once. I do have an idea, I can resurrect all the people who were killed. All the Namekians killed by Frisia are resurrected. What do you think? Looking at the Namekians surrounding them, Monkey King said. What solution? Hearing Sun Wukong's words, all the Namekians obviously had a flash of light in their eyes. If all the Namekians could be resurrected at once, that would be great. If you can trust me, then when we return to Earth, I can use the Earth's Dragon Ball to resurrect them. Although the Earth's Dragon Ball has only 1 wish, it can resurrect many people at once. Sun Wukong glanced at the Namekians and said. Although under the current situation, he could force them to give up the opportunity to make a wish, but in that case, he would be no different from Frisia and the others. Planet Namek, the elders and others hesitated for a moment, then nodded. They knew that Sun Wukong respected them by asking for their opinions. He could also use other wishes to make them give up their last wish, such as threatening the factory with his strength. _Faye. LU reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection, recommendation. Chapter 90. They believed very much that the guy with the hedgehog head in front of them had the absolute strength to crush them like an ant. Even with the move of a finger, their planet can be destroyed. Okay, thank you all. Sun Wukong also humbly hugged his fists towards the old man. Then he continued to look at Dandy sideways and said, Dandy, please let Shenlong realize my third wish now and let my tail grow back. The reason why Sun Wukong makes such a wish is because he knows that if he wants to complete the fourth transformation of Super Saiyan without the help of Boar's Light in the future, he must have a tail. With the tail, he can transform as he wishes. Become Super Saiyan 4. Originally, he thought about using the Dragon Balls from the earth to grow his tail again, but then he thought about it. The God of Heaven had pulled out Sun Wukong's tail when he was a child, so the dragon from the earth may not be able to 083. Let your tail grow back. Furthermore, since you still have a wish, let's make it convenient. Dandy also nodded obediently. Since the elders and others have agreed to give the last chance to make a wish to Sun Wukong, naturally he, a little kid, can't say anything anymore. Dandy said a series of words that Sun Wukong and others could not understand. In words, he saw the divine dragon Palunga nodded, and then a flash of red light flashed in his eyes and said, Okay, your 3 wishes have been fulfilled, and we will see you later. After Shenlong finished speaking, he instantly turned into 7 earth grey balls, fell down, and hit the ground. At this time, Sun Wukong suddenly had a furry tail appearing behind him, swinging flexibly behind him. For a moment, I felt a little bit uncomfortable. Wukong! Wukong, your tail has grown again. Bulma and Krillin looked at Sun Wukong's tail swinging flexibly behind him, and recalled the fear of being dominated by gorillas on full moon nights when they were children. Do not worry. The Earth's moon has been destroyed and I will not turn into a gorilla. Sun Wukong looked at the 2 people with complicated expressions and knew that they were deeply afraid of his tail, so he said. In the future, let's see if there is any way to control himself from losing consciousness after transformation. Hear this, the 2 of them also relaxed at Sun Wukong's words. With Wukong's current strength, he should be able to control himself. Dad, are we going back next? Sun Wuhan looked at Sun Wukong and said. The purpose of their coming to planet Namek was nothing more than to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Piccolo. Now that their wishes have been fulfilled, it's time to go back. We will set off tomorrow and return to Earth. Sun Wukong nodded, then looked at Klin and Sun Wuhan, and then said, but before going back, we still have one thing to do. And one more thing. Sun Wuhan and Klin both looked at Sun Wukong and said. But judging from the way Sun Wukong looked at them, the next thing must be related to the 2 of them. Yes, this is a rare opportunity. Since we have arrived on Namek, I will give you 2 a good fortune. Sun Wukong smiled and said. The great elder of the Namek people can help others open the door. This is indeed a very rare opportunity for Sun Wuhan and Klin. Especially Gohan, it may make him change. The 2 of them were confused about becoming a Super Saiyan. But since Goku said this, it should be a good thing. Okay, you guys catch me. Sun Wukong said to Sun Wuhan and Bulma. This time, in addition to Bulma, Gohan and Krillin, he also brought little Dandy. After all, he wanted to find someone who could make Namek the Elder was convinced. When the 4 people put their hands on Sun Wukong closed his eyes and began to search for the chi nearby. After half a minute, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly opened. Got it. He suddenly found a stronger aura just now. Of course, this is only compared to other Namekians. In terms of combat power, that aura should be about 40,000 to 50,000 yuan, which should be no different from Piccolo. On the same level. If I guessed correctly, he should be the last remaining fighting Namekian, Nailu. Nailu is the Great Elder's personal bodyguard and is responsible for protecting the Great Elder's safety. If you find him, you will have found the whereabouts of the Great Elder. Okay, you guys, hurry up. After finding the energy, Sun Wukong said something to the people behind him. Then he touched his eyebrows with both fingers, and the four people's bodies shook slightly and disappeared in their original places. What is this place? Krillin, Bulma, and Sun Wuhan looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They were now on a high lone front, and in front of them was a unique house. In just a blink of an eye, they appeared in this place. Several people couldn't help but look at Sun Wukong in surprise. After just disappearing for more than a month, his strength was already terrifying to a level that they could not imagine. There was a Namekian standing in front of the door. He looked at Sun Wukong and the others cautiously and blocked the door. Let them in. Ahem. Just when Nalo was about to stop Sun Wukong and others, a weak voice came from inside the house. Obviously it should be the Great Elder who died soon. After receiving the order from the Great Elder, Nalo stood aside coldly and let Sun Wukong and others in. The space inside the room is quite open, and the Elder is sitting on a high chair in the center of the room. He looked very old, even his eyes were half closed, and he looked very strenuous. Earthling Sun Wukong has met the Great Elder. After Sun Wukong walked in, he hugged his fists towards the Great Elder and his tone was quite respectful. The Great Elder opened his eyes slightly and said to Sun Wukong, the boy who can defeat Frisia is indeed not an ordinary person. He said it as if he could feel Sun Wukong's terror. Sun Wukong didn't want to waste more time. After all, this guy would die at some point, and he would be in vain by then. That's all respectful. He opened his mouth and said, Great Elder, I really shouldn't bother you at this time, but I have a merciless request, and I hope that the Great Elder will accept it. Say it. It was you who saved planet Namek. As long as I can do it, I will definitely, help you. The Great Elder's voice became weaker and weaker, but he agreed very cheerfully. That's right, I want to ask you to help these two unleash their potential. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuhan and Klin, and then said. That's it. The Great Elder hesitated for a moment, then said, You two, come over here. Sun Wufan and Klin looked at Sun Wukong, and after receiving Sun Wukong's nod, they walked towards the Great Elder to read the underlined version of the novel. Please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 91. After Sun Wuhan and Klin arrived in front of the Great Elder first placed his palm on Klin's bald head. Suddenly, a faint white halo was transmitted from the Great Elder's palm to Klin's body. The surface of Klin's body was coated with a light white light. After the action lasted for half a minute, the Great Elder removed his palm. At this time, the Great Elder looked obviously more tired. He coughed twice and gasped. Sun Wukong could clearly feel that the Great Elder's chi had weakened a lot, and his life characteristics had become unstable. Klin slowly opened his eyes, and then, an unparalleled excitement appeared on his cheeks. Such a strong breath. Clenched his fists tightly, feeling the terrifying energy in his body started to tremble a little. Klin could clearly feel that his energy was about 10 times stronger than before. In terms of combat effectiveness, if you do the math, you now have at least 70,000 fighting power. This is more than twice as powerful as Piccolo when you fought Vegeta 28 years ago. Gram, Uncle Klin is so awesome. Sun Wuhan also stared blankly at Klin after his aura suddenly surged. However, his original intention was not to say how powerful Klin was, but to mean that Klin's aura suddenly increased too horribly. Hey! Krillin smiled with satisfaction at Sun Wuhan. There is no comparison between him and Sun Wukong and his son, but it was something he had never expected that his combat power could be improved to this level. After the Great Elder closed his eyes and rested for a moment, he slowly opened his heavy eyes again. He took a shallow breath and put his palm on the head of Sun Wuhan. At that moment, a look of horror suddenly flashed in the Great Elder's eyes. Obviously, he seemed to be shocked by Sun Wuhan's terrifying anger. But after seeing Sun Wuhan's tail swinging flexibly behind him, he felt a little relieved. If the Scions were a fighting nation, it would be understandable to have such terrifying fighting power. Wisps of light white energy poured down from the top of Sun Wuhan's head. The Great Elder's chi also began to decrease sharply at that moment, and his vitality was rapidly passing away at the same time. When Sun Wukong saw this, he flashed his body and appeared behind the Great Elder. I believe it was printed on the Great Elder's back. A steady stream of energy was transmitted from the palm of his hand into the Great Elder's body. When Sun Wukong was on the planet Adrit, he learned their healing techniques, although he only had some superficial contact with them. But with his endless terrifying energy, he can still come in handy at this time. Sure enough, just after Sun Wukong's energy was input into the body of the Great Elder took a long breath, and a shrewd look returned to his eyes. It only took half a minute for Krillin to develop his potential, but Sun Wuhan still had no intention of stopping after 3 minutes had passed. Even with Sun Wukong's energy support, the Great Elder still felt a strong sense of exhaustion. Then, as he really had no strength left, he moved his palm away from Sun Wuhan's head. And even Sun Wukong was a little shocked at this time. He knew that Gohan's potential was very strong, even surpassing that of pure scions like him and Vegeta, but he didn't expect that his potential was so terrifying. A full 4 minutes passed, and he was able to unleash all of his potential. It's no wonder that in the Majin Buu chapter, Kaioshin and the others chose Gohan, and Gohan did not disappoint them. After surpassing his own limit, he could only maintain the energy of Super Saiyan 2. He actually has the power to surpass Super Saiyan 3. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong's shock slowly eased away. At this time, Sun Wuhan, although he had no explosive energy, could clearly see streaks of white flames surging from his body. That aura was so powerful that the expressions of both Klin and Nailu changed drastically. Too strong, Satoru, Gohan. Krillin stared at Sun Wuhan with his eyes and murmured. Originally, he thought that his fighting power had increased 10 times, which was a lot. But Sun Wuhan was even more terrifying. And obviously, Gohan's potential is still there. It has not been fully developed, but the Great Elder's current state is no longer able to continue to stimulate Gohan's potential. Thank you, Great Elder. Sun Wuhan and Krillin both bowed very respectfully to the Great Elder, and then opened their mouths to express their thanks. Scions are cruel by nature. I hope you can maintain your original intention in the future and not do things that endanger the universe. When the Great Elder spoke, he stared at Sun Wukong, took a breath, and continued, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Sun Wukong naturally knew that the Great Elder's words were meant for him. He nodded and said to the Great Elder, well, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. After hearing Sun Wukong's words, the Great Elder slowly closed his eyes, and the sound slowly came out from his mouth. I'm tired and want to rest. You can go back. Given the current state of the Great Elder, the 4 of us really shouldn't continue to disturb him. After bidding farewell to the Great Elder, we returned to the spaceship. Early in the morning, the 4 of them left planet Namek in a spaceship and rushed to Earth. In fact, Sun Wukong wanted to teleport back at first, but firstly he couldn't feel the anger of Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, and others, secondly, he also wanted to take advantage of these few days to stay with Bulma for a while. This time they left Dale's spaceship directly on the Namek planet. 083. The reason is very simple. There is 100 times the gravity chamber in Sun Wukong's spaceship. 100 times gravity is almost useless to Sun Wukong now, but for Krillin and Gohan, it is still quite beneficial to practice. 50 times the gravity is really too much to bear. After only 10 minutes of practicing, Klin sat down on the ground covered in sweat, panting heavily, shook his head and said with a bitter smile. With his current strength, 30 times the gravity training is just right. 50 times is still a bit too much for him. After Krillin came out, Sun Wuhan directly adjusted the gravity to 100 times. It seemed that the 100 times gravity was not enough for him. So strenuous. Although the speed has been greatly affected, fortunately, he can still move freely, and his punches are still strong. And Sun Wukong and Bulma stood leisurely at the window of the spaceship, admiring the silent and dim space. Looking at the planet passing by in front of him. Sun Wukong also told some short jokes from time to time, making Bulma giggle. 6 days passed leisurely like this. The 4 of them finally returned to Earth safely. P.S. Sorry for those who like this book, my mentality has been a bit crazy these 2 days, and there have been too few updates. _Faye. Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection, recommendation. Chapter 92. After returning to Earth, Kikai expressed her special interest in the tale that suddenly grew out of Monkey King. So the 2 of them studied it for a whole night, which was quite boring. The next time, Sun Wukong started practicing again. In the next period of time, he asked Bulma to help him set the gravity chamber of the spaceship to 500 times. Although it is a bit tricky, it is not a particularly difficult thing for Bulma to handle. According to Bulma, she will be able to complete the transformation of the gravity chamber in 1 month. During this month, Sun Wukong did not practice too much. He spent more time with Kikai and fulfilled his obligations as a husband. As for Sun Wuhan, after finishing almost all his homework, he went to practice with Piccolo and Krillin. Gaku, do you like Bulma? During dinner, Kikai looked at Sun Wukong seriously, and suddenly asked this explosive question. Poof! Sun Wukong on the side was caught off guard, and a mouthful of rice spurted out. He looked directly at Kikai. Kikai before he didn't show any doubts about Sun Wukong and Bulma. Sun Wukong really couldn't figure out what was wrong with Kikai to suddenly ask such a question. Kikai, listen to me. After staying for a full 20 seconds, Sun Wukong twitched his horns fiercely. He was speechless and didn't know how to answer Kikai's question. Does he like Bulma? The answer is yes, I really like her very much, and Bulma will definitely be his woman in the future. But if he said he liked it, it would be tantamount to directly hurting Kikai in person. If you don't tell her now, she may be hurt even more when she finds out later. And this is unfair to Bulma. Tangled, extremely tangled. Do you like Bulma or not? Kikai's eyes became sharp again and she looked at Sun Wukong and asked in a very solemn tone. Sun Wukong frowned tightly. He felt that at this time, he was not so nervous even when facing Gula. Pass. After 3 minutes passed, Sun Wukong slowly raised his head, his face was very serious, he took a deep breath and said to Kikai, I'm sorry Kikai, I do like Bulma. The fire can't be contained in the paper. Anyway, Kikai will know about this matter sooner or later. Sooner or later, he will have to confess to Kikai in person. The later she knows, the greater the harm will be to her, so at this time, he didn't want to hide it anymore. After hearing Sun Wukong's answer, Sun Wukong could clearly see Kikai's body suddenly stagnating, the corners of her eyes twitching slightly, and she inadvertently increased her strength. Kikai, are you okay? He has never seen Kikai in this state, so even if she is a little panicked and at a loss. After all, the situation in front of her is different from practicing and fighting. Kikai was silent and did not speak. Just he stayed in such a dazed state for 5 minutes. Silence. Deathly silence. Sun Wukong could completely feel Kikai's uncomfortable feeling, and there was a depressing atmosphere in the room. The unparalleled guilt condemned him deeply. To be honest, he didn't want to see Kikai so sad, and he didn't want to let Bulma down. He liked Bulma, and Bulma also liked him, that was for sure. Wukong, I want to go to the amusement park, you can take me there. Suddenly, Kikai raised her head, looked at Sun Wukong and said. Sun Wukong could clearly see the crystal tears shining in Kikai's eyes. Well, I'll take you there. Without too many sweet words, Sun Wukong walked directly to Kikai's side, picked up Kikai, and walked out of the room. He tiptoed and flew out directly. The speed was very slow, allowing Kikai to accept it. Kikai hugged Sun Wukong's neck tightly. After the crystal tears burst out of her eyes, a look of relief appeared on her face. For a whole day, Kikai and Sun Wukong played all the games in the playground. It was a very crazy day, but Kikai seemed to have put the unpleasant things behind her and enjoyed the happy moment. The day passed very quickly. When the two returned home, the sun was already setting and dusk was coming quietly. Wukong, thank you for spending such an unforgettable day with me. Sun Wukong flew in the air. Kikai snuggled into Sun Wukong's arms obediently, and whispered. I'm sorry Kikai, I can stay with you forever and take you to the amusement park to go crazy, but I can't control my feelings. Sun Wukong hugged Kikai tightly in his arms and said with some guilt. Maybe he is too greedy. Maybe this is the true nature of a man. Or maybe, these are all excuses he made for his carelessness. Kikai didn't say anything, and the two of them quickly returned to Baizai Mountain. By coincidence, Sun Wukong's spaceship appeared at their door, and Bulma was standing under the spaceship. Sitting on the ground with his hands on his chin, it seemed that he had been waiting for a while. Bulletin. Bulma. After landing, Sun Wukong called out with some hesitation. It really means that when Cao arrives, he will fire whatever he is afraid of. What I am most worried about now is that Kikai saw Bulma. I didn't expect Bulma to come at such a time. Hey! Sun Jun, Kikai, where have you been? I have been waiting for you for most of the day. Bulma pouted angrily, glared at Sun Wukong, and complained. Before Sun Wukong could speak, Kikai took the lead in answering. We went to the amusement park. Should I take you with me next time? She said to Bulma with a playful smile. Kikai's reaction made Sun Wukong a little dumbfounded. The sparks he expected to hit the earth did not appear to be punctured. TCH. I don't want to play such a childish game. Bulma said disdainfully. She didn't seem to understand what Kikai meant. Now that you are here, let me leave first. I am here to tell you that the gravity chamber of the spaceship has been completed for you. After Bulma finished speaking, a look of envy flashed in her eyes, and then she took out a capsule. At this time, Kikai behind her suddenly said. Bulma, why don't you stay tonight? Hey? Hey? Hearing Kikai's words, Sun Wukong and Bulma looked at Kikai with frightened faces at the same time. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 93. The moment Kikai finished speaking, Sun Wukong and Bulma, who had just turned around, suddenly froze. Bulma turned around dully, looked at Chi-Chi with a smile on her face, and then looked at Sun Wukong who looked confused. Stay. What's going on? Are these two people playing tricks on me? But, looking at Sun Jun's shocked expression, it is no less shocking than his own. It is obvious that he is not pretending. This shows that Sun Wukong before I didn't know Kikai would say that. So what did Kikai mean by saying that? Could it be that Kikai already knew about her and Sun Jun's intimate behavior on Namek planet? Yes, that must be the case. Yes. Kikai must be testing herself. Almost instantly, countless complicated thoughts flashed through Bulma's mind, as well as how to deal with Kikai's next question. Kikai, what are you talking about? I have absolutely no interest in Sun Jun, I don't like him at all. Bulma was obviously panicked, with a very embarrassed smile on her face. She explained intermittently, but there was no confidence in her explanation. Instead, it sounded like there was no silver here. 083. Kikai, he just asked her to stay and didn't ask about whether she liked Sun Wukong at all. My God! Sun Wukong patted his forehead with a look of despair. A girl who is usually quite clever, how come she seems to have left her brain at home at this time? Isn't this self-inflicted, telling Kikai clearly that she just likes Sun Wukong? Chi smiled inexplicably and said in a joking tone, Bulma, I didn't ask you if you like Gaku. After hearing Kai's words again, Bulma's expression froze again. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a full 10 seconds, Bulma came back from her daze and said to Kikai awkwardly, wasn't I afraid that you would misunderstand? So why? At this time, Bulma was almost so embarrassed that even her ears turned red. Looking at Bulma, who was looking slightly embarrassed at this time, the smile on Kikai's face disappeared little by little. He looked at Bulma very seriously and said, Bulma, I ask you very seriously, do you really like Gaku? Looking at Kai's serious expression, Bulma tried several times, but failed. Still didn't say anything. She likes Sun Wukong, that's for sure. When she was on the Namek planet, she had long recognized her inner self. But Kikai is Sun Wukong's wife. When Kikai asks such a question, Bulma will inevitably panic and feel at a loss. Bulma's face was uncertain, and complex expressions were intertwined on her face, and the expression was very obvious. After struggling, the complex look on his face gradually disappeared. He slowly raised his head, looked at Kikai, and nodded seriously. She solemnly said to Kikai, I do like Sun Jun, I have liked him a long time ago. Then she said, but don't worry Kikai, although I like Sun Jun, you are already married, and you are his wife, and seeing that you are so happy, I will not ruin your life. From now on, I will try my best to meet Sun Jun Shao. After Bulma finished speaking, she looked at Sun Wukong with a complicated look in her eyes. Climbed up again. Shishi, Bulma. Sun Wukong was about to speak, but was stopped by Kikai. Wukong, listen to me first. After Kikai interrupted Sun Wukong, she looked at Bulma again, walked to Bulma's side, took her hand, and the serious look on her face disappeared. Bulma, if you really like him, stay here tonight. Kikai stared into Bulma's eyes and said softly. Even Sun Wukong was surprised. He originally thought that Kikai was testing Bulma, and she said that just before. Looking at her gentle expression now, it was nothing like that at all. Such a thing. Does this silly girl want to capture Bulma for herself? Is there something wrong with her brain? Sabed. This is the only real thought in Sun Wukong's mind. In Dragon Ball, how could Kikai do such a thing with such a violent temper? But now, she did do it. Stay, stay? Really, really? Bulma murmured with a dull look on her face. Perhaps even she herself did not expect that she would say such shameful words. Sun Wukong continued to look confused. Listening to Bulma's tone, she actually agreed. He thought that Kikai was the only one who was confused, but now it seems that she may not be the only one. Sun Wukong never thought that Bulma, who has always been aloof, would agree to Kikai's rude request. With Sun Wukong's confused expression, the two walked into the room holding hands, leaving only Sun Wukong messy in the wind. Is this okay? Sun Wukong raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then he walked into the room. It seems that tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone on Sun Wukong's face, he lazily opened his eyes. I looked at the time and saw that it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm going, it hurts. Sun Wukong turned around and felt a burst of back pain. It seems that even as strong as Sun Wukong, he was squeezed hard yesterday. It seems that a good kidney is very important for men. Sun Wukong pursed his lips, still calm in the ups and downs of yesterday. It smells so good. After Sun Wukong finished washing, he saw the exquisite afternoon tea prepared by Chi and Bulma for him. This feeling, he felt as good as an emperor. After dinner, Bulma was ready to go back, because if he didn't go back, his parents would be worried. When Bulma went back, Sun Wukong could still see Bulma. His walking posture was a bit uncoordinated, but when he asked caringly, "Is Bulma's leg injured?" That was all in exchange for Bulma's eyes rolling. Before yesterday, Sun Wukong couldn't even think about such a thing. He was still struggling with how to explain to Kikai and how to prevent Bulma from feeling wronged. But now, this matter, the major issue that bothered him, has finally been solved to his greatest satisfaction. Everything seems to be moving in a good direction. P.S. There are only 50 subscriptions left every day. In fact, as of this writing, this book, the results are basically low. But I know there are still some people who like this book, so I will continue to finish it. Due to my poor results and a bad mentality a few days ago, there were few updates. I hope everyone will forgive me. But next, I will adjust my mentality and write well. Thank you to every reader who supports me here. _Faye. LU reminds you, collection, recommendation. Chapter 95. Peaceful days always slip away inadvertently and pass quickly. It has been 3 months since Sun Wukong and others returned from planet Namek. And during these 3 months, there were no opponents or enemies, and the earth was very peaceful. Apart from going shopping with Chi-Chi and Bulma, Sun Wukong basically spends his time practicing in the gravity chamber. It should be 7 months before the Kurdish king arrives on Earth, but he is not afraid of these people at all. Mainly the artificial humans 3.5 years later, especially Cell. He must successfully transform into Super Saiyan 2 within these 3.5 years, so that he can completely eliminate Cell. Gohan, 200 times the gravity is a bit too much for you, why not adjust the gravity back to 150 times first? In the gravity room, Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wukong, who was sweating profusely and struggling to move, and said. In the past 3 months, Sun Wukong almost practiced under a gravity of 150 times. It's my first time to try 200 times the gravity, so naturally I'm not used to it. No, Dad. I must become as powerful as you and become a Super Saiyan. Sun Wuhan punched forward, gritting his teeth and saying with his face flushed. All right. Sun Wukong is not trying to dissuade him. Since Sun Gohan has the desire to become stronger, it's best. It seems that the incident with Vegeta and Frieza has inspired his desire for strength. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan suddenly frowned. This. So, such a strong breath. Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan said almost at the same time. Because they felt a very strange energy, and it was relatively powerful. It should be similar to Frieza in the ultimate form, and this energy was completely directed towards them. The edge is coming. Go check it out. Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan hurriedly ran out. After walking out of the gravity room, Sun Wukong saw a huge vortex suddenly appear above their heads, accompanied by bursts of strong winds. That strange aura, it was even more intense. At this time, Kikai and Bulma also walked out of the room, frowning at the whirlpool that suddenly appeared in the air. Wukong, what's going on? Kikai and Bulma both asked nervously. Are there some terrible enemies appearing on the earth again? I don't know, it's okay. Sun Wukong patted the palms of the two of them, telling them not to be nervous. Although this chi is also very strong, it cannot be compared. Even if it is really an enemy, it cannot make a big wave. At the moment when Sun Wukong's words fell, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared in the whirlpool. Everyone subconsciously squinted their eyes, and then saw a machine appearing in front of them. That's Capsule Official? Bulma looked at the familiar logo on the machine and exclaimed. But, their family has never designed such a product at all. Time machine? Is it Trunks? Sun Wukong's expression changed slightly, he looked at the machine in front of him, and murmured. He was very familiar with this thing. In the future, Trunks used it to return to the present, and then went back to kill the androids and protect them. Time and space. Time machine? Dad, do you know this thing? Sun Wufan looked at Sun Wukong's surprised expression and said. Sun Wukong nodded, and his body floated lightly. I want to see clearly whether the person who appeared at this time in a time machine is Trunks. Because Cellule also turned into an egg and used a time machine to travel to now, when Sun Wukong saw the person inside, he was obviously shocked again, because the person inside was not Trunks, nor Cell's egg, but a girl with a purple ponytail. She had obvious injuries and seemed to be unconscious, so she couldn't see her clearly. When he saw the girl inside, Sun Wukong felt suddenly. Click, there is a very friendly feeling. She won't be. An idea came to Sun Wukong's mind that shocked him. Asking for flowers. Then he quickly brought the girl into the house. Bulma, Bulma, don't you think this girl looks a bit like you? Kikai looked at the unconscious girl lying on the couch and said to Bulma with a surprised look on her face. She does look a lot like Aunt Bulma. Sun Wuhan also nodded and agreed. Of course, not to mention the two of them, even Bulma herself felt that the girl in front of her was very similar to herself. The eyebrows were almost exactly the same. And when she saw this girl, she also has a very kind feeling. Bulma, do you have other sisters besides Tais? Looking at the girl walking forward, Kikai asked again. 0. Bulma shook her head, but her eyes never left the girl on the couch. At this time, Sun Wukong held the girl's hand tightly, and waves of healing energy were transmitted into the girl's body. A minute later, Sun Wukong and others could clearly see that the girl's brows wrinkled slightly. Suddenly holding Sun Wukong's hand tightly. Brother, Trunks, Jian, hang on. Then the intermittent voice spoke very weakly. Trunks? Who is that? Kikai, Bulma, and Sun Wuhan all looked confused. They had never heard of this name at all. But Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows. It looks like something big happened. Then he touched his eyebrows with both fingers and disappeared instantly. Just when Kikai, Bulma, and others were wondering where Sun Wukong was going, he reappeared with a jar in his hand. Sun Wukong took out a jar from the jar. Put a fairy bean into the girl's mouth. The girl chewed it subconsciously, and then suddenly opened her eyes. She glanced around Sun Wukong and the others in confusion, and finally stopped at Bulma. His eyes suddenly turned red, and 2 lines of tears flowed down. Mom, I finally went back to the past. Mom. Bulma looked confused. Is this girl calling her? But she truly became a woman 3 months ago. How could she have such a big daughter? Read the novel without underlining. Please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 96. Hey, little girl, are you okay? Bulma waved her hand in front of the girl, wondering if she was asleep or beaten stupidly. She actually called her mother. She was at the age of 38 and was in full bloom. Then the girl looked at her again. Return. Aunt Kikai, brother. The girl looked at the two of them blankly. When her eyes finally fell on Sun Wukong, she stopped. Dad, are you the father? The girl blinked her big watery eyes, looked at Sun Wukong, and asked doubtfully. What? She calls me Mom and Sun Jun Dad. What on earth is going on? Bulma didn't know what was going on, and looked at Chi-Chi and Sun Wuhan and asked. Chi-Chi and Bulma also shook their heads in confusion, saying that they didn't know what was going on. Sun Wukong he nodded. Although he was still not 100% sure, he had a rough guess at this time. This girl should be his and Bulma's daughter from the future time and space. May I have your name? Sun Wukong looked at the girl and asked with a gentle smile. Beulah, Sunbeulah. The girl walked down from the couch excitedly. She took Sun Wukong's hand and said excitedly. Bra? Sunbra? Are you my daughter? Sun Wukong asked 3 times. Even though he had guessed it, Bra was still a little shocked when he said it. Bra. It seems that Bulma named it. Dad, I finally see you. Beulah still seems to have not calmed down her excitement. After all, because Sun Wukong was killed by the artificial man very early, she has no memory of Sun Wukong. Bra, tell me, did something happen in the future time and space? Sun Wukong asked quickly. He knew that Bullet-in-law would not come here for no reason, and judging from the injuries on her body, she should have fought before coming here. After hearing Sun Wukong's words, Sun Bullet in the excitement on La's face disappeared instantly, and there was a layer of anxiety again. He looked at Sun Wukong and said eagerly, Dad, come with me to save everyone. It's okay, just say it slowly, what will happen in the future time and space? Sun Wukong tried his best to calm down Bulla. Sun Bulla took a deep breath and tried hard to calm down. Then he continued, Dad, in our future time and space, the Earth has been severely damaged by artificial humans, almost half of humanity has been killed by those artificial humans. Brother Gohan and Trunks were still resisting desperately. I took advantage of the opportunity they created for me and used the time machine made by my mother to return here and ask my father for help. Mom and Aunt Kikai said that Dad will definitely be able to help us. The more Bra said, the more excited he became and couldn't control himself. Is it really an artificial human? Sun Wufan raised his eyebrows, looked at Bulla and asked, are people number 17 and number 18? How do you know about the artificial number and the number 18? After hearing what Sun Wukong said, Bulla looked surprised. Logically speaking, no one showed up at this time. The artificial man was only created by Dr. Gro in the year he was born. Dad, how did you know about artificial humans? Don't worry about how I know it. Please tell me about the situation over there in detail. Sun Wukong said calmly. Bulla nodded and began to say, in the future time and space, android number 17 and android number 18 did appear. Originally, with the power of me, Brother Gohan and Trunks, we were able to deal with androids no. 17 and number 18, but then, another monster named Cell appeared. That monster was incredibly strong. The three of us were no match for him. That's why Mom and the others asked me to come back for help. Shailu? That thing was originally sent from the future, so it wouldn't be surprising if it appeared in the future. Sun Wukong nodded, muttered quietly, and then continued to ask, what about the other Earth warriors? Will Piccolo, Tenjin Fan, Krillin, the others, and me, also die in the future? In the future, all Z fighters are dead, including you. Beulah nodded and said. At that time, there were only 3 warriors left on Earth, Sun Wuhan, her and Trunks, who could fight. Is that really the case? I don't know if I died of a heart attack or was killed by an android. Sun Wukong thought deeply. According to the appearance of Bulla, it stands to reason that his heart disease should have been cured on Namek by that time. And his combat power should far exceed that of number 17 and number 18. How could he die? This puzzled him a little. When Shishi and Bulma heard the conversation, they were confused. They had never heard of the future time and space and the artificial beings. So I continued to listen to the conversation between the two with full of shock. Bulla, let me see your fighting power. Sun Wukong suddenly said to Bulla. Before, he felt Bulla's energy, which should be similar to that of Frieza in the ultimate form. Now that Bulla wakes up, he wants to see how strong Bulla is. Beulah nodded, then moved his feet slightly apart, raised his arms and put them on his waist. Ha, ha, a deep roar, and the terrifying breath instantly came from Beulah's body. Suddenly, waves of golden arrogance surged wildly from Bra's body, and the hair tie on the back of his head flew away, and his golden hair stood on end. Get up! Suddenly turned into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Son Gohan opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't expect that the girl named Bra in front of him could turn into a Super Saiyan. But obviously, when his father turned into a Super Saiyan, his aura was different and weaker. A lot. Just like Sun Jun. Bulma was also full of surprise. The Bulla in front of her, with her blonde hair standing tall and light green pupils, is indeed exactly the same as Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong also had a flash of surprise in his eyes. Bulla should be only 14 years old now. She was actually a bit surprised to be able to become a Super Saiyan, but considering that she can compete with androids number 17 and number 18, it is not surprising that she has the strength of a Super Saiyan. Brah, how does your strength compare with those two androids? 1.3 Sun Wukong continued to ask. The strength shown by Bulla at this time should be almost the same as Frieza, but not as strong as Frieza, who is 100% powerful. If the strength of androids number 17 and number 18 in the future time and space, if he's on par with her, he shouldn't be that strong. They are a little stronger than me, but not by much. Beulah exited the Super Saiyan form and said simply. She had fought with both of them. Although she couldn't win, she could still deal with them. Is that so? Son. Wukong rubbed his chin and murmured. From this point of view, the artificial humans in the future time and space should not be so good. But Cellule can actually defeat 3 of them at the same time, which should be a bit tricky to deal with. After thinking for a while, Sun Wukong said to Bulla, I will accompany you over there to meet those androids and Cell. Philo reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection, recommendation. Chapter 97. Sun Wukong really wants to go there and see how those androids and Cell will destroy the future. Moreover, if it is true that the Earth is destroyed like that by those guys, he will definitely stop it. It's not because of how holy he is or how great he is, but because the actions of those guys have hurt the people they want to protect. Sun Jun, do you really want to go with her? Bulma still can't understand that she has such a big daughter. What if it's a scam? Dad? Wukong. Sun Wufan and Kikai also hesitated to speak. They didn't know the details of this Bulla who suddenly appeared in front of them, and he was also terrifyingly strong. What if it's a trap or something? Don't worry, it's okay. Sun Wukong smiled at the 3 of them. It's no wonder that they still can't understand Bulla's appearance. Bulma, do you feel a very warm feeling when you see her? Then Sun Wukong turned his head and asked Bulma. I do feel that way. Bulma nodded blankly. From the first time she saw Bulla, she had a very cordial feeling. Maybe what the little girl named Bulla said is difficult for her to understand now, but maybe it's true. Yes. After hearing Sun Wukong's words, Kikai and Bulma didn't say anything more. Since Wukong said yes, it shouldn't be wrong. Dad, can I see your strength? Beulah looked at Sun Wukong and said suddenly. Because on their side, Sun Wukong has been killed by the artificial man. If the father here is also average. Even if he agreed to go back with her, she would not dare to rush. She took her father there. In that case, not only would he not be able to help, he might even be killed by Shalo and the 2 evil androids again. She didn't want that to happen. Let's go outside. Sun Wukong nodded, naturally understanding Bulla's concerns, so he turned around and walked outside. Bulla and Kikai also followed. Sun Wukong stopped when he was 100 feet away from home. Turned his head. His face suddenly straightened, and he clenched his fists fiercely. Ha ha! Sun Wukong suddenly roared, and a golden vortex instantly rose from the soles of his feet, directly surrounding the gravel and dead branches around him. Swept up, the breath was very powerful. So strong. Beulah looked at Sun Wukong in horror. Although he was also a Super Saiyan, the energy that Sun Wukong exploded at this time was obviously much stronger than hers. Dad's anger was completely exceeded. Among the 3 of them, Sun Wukong is the strongest. In the future time and space, Sun Wukong's strength can completely suppress any one of androids number 17 and 18. But the energy Sun Wukong just exploded was obviously far away. Far more than Sun Wukong. What is Dad doing? His strength is obviously some. Sun Wuhan looked at Sun Wukong in front of him and murmured. When he was training with his father in the gravity chamber, his father's strength was completely beyond what it is now. I don't understand why he didn't use all his strength at this time. Look. Looking at Bulla, who was full of surprise, Sun Wukong instantly regained his temper and became normal. He walked up to Bulla and asked, how does it compare to artificial humans? After hearing Sun Wukong's words, Bulla came back to his senses, looked at Sun Wukong excitedly, and said, Dad's strength has completely surpassed that of artificial humans. Maybe even Cellulus may not be Dad's opponent. What about Cell? Sun Wukong raised the corner of his mouth slightly. If he absorbs number 17 and number 18 and becomes a complete body, it may make himself very troublesome. But if he does not become a complete body, Cell will not. Maybe they were their opponents. Sun Wukong and Bulla didn't stay any longer. After Sun Wukong showed off his strength, they hurriedly said goodbye to Kikai, Bulma and others because the situation there was too serious. Sun Gohan, Trunks, and others are still in danger. Wukong, you must protect yourself. If you can't win, just escape back with Bulla and the others, you know. Kikai was on the side, arranging to Sun Wukong. Yeah, got it. Sun Wukong nodded and waved to Chi-Chi and Bulma Gohan. Bulla also looked at Bulma and said playfully, Mom was really a beauty when she was young. After saying that, he pressed the mysterious button of the time machine. The time machine flew into the air, a white halo enveloped it, and in an instant it disappeared from the eyes of Shishi and Bulma. And in the future time and space, Sun Gohan and Trunks, dressed in orange-red martial arts uniforms, looked embarrassed. His whole body was covered with many scars, large and small, especially for Sun Wuhan. The big word fan on his back had become charred black. Sun Wuhan clenched his fists tightly and glared at the three people not far away in front of him. Brother Gohan, are we going to die? 14-year-old Trunks stood behind Sun Wuhan, his tone full of complex flavors. There was helplessness and despair. No, Trunks, as long as we wait until Bulla brings Dad back, he will definitely be able to defeat these guys. Sun Wuhan's tone was unusually firm. But Bra doesn't know if it has been before, and Uncle Gaku was no match for these androids more than 10 years ago. If he comes now. Trunks didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was very obvious. That is, even if Sun Wukong comes, I am afraid it will not be able to change the situation at hand. Not to mention there is a strong Cell that they cannot understand. Even androids number 17 and number 18083 are not existences they can handle. At the beginning, Brother Gohan and Bulla were able to fight to the death with number 17 and number 18 without falling too far behind. But later, I don't know what happened, but Brother Gohan couldn't even deal with number 17. And I still haven't turned into a Super Saiyan, and their battle is not of much help. Trunks, we are the last warriors on Earth, with the blood of the fighting nation of Scions flowing in our bodies. Even if we die in battle, we must not be so cowardly, do you understand? Sun Wuhan scolded him coldly. Trunks lowered his head in shame. He was not afraid of death. He also knew that his father would be very angry if he saw his cowardly appearance. But now he is simply not afraid of death. There is no hope. The three guys in front of me are really too strong. At this time, Shailu, number 17 and number 18 were standing in the air, looking at Sun Wu with evil smiles on their lips. Fan and Trunks. For so many years, their main source of fun has been these scions. It's really hard to send them off now. You two, deal with them for me. The corner of Sharu's mouth raised a long arc, and he said in the tone of the orders of androids number 17 and 18. P.S. The last warrior is still persisting, I can't give up. Please read the ununderlined version of the novel. Download Philo Novel A. Chapter 98. Hey, after playing with them for so many years, I really can't bear to kill them. Number 17 spoke softly, with a slanted curve at the corner of his mouth, looking at Sun Wuhan and Trunks. Cut, childish. Number 18 snorted, looking at number 17 with disdain. Then he flashed his body and attacked Trunks directly. Looking at number 18 who was attacking quickly, Sun Wuhan Trunks pushed himself behind him, clenched his fists, and transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. Golden energy swirled around him, and his body also burst out to meet him. But at this time, number 17 also suddenly moved. Your opponent is me. When No 17's feminine voice fell, his body had already appeared in front of Sun Wuhan like a ghost, and stopped Sun Wuhan. Number 18 smiled coldly, and then directly bypassed Sun Wu. I found Trunks. But, damn, how could the speed of these two guys become so fast? Looking at number 17 who appeared in front of him instantly and number 18 who bypassed him directly, Sun Wuhan was shocked. In these years of confrontation, he has been able to steadily dominate the two of them. Although he couldn't defeat them, he had never lost to them in terms of speed. But just now, he was absolutely sure that they were faster than him. How? Are you surprised? What's even more surprising is that it's still behind. No 17's feminine voice smiled coldly, giving people a very gloomy feeling. Almost the moment the voice fell, No 17's body disappeared from where it was. Sun Wuhan could only vaguely I saw an afterimage flash by. Number 17 appeared in front of Sun Wuhan almost instantly. At this time, Sun Wuhan's chest was pushed directly with his knee. Only then did Gohan see number 17 clearly. There was no hope of counterattack, so he could only hold his arms tightly in front of him. Bang! There was a heavy muffled sound, and only Son Gohan's body could be seen. It shot out like a bullet and slammed into the ruins not far away, stirring up bursts of dust. This guy's power has actually become so much stronger. Sun Wuhan stood in the ruins, looking at number 17 standing in mid-air, his brows furrowed tightly. These two guys were completely different from what I had known before. The strength is not on the same level at all. If this continues, death is inevitable. Sun Wuhan clenched his fists tightly and looked very ugly. Although number 17 only carried out a simple attack, he could already clearly feel that number 17 was not something he could deal with at this time. And Trunks is even more embarrassed. The strength of number 17 and number 18 is even equal to that of these two guys. Until now, Trunks can't even compete with them. Even a Super Saiyan can't change. In front of number 18, he can only be played. Hey, he can't hit her at all. Trunks gritted his teeth tightly and struck as fast as he could, but all his attacks were easily blocked by number 18. But, damn it! With a fierce roar, Trunks blasted out number 18 again. Bang! His fist hit the palm of number 18 hard, and number 18 actually took 2 steps back. Trunks saw himself the attack was effective, so he stepped forward again and put his heavy knee on No 18's lower abdomen. Just a little kid. Number 18 was instantly furious, his eyes shot out with a cold light, and he punched Trunks right in the cheek. Trunks flew backwards. At this time, number 18 followed suit and grabbed Trunks by the collar. The other hand was raised high. And a terrifying energy ball was condensed from the palm of his hand. Go to hell, kid! A cold voice came from No 18's mouth, and he threw Trunks away, and then directly hit the energy ball towards Trunks. Trunks! Sun Wuhan was startled, and then his body flashed out instantly. If Trunks was hit by that energy ball, he would definitely escape death. He hugged Trunks. Haha! At the same time, a Qigong cannon blasted directly at the energy ball sent by number 18. Rumble! The moment the two energies came into contact, a violent explosion erupted, directly raising the waist below to the ground. Oh, damn it! When number 18 saw that Trunks had been rescued, he frowned and looked angry. Just when Sun Gohan rescued Trunks and took the energy ball from number 18 at that time, No 17's body suddenly disappeared and appeared directly behind Sun Wuhan, with his palm directly attached to Sun Wuhan's back. Is your approach too disrespectful to your opponent? The feminine voice said with a faint smile. And in the palm of number 17, a little energy ball came out. Hearing the feminine voice and feeling the burning sensation on his back, Sun Wufan instantly turned pale with shock and broke out in cold sweat. Bang! Almost immediately after No 17's voice fell, a violent explosion occurred directly from Sun Wuhan's back, and Sun Wuhan's body was instantly shot backwards into the ruins. His back turned black, and his breath suddenly withered to the extreme. Satori, brother Gohan. Trunks looked at Sun Gohan, who had blood on the corner of his mouth and whose breath was very weak, and immediately panicked. For so many years, Brother Gohan and Bra have been resisting the androids. If something happens to Brother Gohan, then this earth is really over. On the 18th, send them on their way. Number 17 looked at the ruins under him and said in a soft voice. TCH. I thought I could have more fun. So boring. Number 18 pushed a strand of hair in front of her eyebrows behind her ears, with an evil look on her face and a curved corner of her mouth. Do not worry. There are still half of the people on this earth who have not been killed. Enough for you. Number 17 is also evil, Jian is good, with the corners of his mouth raised high. Then he raised his hands and aimed them at the spot where Sun Gohan and Trunks had just erupted. The terrifying energy ball was condensed from the palm of his hand. On the 18th, 2 energy balls were also born from the palm of his hand. Go to hell, Sion! The 2 of them let out crazy roars almost at the same time, and the energy balls in their palms were blasted directly into the ruins. Suddenly, brush, brush, a clear sound broke through the air, and 2 figures suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of the ruins. Bulletin! Beulah, it's Beulah who's back, brother Gohan. Trunks's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. Hearing Trunks' words, Sun Wuhan opened his eyes with difficulty, and saw that very familiar figure. The same orange-red martial arts uniform, tall and straight posture, staring at a hedgehog hair. Dad, Dad, you are finally here. The moment he saw that figure, Sun Wuhan burst into tears, _Fei. Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection, recommendation. Chapter 99. Back off, Bra. After Sun Wukong said something to Bulla, his expression straightened and he looked at the 4 energy balls roaring towards him. After hearing Sun Wukong's words, Bulla nodded quickly and took a few steps back consciously. Then, Sun Wukong's arms shook violently. Ha! A deep voice roared out from his mouth. Suddenly, the terrifying golden arrogance burst out from Sun Wukong's body, and the terrifying golden arrogance swept directly in all directions. Out! Bang bang bang! In an instant, the energy balls shot by androids number 17 and 18 exploded when they hit the aura erupted by Sun Wukong, and their bodies unexpectedly exploded. He was knocked back dozens of steps by the terrifying shock wave. Sunday! Sun Wukong! Including Shailu, the 3 of them exclaimed almost at the same time. Because the purpose of Dr. Gero's creation of them was to kill Sun Wukong, they were very familiar with Sun Wukong's face. What happened? How could that guy become so strong? The corners of Shiru's eyes twitched. He could feel that the chi that Sun Wukong had just exploded was very powerful. And maybe it wasn't his full strength just now. What puzzled him even more was 083. Wasn't Sun Wukong already dead? Why did they appear here again? And just when Cell and number 17 and number 18 were wondering, Sun Wukong and Bulla had already turned around and landed in front of Sun Wuhan and Trunks. Dad, Dad, I miss you so much, we all miss you so much. The strongest warrior in the future, he choked up when he saw Sun Wukong. It has been 13 years. He has not seen his father for 13 years. It's okay Gohan, everything will be over. Sun Wukong knelt down, helped Sun Wuhan up, smiled kindly, and said to Sun Wuhan. Then, he fed a fairy bean in his hand into Sun Wuhan's mouth. Wu, Uncle Wukong, are you Uncle Wukong? So strong. Trunks looked at the Sun Wukong in front of him blankly and murmured. He could clearly feel that the Sun Wukong in front of him was very strong. Although he couldn't sense where his limit was. But from just using Qi just now, it can be seen from the attack of the two robots. Perhaps, his strength is still higher than that of Brother Gohan. If Brother Gohan, Bra, and Uncle Goku join forces, maybe the Earth will be real this time. He's saved. Thinking of this, Trunks' eyes suddenly filled with hope. After Sun Wuhan swallowed the fairy beans, the injury on his back disappeared. It's also back to its peak state. Brother Gohan, Trunks, and none of you, that's great. Beulah looked at the two of them excitedly and said. Originally, she was scared to death, fearing that they would be killed by the androids. Now that she saw that they were all fine, the big stone in her heart finally fell. Are Gohan, Shishi, and Bulma okay? Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuhan who had fully recovered and asked. Mom and Aunt Bulma are in Zidu, and the androids haven't caused any damage there yet, so they are safe now. Sun Wuhan nodded and said. But the excitement on his face still did not dissipate. That's good. Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. Kikai, Bulma, and the others were fine. Then, he turned his head to look at Cell and number 17, and spoke calmly. It's really quite unpleasant for these guys to destroy the good Earth into this state. Clenching his fists tightly, Sun Wukong looked at the three people standing in the air, his eyes flashing with cold light. At this time, Celu, with his huge body and thick sausage lips, had obviously completed his third transformation. But it's not a complete body. If it weren't for the complete body, it wouldn't be worth mentioning in front of him. Dad, those three guys are all very strong, especially Shailu. Sun Gohan also stared at the three people in midair and warned. Because in his memory, his father had just turned into a Super Saiyan 13 years ago. Therefore, his strength should not be comparable to his current self. Up and down. Even if he is stronger than himself, he is not much stronger. Although he subjectively thinks that his father will defeat these guys, in fact, he also knows that it is quite difficult to defeat two robots. Shailu is even more difficult to deal with. Very strong, right? Sun Wuhan raised his horn slightly. It may be very strong for Wuhan and the others, but it is only for them. After the faint voice fell, Sun Wukong's body slowly rose into the air. On the same level as Shailu and the other three, with a calm expression on his face, his hands clasped in front of him, looking at the three people opposite him. Sun Wukong? Roar! Not dead yet. Number 17 looked at Sun Wukong and said lightly in a feminine voice. His eyes are shining with bloodthirsty light. Humph, it looks like there's some fun again. Number 18 raised his horns, and a charming smile appeared on his beautiful face. With a flash of his body, he flew directly towards Sun Wukong. Overestimating one's capabilities. Sun Wukong snorted coldly, clenched his fist tightly, and the golden arrogance surged crazily in an instant. Brush! No 18's speed was also quite astonishing, and he punched Sun Wukong directly in the chest. That fist actually penetrated Sun Wukong's body directly. After image, impossible. Number 18 was shocked, and his face turned pale in an instant. He is just a scion. How could he avoid his own attack? Then, with horrified eyes, he looked around for Sun Wukong. Number 17, be careful. When number 18 saw Sun Wukong's figure, the panic on her face became even more intense. Because she didn't know when that guy had arrived behind number 17. After hearing No 18's reminder, there was a sudden dangerous breath from behind, and number 17 turned his head sharply, but what came in front of him was a huge fist. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the fist hit 10 squarely. No 7's cheek. No 17's body suddenly hit the ground like a meteorite, but Sun Wukong's figure disappeared again. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 100. Dad, Dad! Sun Wuhan watched with horror in his eyes as Sun Wukong instantly knocked away number 17, who was completely unable to deal with him. After more than 10 years of dealing with each other, he knew No 17's strength and reaction speed very well. Dad actually appeared behind number 17 in an instant, and knocked number 17 away with lightning speed. It was so fast that I didn't even see it clearly. So awesome! Trunks had a look of admiration on his face, and his admiring eyes were mixed with excitement. He clenched his fists, looked straight at Sun Wukong, and said excitedly. Bra looked at him with a look of admiration as well. When her mother and Sun Wuhan told her that her father was very strong, she was still half convinced. After all, if her father was really that strong, how could he be killed along with all the Z warriors when the androids first appeared? Death? But the strength shown by Sun Wukong at this moment completely dispelled her suspicion. After Sun Wukong easily knocked away number 17, he appeared on No 18's right knee almost instantly. He went straight up and didn't hold back at all because number 18 was a woman. Bang! His right knee hit No 18's lower abdomen hard. Number 18 received such a violent blow that his body exploded backwards. Sun Wukong was even faster, appearing directly on top of number 18 again, clenching his fists, and directly hitting number 18 on the back. Number 18 also hit the ground at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, androids number 17 and number 18 were knocked away. I have to admit that No 18's appearance is indeed that of a goddess. If any man sees it, it would be a lie to say that he has no idea. But in front of him, Sun Wukong couldn't have the slightest affection. Because there were absolutely hundreds of millions of innocent people on earth who died in her hands. Besides, there was no way he could be interested in this kind of femme fatale. Number 18 in his time and space was tens of thousands of times better than the murderous and inhuman artificial man in front of him. No. Impossible, that guy, how could he be so fast? Number 17 stood up again, looking at Sun Wukong who was standing in the air, gritting his teeth tightly, with crazy anger in his eyes. Since he was created by Dr. Gero, he has never been beaten by anyone. So embarrassed. Sun Wukong, I will never forgive you. At the same time, number 18 suddenly shot out from the rubble, with blazing anger in his eyes, and attacked Sun Wukong again. When number 17 saw this, his body flashed out and rushed towards Sun Wukong. Although he really didn't like it when he and Ten had to deal with a scion who was not worth mentioning in their eyes. But at this moment, no matter how arrogant he is, he also knows that it is not easy to suddenly appear in front of him. If they rely on their own strength, it is impossible to kill that guy. Number 17, he is mine, don't make a move. Looking at number 17, he turned his head towards number 18 and scolded him. That guy dared to treat me like this. Only by tearing him apart with my own hands can I relieve this shame. Number 18, don't be careless, that guy is not simple. Number 17 raised his eyebrows and said. But just as his voice fell, a faint voice came from behind. Do you think you two can compete with me? What? Number 17 was shocked. How could it be possible? That guy was so far away from him just now, and he didn't even realize when he appeared behind him. Sun Wukong aimed his palm at number 17 without any hesitation. Ha! Ah! With a sharp roar, the Qigong wave from his palm was blasted out in vain. No 17's body was blasted out again, smashing into the ruins and directly smashing a hole of more than 10 feet into the area. The huge pit. and the body of number 17 was lying at the bottom of the huge pit. The clothes on his body were in tatters, and scars appeared from behind. "I'll deal with you first." Sun Wukong looked coldly at number 17 at the bottom of the pit. The moment the cold voice fell, a terrifying qigong wave appeared in Sun Wukong's palm. Turning sideways, murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. If it were his number 17 in time and space may be a little hesitant, but this guy, whose hands are stained with too much human blood, has no mercy at all. Asking for flowers. The qigong wave in the palm of his hand hit number 17 directly. If hit, number 17 would never survive. Damn guy! The moment Sun Wukong's qigong wave hit, Shiru, who had been watching the show, changed his expression, cursed secretly, and then disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in front of number 17. He looked at the qigong wave created by Sun Wukong and slapped it out. The terrifying qigong wave that was enough to kill Android 17 was actually sent flying away with a slap from Cell. Now, Shara, he cannot let either of number 17 and number 18 be killed by Sun Wukong. Because then, I wouldn't be able to absorb the two of them and become a complete body. The reason why I didn't absorb the two of them and directly become a perfect body before is because there is no opponent for them on this earth, and there is no need for me to become a perfect body again. 0. But now, the appearance of Sun Wukong made him feel an uneasy feeling. He must completely kill this uneasiness. So now, he must not let anything happen to number 17 and number 18. Rumble. Qigong waves fall. There was an instant explosion in the ruins 100 feet away. The whole ground trembled slightly, and after the monstrous fire disappeared, huge mushroom clouds rose into the sky. What a terrifying qigong wave! Sun Gohan, Bulla, and Trunks felt the slight trembling of the entire ground and the mushroom clouds. They looked straight over there and murmured to themselves. Dad is so strong, he will definitely defeat Cell. Beulah's face was horrified at first, and then it turned into ecstasy. Before coming back here, her father also showed her his strength. But it was definitely not as scary as before. It seems that his father's strength has surpassed Shailu's. It's over. Uncertain. After a brief period of shock, Sun Wuhan came to his senses and said in a heavy tone. Although Dad's attack just now was very powerful, it was obvious that Shiru was not panicked at all. Moreover, Dad sent out such a powerful qigong wave just now, and it was shot away so easily by him. Shiru's strength cannot be underestimated. Filo reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection, recommendation. Chapter 101. After his attack was intercepted by Cell, Sun Wukong was not too surprised. After all, the third transformation of Cell, although not comparable to the full body, is still very strong. Your appearance and strength surprised me. After Shailu received Sun Wukong's attack, his body slowly rose up. He did not stop until he was level with Sun Wukong, stared at Sun Wukong, and said jokingly. Accident? Don't worry, you will be even more surprised later. Sun Wukong also looked at Shailu playfully, and said coldly. Oh? Defeating them both made you so swollen. Salu's expression remained unchanged, and his voice was still full of confidence. He firmly believed that no one in this world could be his opponent. Even if the Sun Wu 083 in front of him gave him it's a very disturbing illusion, but that illusion will make him disappear immediately without a trace. No? If defeating them doesn't lead to capital expansion, what about defeating you? The moment Sun Wukong's cold voice fell, the playful look on his face suddenly disappeared without a trace. His body flashed and disappeared. Defeat me, you are talking nonsense. Shailu saw that Sun Wukong actually attacked him, a sinister look flashed in his eyes, and his body also flashed out. Bang bang bang, the punches made a low sound, and the people below could not see it at all. Looking at the movements of the two, I can only clearly feel the powerful auras of the two and the terrifying sound explosion circles. So fast. Can't see clearly at all. Trunks rubbed his eyes vigorously, but he still couldn't see anything except the sound circles in the air. Dad, come on. Sun Beulah looked at such a fierce battle. Not only was he not afraid, but he had a look of excitement on his face, waving flags and cheering for Sun Wukong. Sun Wufan, on the other hand, had a solemn look on his face, and his eyes kept moving around in his eyes. Turning. Even he couldn't completely capture the movements of Sun Wukong and Sharu. He could only vaguely see the two colliding shadows. Bang! Another fierce collision, Sun Wukong and Sharu each taking dozens of steps back. How could this guy be so powerful? Zaru put his right hand behind his back and squeezed it. He still felt a little sore and numb. He secretly exclaimed in his heart. The Sun Wukong in front of him was obviously the same as Sun Wuhan. He could become a Super Saiyan, but between the two of them, how could the gap in strength between them be so huge? The power is really quite big. Sun Wukong shook his arm, and murmured in a low voice as he still had a smile on his face. Although this guy has not yet transformed, his power at this time is already quite strong. If he really absorbs number 17, if he and number 18 become perfect, he may not be his opponent. So, it seems that he should get rid of this guy quickly, something will happen. At this thought, Sun Wukong spread his legs slightly and lowered his center of gravity. Shen, his arms instantly attached to his waist, his eyes widened, and a low roar came out from between his teeth. What, is that guy preparing to transform again? Seeing Sun Wukong's posture, Sharu was shocked. At this time, Sun Wukong's strength was already comparable to his own. If he transformed again, he would definitely not be his opponent. How is it possible? Is Dad preparing to surpass Super Saiyan? Sun Gohan also had a look of shock on his face. In his opinion, Super Saiyan is already the limit of Saiyans, and it is impossible to be surpassed. And he has never thought about this. How terrifying it would be to surpass the power of a Super Saiyan. Ha! With Sun Wukong's roars, the entire ground began to shake, and the golden arrogance surged like a hurricane. Sun Wukong was at the center of the circle and swept out in all directions. The energy was so strong that it was suffocating. No! Impossible! At this time, the solemn look on Shailo's face had completely turned into a look of horror. With both arms in front of him, the terrifying air waves blew Shailo's body back step by step. Sun Wukong showed at this moment that she has completely surpassed his own. Ha! After the last scream, Sun Wukong finally stopped exploding. At this time, Sun Wukong's form had changed a lot, and his whole body seemed to have doubled in size. Very powerful and looks explosive. The golden hair was a little messy and stood up high. The eyes were all white, and the pupils had disappeared. This form, just abandon it. Sun Wukong looked at his body at this time. He could clearly feel the continuous power surging in his body. Compared with before, the power had increased almost 10 times. But he also knew very well that this change, although the body will give him considerable strength, it will greatly limit his speed. In Dragon Ball, Trunks once used this transformation and complete the second stage of the so-called Super Saiyan. I have fought against Cell in his own body, but his speed is too slow and there is no way to keep up with Cell's transformation. So scary. Sun Wuhan's pupils shrank tightly. He could clearly feel that his father's anger had increased almost tenfold after the transformation. In this way, no matter how powerful Cell is, there is absolutely no way he can be my father's opponent. So awesome, Dad is so awesome. Bra looked excited and danced. Although she and her brother Sun Gohan can both become Super Saiyans, they have never tried this form. Under everyone's shocked eyes, Sun Wukong's body 1.3 actually began to restore his previous Super Saiyan form little by little. The violent golden flames also disappeared little by little, and were all absorbed into the body. What's going on? Uncle Wukong is back to his original state. Trunks looked at Sun Wukong, who was returning to normal little by little, and said. The energy in the previous form was obviously more powerful, and it looked more powerful. Could it be that that form couldn't last for a long time? No. Dad, he has become stronger. Sun Wuhan shook his head gently. Maybe Trunks couldn't feel it, but he could feel that although his father's energy dropped, it was obviously more full. P.S. Please give me flowers and comments, brothers. There is no charge for flowers and evaluation votes. No need to ask for rewards, there is no data, it doesn't look interesting, hehe, _. Please download Philo Novel A to read the underlined version of the novel.